Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-regarded human introduction for 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter's Wizarding World created its own apocalypse. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After decades of endless war, the wizarding world pushes Harry Potter beyond his breaking point. When he steps into the Vale of Death, fate refuses to end him, instead, it remakes him. Returned to life with the weight of experience and power beyond comprehension, Harry becomes the consequence of their choices. The world that forged him will soon face the apocalypse it created. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry Potter and Oliver Wood were the heroes of Great Britain. For once, I am famous for something that I did. The boy who lived and the man who conquered, those titles meant nothing to him. He had survived the killing curse only thanks to his mother's sacrifice, and he had defeated Voldemort only thanks to Albus Dumbledore's many years of planning and machinations combined with the efforts and sacrifices of many other good people. He felt no pride regarding those accomplishments. But this time it was different. It was 2002. For the first time in history, England won the Quidditch World Cup. The Egyptian chasers had been formidable, some of the best seen in recent years. The national team of Egypt was leading the score and dominating the game completely. It was only Oliver Wood's spectacular performance as a keeper that had given Harry Potter enough time to catch the snitch before the gap in points became too large to be bridged. It was a narrow victory, by the skin of their teeth. But they had won. As he was holding the Quidditch World Cup together with Oliver Wood and tens of thousands of people were fanatically chanting their names, Harry Potter thought that maybe he did not hate being famous anymore. Maybe it was not so bad to be respected and famous for his own hard work and efforts. An 11-year-old boy with vibrant green eyes and messy black hair shook his head in an attempt to banish his memories away. He turned his attention back to the supple and elegant racing broomstick in the window. It was the very thing that had caused him to get a lost look in his eyes and travel down the memory lane. But his behavior did not look out of place. Surrounding him were boys and girls of all ages, all with a dreamy and wistful expression on their faces as they're ogled at the newest racing broom, Nimbus 2000. Should I buy the broom myself and smuggle it into Hogwarts in secret? I can't rely on impressing Professor McGonagall again, he thought. Speaking of the woman in question, she was right next to him, just as stern, prim, and proper as he remembered her. Seeing that he had stopped and that he was looking transfixed at the window displaying the new Nimbus model, the stoic woman showed a rare smile, her blue eyes becoming more gentle. Is it calling for you? You know, your father was a great Quidditch player. Unfortunately, first years are not allowed to bring a broom to school. Come, Mr. Potter, let us be on our way. With a simple tap of her wand, the Transfiguration Professor made Harry's trunk float and follow them from behind. If I may ask, Professor, do you help every new student with their first visit to Diagon Alley? Harry asked, trying his best to sound as immature as a child of his biological age would. In fact, he was wondering why it was her instead of Hagrid. The old deputy did not reply to him right away. She pushed the door open and held it for him to go inside Flourish and Blots. Skipping the people queued in a long line to get their turn at buying their books, Professor McGonagall received a bundle that the storekeeper had prepared for her beforehand. It took them less than 5 minutes to finish their business there. Once they were out, she finally answered his question. My responsibility is only to inform and instruct the parents of the Muggle-born students in regards to the wizarding world, not to help them with their purchases. She stopped and put her hands on his shoulders as she crouched to his eye level. Your parents had been two of the most brilliant students that I've ever had. Helping you out a bit before your first year at Hogwarts is the least I could do for them. Harry Potter looked at her momentarily stunned. He knew that this was not his world. Oh, he was clearly aware of that, but even learning the fact that he was not the boy who lived in this world had not startled him quite as much as the stern woman's unexpected gesture of kindness. Thank you, Professor, he said awkwardly. The rest of their trip was spent in silence. Thanks to the Transfiguration Professor's arrangements, they had not wasted any time in queues. He had bought everything that he needed in less than an hour. When he woke up to see that he was not dead but that he was 11 years old again, his first thought was that he had been sent back in time. However, he was not sleeping in a cupboard but in a much larger room, on a bunk bed, together with 3 other boys. The Dursleys were nowhere to be seen either. He was in an orphanage. If that was not enough, the moment he went to the bathroom to wash his face, he noticed that his forehead was smooth, no different than that of any other boy his age. There was no scar. It was then that Harry Potter realized, he was not back in time. This was a different world altogether. Watching the bustling Diagon Alley from his rented room at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry Potter was at a loss. What am I supposed to do now? He had willingly stepped through the veil of death, thinking that he would finally be free. Free from wars, killings, and free from Voldemort. Free from his fate. He thought that he would finally be able to rest after 40 years of misery. Going to his bed, he let himself fall heavily on his back. Maybe other people would have rejoiced at being given a second chance at life. But not him. He would much rather be dead, together with Sirius, Remus, Tonks and everyone else that died before him. It was not that he was suicidal. He was just too mentally exhausted to go through it all once again. He had done his part. He had lived up to the prophecy and vanquished the Dark Lord Voldemort no less than 4 times. First, as a baby, the second time as a teenager, in 1998, the third time, in his late 20s, the fourth time, at the age of 40. He had fought in 3 wizarding wars, the last one proving to be even worse than the War of Grindelwald as it had engulfed not only Great Britain and continental Europe but it had spread to Africa and Asia as well. He had had enough of fighting against Voldemort and his Death Eaters for 3 lifetimes. Enough was enough. Alas, he had no say in the matter. Neither Dumbledore nor Harry had ever taken the tale of the 3 brothers literally. They had not thought that the Deathly Hallows had actually been created by death itself but that the Peverell brothers had been the ones to craft them. However, after throwing the Hallows into the Vale of Death and then stepping into the Vale himself, he learned, to his great dismay, that the fairy tale was very much real and that, as a show of gratitude for willingly returning its precious artifacts, Death decided to reward him with a second chance at life. He turned around in his bed and punched his pillow a few times. Gratitude my ass. He cussed in annoyance. He did not want to go to Hogwarts again and have rivalries with 11-year-old Slytherin brats. He did not want to risk his life on a yearly basis, thinking in which new creative way was his ever-changing professor of Dada going to try to kill him again. Also, maybe not as important, but probably just as annoying, he did not want to go through puberty one more time either. For Merlin's sake. I'm 40 bloody years old. A yell muffled by a pillow rang in the room. The bright red Hogwarts Express was a sight for sore eyes. He would always hold a feeling of fondness for it. It was where he had met the first friend of his age, Ron Weasley. It was also where his journey into the wizarding world had truly started. He made his way slowly through the busy platform with his trunk and Hedwig's empty cage. He had sent her ahead to Hogwarts while being careful to not bump into other people. Thinking of the affectionate Snow White Owl, a smile made its way on his face. Remembering how she happily hooted and gently nipped his ear that morning after he fed her half of his share of bacon, it made him smile even wider. He loved the beautiful owl to death. When she had died to save his life in the past, he had mourned her as if she had been a person. She was one of the first friends he had ever had. With thoughts of the cute owl occupying his mind, he thought that maybe it was not all that bad that he could live a second time, just to see her again if nothing else. The fact that he was not the boy who lived in this world either only served to sweeten the deal. Speak of the devil and he shall appear, Harry muttered to himself when he noticed that the already bustling platform suddenly looked like it had caught on fire. Dozens of camera blitzes flashed at the same time as a squad of reporters shoved and pushed at each other like a bunch of rugby players in their quest to get a closer look at the famous family. Their yelled questions were left unanswered, however, because said celebrities appeared to be in a hurry. Surrounded by a team of 4 Aurors, the Longbottom family made their way on the 3/4 platform unhindered by the journalists or the enthusiastic crowd. How lucky, Harry said softly as he looked at the pudgy 11-year-old boy holding his parents' hands. That's right. Unlike him in his past life, Neville Longbottom, the child of prophecy in this world, had not lost his parents. Frank and Alice Longbottom were alive and with their minds intact too, while Neville himself still sported a lightning bolt scar in the middle of his forehead. Harry would even say that young Neville seemed quite proud of his scar, if the way that he parted his fringe from the middle as if to show it off was anything to go by. Nevertheless, he did not look at the famous family for more than 3 seconds. He had never liked it when others stared at his scar in the past, so he would not do that to others either. Not paying much attention to what he was doing, he absent-mindedly pointed his wand at the trunk in Hedwig's cage and levitated them into the train. Peals of joyous laughter came from the compartment next to his. Yells and sounds of foot stomps came from the corridor as 3 energetic boys were running after a 4th. He even heard a thud and the sounds of glass shattering in the distance. Bloody hell! Were children always this loud? Was I this loud and rambunctious too? It had been more than a decade since he had last been around children. He had not interacted with children ever since the Weasleys and their children had been murdered by Voldemort after his second resurrection. He could still vividly remember the scene of the burrow in flames, with the dark mark floating above it in the sky. It had happened on New Year's Eve, in the night between 2004 and 2005. After that, he had been nothing but a recluse and a fighter. He had spent more than a decade either holed up in his own home studying magic or on the battlefield, cutting down Voldemort's forces. He had not interacted with children anymore outside of the situations where he rescued them from war-torn zones. A squeal that sounded strangely similar to that of a dying pig startled him from his thoughts. He swore they were being that loud on purpose. No way that someone could be that obnoxious without even trying to. In a fit of anger, he pushed the door of the compartment open and hollered, "Shut up!" His yell had been so loud and so unexpected that, for a moment, the entire carriage quieted down. But then, even louder laughter burst from the surrounding compartments. The squeaky voice of an 11-year-old boy would never inspire any sort of authority. If anything, it was hilarious. 5 minutes later, even his mastery of occlumency could do little to stop his growing ire. He was sorely tempted to just go to every compartment and cast a Muffaliato on them, but that would only create more trouble for himself in the long run. They would no doubt start asking, how did a firstie know how to cast area of effect silencing spells? Colloportus. Once the door of the compartment was magically locked, he also cast a weak Notice Me Not charm, just enough to keep busybodies away from inspecting his compartment without a good reason. With his needs for privacy taken care of, Harry lied down on the seat and then pointed the tip of his wand at himself. Stupefy. He went to sleep. The stunning charm was a very useful spell that allowed someone to end a fight in an instant, without any repercussions. It had also become one of Harry Potter's most used methods of falling asleep, in the past, during the war. It offered him an instant sleep, devoid of any dreams or nightmares. Unlike the effects of a dreamless sleep potion, however, leaving himself stunned for hours had a rather unpleasant side effect. When the effect of the charm ended and he woke up, he would be nauseous and his head would throb from a headache. He was used to that feeling though. Furthermore, it was very much preferable to hearing the screams and the ruckus caused by the hyper children on the train. Taking a look at his wristwatch, he saw that it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. I've slept for 7 hours. We'll arrive soon, I should get changed. First years over here. The half-giant's voice and stature were unmistakable. He smiled at the sight of his old friend. But that smile slowly disappeared when he remembered that this was a world different from his own. While some people could be the same, others could be very different. For example, Sirius Black. After waking up in this world, finding out Sirius's whereabouts had been one of the first things that had come to his mind. Given that he had been in an orphanage, it had been obvious that his parents were dead, but he had still hoped that he could help his godfather. After a visit to the records room of the Ministry of Magic, it had been quite the hassle for a wee 11-year-old boy to arrange for a meeting with one of the genealogists working there. Harry found out that Sirius Black did not need his help at all. Sirius was very much alive and active, not locked in Azkaban. Sirius had never been friends with James Potter. He was not his godfather. In this world, he was a proper member of the Black family, one that had been sorted in the Slytherin house and all that. Harry had a hard time imagining Sirius as a person that loved the green and silver colors when his room at Grimmauld Place had looked like an explosion of gold and red. It was completely different from the image in his head. Maybe it's for the best. With the mind of a 40-year-old man, He could not help thinking that maybe it was better that Sirius had never been involved with him. It looked like that in the present Sirius Black was a very wealthy and well-respected member of society as opposed to spending 12 years in Azkaban, tortured by Dementors. He did not have a dirty past like the likes of Lucius Malfoy either. Following Hagrid along with the rest of the first years on the narrow path that led to the Black Lake, gasps of amazement erupted from the children. The sight of Hogwarts at night was as majestic as he remembered it. No more than 4 in a boat. Hagrid called and the first-year students were quick to group up with the friends they had made during the train trip. Seeing as almost 30 years passed since Harry had started his first year at Hogwarts in his previous life, his memory was rather blurry. He could not recognize the girl and the other 2 boys that hopped in the same boat as him. Instead of making small talk with them, he just admired the night view of the castle silently. The countless candles floating in the air, the ceiling charmed to look like the sky outside, and the 4 tables filled with hundreds of students belonging to the 4 houses of Hogwarts, nostalgia washed over him when he entered the Great Hall. While most of the first years were fidgeting nervously under the older students' gazes, there was a small smile on his face as he listened to the Sorting Hat's song. His memory of his former classmates was refreshed as Professor McGonagall started doing the roll call and the young children stepped forth and sat on the stool to be sorted. Abbot Hannah. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Soon, Professor McGonagall called. Longbottom, Neville. The sudden chorus of murmurs and gasps that came from the people in the Great Hall was remarkably similar to how everyone had reacted to his name in his past life too. The pudgy-looking boy walked confidently towards the stool and sat down. Barely a second after the hat was placed on his head, it shouted. Gryffindor. The House of the Lions burst into loud cheers and clapped vigorously. The rest of the sorting was more or less the same as in his past, as far as he could remember it. At the very least, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger were still sorted into the Gryffindor house, Draco Malfoy and his 2 friends, Crabbe and Goyle into Slytherin, and so on. If there was something different, it was his own sorting. I'm not the chosen one in this world. Harry Potter was nobody special here. He was no different than other children whose parents had fallen at the hands of the Death Eaters in the war a decade ago. With that said, without a murderous Dark Lord obsessed with killing him, Harry was free to live his life as he pleased. He had absolutely no intention of pretending that he was stupid or to purposely not make use of the knowledge and skills that he had obtained in the past. As he had discovered in his past life, he did not hate being famous if it was due to his own hard work and efforts. He would not mind if people took notice of him for his excellent academic results or Quidditch talent. When the Sorting Hat was placed on his head, a short mental conversation with the ancient artifact was enough to convince it of where he wanted to be, Ravenclaw. It would not be strange if the most brilliant student of the decade came from Ravenclaw, would it? Merlin, how I missed this. He almost mowed Ned as he took a big bite of a baked chicken leg. It was tender and succulent and the lemo juice squeezed on top of it made his mouth water. It's worth living again just for this. He had not eaten such good food in more than 10 years. Ever since the Weasley clan had been exterminated, he had seldom spent any time going to restaurants or cooking sumptuous feats for himself. He had been too obsessed with vengeance, too deeply immersed in war and the study of martial magic to enjoy life anymore. He closed his eyes. This has to be Nirvana. It was as if his very soul was being healed. He was shaken off from his blissful thoughts when he heard the people at his table becoming louder than it was usual for a dinner in the Great Hall. Look, there's an owl. What's she doing here? Did someone get mail on the first day of school? Oh, she's so beautiful. Influenced by the voices, Harry also looked up. A snowy owl was flying towards him. What are you doing here, girl? He cooed at her, his face involuntarily stretched by a fond smile. She landed on his shoulder gently, as to not scratch him with her talons. Then, she nipped at his ear affectionately and hooted at him. You cheeky little bugger, you came here just for food, didn't you? The owl barked at him and bonked him on the head with her beak, throwing him a look as if to say, how dare he disrespect her kind intentions like that. There were not many things that could still warm up the cold heart of a 40-year-old war veteran, but the sight of the clever owl playing coy made him giggle in delight, just like an innocent 11-year-old boy would. He stabbed his fork into a grilled pork sausage, choosing the biggest one he could see, one that was too big for the owl to comfortably hold in her beak. Harry grinned at Hedwig teasingly. Hedwig looked at him mockingly. Then, with a flutter of wings, both the fork and the sausage were snatched away by the owl with her talons and she flew up, leaving the great hall. He had still not gotten over his surprise when his fork landed painfully on top of his head, eliciting laughter from the other Ravenclaws at the table. "Such a smart and beautiful owl. What is her name?" came a voice from a few seats away. Turning his head towards the speaker, his eyes momentarily widened in surprise. It was a 14-year-old girl with blue eyes and long silvery hair. Though she was still young, she showed signs of becoming a beautiful woman when she grew up. It was someone he had never expected to see at Hogwarts in his first year. Fleur, the heck is she doing at Hogwarts now? She wasn't supposed to be here until my 4th year. Is this another anomaly of this world? Despite the rush of thoughts and theories in his mind, apart from the initial flash of surprise, he just smiled in genuine pride for his owl. "Her name is Hedwig. She is brilliant," he said, but then he asked, "How did you know Hedwig was a she?" The girl replied as if it was a matter of fact, "No way in all that beautiful was male." He snorted at her reasoning but did not continue conversing with her. She was a 14-year-old girl and he was a middle-aged bloke stuck in the body of a prepubescent boy. They had nothing in common. Nearly 2 months had passed since the start of the semester and Halloween was around the corner. Having just finished writing his Transfiguration essay, Harry grabbed his backpack and left the library. This is so boring. He wanted to pull his hair out of frustration. Transfiguring matches into needles, casting the levitation charm, listing minor hexes and their wand movements in the Dada class, and learning how to cut ingredients and stir a cauldron. It was similar to a senior high school student returning to primary school to learn the multiplication table. It went without saying that he was breezing through anything the professors threw at him. He was the first to master any spell in class, and while he did not raise his hand to answer random questions, whenever a professor asked him something, he always gave the correct answer. In the eyes of the professors, he was a rarely seen genius, good at everything. Even the potions professor could not find any faults in him. Severus Snape had tried several times to catch him unprepared with tricky questions in the first 3 weeks of school, but as Harry had answered each one of them perfectly and did not go out of his way to provoke his ire, Snape stopped antagonizing him and just treated him as he treated other students that were not in his house. Harry did not know the reason why the potion master had suddenly given up on making his life difficult, but he would not look at a gift horse in the mouth. In the first place, he did not even know if this world's Snape had the same past and hatred for his father as the one from his previous life. "I can't make any assumptions. Many things were different in this world. He was not the boy who lived, Sirius was not his godfather, nor was he in Azkaban. For some reason Fleur Delacour was studying at Hogwarts from the first street year instead of Beauxbatons, and Neville Longbottom was completely different from the timid and accident-prone boy that he used to know. It looked like having supportive parents present in his life had made a completely different person out of him. He was halfway to the Ravenclaw Tower when the yelling of a group of boys reached his ears. "Them brats are so full of energy. Fighting and bickering every day," he thought and chuckled. If there was one thing he found entertaining in school, it was watching Neville Longbottom and his group fighting against Draco Malfoy and his group. Casting a disillusionment charm on himself, he went to spy on their altercation. He was filled with anticipation to see which side would win before the portraits on the walls alerted a prefect or a professor to come and stop them. "You're going to pay for it, Malfoy. I'm going to teach you a lesson for insulting my friends." Young Neville shouted and drew out his wand angrily. The boy in question scoffed unimpressed. "Tell me, Longbottom, how has your family not gone extinct yet? What, with how you're picking up all the trash you meet? First a blood traitor and now you've even hooked up with a mudblood." Next to Neville, Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley became livid. "Flippendo!" the redhead boy shouted, and the B-owned Slytherin boy was blasted backwards and made several flips in the air before finally landing painfully on the floor. Crabbe and Goyle, Draco Malfoy's friends, also aimed their wands at them to hex them. "Evert Statham!" Crabbe shouted. Ron was knocked back more than 15 feet and slid on the floor for 10 feet more before his body finally came to a stop. Goyle was about to cast his own spell too, but Neville acted much faster than him. Petrificus Totalis. Goyle ended up falling on the floor as stiff as a sack of potatoes. Seeing his partner defeated like that, Crabbe lost his sense of reason and, forgetting that he was a wizard, he rushed like a bulldozer at Neville instead of casting another spell, more intent on beating him up with his punches. But the brown-haired girl's trip jinx made the burly first-year boy fall flat on his face. Harry chuckled under his breath. That's 2-1 for the Gryffindors. The two enemy groups had drawn their wands against each other 3 times already from the start of the year, and they had verbal spats on a daily basis. For him, hearing children screaming dumb insults at each other was top-notch entertainment. Was I this silly and dumb looking in the past too? Now I see why Dumbledore has never taken Draco's threats to his life seriously. Meow. A creepy meow was heard and the still-standing Gryffindor first years stiffened. Shite, it's Mrs. Norris. Neville, Hermione, run. Ron said and broke into a sprint. Neville was quick to catch up to him and the two boys ran as fast as they could. Hurry up, Hermione. Neville yelled over his shoulder. The girl in question, bit her lower lip, an uncertain expression on her face. She did not hesitate for much longer though and came to Goyle, who was paralyzed on the ground by Neville's full-body bind curse. Finite incantatem, she chanted, and the curse on the Slytherin boy was lifted. Hurry up and run. Filch will be here any moment now, she said, and without waiting for the boy to reply, she also ran after her friends. Harry looked in amazement at young Hermione's gesture of kindness. He had not expected her to take the initiative to help the Slytherins out. Nonetheless, he could not afford to waste more time either, as his disillusionment charm was not perfect invisibility. He would risk being found out if someone looked at him with attention. While he was climbing a large moving staircase from the 2nd floor directly to the 4th floor, a horrible cry startled him so badly that he lost his footing and stumbled. He almost took a bite out of the granite steps. The scream had come from the forbidden 3rd floor corridor. Although nearly 30 years had passed, Harry would never forget for as long as he lived the scare he had gotten when he had seen Fluffy, a huge 3-headed dog, for the first time. Should I go and see what happened? Or just leave and pretend I didn't hear anything? He was torn. On one hand, his saving people thing had never really gone away even after decades of war in his previous life. He would always help someone if he could. But on the other hand, I swore I won't get involved with Voldemort in this life too. He did not want to get mixed up in another war again. 3 wizarding wars in his previous life had been more than enough. I carried my cross once. It's Neville's turn to carry his, he's the chosen one now. In this new life, he wanted to be just Harry. In spite of his conflicting thoughts, his body automatically went through the motions as if it had a mind of its own. He cast a disillusionment charm on himself once again and he left the staircase when he reached the 3rd floor. Only a few seconds after he stepped foot on the 3rd floor, he heard a rapid series of footsteps and someone rushed past him so closely that they almost brushed against his shoulder. He turned around abruptly, but he could not see anything. An invisibility cloak. Though he did not know who was the one that had run past him under their invisibility cloak, a fresh and elegant scent reached his nose. It was faint, but he became sure of it. It's a girl. The unexpected variable convinced him against trying to be a hero, and he decided to scurry away instead of checking the situation with his own eyes. That scream. Holy shit, did she murder someone? Harry made up his mind. He ran towards the Ravenclaw Tower without looking back. The next day at breakfast, Harry was still thinking about what happened the previous day, about the scream that he heard from the 3rd floor corridor. If someone really died, Dumbledore won't be able to cover it up. It was when most of the seats at the tables were filled up that the headmaster stood up and clinked a teaspoon against a glass. The Great Hall quickly quieted down, all looking at Dumbledore and wondering what was the serious and grave face for. It is with my deepest regrets that I have to inform you that our potions professor has suddenly resigned from his post due to a very lucrative business opportunity that had come his way. As it stands, the potions class will be cancelled until I find a replacement for him. Harry studied the old headmaster's face intently. A highly accomplished legilimens such as himself did not necessarily need to invade someone's mind to understand what they were thinking. He's lying. He could tell just from looking at Dumbledore's facial expression that he was lying. When 3/4 of the student body present in the Great Hall unreservedly burst into thunderous cheers, celebrating Severus Snape's sudden retirement, the old wizard looked like he had just taken a bite out of a lemo. Bloody hell. A cuss word came out of his mouth when he noticed that Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick looked distraught as well. Someone really killed Snape. Bloody hell. He repeated himself, that girl was definitely involved in it somehow. He almost started laughing out loud. He had been complaining about his first 2 months of school being terribly boring. It looked like some higher power above had listened to him and given him a pet project to work on. Harry did not even try to pretend that he was not interested. He was dying of curiosity to find out the truth, to see who was the one that killed Severus Snape. Accio Marauder's map. Accio James Potter's map. Accio Prong's map. Harry had cast the summoning charm several times around the Weasley twins over the past few days, and now he was casting it near the entrance to the Gryffindor common room too, but to no avail. Looks like the map doesn't exist in this world. He was not that surprised. Ever since he had learned that he was not the chosen one and that Sirius Black had ended up in the Slytherin house and that he was not his godfather, Harry had resolved himself to never assume without checking to be sure that someone or something would be like in his previous life. My knowledge of the future means very little. In fact, it could be dangerous. Bad information is worse than no information at all. In spite of that thought, Harry smiled as he headed back towards the Ravenclaw Tower. In a way, knowing a future that may or may not come to be could be more challenging than not knowing anything at all. Interesting. About 1 month and 3 weeks passed since he started the new year, and things have been very dull for him. Nothing in class required any effort from him. He was too young to be playing Quidditch, and the rest of the students were simply too young for him to become friends with them. He was extremely bored. However, it looked like things were picking up as of late. The unexpected murder of Severus Snape had certainly spiced things up a bit, further confirming for Harry just how different this world was compared to his. There's a killer on the loose too. He was walking with a spring in his step as he thought of that. It was the most exciting thing that happened ever since he had been reincarnated. How am I going to find her though? All I know is that she's a girl and that she wore a perfume that smelled like spring, fresh. But there are over 500 students in the school currently, and about half of those are girls. I can't go around sniffing little girls like a deranged beak now, can I? In the first place, that is what had spurred him into trying to get the Marauder's map, to regularly check it and see what students were acting strange by going to places they were not supposed to or wandering the corridors after the curfew. But that plan went out the window. Thinking about the potions professor's killer, Harry arrived at the Ravenclaw Tower without noticing the passing of time. When he arrived there, he saw 3 first-year boys standing in front of the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. They were cussing something fierce. Not the words one would expect to hear from an 11-year-old child's mouth. This bloody eagle beak, King hell. Let me go, Michael, I'll bash this nasty door to bits, believe you me. One of the boys, A.B., own-haired one, shouted incensed. Merlin, calm down, it's just a door. The black-haired boy that was holding him back tried to reason with him. Shut your mouths for F.K.'s sake. I'm trying to think. The third boy yelled at the other two, irritated as well. Some thinking is that. We've been here for 40 minutes. How the hell has nobody come in or out of the common room for so long? The blonde-haired boy shouted again. The first-year Ravenclaw trio were Anthony Goldstein, the B.-owned one, Michael Corner, the black-haired one, and Terry Boot, the one that was trying to think. Ravenclaw first-year students angrily threatening to blow up the door after being forced to wait by the entrance for 30 to 40 minutes, that was not an unusual sight at all. Unlike the other 3 houses of the school, the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room did not require a password. Instead, one had to guess the answer to a riddle. For young and untrained minds, some riddles could be very difficult to solve. What's with Anthony, who twisted his nuts? Harry said and chuckled. But the 3 boys looked like they were about to cry from happiness at the sight of him. Harry! They yelled and rushed at him to give him a group hug. Our savior. Merlin the Third. Who's Merlin the Second? Harry asked while struggling to keep the 3 boys away. Dumbledore, of course. And you're the third. Have I told you how much I love you? Ew, why are you being disgusting? God damn it, stop hugging me. He yelled while pushing Terry's head with both of his hands. They all ended up laughing. You're all stuck by the riddle again, he said in derision, making them look at him resentfully. The riddle this time is really hard, Michael said in a whiny voice. Who the hell thought this was a good idea? We wasted almost an hour. Anthony also complained, exaggerating a bit the amount of time they have been standing in front of the entrance for. Rowena Ravenclaw did. And it's your fault for choosing the House of the Wise. Harry said. Before the other three started complaining again, he went to the door and knocked the eagle-shaped bronze knocker. The beak of the eagle opened and a melodious voice sounded. Only one color, but not one size. Stuck at the bottom, yet easily flies. Present in sun, but not in rain. Doing no harm, and feeling no pain. What is it? You weren't lying. This is a bit hard. Harry muttered when he heard the riddle. He thought for a while about several possible answers. It was the first and the third verses of the riddle that helped him guess the answer. A shadow, he said, and the voice coming from the bronze eagle replied, correct. After entering the common room, Anthony slammed the door with a vengeance and let out another string of cuss words. Pipe down, you little runts, an older student chastised them. It was almost the curfew and the Ravenclaw common room was filled with students. It was a large circular room with wide and arched windows and a tall and domed ceiling painted like a deep blue night sky with countless golden stars. The carpet on the floor, the sofas, the chairs, and even the tables were of various shades of blue too. The bookcases littering the walls of the circular room made it look like a mini library. Despite that it was not any less crowded than the Gryffindor's common room, the Ravenclaw common room was mostly silent. There were no people playing Exploding Snap, no Weasley twins pranking first and second years, and no Percy Weasley to scream at other students for breaking the rules. Everyone was either reading a book, playing chess, doing their homework or other activities that did not disturb the others around them. It was not that the Ravenclaw house did not have wilder and more rambunctious people too, but those people kept their antics to their own dormitory or to outside the Ravenclaw tower. He passed by Rowena Ravenclaw's statue and climbed up the stairs to his dormitory. The first-year boys' dorm was rather spacious, indicating that it had been built originally with more occupants in mind. Hogwarts' student body was at an all-time low, culminating with Harry's year when there were less than 50 new students. It was all due to the war from a decade ago. But Harry did not think about that. When he fell asleep, his mind was still full of thoughts about how to uncover the identity of the killer. It was Halloween. A feeling of nostalgia came over him when he exited the Ravenclaw common room and a delicious smell of baking pumpkin filled the corridors. For better or worse, his first Halloween at Hogwarts had been the most memorable. It had marked the start of a long string of adventures and life-threatening situations. It was the day when Harry made his most loyal friend in the previous life, Hermione Granger. She's not the Hermione I know, he reminded himself. And even if she was the same Hermione, what friendship could someone of his age entertain with a girl 30 years younger than him? It's unlikely she'll be in danger this year though. Neville is a good friend for her, probably better than I was. He admitted it to himself. She won't have any reason to go and cry alone in a toilet. Nevertheless, even if she was a different person, Harry did not want to see her get hurt or worse, die. He kept an eye on Hermione and paid close attention to her interactions with her friends during the charms class that day. Ron and her still did not get along, like in his memories, but this time she partnered up Neville Longbottom who, unlike in Harry's past life, was a rather decent student, above the average. Together with Hermione, they got their feather to float around in the classroom in no time. In contrast, Ron Weasley had partnered up with another boy from his house, Seamus Finnegan. When he saw the two boys teaming up, Harry let out a not-so-quiet guffaw. That's a recipe for destruction. True to his prediction, a few seconds later, an explosion startled everyone in the classroom. Ron and Seamus's feather had been turned into cinders, their faces became black and their eyebrows were scorched. How are you always the first in every class, mate? I never ever see you study. Anthony Goldstein whined as he plopped himself across the table on the seat in front of Harry, in the Great Hall. Shish, don't disturb our resident genius, his thoughts are far beyond our understanding, Terry said, making Anthony and Michael snigger. Harry finally stopped staring at the Gryffindor table. He had been looking at Hermione to make sure that she was in the Great Hall, and glared in annoyance at them. The three boys seemed to have taken a liking to him. Harry knew that nobody liked a know-it-all that always corrected someone when they made a mistake. He had learned that from Hermione's negative example in the past, so he had kept his thoughts to himself when people did not ask for his help. However, he had quickly become known as the best student in their year and his housemates began to ask for his help in various matters. He did not shoo them away. When children came to ask for his help, Harry felt and acted almost like a teacher rather than a classmate. His kindness quickly made him become very popular among the first-year Ravenclaws. Nowadays, even if he tried to sit and eat alone in the corner of the table, the three boys would often come to sit next to him, actively trying to get him involved in their conversations. "Have you seen Finnegan? He blew up his feather again," Michael said and laughed. "Weasley too, he looks like a bald rooster now," Terry added, making many of the students that were sitting close to them start giggling. Harry had been so preoccupied with pretending that he was paying attention to the boys and secretly watching Hermione at the Gryffindor table that he had not noticed that a few very eye-catching students were missing from the Ravenclaw and the Slytherin tables. If it was another day, it would be nothing worth thinking twice about, but today was the Halloween feast. Nobody would miss out on such a special occasion without a good reason. "Oi, what's with you? You're eating as if you haven't seen any food in days." Anthony laughed, but Harry kept digging in with a speed that one would think he was at an eating contest. "If this Quirrell is anything like the one from my past, he's bound to do something," he thought. Harry had just finished eating the first course when the large wooden doors of the Great Hall were opened with a bang and Quirinus Quirrell rushed in, his face pale white from panic. "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." Yelling those words, the professor of defense against dark arts fainted dramatically in front of the professor's table. Guided by a ghost, Minerva McGonagall and Phileas Flitwick ran as fast as they could through the corridor leading to the dungeons. When the terrified scream of a boy and an angry roar reached their ears, the tiny charms master looked as if he had gotten a second wind because he started running so fast that his short legs appeared like a blur. Professor Flitwick burst through the door, into the bathroom, his wand drawn and ready to fire a spell at any moment. However, he was just a little too late. Fresh blood flowed and pooled on the bathroom floor. It was coming from the lifeless body of a first-year boy. Half of his skull had been smashed open by the troll's gigantic club. He was almost unrecognizable, but there were not many first-year students that year. The boy's green and silver tie and his platinum B-owned hair gave away his identity. It was Draco Malfoy. Rage filled Professor McGonagall's eyes. A 20-feet-long iron spear as thick as a man's forearm was conjured out of thin air, and with a flick of her wrist, the large spear stabbed the troll's head and went through its thick skull bone as if it was paper, impaling it into the wall. The troll had been dealt with easily, but they had not been fast enough to save the Slytherin boy. Killing the creature would not bring him back. Draco Malfoy was dead. It was 2004. Or better said, it was the last night of 2004. In a few minutes, it would be a new year, 2005. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Cheers! Nearly 50 people raised their glasses in the air and toasted. It was the New Year party, and most of the partygoers were players from Puddlemore United and other members of the club. Everyone was in very high spirits as they indulged in alcohol to their heart's content, and the dancing floor was crowded. They were having a blast. "Easy there with the fire whiskey, Potter, you won't get to see to the New Year fireworks at this rate," came a loud shout from the stage in front of the dancing floor. A tall and well-built brown-haired man in his early 30s had come up on the stage and shooed away the singers that the team had hired for that occasion. He was none other than Oliver Wood, the keeper on the starting team of Puddlemore United. It was Oliver Wood that introduced Harry Potter to the world of Quidditch, in the Gryffindor team, and then to his first professional team too. With the music stopping, the dancing couples also stopped and turned to look at the person in question. A 24-year-old Harry Potter was sitting at a table and nursing a glass of fire whiskey all alone. He was of an average height and a bit thin, which worked well for his position as a seeker, but nobody would dare underestimate him, the vanquisher of Voldemort. In fact, he was the center of attention wherever he went. "Before we all get piss drunk, I want to say a few words. Puddlemore United rocks." A chorus of cheers and whistles came from the crowd. "We have won the championship for 5 years in a row. Let's do it again next year." Another roaring cheer came from the people below. "We are a great team, but none of this would have been possible without Harry Potter, the undefeated seeker. Therefore, let's give a round of applause for Harry." Everyone clapped and cheered loudly, but he seemed not happy enough with their enthusiasm. "Come on, people, a little more appreciation here. Make some noise," he yelled and moved his hands animatedly. The crowd erupted into even louder cheers and many started laughing. Oliver Wood was rather infamous for his fanaticism when it came to Quidditch. To him, Harry Potter was a hero more because of the role he had in Puddlemore United winning 5 championships and England winning the World Cup rather than his feat of killing the Dark Lord. But when Oliver Wood tried to speak some more, he was thrown off the stage courtesy to a kick in the butt. We all know Puddlemore is the best. We all know that Potter is great and all that too. But we're here to drink, not listen to your drunken speeches, Wood. The captain of the team's voice rang loudly after he kicked the keeper off the stage, eliciting laughter from the other people. The band members resumed their positions on the stage and started to perform again, much to Harry's relief. It was not that he was a big fan of the loud music blasting in his ears, but he would rather not interact too much with other people that night. He was there just to get himself drunk. Maybe I shouldn't have come to this party, he thought with a grimace. Everyone is at the Burrow now, celebrating, they've all settled down, married, and even made some children. I'm the only one still living like a vagabond. That thought made him sigh. His relationship with Ginny had not worked. Soon after the war, the two of them were hired by 2 opposing Quidditch teams. Now, Harry was playing for Puddlemore United while Ginny was playing for Holyhead Harpies. They lived in different parts of the country with their respective teams. The distance and the lack of quality time spent together as a couple had been a big factor that led to them breaking up, but Harry could also not deny that besides their passion for Quidditch, the two of them had very different personalities. There was no bad blood between the two of them, it was a decision that they had made together. Ron and Hermione are married, Ginny is now engaged to Dean, Bill and Fleur have a child, heck, George got married, and even that Ponce, Percy, has found someone too. This time around, all the Weasleys had gathered together for the new year at the Burrow. Even Charlie had taken some time off and returned from Romania. Naturally, Harry had been invited as well, but he knew better than to take them up for it. Feeling lonely among friends would be even worse than feeling lonely among strangers, he thought with a mental chuckle. After he and Ginny broke up, Harry and the Weasleys slowly started to drift apart. It was just not pleasant for him to go at the Burrow and have dinner with them while his ex-lover sat at the table, right next to him. The looks that the rest of the family were throwing at them were not comfortable either. As years passed by, his visits to the Weasleys became rarer, until Ginny and Dean announced their engagement, a moment from which his visits came to a full stop. "Cheer up, mate, what's with you? It's the new year," one of his teammates said and patted him on the shoulder. But he did not wait for an answer. He quickly left, making a beeline toward a girl that was throwing suggestive looks at Harry's table. Harry chuckled at his teammate's eagerness to hook up with someone. Out of habit, he looked at his wristwatch. The limb indicating the minutes coincidentally moved at that moment on 12. It was a new year. At 12 o'clock exactly, out of nowhere, an intense pain almost made him black out. It was as if someone had suddenly split his forehead open with an axe. He stood up on wobbly feet, both due to his drunkenness and because of the terrible headache. The loud music, the semi-darkness, and the flickering disco lights made it so nobody noticed his strange behavior. The moment he exited the main hall, he collapsed on the corridor outside, on his knees, with both of his hands pressing hard on his forehead. He did not understand why did his scar suddenly start to hurt that badly. He had not felt any pain from it ever since Voldemort died at Hogwarts, 6 years before. His sight blurred and a vision appeared in his mind. A large group of people dressed in black robes and wearing skull masks surrounded an oddly shaped house. It was the Burrow. "Kill them all," a cold voice ordered. At that command, the over 40 skull-masked people raised their wands and aimed at the house. As one, over 40 fire bolts burst forth. With all the mental strength and willpower he could muster, Harry shook himself out of the vision. His head was pounding and his heart was beating as if to burst out of his chest. "This can't be," he said in disbelief and fear. Momentarily, he could not understand how was it possible that he had seen that vision. The only reasonable explanation was that Voldemort was no longer dead, that the Dark Lord had returned. But Dumbledore said he was supposed to be dead for good. He thought in despair. The similarity between this vision and what happened in his 5th year was not lost to him. Voldemort had once lured him to the Ministry of Magic by showing him images of Sirius, captured and suffering at his hands. He knew that it could be a trap, but there was also a chance that it was legitimate, like when he had saved Mr. Weasley's life after Nagini's attack. He climbed up to his feet with difficulty by supporting himself against the wall. Grabbing his wand, He closed his eyes and concentrated, trying to apparate to the burrow. But all he managed to do was to twirl in place, lose his balance, and fall on the floor. He was too drunk to apparate, he could not concentrate. He did not give up. He tried again and this time he succeeded. With a loud pop, he apparated at the edge of the lake close to the burrow. It was midnight and there were no lampposts anywhere around. But it was not dark, the demolished burrow was in flames. Above the ruined house, a green skull with a snake coming out of its mouth was shining brightly. It was the Dark Mark. 6 years after his defeat, Voldemort came back to life and Harry had been too late to save the Weasleys from his wrath. Ron and Hermione, Arthur and Molly, Ginny and Dean, George and Angelina, Charlie, Percy and his wife, and Bill, Fleur, and their child, they were all dead. Back to the present, Harry woke up with a start. Bugger. He sat up and wiped his sweaty forehead with the sleeve of his pajama top. He had not had a nightmare for more than a decade. After the Weasleys' deaths in 2005, he had seriously studied occlumency to learn how to protect his mind from Voldemort. Furthermore, after more than 15 years, he had come to terms with what happened. He had stopped blaming himself and moved on. Bloody puberty. Although his mind was that of a grown-up, his body was still that of an 11-year-old boy. His previously foolproof occlumency did not work quite as well as it used to before due to his body's hormones. The substances secreted by one's body would influence their brain, their thought process, their dreams, and so on. Adding to that the fact that he had been paying close attention to Hermione the entire day to make sure she would not get killed by the troll, it had led to his mental defense slipping up. Standing up, he took off his sweaty pajamas and put on some day clothes, his jacket, a hat, and a pair of leather gloves. He went to his trunk and tapped with the tip of his wand 2 times on one lock and 4 times on the other one before casting a mental unlocking charm. Then, he grabbed his Nimbus 2000 from inside. A silencing charm made sure that the hinges of the window would not squeak. After throwing one last look at his dorm mates and seeing that they were all asleep, he mounted his broom and flew out through the window. Once he was out, one simple swish of his wand made the window close after him. It was the night of Halloween, past midnight. The air was chilly and humid, not exactly the best conditions for flight. But he did not mind the cold because it reinvigorated him and cleared up his muddled head. He breathed in deeply and exhaled slowly, in bliss, as he circled slowly around the grand castle. He absolutely loved flying. Not even 3 Wizarding Wars had managed to curb his passion for flying. Can't wait for the next year. Can't wait to grow up. He chuckled at that thought because it sounded exactly like what an 11-year-old boy would say. But he truly wanted to be just a bit older, to be allowed to play Quidditch again. To not have to sneak out in the middle of the night to fly on his broom. First-year students were not allowed to own a broom at Hogwarts and they could only fly during the classes taught by Madame Hooch. It was a reasonable rule, set to prevent any accidents from happening because many first years still had difficulties with controlling their magic. Nonetheless, Harry had bought a Nimbus 2000 and smuggled it into the school secretly. Not even his dorm mates were aware of it. As he flew above the Hogwarts grounds, he noticed a group of 7 people walking towards the castle. 4 of them were having their wands raised above their heads, illuminating the way with the Lumos charm active on the tips of their wands. Protected by the darkness of the night and due to the height at which he was flying, Harry was not worried about them noticing him, but he still cast a disillusionment charm on himself, just in case. When he flew closer, he recognized the identity of the 7 people. The 4 that were leading the way with their wands were wearing trench coats and had an air of vigilance about them. Aurors. What are they doing here in the middle of the night? Are they here for the troll? When his eyes moved towards the other 3 people, he was surprised. Even in the pale light of the wands, Lucius Malfoy's long platinum blonde hair was unmistakable. The middle-aged woman walking next to him was easy to recognize too. It was his wife, Narcissa Malfoy. As for the last one, it was a short and plump man, wearing a bright green bowler hat. Despite that more than 20 years had passed since Harry had last seen Cornelius Fudge, he had not forgotten him and how much damage and death his cowardice and hunger for political power had caused in Great Britain back in his 5th year of school. Why are they all here? He could not help asking himself again. There's no way that the Minister of Magic himself and the haughty Malfoys would come to Hogwarts with a team of Aurors in tow, in the middle of the night, for no reason. Did someone actually die? Given the situation, a troll was on the loose in a school of children. It was not a far-fetched thought, especially since he knew that in his past life Hermione would have been killed by the troll if it had not been for him and Ron. But when he asked himself who died this time around, his eyes fell on the bee-owned woman next to Lucius Malfoy. If it had been a random student, Narcissa would have had no reason to tag along in her high heels, through the mud, in the middle of the night. Blimey! Did Draco die? He almost burst into laughter, out of sheer surprise at the unexpected situations that kept popping up. First, it was Snape. Now, it's probably Draco. When the 7 people arrived in front of the gates of Hogwarts, a chill went down Harry's back. It was his sixth sense, an aptitude for sensing magic, a skill that he had acquired and honed over the course of 3 wizarding wars in his past life. His instincts had been refined to the point that they were as sharp as those of a wild beast. Someone just cast a spell. Dark magic. Although he had not seen any flashes of light, he was sure of it. Not all spells created visual effects when cast. Furthermore, as Dumbledore had once told him, magic always left traces. Especially dark magic. After spending his life fighting against an immortal Dark Lord, it had become a requirement for him to understand and sense dark magic just as well as his enemies, if only to know how to combat against it if nothing else. It was when one of the Aurors knocked with his fist loudly against the gates that Lucius Malfoy raised his wand at the back of Minister Fudge, for no reason. Avada Kedavra. Hearing the chant, the 4 Aurors instantly turned around in a panic, only to watch in horror how Cornelius Fudge collapsed on the ground lifelessly, with a flash of green light. If the Aurors had been calm enough to look at Lucius Malfoy, they would have seen that there was a small smile on his face. Something completely unnatural given that he had been furious until then, due to the death of his son. However, after witnessing the leader of the government being killed under their eyes, who could blame them? When Lucius started chanting again, the Aurors had come back to their senses. Avada K. A disturbing sound of bones being crushed to bits was heard and blood and pieces of flesh splattered everywhere as an Auror's Reductor curse blasted Lucius Malfoy's head into a gory paste. Then, Narcissa Malfoy's shriek of terror shattered the silence of the night. Sensing the spike of dark magic from behind the group of 7 people and then seeing Lucius Malfoy casting the killing curse on the unsuspecting minister, Harry was shocked. Regardless, he quickly got a hold of himself and zoomed away on his broomstick, back to the Ravenclaw Tower. Dumbledore was undoubtedly going to be there in a matter of minutes. He did not want to risk being found anywhere close to the crime scene. Even 20 minutes after he returned to his dorm and lied in his bed, Harry could not fall asleep. What reason did Malfoy have to kill Fudge? Weren't they best friends? And why did it in the open, and in front of 4 Aurors no less? That's completely unlike him. Lucius Malfoy was not like his immature son, brash and impulsive, nor was he wearing his heart on his sleeve. Lucius Malfoy was a very slippery and cunning man, he had proved it through his actions. He had managed to crawl his way up from almost being thrown for life in Azkaban to becoming the minister's most trusted advisor and one of the governors of Hogwarts too. A man of his intelligence would never assassinate the Minister of Magic with so many witnesses around. That spike of dark magic that I sensed just a few moments before Malfoy cast Avada Kedavra, Merlin, it was the Imperious Curse. It had to be. It's the only way Malfoy's actions make any sense. Reaching that conclusion, Harry could not rein in a guffaw. How ironic. He thought and giggled. 10 years ago, Lucius Malfoy had avoided Azkaban by claiming that he had been Imperious. Tonight, he was actually put under the Imperious Curse for real and forced to kill the Minister of Magic. He also got his head blown up by the Aurors. Harry giggled some more at that thought. After a while, his face scrunched up in a small frown. First, it was Snape. Tonight, it was Draco, Fudge, and Lucius. If I didn't know any better, I'd say someone is cleaning up the trash. It's certainly something I would do if this was my world and I traveled back in time, he thought carelessly. But this was not his world. It was an alternate world, another dimension. Too many things were different and Harry did not know which parts of his knowledge of the future still applied and which were false. People that had been Death Eaters in his past could very well be innocent in this life. That was the case for Peter Pettigrew of this world. Over here, he had never betrayed the Potters. He was just an average guy with an honest job. He was working in the Diagon Alley, in the magical menagerie shop, selling pets. Because of all these differences and the fact that he was not the chosen one that the prophecy spoke of, Harry had vowed to himself that he would not get involved with Voldemort or anything related to him in this life. It was his chance to live a regular life, without killing, without being in the middle of the war. Now that he had gotten a second chance at life, with no burdens to carry, he was going to make full use of it. He was going to enjoy his life. Am I, perhaps, not the only one? He snorted at his own question. Yeah, no way. Ha ha. As if that could be possible. Me being here is a miracle in itself, what are the chances that there's another one like me? But his derision immediately stopped when the face of a 14-year-old girl came at the front of his mind. It was an abnormally good-looking French girl that should have had no business studying at Hogwarts, in Great Britain, a country that was not very welcoming towards her kind. A girl who, in his memory, disliked Hogwarts and often complained about the cold, the weather, the food, and basically everything that was not Beauxbatons. His eyes widened. Bloody hell. Everything seemed normal when Harry went to the Great Hall to have breakfast the next morning. The hall was half empty when he arrived and the headmaster and the deputy were not at the professor's table yet either. His eyes looked over his own house's table, searching for a particular silvery bee-owned girl but he could not find her. In his excitement, Harry had woken up earlier than usual that morning. He could barely wait to see what was going to happen next. The minister had been assassinated and a politically powerful family like the Malfoys had been ruined too, all in one night. He could only imagine the shock of the British wizarding world once they learnt about it. How is Dumbledore going to deal with this? He thought. He was giddy with anticipation. It was as if he was just a spectator that was watching a play at a theater. No matter what happened on the stage, it would not affect the people in the stands in any way. In this life, Neville is the main actor on the stage. I'm a nobody. I'm just Harry. He piled his plate with fried eggs and crispy bacon and delved into it as if he had not eaten in days. A regular person would have not had an appetite after witnessing the violent deaths of two people only a few hours before. But death had become a constant in the latter half of his past life. If he had lost his appetite every time he had seen someone die, he would have not made it even halfway through the Second War, he would have starved. As he was happily eating his food, the Great Hall gradually started to fill up with students. Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall had taken their seats at the professor's table as well. Did Quirrell kick the bucket too? He wondered after seeing that Professor Quirrell's seat was left empty. Morning, Harry. Michael Corner said and sat next to him. Morning. Terry and Anthony also greeted him as they sat across the table, in front of Harry and Michael. You think they caught the troll last night? Terry asked while helping himself to some ham and cheese sandwiches. Blimey, a troll. How did it even get into the school? My mum won't be happy. Anthony said, bummed out. Wouldn't be surprised if she pulled me out from Hogwarts after something like this. What? Just because of a troll? Harry asked. The three boys threw him strange looks. We've only learned the levitation charm from Flitwick and a tickling hex from Quirrell so far. What good would these be against a troll? Or maybe we could beat a troll with matches and needles. We'd get killed easily, Anthony said. Hogwarts is supposed to be the safest place in Great Britain, but a troll snuck in just like that. His mum wanted to send him to Ilvermorny, in America, Michael said and sniggered, making Anthony throw him a scathing look. As the two boys started bickering, Harry looked at his food lost in thought. Facing deadly situations from the age of 11 up until the day of his death had messed up with his sense of danger. While for him a troll was no more dangerous than a stray dog, for regular children and even some inexperienced adults an encounter with a troll could very well be fatal. I guess no parent would want to send their children to a place that puts them in mortal danger. But if his mother is that worried, how did he stay at Hogwarts in my past life until the end? Our second year was horrible with people being petrified left and right and Dementors swarmed the grounds the entire third year. While Anthony and Michael were still exchanging barbs, Harry asked Terry. What can you tell me about that girl over there? He said and gestured with his head in a particular direction. Which one? The brown-haired boy asked in return, curious to see what girl had caught his fancy. The bee-owned one, close to the end of the table. Michael stopped arguing with Anthony for a while and looked at him with an incredulous face. Mate, are you serious? Everyone knows who she is, you're telling me you don't. Harry's, confused, face only worked to exasperate the black-haired boy. I wouldn't ask you if I knew, would I? He lied easily. Terry, Anthony, you talk to him. He's hopeless. Michael said, making his two friends chuckle. He's right. Everyone knows her. She's French, a fourth year. So that's the type of girl you fancy, huh? Terry said with a grin. He likes her. Anthony sang. Terry leaned over the table and said in a whisper, conspiratorially, I heard some girls saying that she might be part Vila or something because she's too beautiful to be normal. I also saw Davies asking her to go out with him on the first Hogsmeade trip 2 weeks from now, but she refused him. I saw a 7th-year puff ask her out yesterday too. Don't waste your time, mate, she's out of our league. Someone like her would never look at first years when she has 7th years asking her out. Look at Padma in our year though. Or that 2nd-year Asian girl. They're cute as hell. Michael said and pointed with his finger at each girl at the Ravenclaw table. Harry made an annoyed face at Anthony. He had forgotten how childish 11-year-old boys could be. But on the other hand, he was even more annoyed at Michael, who was already thinking about girls that way despite his FIA. He remembered vaguely that in his past life, Michael had been quite the player, going out with both Ginny and Cho, who were considered two of the prettiest girls during their time at Hogwarts. It looked like this world's Michael Corner was rather precocious too. Actually, now that I think about it, she's quite similar to you, Terry said. How so? Harry asked, now curious. Well, she's a sad loner for starters, Terry said, making even Harry start laughing together with Michael and Anthony. She's also the top student in her year. She's so ahead of everyone else that Flitwick offered her an apprenticeship at the end of last year. See what I mean? Sad and lonely nerds, both of you. Yeah, laugh it out, you're lucky we adopted you or you'd be mopping alone in a corner too, just like her. A piece of sausage suddenly flew up from the plate, straight into Terry's left nostril. The boy cried out and recoiled in surprise and disgust at the oil and grease smearing the inside of his nose. What the hell? Terry sputtered amidst Anthony and Michael's roaring laughter. How did you do that? Yeah, Harry, how did you do that? The other two also asked in amazement through their giggles. They had not seen Harry use his wand or say an incantation. Do what? You saw me, I was eating. He made a show out of getting his wand out from the pocket of his robes. Look, my wand was here the whole time. The three Ravenclaw boys shared a knowing look, not buying his innocent act in the least. Oh, so that piece of sausage magically flew up by itself and dug into my nose. Terry said sarcastically as he cleaned his nose with a napkin. If you ask me, it looks like a spell those Weasley twins from Gryffindor would come up with it, Harry said with a straight face. At the Gryffindor table, two third-year redhead boys sneezed at the same time. Cries of owls came from above their heads, momentarily stopping the boys from asking any further questions. A snowy owl also flew towards Harry with a rolled newspaper tied up to one of her legs. It was Hedwig. The beautiful owl landed gently on his extended forearm and raised one of her legs for him to untie the string. Working so diligently from early morning, who's a good girl? You're a good girl, the prettiest, goodest girl, Harry cooed in a baby voice at her, and Hedwig hooted happily and preened her feathers proudly at his praise. He giggled at the beautiful owl and gently petted her on the head with his other hand. Go on, take whatever you like. You've earned it, he said, and the snowy owl hopped from his forearm onto the table. But when she grabbed a kipper with her beak from Terry's plate, the boy yelled indignantly, Hey, I was eating that. Hedwig barked at him and threw him a smug look as if to say, what are you going to do about it? Then, without sparing him another glance, she tore into the dried herring and ate it up in a few bites. With one last joyful hoot at Harry, she unfurled her wings and flew away. That owl of yours scares me sometimes with how smart she is, Terry muttered. She's the best owl in the world, Harry said fondly, following Hedwig with his eyes as she flew out of the great hall. A few moments later, shocked cries came from everywhere around them. Having expected their reaction, Harry quickly unfurled the new edition of Daily Prophet that Hedwig had just delivered to him. Written in huge, bold letters, a title occupied nearly a fifth of the first page. Minister Fudge murdered at Hogwarts last night. Still on the first page, but written in a slightly smaller font, there were two more titles. Troll kills Hogwarts student, and The Ancient and Noble House of Malfoy extinct. Everyone in the Great Hall craned their necks to look at the Slytherin table to see if Draco Malfoy was truly dead as the article claimed. In contrast, Harry was peeking at Fleur Delacour from behind his newspaper, secretly studying her facial expression. She looks like she's surprised. Oh, she's faking it. He was sure of it, he could see it in her eyes. He sent a tiny legilimency probe to gather some of her surface thoughts, but he immediately dropped his attempt and looked away when she snapped her head in his general direction. She had no way of knowing who had tried to invade her thoughts, but she had certainly detected the attempt. That was possible only if she knows occlumency. How many 14-year-old girls know occlumency? He became even surer of his assumptions that she was related to the series of killings that had happened over the past few weeks. It was at that moment, while the Great Hall was in an uproar from the news that they had just read, that Dumbledore stood up from his seat. The man had such a commanding and authoritative presence that the several hundred students immediately quieted down without him needing to say a word. I am afraid that the things you have read in the Daily Prophet are true. Unfortunately, Draco Malfoy died at the hands of the troll yesterday. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were the ones to find his body, we were too late to save him. Saying those words, Dumbledore looked like he had suddenly become 10 years older. The Great Hall was dead silent. After a few moments passed, the headmaster spoke again. I have strong reasons to believe that the one responsible for bringing the troll inside the school was Professor Quirrell. My suspicions were confirmed when I went to his quarters and saw that he had left the school. I do not know why he had done something like that, but I assure you that I will not rest until he is brought to justice for his crime. Anticipating the student's next question, he said, in regards to Minister Fudge's unfortunate end, I only know what the Daily Prophet described, that Lucius Malfoy had cast the killing curse on the minister with no prior signs of hostility, and that he also fell at the wands of the Aurors. The investigation is still ongoing. Until the investigation ended, the Board of Governors and the Ministry of Magic have decided for the school year to be temporarily stopped. A loud chorus of murmurs and questions followed as everyone started to talk amongst themselves. As of now, it is unknown whether classes will start again in January or if Hogwarts will stay closed until next September. We will keep you informed. I do hope that classes will resume as soon as possible, but that will not happen until all the concerns regarding your safety at Hogwarts have been addressed. Furthermore, I will have to find 2 new teachers for potions and defense against dark arts. As it stands, until further notice, this is your last day at Hogwarts this year. Please make sure that you have packed your belongings and that you will be ready to take the Hogwarts Express from Hogsmeade at 3 o'clock sharp. Your parents have already been informed. They will be waiting for you at King's Cross, in London. Bollocks. I didn't expect the school to be closed, but in retrospect, I should have seen it coming. Harry thought. A deep sigh came out of his chest. He stood up with everyone else from his house, intent on returning to his dorm and pack up his things. But when he was about to leave the table, a fifth-year Ravenclaw prefect came to him and handed him a folded note. Professor Dumbledore wants to speak to you in his office in 15 minutes. The password to his office is inside, he said and gestured towards the piece of paper that he had handed to him. Okay, Harry said calmly. As he followed the fifth-year prefect towards the headmaster's office, a first-year student was not supposed to know where it was. Harry was wondering, what did Dumbledore want from him? In this life, he was just a normal child, albeit a gifted one, but still a child nonetheless. He had not been caught snooping around forbidden places, nor had any prefect or teacher ever caught him on the corridors after the curfew. He was a model student. Did he catch wind of my nimbus? But how? I made sure nobody saw me. He woke up from his thoughts only when he found himself in front of the gargoyle staircase. All right, you go ahead, said the older boy. Tell the password to the gargoyle, I won't be tagging along. Then, he left to perform his other duties as a prefect. Sherbet Lemo, Harry said, and the circular staircase started rotating and carried him up like an elevator. Knocking on the office's door politely, it opened silently for him. Please come in, Mr. Potter. The headmaster's office was as eccentric as he remembered it. Walls covered by portraits of the former headmasters, several bookcases filled with ancient-looking tomes, and 2 cupboards and a few tables were displaying all kinds of strange contraptions and instruments which Harry had no idea what their purposes were, even despite the knowledge he had accumulated in his past life. The only difference compared to his memories was that Fawkes, the Phoenix, was not on his perch at that moment. He had not seen Dumbledore's office in more than 2 decades, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. And there he was, towards the back of the circular room, sitting on the plush chair behind his desk. Albus Dumbledore, as strange and as old as he had always known him to be, but far less jovial than usual. "Hello. You wanted to see me, Headmaster?" Dumbledore did not reply right away, his eyes peering at him intently over his half-moon spectacles. "Yes, I did. Take a seat please." Harry did not know it, but the old headmaster was inwardly weirded out by his unnatural calmness. Even most adult wizards were either excited or nervous when they met him face to face for the first time, to say nothing about an 11-year-old boy. "It has been brought to my attention that you have broken a rather important rule. First-year students are not allowed to have their own broomstick at Hogwarts. Even more, you've been flying alone, unsupervised, at night." Whatever reaction Dumbledore had expected from the boy, it was certainly not a sigh, nor a "good grief" kind of look on his face. "How did you find out, Professor? Who snitched on me?" Dumbledore revealed a small smile. "It was not a student, you need not worry about that. To put your mind to rest and not sow discord between you and your housemates, I will tell you that it was a ghost. Funny how he caught me flying because of a ghost, but he couldn't find the Chamber of Secrets all these years despite that Ning Myrtle was inside the castle all along, he thought, but he did not let his thoughts be seen on his face. He remained silent, waiting for the older wizard to say what he wanted from him. "Were you flying on your broom yesterday night, Mr. Potter?" Dumbledore asked while looking him in the eye. Legerdemain probe, huh, can't say I'm surprised, Harry inwardly thought when he felt the headmaster's magic reach out to him. But he pretended he had not noticed anything. He did not want to act like Fleur had done and tip Dumbledore off that he knew how to protect his mind. There were more ways to hide one's thoughts other than to simply bash out any intrusions. Instead, he started thinking about how great his Nimbus 2000 was and focused on the feelings of genuine happiness he experienced every time he flew and felt the chilly breeze of the night against his face. That was all that Dumbledore could see in his mind. "Yes, I went flying for an hour or 2, Harry said, not seeing any point in lying now that the cat was out of the bag. Even if Dumbledore wanted to punish him or even expel him, Harry was not concerned in the least. Hogwarts was closing today anyway. He would not give him detentions, nor would he confiscate his Nimbus 2000 either. "Did you happen to see what happened to the minister?" "No, Professor," Harry said and shook his head. Dumbledore stood up from his seat and walked back and forth for a few moments. "Would you be so kind as to let me take a look at your wand?" The old wizard asked, but it was not a question. Harry recognized a demand when he heard one. Sure," he said and handed his wand over to Dumbledore as if he was not aware at all of what the old wizard was going to do. He played the part of a naive 11-year-old boy. Gently picking the wand from Harry's hand, the headmaster studied it with great attention. "Supple, 11 inches, fir wood and dragon heartstring is the core, did I get it right?" At Harry's nod of acknowledgement, he muttered to himself, interesting, very interesting." As someone who had once sought the Deathly Hallows and is the possessor of the Elder Wand, Dumbledore was well versed in wand lore. He could understand many things about someone's personality simply by taking a look at their wand. Fir wands were called the Survivor's Wand. They were very suited to powerful wizards that excelled in transfiguration, but not only. It favored strong-minded and often intimidating people. Its elasticity also let him know that Harry had a flexible personality, that he could easily adapt to new environments and situations. As for its core being the heartstring of a dragon, wands with this core favored magically powerful wizards. Dragon heartstring wands produced the most powerful spells. Calm, adaptable, magically gifted, and if his grades are anything to go by, very clever as well. A very promising young wizard. Without warning, Dumbledore brandished Harry's wand and said, "Priori incantato." Several images depicting various spells appeared one after another. First, it was a household charm. Harry had used it to make his bed that morning when he woke up. Then it was a locking charm used by Harry to lock his trunk when he returned from his flying session, and then a disillusionment charm. Dumbledore asked, his eyebrows shooting into his hairline due to his surprise. New images of spells being cast appeared after that, but they were mostly mundane spells used for homework or during classes by regular first-year students. I had to learn it so I could sneak out with my broom. Harry lied and did his best to sound sheepish. He looked down as if he was nervous after being caught breaking the rules. Could you demonstrate it for me, please? Dumbledore asked and gave Harry his wand back, handle first. Harry grabbed his wand and twirled it above his head while speaking the incantation out loud. Indeспectus. Dumbledore could not hide his astonishment when he saw the effects of Harry's disillusionment charm. It was not true invisibility, and it was not quite as good as the charm he was capable of casting himself either, but it would be enough to impress the charms examiner during the Owls in the 5th year. Most impressive. Dumbledore whispered in awe and looked at Harry as if he had just discovered a rare treasure. A first-year student performing an owl-level charm was formidable to say the least. Inwardly, Harry was starting to become nervous. Maybe I revealed too much of my talent, he thought. He could not remember Dumbledore ever showing that much surprise on his face in his past life. But the headmaster quickly schooled his expression and returned to normal. He sat back on his seat at the desk and then he asked a question completely unrelated to what they had been talking about until then. What will you do once the school closes? I will return to the orphanage, Harry said. I don't have anywhere else to go. Do you like it over there? Dumbledore asked, and Harry got the feeling that whatever answer he gave next was going to have a great influence on the nature of his future interactions with the headmaster. Harry made an uncomfortable expression. I'm not sure, he replied. I had a nasty accident a month before I got my Hogwarts letter. I don't remember much from the time before that. But I think it's not bad. The caretakers treat us well if we don't cause trouble. But the food at Hogwarts is so much better than at the orphanage. I am going to miss it, he said sincerely. Dumbledore smiled a little at the last part, but then he asked seriously, you don't remember anything from before? Harry could tell that the old wizard was listening to his words with rapt attention. The caretakers at the orphanage told me that I fell off from the 2nd floor and cracked my head open. I still got the scar from it, he said almost proudly, as if he was boasting, and parted his messy locks of black hair to show Dumbledore a thin scar on the side of his head, a sign of his previous injury. The doctors at the hospital said that I am lucky I didn't die. The headmaster momentarily closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. A few long seconds passed, almost half a minute, without him saying a word. Did he fall asleep? Harry said to himself incredulously. Professor, he called out timidly. I apologize. At my age, people tend to get lost in thought sometimes and forget the world around them. Dumbledore joked lightly. I was wondering, Mr. Potter, would you be interested in spending your summers with a wizarding family instead of going back to the orphanage? Harry made a very strange face. The headmaster's unexpected interest in him was starting to worry him. Even in his past life, when he had been the chosen one, Dumbledore had not shown that much interest in him. He had not even stepped into his office in his first year at all. Furthermore, in his past life, Harry had been the one to beg to not be sent back to the Dursleys, yet now Dumbledore was asking him if he wanted to live with a wizarding family instead of going back to the orphanage. It was as if the world has been turned upside down. I don't know what to say, Professor, Harry said awkwardly. He did not even have to fake that emotion. Why would anyone want to take me in? I'm just a stranger. Be that as it may, you will find out in time that in the wizarding world, children are very important, more important than for non-magical people. I assure you that many families would be willing to open their arms for a young child, especially one as gifted as yourself. Whatever Harry expected when he heard that Dumbledore wanted to talk with him was certainly not that the old wizard was going to put him up for adoption. If everyone had been that eager to adopt orphans, Voldemort wouldn't have grown in an orphanage. Harry thought sarcastically. However, his expression visibly changed as he recalled his very first meeting with a Horcrux, in the Chamber of Secrets, nearly 30 years ago, in his past life. He still remembered the words that the 16-year-old Tom Riddle had told him back then as if it was yesterday. There are strange likenesses between us, after all. Even you must have noticed. Both half-bloods, orphans, raised by Muggles. Probably the only two Parselmouths to come to Hogwarts since the great Slytherin himself. We even look something alike. Once he remembered that memory, Harry glanced at Dumbledore again. The calculative and intense look in his twinkling blue eyes seemed much more obvious now than before. He did not need to be a Legilimens to understand what was going through his mind at that moment. He's comparing me to Voldemort. In this life, Harry was even more similar to Voldemort than in his past life. He even grew up in an orphanage and he was much more brilliant than he had ever been as a child in the past too. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. He's probably thinking of ways to make me get attached to a family and discover the joys of being loved. He doesn't want a repeat of what happened before. Reaching that conclusion, Harry realized that giving him an outright refusal would not stop Dumbledore from doing what he thought was right. For better or worse, one way or another, the old wizard always got what he wanted. Besides, Harry had no reason to be at odds with him. It would certainly open up more opportunities for him in the future if he were to be part of a regular family instead of being just a Muggle-raised orphan boy. After all, the fact that in his past life Puddlemore United had accepted him so eagerly in the starting team had been at first because of his feat of killing Voldemort. It had been a massive boon for their publicity to have the vanquisher of Voldemort in their team. His application would not be so easily accepted in this world where he was just a regular boy and he would definitely be nothing more than a substitute player for the first year or two. "You don't have to give me an answer right away," Dumbledore said kindly. "I don't want to force you into it. Whatever choice you make, it's entirely up to you. I will give you 1 week to think about it. In 1 week, I will come personally to your orphanage and talk to you again about it." Harry fidgeted with his hands, pretending that he was nervous as he asked, "Do you have any people in mind that would want to take me in?" "I was thinking about 2 families that would most likely be more than willing to take you in. The first would be the Weasley family." "The Weasleys?" Harry interrupted him in surprise. "Why would they want another child? They have 7 already, don't they? I heard they have money problems too. I'd be a big burden for them." Dumbledore had the decency to at least look sheepish. He faked a cough in his fist once and said, "The other family, well, you are actually distantly related to them through your father. I believe that the Blacks, Bellatrix Black, would be willing to take you in." Even with his mastery over occlumency and control over his emotions, Harry almost choked on his spit. Dumbledore's unexpected offer had made Harry fall into deep thought. He had not expected that he would be adopted and he had certainly not seen it coming that it would be Bellatrix Black of all people. Is she batshit crazy in this world too? He had not looked up information on her before. He had only assumed that she was locked in Azkaban and that even when she would be broken out by Voldemort he would have nothing to do with her, since if things went his way, he would be far away from the war. What about Fleur? He asked himself. His first thought was to confront her, but then he felt like slapping himself upside the head. She's neck deep into the war before the actual war even started. Would he not be looking for needless troubles if he tried to speak to her face to face? If her recent actions were anything to go by, she was not going to stop at only Snape, Fudge, and the Malfoys. Harry's saving people thing, as Hermione used to call it, had never gone away even after decades of war and killings. Because of that, he had to remind himself and tell himself every day that he would not get involved with the war again. It's unheard of for one to get a second chance at life, a life where they could be anything they wanted. "I can't screw up this time. I won't." After reminding himself of his resolution once again, he decided he would not involve himself with the girl. But he started smirking when an evil thought popped up in his mind. He could not simply ignore this thing altogether now, could he? A small prank, a bit of harmless fun was always welcome. He grabbed a quill and piece of parchment and wrote 2 lines on it. "She's going to die from anxiety," he thought as he grinned mischievously. Tapping the piece of parchment with the tip of his wand, it transformed into an origami aeroplane and flew towards the girls' dorm, particularly towards the 4th-year girls' room. Fleur Delacour was packing her things in her trunk with the help of magic, preparing herself to leave. The express did not leave from Hogsmeade until half a day later, but she liked to have everything ready with time to spare. She was absent-mindedly levitating her clothes into her suitcase with her wand when someone knocked on the door. One of her roommates went to see who it was, only for the origami aeroplane to quickly fly through the open door, directly to Fleur. "Another admirer of yours," her roommate said snarkily. Fleur did not even deign to give her an answer, merely glancing at her indifferently before taking the floating origami plane in her hand. She was still very young, only 14 years old, so her charm allure had yet to truly kick in. It was when she reached the peak of her puberty around the age of 15 or 16 that her nature as Avila could no longer be hidden. Her unnatural beauty and allure would give away her identity at a glance. If other girls were envious now, it would get twice as bad next year. Beauxbatons or Hogwarts, French or English, it looks like it doesn't matter. Petty and narrow-minded people are the same everywhere. She still remembered that even her mother-in-law and her sister-in-law used to call her Flem for years when they thought she was not around to hear them. Putting that thought aside, she unfurled the piece of parchment and read its contents. You were wearing a fresh, spring-scented perfume when you passed by me on the third-floor corridor. I watched you on Halloween night too. Your invisibility cloak can't hide you. I know what you did. Her already pale white face drained of all color when she read that. A wave of panic came over her and the hand holding the piece of parchment started to tremble. How was I found out? She was almost hyperventilating. She had no illusions as to what would happen to her if she were to get caught. She was, after all, a bona fide serial killer. She had killed a professor, an 11-year-old boy, an influential figure and the head of a noble and ancient house, and she had even killed the Minister of Magic. There would be no lenience for her whatsoever. Even a life sentence to Azkaban would be considered a mercy. No, she would be sentenced to a Dementor's key. Even worse was that she could not understand how she had slipped up. She had no friends at all and she had made an image for herself as a bookworm too, so nobody would find her absences strange. People would think that she was just in the library or in some empty class, studying. Furthermore, she had spent 4 years being an exemplary student, never getting caught breaking any rules, just silently preparing for what was about to come. In addition, whenever she went on her adventures, she would cast a disillusionment charm on herself and also wear the invisibility cloak on top of it. Even more, she always tied her long silvery hair up in a bun with a special charm that would make it impossible for her to leave a strand of hair behind by mistake. She truly did not understand how she had been caught. No way for just discovering the scent of my perfume to be enough to catch me. She could not accept that something as trivial and banal as that had thrown such a wedge in her carefully planned out actions. Closing her eyes, she breathed in and out a few times. It took some effort and a few good minutes, but with the help of her occlumency, she managed to clear her mind and rid herself of her anxiety and panic. Whoever sent this note could have turned me into Dumbledore. It would have been over for me. But they didn't. Clearly, they want something from me. Trying to blackmail me. A murderous expression appeared on her face. If someone thought she would play to their tunes and let them take advantage of her, they had another thing coming for them. Her eyes flashed when she looked at the crumpled piece of parchment in her hand as an idea came to her. The note may have been unsigned, but it had been sent using magic. And it had happened only a few minutes ago. Every witch and wizard had an area of expertise, something that they excelled at. Some were better at dueling, some at transfiguration, some at potions, while others were better at charms. Fleur Delacour was more than proficient when it came to charms. With a few muttered incantations, she tapped the piece of parchment and transformed into an origami bird which started flying ahead of her. She had charmed the note to return to the sender. All she had to now was follow it from behind. With a silent summoning charm, a fluid-like silvery cloak flew from the trunk into her hand. Ignoring the strange looks her roommates were throwing at her, she left the dorm and followed the flying origami into the common room and then through the entrance, outside the Ravenclaw Tower, on the corridors of the castle. As a young boy, Harry did not have many things to pack. His clothes and shoes were stuffed into his trunk with a mere swish of his wand, and his school items, books, quills, ink, parchment and so on, were packed easily with another household charm too. His Nimbus 2000 was always in his trunk when he did not fly with it at night, so he had nothing else to do except for telling Hedwig that they were leaving. With that thought in mind, he left the Ravenclaw Tower and headed towards the Ollery. He was close to arriving at the top of the West Tower, where the Ollery was located, when a piece of parchment that looked like a bird cut his way. Did she send me a reply? Curious about what she had written, he started unfurling the piece of parchment. However, it looked like the origami bird had been glued in that form with a spell because he could not open it up. As he was tinkering with it and thinking about ways to see its contents without destroying it, Finite Incantatum had not worked when he tried it. A red beam of light shot at him out of nowhere. It was only thanks to his instincts and sense of danger that he had honed after more than a decade spent on the battlefield that he managed to dodge it. Another red beam of light followed up, but after throwing himself to the side, he turned around smoothly with his wand in his hand and easily batted away the stunning charm with the tip of his wand. A master-class deflection. Hogwarts corridors were rather spacious, but it was still only one way from which the two spells could have come. Even if the attacker appeared to be invisible, the moment they cast the next spell, he would be able to see their position easily. However, now that he had turned around, his assailant was no longer casting any spells either. It looked like they did not want to give away their position. Harry Potter grinned. It was a smile that looked rather evil on a childish face like his. Still trying to play the part of an 11-year-old boy, and conveniently forgetting that even among 6th-year students very few were capable of deflecting spells properly, he cast a windy spell by saying its incantation out loud instead of casting it nonverbally. Ventus Duo. Fleur Delacour cast a disillusionment charm on herself and also hid under her invisibility cloak the very moment she left the Ravenclaw common room. Then, she had to start jogging in order to keep up with the origami bird. She was mentally preparing herself for the confrontation ahead. While she did not put in her eyes the skill with a wand of any student in the school, she still decided to be cautious instead of overconfident. Whoever managed to find my secret is probably very intelligent. They wouldn't dare to blackmail a serial killer without having the means and the confidence to protect themselves. They should know that they could become my next target. She had no intention of actually killing the one that had discovered her. But she would definitely obliviate them of any memory that was related to her. Running after the origami bird on the stairs and corridors would have been strenuous for an ordinary girl of her age, but she had not been idle all these years. She had trained not only her mind but her body as well. At the very least, running out of stamina would not happen anytime soon. By the time she reached the top floor of the West Tower, the origami bird just arrived in front of its original sender too. A firstie. That's what I've been sick with worry about. A little boy. She had never been a mild-tempered person. Right now she felt as if she had been played like a fiddle. She really wanted to shoot a few very painful stinging hexes at him just to get her annoyance out of her system. But her occlumency proved its usefulness once again, and she managed to get her ire under control. Sticking the tip of her wand out of her invisibility cloak, she cast a stunning charm. The boy jumped and rolled to the side as if he had a third eye in the back of his head. If that had only surprised her, the way that he almost lazily deflected the second stunner she had cast at him downright shocked her. Momentarily, she stopped casting any spells. Is that really a first-year student? Was her first thought. When she saw the mean and confident smirk that crept up on his face, she got a bad feeling. Ventus Duo. It was an advanced, slightly more powerful version of the windy spell. However, what came out of the boy's wand was definitely not a windy spell. Ventus Duo. Harry said the incantation out loud. He had cast that charm in order to create a gale of wind that would throw off the invisibility cloak of the person hiding underneath it if they were not holding onto it properly. And even if they had a good grip on it, the fluctuations it would create in the air would be enough to show him their location. That had been his intention, but what had come out of his wand was not a gale of wind, it was a goddamned hurricane. A vortex of wind burst forth like out of an air cannon. Everything on the corridor was swept away violently, and the windows were shattered too by the powerful wind. When the effect of the spell ended, the entire corridor looked like a tornado had passed through it. Suits of armor, shards of glass and paintings from the walls were all jumbled together towards the end of the corridor in a messy pile of junk. Half buried beneath a suit of armor was also a blonde-haired girl with parts of her body covered by an invisibility cloak. She was unconscious and bleeding from a gash on her temple. Harry's jaw almost hit the floor. The hell just happened? He said, in disbelief. He knew he was a very powerful wizard even despite his young age, but this outcome was downright ridiculous. He had wanted to create a mere gale of wind to make her cloak flutter, not to almost kill her and wreck an entire corridor with a thrice-damned tornado. It was just a bloody banal windy spell. How did it turn out like this? When he took another look at the destroyed corridor, realization dawned on him. Dumbledore was going to be there at any moment. After his insightful conversation with Harry Potter, the old headmaster grabbed a handful of flow powder and threw it into the fireplace. Kneeling in front of the fire, he called out, 12 Grimmauld Place. The fireplace that connected Grimmauld Place to the flow network was the one from the kitchen. What greeted his call was a house elf. I wish to speak to Sirius Black, Dumbledore said. Master Sirius cannot talk now, the elf replied, but Dumbledore was undaunted by his refusal. It is very important that I speak to him as soon as possible. It is in the interest of the House of Black as well. The elf looked like he was in a dilemma and grabbed with his gnarly fingers at the few strands of hair poking from his mostly bald head. Master forbid creature from disturbing him today. Master be fooling around with his mistresses every day, but Master should also care for the House of Black, no. Ah, what should creature do? This lazy master, ah, poor creature. Dumbledore smiled in amusement at the elf's antics. Though slightly senile and often rude to those of less than noble origins, Creature was fiercely loyal to his master and the members of the House of Black. As proof of that, he started banging his head against a chair for having badmouthed his master. If Mr. Black is indisposed at the moment, can you contact Miss Bellatrix for me? She's the one I actually have business with. The elf's large ears flapped as he shook his head in negative. The house of Mistress Bellatrix be protected by strong spells. Even house elves can't pass through. Figured so, Dumbledore said in slight disappointment. He stood up from the fireplace and terminated the flow call. Dumbledore knew that Bellatrix Black was an unspeakable, working in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic. Despite that it had been a time of peace in Great Britain for the past 10 years, her house was still unplottable. She had never removed the protections that she had installed during the war. Her home was still hidden by a Fidelius charm and warded against apparition, portkeys, and even against House Olev's means of transportation. She knew better than to underestimate the potential of these little creatures. Only her cousin, Sirius Black, and her older sister, Andromeda Tonks, knew how to contact her. As for calling Andromeda, Dumbledore preferred not to. The two of them were not on speaking terms. There was only one other way to send a message to someone who lived in such a tightly protected and well-hidden place, but it was considered rather rude. After all, said person had warded their home that heavily because they did not want to be disturbed. But he was left with no other option. Taking out his wand, he chanted, Expecto Patronum. Bellatrix had just woken up an hour before and now she was having breakfast, a rather sumptuous one for a single lady, while reading the newspaper with undisguised interest. That sniveling coward and his offspring got killed in one night. Whoever did them in should be given an Order of Merlin Class 3 or 2, she thought and let out an unladylike snort. She hated Lucius Malfoy with a passion. Draco Malfoy, being a carbon copy of his father, had not won him any brownie points with her either, quite the opposite. She despised Malfoy and his spawn. It was because of Lucius Malfoy that she and her younger sister had broken off all contact more than 10 years ago. Regarding the news of Cornelius Fudge's assassination, she did not show much of a reaction. She had never cared about the portly man and she could not care less about politics either. Bellatrix was content with studying the mysteries of magic and keeping herself busy with her job. She loved her work in the Department of Mysteries to the point that it did not even feel like work for her but more like leisure time. It was while she was amusing herself with reading the various speculations made by reporters as to why had Lucius Malfoy killed the minister, each one of them wilder and more outlandish than the other, that a silvery white phantom in the shape of a phoenix flew through the wall of her kitchen and stopped in front of her. An old and wizened voice came from the Phoenix Patronus. Miss Black, it is of utmost importance that we met and talked. I have a proposition for you. Should you agree to meet me, you have my permission to flow directly to Hogwarts in 1 hour. Her good mood gave way to a feeling of annoyance when she heard that voice. She truly disliked being disturbed in her own home. Unfortunately, there were no wards, to her knowledge, capable of blocking out a pure spell such as the Patronus charm. 1 hour later, the fireplace in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts flared green and a woman stepped inside. Wearing black high heels with red soles, a long and elegant black dress and a chic black hat with a birdcage veil and a red rose, Bellatrix Black was the perfect example of how a sophisticated woman from a wealthy and noble wizarding family looked like. Miss Black, I'm overjoyed by your visit, Dumbledore said politely, attempting to ease the scowl on her face. Wish I could say the same. You know very well, Dumbledore, that I very much enjoy the privacy of my own home, especially in the morning. Whatever it is that you had called me on such short notice for, it better be crucial or I will be greatly displeased. Ever the thorny rose, aren't you? He said with a chuckle and invited her to sit by pulling the chair in front of his desk for her, as a gentleman would. Bellatrix nodded imperceptibly in appreciation at his show of good manners and smoothed her long black dress before sitting down. After he sat down behind the desk too, she raised a supple eyebrow at him as if to tell him to start talking. Dumbledore did not mind her rather brusque manner. Her attitude was like a breath of fresh air compared to the majority of people who always had a fawning look on their faces whenever they interacted with him. His meetings with her, though rare, were always entertaining. Knowing for a fact that there was mutual respect between the two of them also cut the edge of her behavior. I won't beat around the bush, he began. I have discovered an exceptional young boy, one whose talent may even rival that of the likes of Voldemort. Saying that, he pushed across the desk a few papers with Harry Potter's results in class, a file with the professor's reviews of him. But the fact that he had gotten straight O on every single quiz in every class did not impress her. Be that as it may, my grades weren't much different from his when I was his age. Many other wizards and witches had similar results in their first year at Hogwarts too, especially those children coming from respectable pureblood families. As the saying goes, brilliant at 11, quite smart at 15, just average at 20. But that wasn't the case for you, was it? Miss Future Chief Unspeakable. Bellatrix revealed a small smile, but she shook her head. I know my worth. But I also know what would happen if I had to fight you or Voldemort head on. To claim that an 11-year-old boy might be as talented as you, aren't you a bit presumptuous? You can't ask a snake to fly, just like you can't ask a monkey to swim. Our talents lie in different fields. For example, I could never hope to match your expertise in warding in dark arts. Dumbledore said, but Bellatrix just sniffed. She highly doubted that someone who had defeated the worst Dark Lord in history, Gellert Grindelwald, was not a master of dark arts too. One needed to know the dark arts in order to properly defend against them. In regards to young Mr. Potter though, he learned how to cast a disillusionment charm after only 1 month of school, just so he could sneak out at night to fly on his broom. A boy that grew up in a Muggle orphanage, never having heard of magic before, managed to learn an OWL level charm all by himself, without a teacher's help. What does that tell you about his talent? Hearing Dumbledore's words made even the proud Bellatrix become silent. After a while, she said, very well. Your high opinion of his potential is not unwarranted. But how is that related to me in any way? Dumbledore put his hands together on the desk and interlocked his fingers before saying, it's not a secret that you've always wanted a child. Would you be willing to take care of him? Momentarily, she looked at him stunned, as if she could not believe what he had just asked her. You want me to adopt him? She said slowly before bursting, surely you're jesting. Dumbledore winced at her sharp refusal, but he could not say he had not expected it. Adopting a child was not something trivial. People would generally ponder carefully over such an important matter for at least half a year and make multiple visits, spending a lot of time with the child they wanted to adopt in order to make sure they were good for each other. It was not something that could be done willy-nilly. You don't need to adopt him. Just letting him spend the summers with you would suffice. I wish he was given the resemblance of a family, to understand what it means for someone to love him. Bellatrix appeared to be mollified by his explanation, but she asked, what are you not telling me? For a moment, he looked like he was debating whether to tell her the truth or not. Both exceptionally brilliant. Both orphans. Both raised by Muggles, in an orphanage. Both showing a talent in magic that I have never seen in anyone else before. Harry Potter shows an uncanny similarity to Voldemort when he was young. Are you afraid of history repeating itself? She asked. Dumbledore seemed like he did not want to voice it out, but his face told her the answer to her question. Unlike the young Voldemort, Harry has not shown any questionable tendencies at all. He's never been a bully and he's never fought against anyone. According to my sources, he's only been genial and helpful towards his peers. However, I do not want to leave it up to chance. Not again. After making a small pause, he continued, my first thought was to send him to the Weasleys. Bellatrix wrinkled her nose. Don't they already have 7 children? Everyone knows they're as poor as dirt. You were planning on giving them an additional burden. Dumbledore chuckled to hide his embarrassment. What's so funny? That's exactly what Harry told me when I suggested him to go there, he explained. Quite the sensible and considerable young boy, isn't he? She said in approval. Indeed. I dare say you will like him. He's rather quiet and polite, he will not inconvenience you. All I'm asking of you is to take him until January. I suspect that by that time the school year will resume. If you're against taking him once again in the summer, I won't insist any more. Why me? Why not to one of those so-called light families that worship the ground you walk on? She finally asked. He chuckled a bit at the expressions she used. He is distantly related to you through his father, James Potter, Dumbledore began, but she rolled her eyes at him and said, every pureblood family out here is related to the Blacks in one way or another. It's because I trust you, Bellatrix, Dumbledore admitted, his twinkling blue eyes peering deeply into her violet ones. There is no one I trust more than you to give young Harry an unbiased and correct education. If you decide to take him in, I am also convinced that you will not neglect him. Any further talk was interrupted, however, when loud and quick footsteps came from outside the office. A flushed and out-of-breath Minerva McGonagall burst in through the door. Albus, there's been another attack. Harry's mind was racing. He had blown up the whole corridor. No doubt the portraits I've just wrecked have already told other portraits in the castle about what happened. Dumbledore will be here in a matter of minutes. The portraits saw me. I can't hide this. As difficult as the current situation seemed, it was nothing compared to some instances from the previous 3 wars he had gone through. He was a decisive man, the wars had made sure of that. Once he put his mind to something, he would not waste time second-guessing himself. He ran towards the unconscious Fleur Delacour and pointed his wand at her. Enervate. The girl woke up with a start, her eyes wide in disbelief as the last scene she had seen was the vortex of air raising everything in its path. Her hastily cast shielding charm had not been enough to fully protect her. When she came about herself, the first thing she saw were 2 bright green eyes and a wand pointed at her head. A pisky. She heard him mutter, and a prickling sensation came from her temple where her cut flesh was mended. Dumbledore is going to be here in less than 2 minutes. Take your invisibility cloak and run. The girl looked at him as if she thought he was messing with her. The portraits saw me, I can't sweep this under the rug. But they haven't seen you, you were hidden by your cloak. They only saw me getting attacked. Get lost already, damn it, you wanna get caught. Fleur scrambled up to her feet and covered herself with the invisibility cloak. Climb down 2 floors and then turn right. You will see a stone statue of a one-armed knight. Rub its elbow and a passage will open up for you in the wall. It will take you somewhere close to the Gryffindor Tower. Do that so you won't stumble upon the professors. He fired one instruction after another. We'll talk on the train, Fleur said, and, before turning to leave, she added, thank you. Then, she ran away. She recognized a dangerous and urgent situation when she saw one. There was no time for an explanation as to why he was suddenly helping her. While she was still confused and wary of him, she would not look at a gift horse in the mouth. After the French girl disappeared, Harry sat down on the floor, with his back against the wall of the corridor, and schooled his face into a distraught expression. I better get a bloody Oscar when this shite is over. Barely 5 minutes later, 4 people rushed into the devastated corridor. Minerva McGonagall and Phileas Flitwick gasped in horror when they saw the scene of destruction in front of them and the downed body of Harry Potter. Flashbacks of Draco Malfoy lying in a pool of his blood played at the front of their minds. Strangled with emotion, they sprinted towards the boy. Albus Dumbledore and Bellatrix Black were not far behind then, also running after them but not quite as fast, Dumbledore due to his old age and Bellatrix due to her 3-inch-tall high heels. All 4 of them released a collective sigh of relief when they heard Harry speak in a weak and scared voice. Professors. Mr. Potter. What happened here? Are you all right? McGonagall asked in a voice tinged with panic as she knelt right next to him. Minerva, let the boy breathe, you're not doing him any good by acting like that, Dumbledore said, and Professor Flitwick took the initiative to take the emotional woman aside. Can you talk to us about what happened? Don't worry, now that we are here, you are safe. No one can hurt you. Dumbledore said calmly. Harry swallowed a note in his throat before saying, I don't know. I was going to the Ollery to tell Hedwig that we're leaving when someone suddenly attacked me from behind. Did you see who it was? Harry shook his head. They were invisible. A disillusionment charm, I think, but better than mine. That got raised eyebrows from the other two professors there, but it was not the right time to discuss that at the moment. I'm lucky they missed the first spell. It was a red one, I don't know what it was. I hid behind a suit of armor while they fired spells at me continuously. Was the corridor destroyed by your attacker? Dumbledore asked, seemingly not suspecting the veracity of his words. Harry purposely winced, and he did not even have to fake it. I did it. Now it was Bellatrix's time to look at him, stunned too, not just the two professors. I cast the advanced windy spell. I wanted to make him or her stumble so I could get some time to run away. I didn't think it would blow up everything. I'm sorry. None of the adults there could bring themselves to blame him for the propriety damage that he had caused. His scrawny body huddled up against the wall and still clutching his wand in fear had filled them with feelings of pity. In the first place, the professors were enormously glad that he had not ended up dying just like Draco Malfoy the evening before. As I told you, you have nothing to worry about, Dumbledore said kindly and patted him on the shoulder once. Fortunately, we have magic. Everything can be fixed as long as it's still here. All that matters is that you are safe. To prove what he said, he waved his wand and the shards of glass magically returned to their place and were molded back together in one piece, the windows looking as good as new. The jumbled up paintings and armor suits also flew back to their respective places. In no time, the entire corridor returned to its previous pristine appearance. 4 years passed since the Weasley family's assassination at the hands of Voldemort and his followers. Gone were his exhausting but happy days as a professional Quidditch player. Gone were the days when he had actually started to enjoy his fame as a Quidditch superstar. There was only a grim and gritty man left, a fierce and merciless hit wizard with dozens of kills on his name. Just a man obsessed with vengeance. 4 years of spearheading a bitter war between the Ministry of Magic and the Death Eaters. 4 years of chasing after an elusive Dark Lord that always ran away at the mere sight of him. He could not understand why the Dark Lord was avoiding him like the plague. There were rumors that Voldemort was afraid of him, but Harry was not that full of himself as to believe them. Nevertheless, emboldened by the Dark Lord avoidance of a head-on confrontation against him, Harry threw himself against his followers even more viciously than before. He lost count of how many Death Eaters had fallen under his wand. But after 4 years, he had finally managed to corner Voldemort. With spells and jinxes that had been cast in place beforehand by a capable squad of Aurors, the Dark Lord was unable to apart or portkey himself away. They fought to the death, Harry Potter, Minerva McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick, and Kingsley Shacklebolt against Voldemort. There were no more magical protections, no secret gimmicks, no old magics cast by a dying mother to give him an unfair advantage. There were no more rebellious wands against Voldemort to offer Harry victory on a platter like before either. It was a pure, all-out magical battle between 4 of the most skilled wand users in Great Britain and Voldemort, one of the most terrible Dark Lords in modern history. It was then that Harry truly realized the gulf between the level of knowledge and skill he possessed and Voldemort. Though outnumbered 4-1 by 4 admittedly very powerful and capable wizards, Voldemort was the one that had held the initiative throughout most of the duel. A dueling champion, a transfiguration mistress, the strongest ex-Auror since Alastor Moody's death, Kingsley, and a magically powerful and skilled hit wizard, Harry Potter, all 4 of them had been forced on the back foot by the Dark Lord. They had clutched the victory in the end, only by chance, thanks to Kingsley, who had cast an overpowered version of the Lumos charm and momentarily blinded Voldemort. His comrades had been signaled beforehand to close their eyes. I won. But at what cost? Came a hoarse voice through his cracked lips. It was a Pyrrhic victory. There was not one bit left of the tiny charms professor, as he had been turned into ash by Voldemort's skillful use of fiendfire at the start of the fight. A killing curse impacted Kingsley the very moment that Voldemort recovered his sight from the blinding Lumos spell, while Minerva McGonagall died a painful death, vomiting her innards due to a dark curse from Voldemort. Harry Potter himself had not escaped unscathed. Just as his gouging charm, a spell normally used for digging into rocks and cliffs, had blasted Voldemort's entire torso to bits, the Dark Lord fired a dark cutting curse, at the very last second. Harry's wand arm, his right arm, fell on the ground cut from the shoulder. The Elder Wand was still clutched in the rigid grip of his severed limb, on the floor. Even magic was unable to fix the damage caused by dark curses. He would remain a one-armed cripple for the rest of his life. Although they won, Voldemort died for the third time. He could not find an ounce of joy in himself. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick and the ex-Auror and Minister of Magic Kingsley died just to give him an opening to capitalize on. He had lost an arm too, and many other selfless wizards and witches had lost their lives during the war, fighting for the good cause, against the Dark Lord's tyranny. Furthermore, adding insult to injury, Harry knew that it was far from over. He knew that Voldemort would be back. He had seen his wraith rising from his destroyed body, and he had heard his maniacal laughter and filled with rage words. "I will be back, Harry Potter. Wait for me. I will be back and I will take away everything from you once more." I should have asked for a dreamless sleeping potion. Harry groaned when he was jolted awake at the end of his nightmare. Involuntarily, his left hand came up to feel up his right shoulder and arm, as if to make sure it was still there. After rescuing him from the destroyed corridor of the West Tower, the professors escorted Harry to the hospital wing. Once she made sure he was unharmed, Madame Pomfrey gave him a simple sleeping draught rather than a dreamless sleeping potion, because the latter induced a much longer sleep, something that Harry could not afford at the moment, seeing as there were only a few hours left until the express left from Hogsmeade. By the time he woke up, it was already lunchtime. With Madame Pomfrey's permission, he was discharged and went to have lunch. When he entered through the large doors of the Great Hall, a feeling of déjà vu washed over him. It's like I'm the boy who lived all over again. With nothing else to do for the rest of their eternal existence, the ghosts and the portraits in the castle were the biggest gossipers Hogwarts had ever seen. Only a few hours from the attack on the West Tower, the entire school had become aware of what had transpired, that someone had attacked Harry Potter and that he had managed to survive until Dumbledore and the rest of the professors came to his rescue. Not 3 seconds after he sat at the Ravenclaw table, 3 boys jumped at him, all written all over their faces. "Blimey, Harry, you're a hero. They say you blew up an entire corridor. Peeves swore he saw how you killed your attacker with your bare hands." Terry, Anthony, and Michael were exuberant. The rest of the students at Ravenclaw table were also ogling at him without even trying to be discreet about it. Harry managed to smile at them, but he was not in the mood to entertain their curiosity. All of a sudden, however, the 3 misfits became silent. When he looked up from his plate to see what was the reason they suddenly shut up, it was completely unlike them. He was greeted by the clearest and bluest pair of eyes he had ever seen. Fleur Delacour had taken her plate and cutlery in her hands from her previous seat and came to sit right next to him. Terry and Anthony stared mouth agape, like dead fish. Michael looked at him with a mixture of amazement and envy on his face. "Damn, mate, how did you land her of all the people?" Terry whispered, but not quietly enough, seeing the withering glare Fleur threw at him. When the 3 boys voluntarily made themselves scarce, Harry looked at her strangely. "What's with you? What are you doing here? I thought we were going to talk on the train." "Just making sure you won't disappear on me," she said in a matter-of-fact kind of voice. He snorted. To think that someone who had battled the worst Dark Lord in history his entire life would run away from a little witch was laughable. "Are you going to follow me to the toilet too?" "Of course. You know that if I wanted to rat you out you'd already be on your way to Azkaban by now, right?" At his words, she looked around quickly, afraid that someone had heard what he said. She glared at him furiously, not knowing that Harry had already cast a nonverbal muffliato on themselves. The ones around them could only hear some muffled voices. They were unable to understand what they were talking about. "What are you playing at?" she hissed at him. He did not reply right away, busying himself with cutting his piece of steak with his knife and fork in a manner unlike that of someone his age. "Answer me," she demanded and grabbed him by the forearm. "I'm not playing at anything," he said eventually. "You expect me to believe that? Why dangle the information in front of me if not to ask for something in return?" He sighed and put his knife and fork down. "Look, I only had some harmless fun in mind when I sent you that note. I didn't expect you to find me right away." "Harmless fun," she shouted at him and grabbed him from the collar of his shirt. It was only thanks to the muffliato that he had cast earlier that her shout did not make dozens of heads turn to them. She felt like strangling him right then and there. So many sleepless nights spent planning, so much stress and insomnia, so much fear and incertitude. Yet there he was, having some harmless fun at her expense. Other students paw. Wow, she really is chewing him out, no joke. She must have been worried sick about him when she heard he almost got killed. Merlin, why don't I have a fit babe worry about me like that too? How enviable. Lucky sod, how did he land someone like her? She's way out of his league. Wait, when did they even get that close? I thought she was single. Damned nerds. Who cares about them? In reality, worry and concern for Harry were far from what Fleur felt at that moment. She was trembling with anger. I think you should let go of me, Harry whispered conspiratorially after they heard a shout of, "Now Key," from one of the first-year boys at the table. These guys think we're having a lover's quarrel or something. Her pale face flushed briefly and pushed him away as she let go of him. As if, she scoffed. You're just 11, 3 years younger than me. What would I do with a pipsqueak like you? Don't worry, I share your feelings. You're not exactly the type of girl I'd go for either. If the French girl had been a dragon, probably there would have been fire coming out of her nostrils when she heard his words. She looked positively murderous. Oh come on, turn into a big and fugly bird already, he said and sniggered. Fleur snapped her head back at him in shock, her anger forgotten for now and replaced by renewed feelings of wariness and anxiety. You know even this too. She thought that cornering him in the middle of the great hall and pressuring him like that would serve to intimidate him, but the reality was completely different. She was like a lamb that had delivered itself straight into the jaws of the lion. He seemed to know everything about her. And she knew nothing about him. She was so on edge that she lost her appetite completely. She was still lost in thought by the time Harry finished eating and stood up from his seat. Talk to you on the train, he said and patted her on the head before leaving the great hall with a swagger in his step. A boy 3 years younger than her was treating her as if she was some sort of lost little girl. Fleur was left in a daze. Most of the students at the Ravenclaw table were also flummoxed by the scene that had just happened between them. You can see them too? Fleur asked when she saw Harry watching intently the normally invisible creatures that were pulling the carriages towards Hogsmeade. I do, he said quietly, not teasing her as he did in the Great Hall. The other 2 students that shared the same carriage as them were looking at each other with a strange expression on their faces. You mean something is pulling the carriage? I thought they were just charmed to walk by themselves, one of them said. Non. They are pulled by a pair of thestrals. Winged, skinny, and ugly black, orzas. They are invisible to people that, Avenue not witnessed and understood death. Fleur explained. I think they are beautiful, Harry muttered. The rest of the trip was spent in silence. When the carriage finally reached Hogsmeade, the 2 students quickly disappeared. The previous conversation had creeped them out and they did not want to spend a second more than necessary with Harry and Fleur. With only the 2 of them in a compartment, Harry and Fleur sat across each other silently for a while. Harry was watching his fellow students bidding their friends goodbye and making promises to keep in touch and write each other letters. As for Fleur, she was staring at his face. Who is this boy? Fleur asked herself, a frown marring her beautiful face. I didn't study at Hogwarts before, but if someone like him existed the first time around, Neville and the Weasleys wouldn't have spoken of Hermione as the brightest in her year because this boy is in a different league altogether. It's not possible for someone like him to have gone under the radar for 6 years straight. Eventually, a loud whistle was heard and the train started moving. Well, what did you want us to talk about? Harry broke the ice between them and said. Fleur continued studying his face for a few seconds before replying, why didn't you turn me into Dumbledore? You would, Avenue been a arrow. Maybe you'd even receive an order of Merlin for catching the killer of the Minister of Magic. Now why would I do that? If I'm ever gonna get famous for something, I wanna be famous because of my talent in Quidditch, he said lightly. You don't get to joke. Not now, she suddenly yelled at him, all the frustration she had accumulated that day blowing up at that moment. Tell me, what do you want from me? She spat, her wand pointed straight at his face. I told you, I don't need anything from you. I made a bad joke, at the wrong moment. Add to that a freak accident with a windy spell and now here we are, he said calmly. Fleur Delacour was seething inside, but she felt helpless about how to deal with the boy in front of her. Why was he so good at pushing all the wrong buttons and pissing her off? At that moment, she wanted nothing more than to see that in control and confident attitude of his break. He was 11 for Merlin's sake, a boy his age was not supposed to be so mature. But she did not want to hurt him either, or worse, kill him. As far as she knew, he was innocent, both in the present and in the future. She would never kill an innocent person. I killed 4 people. Why are you not scared of me? Why aren't you afraid? I'm not above killing even children like you, she said almost in a whisper. Harry sighed at her words. If there was anyone who understood what it meant to carry the weight on the world on his shoulders, it was him. He understood her better than anyone else. Lucius Malfoy, a former Death Eater, guilty of murder, arson, torture with the Cruciatus Curse, bribery, and blackmail. He claimed that he was imperious and got away scot-free. Severus Snape, Death Eater scum that caused the deaths of my parents. Sniveling piece of shit wormed his way into Dumbledore's graces and managed to somehow fool the old man into thinking that he was actually working for him as a spy, not the other way around. 1. Draco Malfoy, a miniature version of his scumbag father. Spewing racial slurs and bullying everyone that as much as looked at him the wrong way. Pretty sure he wouldn't turn any different from his cunt of a father after a few years. And Cornelius Fudge, a greedy and corrupt politician at the beck and call of Lucius Malfoy. Now you tell me, why should I be afraid of you when you've only been clearing out the trash so far? I don't fit the pattern of your victims. Fleur was dead silent, looking as if she was experiencing great inner turmoil. She had never imagined even in her dreams that there would be someone who would accept what she was doing and even view it in a good light. Someone that would not look at her like she was a monster. Momentarily, she was overwhelmed. As I told you, I want nothing from you. It was just a string of unfortunate incidents, a bad joke at the wrong time and a freak accident. Go ahead and obliviate me, I won't resist. Not like it helps me with anything to know about your plans anyway, he said and put his wand on the small table in front of them, under the window between their seats. Not for the first time that day, Fleur was shocked by him. To say that obliviating him had never crossed her mind would be a lie. It was what she had been secretly planning to do too. However, she found herself inexplicably hesitating. She had just found someone who knew who she was, who knew what she was, and looked like he could not care less. He knew something about her that she had not been able to tell anyone else, not even her parents. It did not make sense to her why an 11-year-old boy knew so much about her, but she knew that she should be glad at the chance of putting him behind her and continue with her plans unhindered. However, it was probably her only chance at ever making a real friend in her current life. Would she ever find someone like that again? Nonetheless, eventually, her mind won the battle against her heart. She would put her loneliness and need for companionship aside. The fewer people knew a secret, the more secure it was. Who am I kidding? There is no space for friendship or love in this life. Not while I still plan on following this path. She was going to stop at nothing from preventing the future of her past. Friendship, love, joy, happiness, they would have to wait for when everything was over. If she was still alive at that time, only then would she allow herself to pursue them. Her hand was shaking when she raised her wand and pointed it at his forehead. I'm sorry, she whispered. He just nodded in understanding. Don't worry. You do what you gotta do. His readiness to comply only made her hesitate more. She bit her lower lip as a last-second indecisiveness almost swayed her from going through with her decision. But, in the end, her face took on a calm expression as she occluded her unnecessary feelings and thoughts away. Obliviate. Only moments after she cast the memory charm on Harry, Fleur Delacour grabbed her luggage and quickly left his compartment. He noticed that her eyes were glistening with unshed tears. He sighed. He felt bad and regretful for the stress that he had carelessly caused the girl while she had been carrying such a heavy burden on her shoulders. Is she from this world's future? It would make sense because she didn't recognize me until the end. If that's the case, what happened to my previous self in this world? Did this world's true Harry Potter really die when he fell from the second floor and cracked his head? To die in such a mundane way, sheesh. The memory charm that Fleur had cast on him had had absolutely no effect on him. It was not that she had botched the spell or due to her lack of skill. No, it was that depending on one's level of skill in occlumency, they could weaken or even completely negate the effects of spells and potions that altered the mind. That is how Death Eaters like Lucius Malfoy could get away with everything they had done when things like Veritaserum existed, and accomplished occlumens could ignore the effects of the serum of truth. It was the same when it came to memory charms and even love potions too, and accomplished occlumens could become completely immune to them. As for whether the Imperious Curse could be resisted by the Masters of Occlumency or not, that was a controversial topic where the wizarding world had conveniently never reached a consensus. With that being said, now Fleur believed that Harry had forgotten everything about her, so he achieved his purpose. He had given her back her sense of security, making her think that nobody knew her secret, and he had also managed to distance himself from her, avoiding the situation where he would get pulled into the war and all the mess that was about to come if he was close to her. I'll just go on with my life as I have decided. In this life, I'm just Harry. The upcoming war is Neville's cross to bear, he said out loud as if to convince himself. But he grimaced in the next moment. The fact that Fleur Delacour had come back from this world's future and that she was on a bloody quest to kill all the future Death Eaters before Voldemort's actual return was proof enough that something had gone terribly wrong with the future of this world. Did Neville fail to kill Voldemort in the future? Or maybe he never found out about the Horcrux in his head? And what happened to Fleur? Was she always a cold-blooded killer in this world? If not, what happened to twist her into what she had become? He spent the entire trip back to London, several good hours, thinking about this world's future and about Fleur too. The more he thought about it, the more he realized, much to his ire, that he might not be able to stay away from the war despite that he wanted nothing to do with it. Should I just leave Great Britain? It was the most logical course of action. However, when the time came and the war started, would he really be able to just sit on the sidelines and watch indifferently how the alternate versions of the people he used to love died helplessly? Would he be able to watch the alternate version of his most faithful friend, Hermione, get tortured and killed? Or the Weasleys, or Tonks, or Remus, or Sirius? They're not the same people that I used to know, he told himself stubbornly. He was too tired. He could not imagine going through something similar to his past life all over again. All he wanted was to have a normal life, like everyone else. No more wars, no more killings. There was another chosen one to take care of things over here. Harry was distracted from his thoughts when the train stopped at King's Cross. Although there were hundreds of parents waiting on the platform for their children, Harry spotted Bellatrix Black in the crowd right away. She was hardly a forgettable figure. She was wearing a knee-length black overcoat, stylish high-heeled leather ankle boots, and a rather elegant black bowler hat with a black rose on its side, her long and thick black hair falling in waves over her back and reaching her waist. Merlin, she's beautiful, was his honest thought. She was completely different from the gaunt and sickly woman with rotten teeth and messy and dirty gray hair in his past life. Classy, elegant, sophisticated, beautiful. If he could not find any interest in the girls at Hogwarts as they were just children in his eyes, Bellatrix Black was another matter altogether. When he stepped into the Vale in his past life, he had been in his 40s. Bellatrix happened to be around that age too in the present, though she looked younger due to her good genes and due to being a witch. Mixed feelings appeared in his heart. In my world, she was a fanatical Death Eater. She killed Sirius, Dobby, and tortured Hermione too. But in this world, she seems to be one of Dumbledore's most trusted friends, enough that he's okay with her raising me. I have to live with this person from now on. The attack on him had given Dumbledore the perfect excuse to all but force him into accepting his suggestion to live with a magical guardian that would protect him, no longer allowing him 1 week to reconsider his offer. Harry was reminded almost on a weekly basis just how different this world was from his own. In spite of his thoughts, he smiled slightly as he got down from the train. But just as he was about to strain himself with pulling his heavy trunk, the woman in question had already reached his side and pointed with his wand at it, making it levitate. "Hello, Miss Black. Thank you for taking me in." Harry greeted her and said politely. Bellatrix gave him a warm smile and patted his head. "Call me Bella, no need to be that formal with me from now on." "Is that really okay?" "Of course it is, dear. Or am I perhaps too old?" she said in mock annoyance and put her hands on her hips. Feeling a bit mischievous, he made use of the supposed innocence of a child as he said, "No, I think you are very beautiful. Oh my, what a charmer." Bellatrix covered her mouth and giggled. Harry could even see a tint of pink in her pale white cheeks. She looked especially charming. He looked at her in surprise when she grabbed his hand in hers and started pulling him gently after her to get out of the crowd, his large trunk following them faithfully from behind. They had only just met that morning at Hogwarts, not counting seeing as they had not talked, and Harry was already surprised at how warm and genial she seemed to be. He could find nothing in common between her and the woman he used to know. Getting to know this world's Bellatrix and living with her was going to be interesting. Very interesting. Walking on the narrow cobblestone streets surrounded by 2 to 4 floors tall old buildings made of bricks, Harry felt as if he had traveled a century back in time. It was an old neighborhood inspiring a sort of vintage classiness. Dean Village district of Edinburgh was exactly the kind of place where Harry imagined that someone like Bellatrix Black would live, old, quiet, quaint. "Read this," she said and handed him over a small piece of paper. She looked at him with eagerness, anticipating the awe on his face after witnessing the effects of the Fidelius charm for the first time. "Wow!" Bellatrix laughed in delight, very satisfied with his reaction. However, Harry's amazement was directed not at the fact that a house with its own courtyard had sprouted seemingly out of nowhere but at the building itself. "A castle. Miss Black, you must be filthy rich," he exclaimed, trying to emulate an ordinary boy of his age. "It's Bella to you, not Miss Black. Don't make me twist your ears," she chided him. "But yes, my family has always been wealthy. This mansion was left to me by my late Aunt Cassiopeia. It was not an exceedingly large building as it had only 2 floors, the ground floor included, but its French Gothic architecture made it give off an imposing feeling. A washed-off brick facade, tall and narrow windows, pointed arches above entrance doors and a tall roof as well. To a young boy, it looked almost like a small castle. Well then, go on, she encouraged him and pushed him from behind. When he made the first step through the large Gothic wrought iron gates into the courtyard, he could clearly sense the numerous warding spells that had been placed on the propriety. "With how heavily warded this place is, I think even someone like Dumbledore would not dare step in lightly," he mused. "Is this Bellatrix paranoid? No normal people would make a fortress out of their home." He realized that he knew nothing about this version of Bellatrix. What made her the person she was nowadays? How come she had become one of Dumbledore's trusted friends? How was she not crazy like in his previous world? Why was her name Black instead of Lestrange? Did she never marry? "Give me your wand for a moment, please." Harry involuntarily looked at her sharply and took a step away from her. He realized that he made a mistake by overreacting, but it was a done deal. Bellatrix studied him carefully and the expression on her face softened. "You have nothing to worry about, dear," she said in a gentle voice. "Nobody will harm you here. My home is the safest place in Europe. Nothing short of a nuke would threaten this place. I only need your wand to key you into the wards." She thought that the reason for his jumpiness was the attack on his person earlier that morning. She had no way of knowing that Harry was still rather vexed at the thought that he was going to live with an alternate version of the woman who had murdered his godfather. But then again, the other Bellatrix would probably not know what a nuke was. Nor would she speak to him in such a gentle voice. But when he handed her his fur wand, Bellatrix let out a yelp of pain and dropped it on the floor. "This nasty little thing," she cussed. "Looks like your wand took quite the liking to you. Wouldn't let me even hold it, let alone cast any spells with it." She winced as another shock traveled through her arm when she picked up the wand again, but she withstood the pricking sensation and quickly muttered a few incantations. She looked relieved when she was finally done with it and gave it back to him. A flood of warmth coursed through his body when the wand came back into his possession, not unlike the first time when he bought it from Ollivander's shop. The interior of the house reminded Harry a bit of Grimmauld Place, but nowhere near as gloomy or as dank. If anything, it was rather similar to the Slytherin common room with its old, vintage furniture. However, it was not dark. More than enough light came through the tall windows and from the numerous gas lamps on the wall and chandeliers hanging from the tall ceiling. Bellatrix eagerly gave him a tour of the house. Although he was not a big fan of this old style, especially since he was coming from a world 30 years in the future, he could recognize high quality and taste when he saw it. The Blackthorn, Bellatrix's house, looked like what Grimmauld Place could have looked like without decapitated heads of house elves, mold, dankness, gloom, and darkness. However, when she opened the door to his bedroom, Harry was caught completely off guard by the contrast between how his room looked and the rest of the house. Blue wallpaper on the walls, a large window with bronze curtains, a dark blue carpet on the wooden floor, and a rather large bed with dark blue canopies. To the right of the bedroom, there was a brown wardrobe with dark blue edges and a desk with a lamp and a chair with blue cushions on the left. "You made this for me today," he said, visibly surprised. "Do you like it?" she asked with a smile. If someone told Harry that Bellatrix had been initially reluctant to take him in, he would not believe them. She had prepared a room just for him. She had changed the furniture, the curtains, the wallpaper, and decorated the entire room in the colors of the Ravenclaw house, all of that in less than a day. "It's brilliant. I love it, thank you," he said sincerely. For her to put in so much effort for his sake, a stranger, Harry could not help but be moved by her dedication. "I'm relieved that you like it," she said, half serious, half joking. "It's the first time I decorated a room for a boy your age. I wasn't sure if an old woman like me would get it right." "All right, you can go ahead and take a shower and get changed. Once you're ready, come to the kitchen for dinner." When she left the room and closed the door after her, Harry let himself fall on the bed on his back and groaned tiredly. Maybe because of his young and tender body, or maybe because of all the excitement that day and because of the nightmare, Harry was both physically and mentally exhausted. Half an hour later, Bellatrix came to check up on him and knocked on his door. Not receiving an answer, she entered his room. Her sharp face became gentler at the sight of the scrawny boy deeply asleep. He had not even taken off his glasses. She sat at the edge of the bed and took off his glasses and put them on the nightstand next to the bed. She also untied his shoes and took them off. Then, she levitated him briefly with her wand, just enough to pull the covers from underneath his body. Lastly, she covered him with the blanket, tucking him in. Bellatrix had been reticent when she heard Dumbledore's proposition, but after meeting the boy, she found herself wanting to protect him. The pitiful sight of him after he had been attacked, coupled with the fact that he was an orphan, sparked a feeling of sympathy for him in her. The fact that a child as young as him was also so polite and considerate was like icing on the cake. She raised her hand and brushed his tender cheek gently. Thoughts of adoption were too early and may never happen, but she resolved herself to at least take care of this boy as well as she could. Living together with Bellatrix Black had been much more relaxing than Harry had initially thought. A female house elf named Nikki took care of all the chores and cooking around the house, and Bellatrix herself was working 6 days a week, leaving for her job at 9 in the morning and returning at 5 in the evening, like clockwork. However, Bellatrix made time every day 1 hour to talk with him. It had been very awkward for Harry when she had tried to make small talk with him for the first time. Mentally, they were of the same age, but Harry had to pretend that he was 11. It was hard for them to find a common ground. However, when Harry expressed his interest in warding techniques and spells, as a proper nerd would, their conversation significantly improved. "Playing fetch with your owl again. Only you'd teach your owl such weird tricks." Bellatrix's teasing voice came from behind, startling the boy and the owl who had been playing together. "It's not fetch, it's hunting. She's not a dog, Hedwig is much smarter," he retorted, and the owl hooted at her too, seemingly offended. It was December. After living together for 2 months, Harry and Bellatrix had gotten much more familiar and comfortable around each other. She smiled as she watched how Harry was using his wand to levitate a fluorescent ball of fabric at high speeds through the air, and the snowy owl did her best to catch it. When he abruptly changed the flight course of the ball to the opposite direction, Hedwig barked at him, irritated. His laughter made her even angrier, and the owl dived down towards him. Harry burst into delighted laughter, just like any other 11-year-old boy, as he started running away from the owl who was trying to hunt him now instead of the ball. Hedwig always got angry when they played this game, and he changed the flight pattern of the ball unnaturally, in a way that other birds would be unable to replicate in reality. Soon, Harry stumbled and fell in the snow and had to curl up to protect himself when Hedwig landed on him and started nipping at every inch of exposed skin that his thick winter clothes left. But he suddenly turned around and caught the owl in his arms and pushed her into the snow with him too. "Ha, caught you," he laughed while Hedwig flapped her wings and struggled to escape. After teasing her a bit more, he let her go and Hedwig flew away from him in an instant. She landed on a nearby tree and started preening her feathers and shake herself to throw off all the snow on her. Had he been in his original body, with his mental age, Harry would never engage in such childish plays with an owl. But he had missed Hedwig a lot after how she had died to save him from Voldemort's killing curse. He loved the owl to death. Furthermore, being in the body of an 11-year-old boy had influenced his behavior significantly. His occlumency was not quite as good as it had once been due to all the hormones going wild during puberty, hence also the reason why he occasionally had dreams of his past life, and he felt more mischievous than he had ever felt in the past, even as a child. No Voldemort to weigh on his mind this time around, no Dursleys and no hunger, no deadly threats to his life, and no prophecy pressuring him. For the first time in his life, he felt free, with no care in the world. Nowadays he found joy even in the smallest things in his everyday life, like playing with his owl, or eating a delicious pie, or flying on his broom, or even listening to some piano music played by Bellatrix once in a while. He was content. When Bellatrix came to pull him up to his feet, Harry grinned evilly. An unexpected trip jinx made the elegantly dressed woman all of a sudden fall face first on the ground. Biwahaha. Lifting herself up, her hat had fallen off her head and there was snow all over her face, head and neck. "You cheeky bugger, you'll pay for this," she yelled, even more irritated at how he was laughing his ass off at her rather than at the fact that she got pranked. Harry rolled aside and jumped up to his feet when a snowball even larger than his own body had almost buried him beneath, courtesy to a flick of Bellatrix's wand. "To slow age catching up with you, Auntie," he said teasingly, wand ready in his hand too. "Auntie, you call this drop-dead gorgeous lady an auntie? You little runt," she said, and all the snow 6 feet around her was levitated in the air above her. There was no way to outrun or dodge something like that. "Partus temporum," he shouted, and the large mass of snow flying at him was parted in two as if cut by the slash of a sword. "I see, ickle baby Potter knows how to play," she said in a baby voice to mock him. When he had first heard her talk like that to him about a month ago he had been creeped out, remembering the scene from the Ministry from 30 years before, but now it had become a daily routine for them to poke fun at the other's age. He was laughing at her that she was old, she was in her 40s, and she was laughing at him that he was a little runt and using a mock baby voice to annoy him. "The future is now, old hag. Watch and learn." With a swish of his wand, 10 snowballs levitated from the blanket of snow on the ground and he started shooting them at her in quick succession, like bullets, not allowing her to drop her shielding charm and retaliate. Half an hour later, wet, tired, and with their sides hurting from too much laughter, the boy and the woman finally stopped their snowball fight and went inside. A few minutes later, wearing fresh, dry clothes, the two of them were nursing mugs of hot chocolate in front of the fireplace in the living room, basking in its warmth as they sat huddled together on the sofa. Curiously enough, Hedwig was also inside, nestled on a perch that Bellatrix had specifically ordered for her and installed it in front of the fireplace. Due to his mental age, Harry would never be able to call Bellatrix Mum, but he would be lying to himself if he said she had not grown on him during the past 2 months. It was hard not to start liking her when he could see how much effort she was putting into accommodating his needs and taking care of him. Despite her job, she took time every day to spend with him. Sometimes they were chatting, sometimes she took him to Scottish Highlands to fly on his broom, away from Muggles, while other times she would play the piano for him. Furthermore, she also insisted that he did not spend even 1 canute from his own money but ask her to buy for him anything he might need. Frankly, he did not really understand why she was dedicated to him. Bellatrix had won Harry over completely. It's because of that when she put her arm around his back and embraced him on the sofa at that moment that he did not recoil at her physical intimacy. Inwardly, Bellatrix felt like jumping with joy. It was the first time that she had initiated a hug and she was beyond glad that he had not rejected her gesture of affection. Ever since she had taken him in, she had noticed that there was a kind of wall around him. It was not until that wall was melted that she was finally able to close the gap between the two of them. Harry involuntarily sighed, and slightly leaned in the embrace of the physically older woman. He had not been close like that to someone in many, many years. Strange how life works. To think that Bellatrix of all people would be the first after all these years. But that moment did not last for too long. After a while, Bellatrix removed her arm from around his back and sat up from the sofa. "I'm going to play the piano. Would you like to listen?" she asked. There was something in her voice, a sort of vulnerability that Harry had not heard from her until then. Of course, he replied and followed her into an adjacent room. Harry remembered that even at Grimmauld Place there had been a piano. From Bellatrix's words, it seemed like many among the blacks were taught how to play the piano when they were young. It was a tradition, one which Bellatrix did not dislike, quite the opposite. The room where Bellatrix played the piano was soundproof, a measure that she had added right before she had taken Harry in, and rather spacious as well. There were other pieces of furniture and some other musical instruments too, but one's eyes would immediately be attracted by the elegant and beautiful grand piano when they first entered the room. Bellatrix sat on the piano stool and lifted the fallboard. She closed her eyes for a few moments to concentrate, and then her long and pale white fingers started dancing on the keyboard. Harry recognized the song right away. It was one of Bellatrix's favorites because she played it very often. It was a slow melody, melancholic even. It was Tchaikovsky's Valse Sentimentale. Harry had never been a big fan of music, but ever since he started living with Bellatrix he began to understand what Dumbledore had once said, that music was a type of magic beyond what wizards did. Proof of that was also that the Blacks, a family that was all about pureblood supremacy, did not reject the musical masterpieces created by great Muggle composers. That evening, the way that Bellatrix played it sounded more melancholic than usual. Almost sad. He was not an expert, but he could feel the notes tugging at his heartstrings. When the song ended a few minutes later, Bellatrix quickly wiped the glistening corners of her eyes before she turned her head to smile at him. "Thank you for listening to my song, Harry. Thank you for playing it for me," he said sincerely. She rose from the piano stool and came in front of him. Then, she unexpectedly knelt in front of him and took him in her arms. It was a long hug, long enough to make him both perplexed and uncomfortable. Before that evening, Bellatrix had never tried to initiate any kind of physical contact with him, yet she hugged him 2 times now already. What happened to her? A few moments later, he brought his hands around her and hugged her too, though hesitantly. Apparently, the fact that he had reciprocated the hug had been enough for her to tear up. She was not making any sounds, but he felt one of her tears falling from her cheek onto his nape. Thoroughly confused, Harry could do nothing but rub her back soothingly and wonder if he was perhaps to blame for her sudden change of mood. It was Christmas Eve. Bellatrix was not working during the winter holidays, and the Blackthorn had been decorated with great enthusiasm by her and her house elf, Nicky. Harry had not been idle either, and he had helped them by levitating various ornaments on demand and even applying sticking charms too when instructed to do so. It looked rather amusing that a building with such Gothic architecture and old-fashioned furniture and chandeliers could exhibit such warmth and color during Christmas. The only caveat was that they could not show it off to their neighbors because the entire place was hidden by a Fidelius charm. The scene that happened a few days ago was never mentioned again by Bellatrix, and Harry had enough tact to not bring it up himself. He was just glad that she had returned to her energetic and slightly sarcastic self. While he was curious about what had made her so emotional, he was not going to push her into talking about it. Now, the two of them were having dinner together at the light of numerous candles floating above their heads. All kinds of delicious dishes were spread over the long table in the kitchen: turkey, chicken, several types of salad, soup, pumpkin and apple pies, jello, and a chocolate cake too. There was enough food to feed 8 people, not only 2. It felt so domestic and peaceful. Harry could not remember the last time he had spent Christmas in such a chill and laid-back atmosphere. "Last Christmas I was torturing information out of 4 vampires in Hungary with the Cruciatus." After dying for the 3rd time at the hands of Harry Potter, Voldemort chose not to reincarnate in England again. Instead, he came back to life in Albania and set his base of operations in the Balkan Mountains. Whereas Grindelwald had attracted wizards and witches of all kinds by promising them victory over Muggles and coming out of hiding, Voldemort changed his strategy from attracting purebloods to his cause to attracting all kinds of magical creatures unhappy with the status quo. The addition of vampires to his already dangerous faction consisting of pureblood wizards, werewolves, and giants, had shaken the entire Europe. The community of vampires from Transylvania was old, powerful, numerous, and bloodthirsty. They had tipped the scales into Voldemort's favor heavily. Even goblins were debating whether to join his cause or not towards the end of the war. Harry reminisced. But he shook his head and willed that line of thought away. He did not want to think about the terrible war from the past. I'm making new memories now. Happy, peaceful memories, in a different world, with a lovely witch. It was just him, Bellatrix, and Nikki. And a swarm of tiny fairies that were arguing over the best spots in the large Christmas tree outside, in the courtyard. A flutter of wings and a hooting sound reminded Harry of the other inhabitant of the house. Hedwig had her own perch in the kitchen too. It looked like Bellatrix had fallen prey to her charms as well, not just Harry. A perch had been installed for her in the living room next to the fireplace, one in Harry's bedroom, and one in the kitchen. Hedwig had become a part of their impromptu family too. Would you like to come with me to Grimmauld Place tomorrow? Grimmauld Place is Sirius' home, my cousin. My sister, Andromeda, will be there as well together with her husband and her daughter. We're planning on having lunch together, on Christmas. Can you tell me more about them, about your family? He asked, and he made sure to keep his face straight and not betray his excitement. Inwardly, he could not wait to see Tonks and Sirius again. He realized that they could be completely different from how they used to be back in his previous life, but he wanted to at least see them once. Well, the Black family motto was, toujours pur. It means, always pure, in French. They valued one's ancestry a lot. Bellatrix said, and Harry paid close attention to her words. So they were like Draco Malfoy. Calling Muggle-born people mudbloods and such. Bellatrix made a small grimace. Pretty much, yes. My relationship with my family used to be very good, until I graduated from Hogwarts and received an internship offer at the Department of Mysteries as an unspeakable assistant. After that, everything changed. Her expression became cloudy and hard to decipher. Emotions flashed in her black eyes. There was a huge argument. My Aunt Walburga did something unforgivable and I made sure she paid in full for it. But I ended up being burnt off from the family tree and broke off all contact with them. The only one from the family that helped me back then was Aunt Cassiopeia. She never married and she had no children either. Seeing as I was her favorite niece, she helped me financially when I had nothing. After she passed away, she left me everything in her will, this house and her vault at Gringotts too. Though Bellatrix had brushed over her conflict with her family succinctly, Harry thought that whatever happened back then must have not been as simple as she made it out to be. Was it her broken relationship with her family the reason why she turned out to be a completely different person from my past life? He mused. Peter Pettigrew is an honest man working a full-time job in Diagon Alley. Bella of all people was forced out from the Black family and Sirius ended up in Slytherin, and he didn't run away from home, acting instead as a filial son. Oh, and Fleur is a serial killer. This world really is upside down. Sheesh. I'm sorry, it's Christmas Eve and here I am, bringing our mood down with the sob story of my dysfunctional family, Bellatrix said apologetically. It's all right. I'm the one who asked. But if it's so bad, why do you want us to go there tomorrow? He said. Well, the old and bigoted generation died out. Nowadays, Sirius, Andromeda, and I are the only ones left from the Black family. There's Narcissa Malfoy too, but she's got her head so far up her husband's pureblood ass that we haven't spoken in more than a decade. Harry chuckled a little at her colorful language. Christmas with the Blacks was not quite what Harry had expected. When I heard Sirius was a respectable member of society, I thought he'd be something like Lucius Malfoy. A proud and elegant man with his nose in the clouds, not this slob. Harry and Bellatrix arrived at Grimmauld Place at noon, yet Sirius Black was already too drunk to differentiate between his own house elf, Kreacher, and the young Harry Potter. Bellatrix was embarrassed on his behalf, but there was nothing she could do about it. Apparently, Sirius was a drunkard and a half whenever he did not need to attend Wizengamot meetings. How disappointing. After 12 years in Azkaban with the Dementors, my Sirius still had more life in him than this guy. How did this Sirius end up like this? Harry said to himself. What about your sister? Is she not coming? He asked. Kreacher said that the Tonks have already been here earlier in the morning, Bellatrix said. If Harry was disappointed, it was nothing compared to how bummed out Bellatrix herself was. She had wanted to introduce Harry to the rest of her family and have a nice time together with them, but her sister had come earlier than established and her cousin was too drunk to count to 10. Once they left Grimmauld Place, the two of them returned to the Blackthorn, Bellatrix's home. Bottoms up. She cheered and downed her glass of gin in a quite unladylike fashion. In front of Harry, a foaming pint of butterbeer lay. However, he looked like he had no intention of touching it even with a stick. I don't like butterbeer. I'd rather have some apple juice or pumpkin juice. Bellatrix looked at him curiously because the pint of butterbeer was clearly untouched. Are you sure? Give it a taste at least. Trust me, it's very sweet, you'll love it. She tried to tempt him, but Harry shook his head stubbornly. His petulant refusal of even taking a small sip from the drink actually relieved Bellatrix because she was seeing him acting his age. Sometimes she was weirded out by how mature he was. Nicky, the house elf, popped up in the next moment with a glass of apple juice and served it to Harry. His ears became red in embarrassment because of the look of amusement on Bellatrix's face and her giggles, but he drank it nonetheless. Ever since the Weasleys were killed at the end of 2004 until 2020 when he stepped into the Vale of Death, Harry had not taken even a sip of any kind of alcoholic drink. He had never forgotten how he had failed to apparate on the first try on that fateful night because he had been too drunk on fire whiskey. Although on a mental level he knew that arriving 10 seconds earlier would not have changed anything, in his heart, he was still blaming himself that maybe he could have saved at least one of them if he had arrived a few seconds earlier. His embarrassment at being made fun of by Bellatrix was now forgotten as the scene of the burrow in flames played at the front of his mind. The fire, the dark mark, and the dead bodies of his family. He had never forgiven himself for refusing the Weasleys' invitation that night. He had never forgiven himself for getting too drunk to apparate to their home instantly after getting that vision. As he had had the chance to notice on multiple occasions before, his mastery over occlumency was no longer as good as it used to be in his past life. Due to this young body, he had a hard time controlling his emotions sometimes. It was one of those moments in the present as well. Feeling his mask slipping up, he quickly stood up from the table. I'm sorry. I'd need to use the loo, he said, forcing himself to keep a steady voice. Then, he left a befuddled Bellatrix alone at the table as he all but ran out from the kitchen. Maybe I shouldn't have laughed at him, she thought out loud when she saw his uncomfortable-looking face and the way he almost ran away. But she shrugged her shoulders and giggled a bit. This was considered nothing compared to how they teased each other sometimes. She thought he would get over his embarrassment soon and come back. However, even after 6 more glasses of gin, Harry did not return. More than a bit tipsy now, Bellatrix wobbled to the living room and fell asleep on her favorite sofa in front of the fireplace. Harry went outside the house and the chilly air of the snowy Christmas night did wonders in helping him rein in his turbulent emotions. He took long and deep gulps of air and exhaled slowly, focusing on his breathing. It was a popular method of emptying one's mind because it was simple and it could be done anywhere, anytime. Nevertheless, he knew that shutting down his emotions completely was not healthy and that bottling them up could lead to them exploding even worse after some time. So he closed his eyes and started thinking about the happy memories he had made in his past life with the Weasleys, trying to drown the agonizing memory of their deaths with the happy ones. His first time meeting Ron on the train, he and Ron saving Hermione from the troll. Ron and the twins coming to rescue him from the Dursleys with their flying car in the summer before his 2nd year. Hermione sticking up to him while the entire school shunned him in his 4th year. Dumbledore's army in the 5th year. Fleur and Bill's wedding. Ron and Hermione helping him in their Horcrux hunt. Fleur and Bill sheltering them at Shell Cottage after escaping from the Malfoy Manor. Ron and Hermione's big wedding after the war. He drew out his fur and dragon heartstring wand and chanted, Expecto Patronum. However, the corporeal Patronus he had been expecting to see did not come out. Right when he spoke the incantation, the image of the burrow in flames and the burning corpses of his loved ones appeared at the front of his mind. From the tip of his wand, only a few wisps of mist came out and they too dissipated rapidly. Expecto Patronum. He brandished his wand again and shouted as he focused his will harder than before on the happy memories. But it was all for naught. This time, even the protective mist did not come out. Outside of his control, his eyes glistened and tears started rolling down his cheeks. Even his occlumency could not stop the torrent of emotions boiling in his heart. It could not push away the tragic scene from the front of his mind anymore. He could not even empty his mind of thoughts like before. For the first time since he had woken up in this new world, Harry cried. It was March 1992 and there were no signs of Hogwarts getting reopened again until next September. Bearing that thought in mind, Bellatrix took it upon herself to teach Harry the spells and the theory that he would have been taught at Hogwarts in the second semester of the first year. He did not need to be taught that, but he had to keep the appearance of an 11-year-old boy, so he listened to her boring lectures just like he would have if he had attended classes at Hogwarts. The upside was that once he showed her that he had gotten it down, Bellatrix would not drone on about the same thing again and leave him to his devices. Done with the first-year material, she started teaching him some second-year charms and hexes. Now, the two of them were in the basement of the Blackthorn and Bellatrix was showing him the wand movement of the disarming charm. Like this. He asked and performed the wand movement a bit wrong on purpose. Bellatrix did not get mad at him. Patiently, she came behind him and grabbed his left hand. Harry had gotten more used to using his left hand rather than the right after spending more than a decade without his right arm. Then, she guided it with her own. A downward motion and an inward circle at the end. Don't stretch the downward movement for too long and don't make the inward circle too wide. You want your wand movement to be as quick and sharp as possible. Usually, the faster caster holds the advantage in a duel, she advised him. Although he did not need her explanation, he appreciated how detailed and thorough she was with her teachings and her patience to spend almost 2 hours every evening despite coming tired from her own job. If I had had such a good and dedicated mentor in my first life, I wouldn't have lost an arm to Voldemort, and Flitwick, McGonagall, and Kingsley wouldn't have died. I would have been skilled enough to defeat him alone, on my own, he thought sadly. His appreciation for Bellatrix increased more with every passing day. Here was a woman who had taken in an unknown orphan boy, shouldered his expenses and resolved herself to take care of all his needs and of his education while expecting nothing in return. I may not be the child you think I am, but I promise I will pay you back for your kindness. Harry vowed to himself. Without paying too much attention, the second time he performed the wand movement of the disarming charm perfectly, sharp and quick. Expelliarmus! He shouted, and a bright red beam of light impacted the wooden dummy. However, maybe because he was careless with his magic power, or maybe because he was not paying attention, the disarming charm did not disarm the stick from the wooden dummy's hand, but it. What the F.K.? He had almost sworn aloud. His disarming charm had ripped the dummy's whole King arm off instead of disarming it. Bellatrix looked at him wide-eyed, owlishly. Merlin's beard, she exclaimed. I'm sorry, something like this happened back then too when I cast the windy spell. He quickly tried to explain himself. Bellatrix was momentarily silent, obviously thinking about something. Back then you were scared, so I thought your magic must have reacted to your strong feelings. I thought it was some sort of accidental magic. But now, what were you thinking about when you chanted the incantation? She asked. He paused on purpose as if he was embarrassed. I wanted to make you proud. Bellatrix almost squealed. She knelt to his eye level, cupped his face, and pinched his cheeks. You cute little thing. She cooed at him and completely took Harry by surprise when she planted a wet key on his forehead. You keep doing this and old Bella will totally fall in love with you. This time Harry did not even have to pretend that he was embarrassed. She giggled in delight at his beet red face and hugged him into her bosom too for good measure. In her eyes, he was just too adorable. When she was finally done smothering him and freed him from her embrace, she pretended to be calm. However, the corner of her lips still quirked up at his embarrassed countenance. Ahem. I think we should also pay a visit to Ollivander. Your magic alone should not be enough to cause such effects in your spells. This could be very dangerous. It's best we make sure there's nothing wrong with your wand. The next day found Bellatrix and Harry walking down the much less crowded Diagon Alley than it was during summer. Nonetheless, it was still bustling with people. Soon enough, they reached the old and shoddy-looking shop of the illustrious wandmaker. Miss Black, what a surprise. Walnut, 12 inches, dragon heartstring core. It's as if it was yesterday that you came into my shop to buy your wand for your first year at Hogwarts. I trust that your wand still works well. Mr. Ollivander said, starting his speech with the usual line he delivered to each one of his old customers due to his eidetic memory. Unlike how casual she was acting at home when there was only Harry to see her, Bellatrix was very prim and proper in front of strangers. My wand is working just fine, thank you, she said stiffly. But there seems to be a problem with my young lord's wand. Ollivander finally turned his attention to the young boy standing next to the elegantly dressed woman. A bit short and scrawny for his age, though Nicky's cooking had certainly filled him up over the past few months, and dressed in quality but not opulent clothes, Harry Potter did not look anything special, just an ordinary boy. Nonetheless, the old wandmaker still remembered every single bit of his wand's details. "I didn't know Mr. Potter was your ward," he said in surprise, but he did not ask for more details about their personal matters. "Fur, 11 inches, dragon heartstring core. I remember you clearly, one of the pickiest customers I've had in recent times. We've spent almost an hour until a wand finally took a liking to you. What seems to be the problem?" Bellatrix answered his question instead of Harry. "Sometimes, his spells come out way more powerful than they should be, or with different effects altogether. Dangerous effects. A windy spell had nearly demolished the corridor of a building, and a disarming charm ripped off a dummy's entire arm yesterday. In addition, whenever someone other than himself tries to hold it, his wand reacts rather violently, for the lack of a better word." Ollivander's eyebrows shot up into his hairline. "May I take a look at it?" he said, and reached out with his hand. Maybe because he was its creator, the wand did not try to zap him like it had done to Bellatrix a few months ago. "Interesting. Very interesting," Ollivander muttered, his electric blue eyes shining. "Are you perhaps mistreating your wand, Mr. Potter?" he asked. Harry looked at Bellatrix in genuine confusion before turning to look at the wandmaker. "Mistreating it how? I use the polishing solution every week." No, that's not what I'm talking about. I can see that your wand is properly taken care of. You see, the feeling I'm getting from your wand is that it's mad at you for underestimating it." While Bellatrix was looking at him as if he was an old scammer, to Harry Potter Ollivander's words made a lot more sense than the old man himself realized. "Are you implying that his wand is throwing tantrums?" "As far as I know, wands are not sentient," Bellatrix said snarkily. She was not a wandmaker, but, as an unspeakable, she did know a thing or two about wand lore. She could not be hoodwinked by flowery words as most laymen would. "Sentient? No. But wands are not completely mindless either. It's the wand that chooses the wizard or the witch, Miss Black, not the other way around. The connection between a wand and its wielder is still a mystery for us, wandmakers, too, even after all these centuries." Turning towards Harry Potter, Ollivander said, "Simply put, it could be said that your wand has fallen in love with your magical power. But just like a maiden in love, it feels mistreated if you're not paying enough attention to it. Those accidents that Miss Black spoke of when your spells came out too overpowered are its way of telling you that it is worthy of you. Your wand desires your recognition. Its reaction to being picked by someone else also suggests that after getting a taste of your magic it will never work for any other wizard, even if you were to be bested in battle." "How fascinating," Bellatrix scoffed. "Have you gone barmy, old man?" she said, her temper flaring. "You sold him a defective wand and now you're trying to wash it off by spouting that drivel to us." She grabbed Harry's hand to pull him after her and leave the shop. "Come, Harry, let's go. I promise we'll find you a better wand. We'll go to Germany and buy you a new one from Grigorovich." "No, Bella, wait," he said in a quiet voice. "I think he may be right." Now that stopped her in her tracks. "The thing is, I can do wandless magic too." At Bellatrix's inquiring look, he waved his hand towards one of the many shelves on the walls of the tiny shop, and with a chanted, Wingardium Leviosa, more than 10 boxes of wands started floating in the air. With another wave of his hand, the boxes were put back in the place from where they were taken from. "My spells without a wand are a bit weaker than if I cast them with a wand. But because I don't need a wand, I always thought wands were not all that important," he said and rubbed the back of his head. "I mean, isn't it better to cast without a wand? I won't be helpless if my wand breaks or if I lost it." He was not lying, but he was not telling the entire truth either. While he was indeed capable of wandless magic, it was nothing extraordinary after reaching a certain degree of proficiency with the control over one's magic power. His attitude of underestimating his wand was due to another reason altogether. Until he woke up in this world a few months ago, Harry had wielded the Elder Wand for more than 20 years, ever since he had defeated Voldemort at the Battle of Hogwarts in 1998 in his past life. After wielding the most powerful wand in the world, the Death Stick, for such a long time, he naturally thought little of his current wand, A regular wand could never be compared to one of the Deathly Hallows, an artifact crafted by the avatar of death itself. Regardless, the two adults bought his explanation as it made sense even without the knowledge of his past life and real motives. At his words, Bellatrix's surprise was nothing compared to that of Ollivander. His theory being proven correct, he looked as happy as if it was his birthday. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant," he shouted. "What happened today is a great breakthrough for all wandmakers in the world." Harry had never seen the old wizard acting as excited as in that moment. He was like a mad scientist that had just made a great discovery. While that was great and all, his problem did not get solved, and Bellatrix made sure to point that out. As fascinating as that may be, his problem still remains. How is he supposed to wield a wand that can potentially blow someone up into pieces? It's not like he can change his mentality overnight. Wands have the capability to adapt to its wielder's needs, and the wielder can learn from their wand too. It's a learning process for both sides. I'm afraid that the only solution to this problem is time. These are untested waters for me as well. But the thing is that changing his wand would not solve his issue. All that he can do is put more effort into connecting with his wand. Right after the two of them stepped out of his little shop, Ollivander turned the open sign to closed. He wanted to research and test his new discovery immediately. Before going back home, Harry and Bellatrix stopped by at the Leaky Cauldron. While they were waiting at a table for their order, coffee for her and tea for him with some biscuits, his eyes fell on the newest edition of Daily Prophet rolled up in front of him. It was a small service provided by Tom, the owner, to his customers, offering them to read the newspaper while they were having a snack at his inn. Unfurling it, Harry read the title written with bold letters on the front page. "Infamous and vicious werewolf, Remus Lupin, found dead in France." Known for his acts of cruelty across not only Great Britain but the rest of the continent as well, the adoptive son of the similarly vicious werewolf, Fenrir Greyback, Lupin had been found dead at the outskirts of a Muggle village in France, Villefranche-sur-Mer. Before being obliviated by the French Ministry of Magic's obliviators, Muggle eyewitnesses claimed that Remus Lupin had been trying to break into the home of a family of 4 when a woman wearing a hooded black robe came to their rescue. Details about her appearance are few, but despite not having seen how she really looked like due to her robe, the witnesses said she was a very attractive young woman. What is the identity of the witch who killed Remus Lupin? More details on page 6. Many things had shocked and disturbed Harry Potter ever since he had been reincarnated into this new world. A prime example of it was the very woman sitting next to him, Bellatrix Black. Some people were the same as he remembered them, such as Dumbledore, while other people were completely the opposite, like Bellatrix and Peter Pettigrew. But Harry never entertained the thought that some people who had been kind-hearted in his past life would turn out to be vicious criminals in this alternate world. The Remus Lupin he knew would never harm an innocent life even if it meant he had to die. Is Remus really as bad as the prophet claims? That attractive witch, was it Fleur, perhaps? The eyewitnesses did say she was attractive despite not having seen how she really looked like. There was also the matter that the Daily Prophet could not be trusted. What if Remus Lupin was actually innocent and he was killed for no reason? At that moment, he felt the strong urge to write a letter to Fleur and demand that she told him everything she knew about this world's future. He had not cared about Cornelius Fudge's, Snape's, or the Malfoy's deaths, as he had implicitly assumed that they were scumbags just like in his past life. He had not really cared enough to think about the possibility that maybe they were different in this world. However, faced with the death of a person he used to respect and care about, a person who was a good and kind man in his past life, Remus Lupin, Harry was faced with the reality of what was truly happening for the first time. Nevertheless, when he thought about it better, he realized that he had no proof that the witch in question was Fleur either. It was just speculation on his part. He schooled his feature into a mask of indifference despite his inner turmoil. He had nothing but respect for Bellatrix, but keeping the mask of an 11-year-old boy around her was starting to become difficult after such a long time. It was not easy to always be on his guard and pretend he was a naive and innocent boy when he had seen and done so many terrible things in the past. Can't wait to get to Hogwarts, he thought. There, he did not have to deal with anybody outside of classes. But that thought made him think again about Fleur. The death of Remus Lupin made him realize that it was possible for other people who had been his friends in his past life to die too. What if Fleur was going to kill Hermione or Mrs. Weasley next? Would he be able to just watch Fleur kill them while pretending he knew nothing about it? That's no different than what Fudge did, hiding my head in the sand like an ostrich. However, that also meant that he would get involved with the war. Bellatrix was about to admonish him for his lack of manners. It was not polite how he had just put his elbows on the table and held his head with his hands, but she decided not to. The leaky cauldron was not exactly the most elegant place out there, and Harry definitely seemed to be distraught. He's probably worried that he'll send one of his classmates at Hogwarts to the hospital wing in a matchbox because of his faulty wand, she thought, not knowing about what was truly going through his head. A few weeks after the visit to Ollivander, Bellatrix gave Harry a troubling piece of news. Guess what? I'm going to be your Dada teacher this year, starting with September. She said and looked in anticipation at him to see his reaction. His surprise was genuine. No, he was more than surprised, he was startled. What? Why? Bella put her hands on her hips and pouted at him. Is that all you have to say? If I didn't know any better, I'd think you're not happy with it. He shook his head rapidly. No, of course that I'm happy. You'd be a great teacher, much better than that stuttering and useless professor I had in my first year, but don't you know about the jinx? Now it was her turn to be surprised by what he said. How would you know about that? Everyone at Hogwarts knows about it. For decades, Hogwarts has never had a Dada teacher for more than a year, and many of them were met with misfortune, some even died. She came close to him and ruffled his hair. Ickle Harry is worried about little old Bella. She cooed at him in a baby voice, but he slapped her hand away in annoyance. Of course I'm worried. I don't want anything bad to happen to you, he said. When he thought about the basilisk lying dormant underneath the castle, how could he not worry? In his past life, it had been sheer dumb luck on everyone's part that they had only been petrified instead of killed by the King of Serpents. Thinking about that problem started the mental battle in his mind again, the battle between his wish for a normal life and his saving people thing. With that git, Lucius, now dead, maybe Narcissa won't release the diary, he thought hopefully. But when he continued on that line of thought, he realized how bad would that actually be. Without the diary, Dumbledore will never find out about Voldemort's Horcruxes. He felt like screaming and pulling at his hair out of frustration. Furthermore, Harry was clearly aware of what fueled the jinx that Voldemort placed on the position of Dada office. It was his Horcrux hidden in the castle. If I don't eliminate that diadem Horcrux from the requirement room, Merlin knows what will happen to Bella. What about your job at the Ministry? He barely found the presence of mind to keep the conversation going amidst his torrent of thoughts. I've never taken any time off outside of the winter holidays when hardly anyone at the Department of Mysteries works. I have enough vacation to take off an entire year and still get paid by the Ministry as an unspeakable while also working at Hogwarts as a professor. Perks of being a workaholic, she said with a grin. That's not something to be proud of, he retorted, but it only made her grin wider. That night, sleep eluded Harry. He was finding it hard to calm down even with his trained mind. Too many worries and thoughts were weighing on him. The uncertainty surrounding the real identity of Remus Lupin. He did not trust the Daily Prophet claims about him being a vicious and murderous werewolf, the chance for Dumbledore to never find out about the existence of Horcruxes due to the possibility of the diary not being released at Hogwarts now that Lucius Malfoy was dead, and the fact that Bellatrix suddenly decided to become the Professor of Dada, forcing him to eliminate a piece of Voldemort's soul in order to prevent any harm from befalling her. Me sideways. It's like the universe is conspiring against me to get neck deep in shite again. Even cursing in 5 different languages at once would not be enough to express how angry and annoyed he was at that moment. It was like fate was coercing him into taking action once again. It was as if he was destined to be in the middle of the war in this life too. Maman, where is Fleur? She's never around when I want to play with her. An adorable 6-year-old girl with long blonde hair and baby blue eyes complained to her mother. Her mother, a middle-aged woman, also blonde-haired and very good-looking, explained to her in a patient voice, she is practicing her charms in the garden. Your elder sister is very serious about her studies. But I want to play with her. The little girl whined and stomped her feet petulantly. When the summer ends, she will leave and I will be alone again. She was on the verge of crying. The woman looked at her husband for help. What should we do about Fleur, Jean? The man in question, a distinguished gentleman in his late 40s, said in a disgruntled voice. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Why is she so dead set on going overseas? Is Beauxbatons not good enough for her? Is it better to go back to that cold and dingy castle of barbarians in the north where students and professors alike got mauled by rabid magical beasts? The investigation regarding the deaths that had happened the previous fall at Hogwarts had concluded, and it had been revealed to the public that Professor Snape had been killed as well, not only the Malfoys and the Minister. It was unclear how the potion master had died, but after months of not being seen around, Dumbledore was forced to admit that he had covered the truth in order to avoid plunging the school into a panic, the truth that Severus Snape had been killed by a Cerberus. After that admission, the old wizard also took the initiative to step down from his position as the headmaster of the school. As for who killed Draco Malfoy, Professor Quirrell had been the one on whom the blame had fallen. He had gone missing too, but many were wondering if he had not somehow ended up dying too, his disappearing act another farce of the cunning former headmaster. The more he spoke about it, the angrier he became. Jean Delacour was not happy with his eldest daughter's choice, not in the least. At first, he had not had anything particular against Fleur going to study at Hogwarts besides a small worry related to her magical creature identity, seeing as the English were not exactly welcoming towards her kind. However, he had been unable to resist the puppy eyes of his wife and his daughter, and he had caved into their pleas eventually, allowing her to go to Scotland. After all, whether it was Hogwarts at 1,000 miles away or Beauxbatons at 300 miles away, such distances made little difference for wizards, as they were still just one portkey away. Furthermore, Hogwarts was renowned in the entire world, especially due to its former headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, who was considered the most powerful wizard in recent history. As much as the French scorned the English, it could not be denied that Great Britain had always had a special status in the wizarding world. Leaving aside legends like Merlin or Morgan Le Fay, in the past century alone, 3 of the 4 most powerful wizards in the world had come from England: Albus Dumbledore, the Dark Lord Voldemort, and the boy who lived, Neville Longbottom. Even so, currently, Mr. Delacour did not want to let Fleur return to Hogwarts again. Not after 4 people had died on its grounds in the span of 2 months and 1 went missing. Quirrell. Those Englishmen changed her too. I almost don't recognize my daughter anymore. He continued to complain in chagrin. Jean, Apolline put her hand on his forearm and tried to calm him down, but he would have none of it. Don't tell me you haven't seen it too. Remember how she used to be. My sweet and clingy baby girl, always smiling and up to no good, trying to prank the house elves or messing around in the vineyard with the Muggle workers, but now, after months away from her family, she's barely spending any time with us anymore. Every year she gets colder and more distant. It's almost like we're strangers now. He ranted. If only she talked to us. How can we help her if she doesn't tell us what is wrong with her? Apolline also said with a sad sigh. Through it all, little Gabrielle stood silent. The young girl loved her sister a lot, but she also noticed the unusual tension in the family whenever Fleur returned from school. Young children often saw and understood much more than adults were giving them credit for. Unbeknownst to Mr. and Mrs. Delacour, their eldest daughter had caught their conversation from the beginning. She had returned from the garden just when her younger sister had started whining about feeling lonely. Curious as to what they were talking about, she had not entered the room and stayed outside to eavesdrop on them. A ripple of emotion appeared on her face, but she quickly snuffed it out. Talk to my parents about my problems. She snorted. And tell them what? That their sweet and clingy baby girl is actually a cold-blooded killer. That every time I sleep I dream about the faces of the ones that I killed. Or that I've already murdered more than 10 people and that the vicious werewolf found dead a few days ago was my work. She was aware of how cold and distant she had become towards her family. However, it was not something that she had done on purpose. She just felt disconnected from the world around her, from the ordinary people surrounding her. It was like she was living in a completely different world. Nobody would understand me. No one would believe that I'm from the future. No one would believe or accept that what I'm doing is for the greater good. To prevent a terrible future, she thought. The image of a scrawny boy with a smug smirk on his face and vivid green eyes appeared at the front of her mind, but she shook her head and quickly left the house, running back to the garden. As Avila, she had never had many friends. Most girls hated her, even her mother-in-law and her sister-in-law had been like that, and the majority of men could not really control themselves around her. But she had not been lonely before because she had been very close to her parents and her little sister, and she had been good friends with her cousins as well. However, after traveling back in time, she was all alone. Now, she was experiencing loneliness like never before. Fleur started practicing her spells on a bronze statue again. Even as tears started falling from her eyes, her spells only became more powerful and were cast at a faster speed the more her emotions slipped out of her control. Before she knew it, her face transformed into something resembling the face of a bird, with a sharp beak instead of her mouth, and two cruel slit eyes replaced her previously baby blue human ones. Her wand fell from her grasp on the grassy ground when two very long and scaly wings burst from her shoulder blades, ripping the upper back of her dress. A fire started flickering in her hands, which now resembled an eagle's talons rather than a girl's dainty hand, and with a sharp screech, the monster she that had transformed into started throwing a torrent of fireballs at the bronze statue, which became fiery red under the assault of her flames. By the time she came back to her senses, Fleur found herself kneeling on the ground and panting in exhaustion, her clothes torn and scorched everywhere. As evening fell and the sun went down, mosquitoes started attacking the tender skin left exposed by her ruined summer dress. It was time for her to go home. This isn't good, she thought, feeling the start of a new headache when she thought about what to tell her parents once they saw her awful state, or once they saw the ruined and burnt garden the next morning. It was the first time that she had transformed like that ever since she had come back in time. Fleur was not looking forward to the long discussion she would have with her mother next about her Vila nature. However, as she stood up and headed towards the house, her heart was lighter and her face visibly more relaxed than before. Letting out her inner beast had relieved much of the stress and the negative emotions that she had accumulated until then. Back to good old Hogwarts. Harry thought fondly. Despite that he had almost died there on a yearly basis back in his original world, Hogwarts was his first home. It went to say how much he had disliked the Dursleys if a place where he was in danger of dying so often was more of a home to him than his own relative's house. That fondness for the quirky and dangerous castle had never gone away, even after decades. As a loud whistle blew and the train started moving, Harry cast a small spell on the door of his compartment that would shoo away any would-be busybodies from bothering him without a good reason. Then, he opened a book and started to read. It was not that he was truly a nerd, but reading had been his only form of enjoyment for nearly 16 years after Voldemort killed the Weasleys. He had grown to understand why Hermione loved reading as much as she did. It was a way to escape reality, to immerse oneself in a world different from their life, a world where they could be anyone, anything. A few minutes after the train left the King's Cross station, he heard a knock on the door of his compartment. Startled, he looked up to see who it was. "Hello. May I sit in this compartment, next to you? The rest of the train is full." There was only one girl at Hogwarts who would speak with that slight French accent. A slender and rather tall, in his point of view, 15-year-old girl with waist-length white gold hair and blue eyes. Even the plain Hogwarts robes could not hide how pretty she was. Harry looked at her strangely. That year, the Hogwarts Express was emptier than he ever remembered it. He was completely sure that there were empty compartments towards the end of the carriage he was in. Scared for their children's safety, and despite the Ministry of Magic's effort to assure them that Hogwarts would be much better protected from then on, many parents refused to allow their children to return to school. Almost 30% of the students had not come back. There are empty compartments towards the end of the carriage, was what he had wanted to tell her bluntly at first, but when he took a second look at her face and saw the complicated look in her eyes, he stopped himself. In spite of his thoughts, his words were different. "Sure. Suit yourself." Nonetheless, even as the girl sat on the seat across from him, next to the window, Harry did not attempt to start a conversation with her. He just buried his nose in his book and read the entire time until they arrived at Hogsmeade. She may have not bothered him on the train, but once he sat down at the Ravenclaw table, Harry could feel that her gaze was still trained on him the entire time. What's with her? What's her deal? Didn't she obliviate me to get rid of me? What does she want from me now? He was distracted by Terry Boot and Michael Corner, who came and sat next to him. "Harry, mate, good to see you." Terry said cheerfully and slapped his back with a bit more strength than necessary in his joy at finally seeing him after nearly a year. "Hey guys, how are you?" He also greeted in return and grinned at them. "Where is Goldilocks?" "Anthony didn't make it," Michael said. "His mum didn't let him return, she enrolled him at Ilvermorny, in the States." "Poor Anthony, I heard Ilvermorny is like a prison. Extremely strict, very stringent punishments for breaking the rules and few amusing things. Hogwarts is so much better. Peeves, the giant squid, the whomping willow, the dangers of the forbidden forest and even that dumb Filch, and his damned cat, ya know, a bit of danger is part of Hogwarts' charm," Harry said. But the two boys seemed to not share his point of view. "To be honest, my parents were thinking about sending me to Beauxbatons this year. I'd rather have no fun and stay alive rather than come here and be afraid for my life. To think that Dumbledore was keeping a bloody Cerberus in the school, can you believe this? A freaking three-headed dog, as big as a dragon. No wonder that the governors fired him from his position as the headmaster after that F.K. up," Terry argued. "He stepped down out of his own initiative," Michael pointed out, but Terry rolled his eyes. "Yeah, 'cause he knew what was coming. He left by himself because it looked nicer rather than waiting to be fired." "Then how come you're still at Hogwarts this year?" Michael asked him. "Well, my parents didn't like the idea of me going that far from home, all the way to France, or Spain, wherever that school might be. In the end, they decided to give Hogwarts another shot now that Minister Bones has promised to send a squad of Aurors to protect the school at all times. With Cornelius Fudge gone and with the string of killings that happened over the past few months, the ambitious Amelia Bones had taken advantage of the unstable situation to further her political agenda. From being the head of the DMLE department, she had become the new Minister of Magic. By the way, you and that French hottie, are you still a thing?" Terry asked and raised his eyebrows suggestively at him. "I don't know what you're talking about," Harry tried to deny, but Michael put an arm around his neck and started to rub his knuckles on his messy hair, making it look even more like a bird's nest than before. "Don't think you can fool us, Potter," Michael shouted self-righteously. "Yeah, the whole Great Hall saw how worried she was about you when you were attacked last year," Terry said enviously. "Padma also told me you two shared a compartment on the train." "All alone," Michael accused him. "What did you two lovebirds do the entire time? 7 hours, each. I'm barely 12, she's 15, get your mind out of the gutter." "We didn't even talk, I was reading," he said blandly, but they were not buying his words in the least. The two boys were forced to pipe down their ruckus eventually because the first-year students entered the Great Hall at that moment, saving Harry from the pain of having to deal with their insistent questions. He looked with great interest at the young and nervous faces of the children standing in front of the professor's table. In his past life, he had missed the sorting ceremony at the start of his second year because of Dobby. Come to think of it, what happened to Dobby in this world? Is he still abused by the Malfoys? Is Narcissa treating him badly? He resolved himself to speak to Bellatrix about it soon. Maybe we can buy him off from her somehow if he's being mistreated. He had decided to stop being as passive as he had been until then. He could not bear with remaining a mere spectator despite his deep desire to not involve himself in the mess that was about to come. It was a paradox. He shook his head and returned his attention to the young students waiting to be sorted. There were some that he recognized right away: Ginny Weasley, Luna Lovegood and Colin Creevey. As for the others that had never made a strong impression on him, he could not quite remember them as too many years had passed since he had last seen them in his past life. Before the sorting could start, however, a woman that appeared to be in her early 30s entered the Great Hall too. Despite that she was rather short, there was an intimidating aura around her as she walked in with her high heels and dressed all in black, her wavy and long black hair fluttering under her pointed witch hat. Quite the dramatic entrance. What a show-off. Harry chuckled at her antics. It was none other than his dear Aunt Bella. "You know who she is?" Terry asked in a whisper. Later, he whispered back. Seeing as there were barely 30 first-year students this time around, an even lower number than last year due to the series of killings that had happened before, the sorting ceremony did not take a long time. Colin Creevey and Ginny Weasley were sorted in Gryffindor just as he had expected, and Luna Lovegood in Ravenclaw too. As Harry had the habit of eating at the end of the table towards the professors, young Luna coincidentally ended up sitting next to him, Terry, and Michael. Once the sorting was over, Headmistress McGonagall rose up from her throne-like seat and said, "Welcome to Hogwarts," the former Transfiguration professor said in her sharp, no-nonsense voice. "Before we start the feast, I have several announcements to make. First of all, Professor Dumbledore has decided to step down from his position as the headmaster and retake his previous office as the Transfiguration professor. As per the wishes of the governors of Hogwarts, I have been chosen as the next headmistress and Professor Flitwick has been appointed as the new deputy." Loud murmurs burst out from the students at her words. They were rather excited by the prospect of being taught directly by the legendary Dumbledore, but they were also intrigued by the drastic change in the leadership of the school. Secondly, Unspeakable Bellatrix Black has decided to take a temporary leave from her job at the Department of Mysteries and take up the position of Defense Against Dark Arts professor this year. Harry was floored by the extremely enthusiastic applause that the student body exploded in. Even the Slytherin house joined in the cheering with the other houses. Was she that popular? Wow, I had no idea. The younger students seemed as confused as him, but most of the older ones were very enthusiastic. It can't be that they're cheering only because she's young and hot, right? I mean, even the girls seem happy about her appointment. He realized that despite having lived with Bellatrix for more than half a year in the same house, he knew surprisingly little about her past. That incident where she cried as she hugged him after playing Tchaikovsky's Valse Sentimentale on the piano had made him reticent about poking his nose into her personal life for information. As a result of that, the other students seemed to know something about Bellatrix that he did not. He planned on rectifying that soon. Another important matter to know is that Minister Amelia Bones has seen fit to station a squad of 6 Aurors at Hogwarts to patrol the grounds and the castle's corridors in order to ensure your safety. I ask that you treat them with the respect that they deserve and obey their instructions as if they were coming directly from the mouth of a professor. Your safety at Hogwarts is paramount. Making sure to look at the Weasley twins, she also said. Causing problems to any of them would not end with just a mere detention or a few house points deducted. Serious offenses could very well get you expelled. The boys in question did not seem to take her warning to heart. That only means we have to not get caught, they said to each other cheekily and sniggered. At that moment, the large doors of the great halls opened once again as 4 wizards and 2 witches came in. Wearing long leather trench coats, boots, and a solemn expression on their faces, the 6 Aurors looked rather awe-inspiring as they walked confidently towards the professor's table, until the youngest one among them, a young woman with long brown hair tied up in a high ponytail, stumbled and fell flat on her face. Harry and Bellatrix facepalmed at the same time. Bellatrix because the young woman in question was none other than her niece, and Harry because he would never forget the clumsy metamorphagus from his past life even if she was wearing her original appearance this time around. A deathly silence instilled for a few seconds. Then, a snigger was heard, not surprisingly from the Gryffindor table. After that, the whole great hall exploded into uproarious laughter. The other 5 Aurors became beet red in the face, ashamed of their colleagues' own embarrassment, but that was nowhere close to how the young woman herself was feeling at that moment. Nymphadora Tonks' brown hair started going through all the colors of the rainbow before finally settling on a vivid, flaming red color, matching the burning red blush of her own face. She was mortified. "Now I feel a whole lot safer with Aurors like her around to protect us," Roger Davies said sarcastically, and then burst into laughter, followed by the rest of the students around him. "I dare you to tell that to her face." Harry shot back at him defensively, rather annoyed, but the 5th-year student ignored him and continued to laugh. "You know her?" Michael asked. "She's our Dada professor's niece, a metamorphagus and one of the youngest witches to ever pass the Auror exams. She's amazing with a wand, even if she's a bit clumsy sometimes." He had met Tonks in the summer before his 5th year at Hogwarts in his past life. Back then, it had been one of the worst periods of his teenage life. It was right after witnessing Voldemort's resurrection and Cedric Diggory's death. Haunted by nightmares and visions of how the Dark Lord killed and tortured various people and then also almost dying by having his soul cut by a Dementor, it had not been one of his greatest summers, not by far. At that time, Tonks with her pink hair, bubbly personality, and sunny disposition had been like a splash of color in the dark Grimmauld Place, in that dark period of his life. He had gotten quite attached to her despite the short time that they had spent together. She died only 2 years after. She died so young, he sighed to himself. He was still not fully on board with the idea of playing a central role in the war that was about to come. However, he had decided that he would at least do what was necessary to keep safe the ones that he had grown to care about in this life. Tonk's unexpected appearance at Hogwarts only worked to further solidify his decision. I would never forgive myself if Tonks or Bella were killed by the roaming basilisk simply because I just sat on my ass without doing something to prevent that. Carrying that resolve in his heart, Harry tuned out the rest of the feast and started planning on how to deal with the King of Serpents in the Chamber of Secrets, the Diadem Horcrux in the Room of Requirement, and on ways to ascertain whether Narcissa had somehow slipped the Diary Horcrux into Hogwarts as her husband had done it in his past life or not. The welcoming feast had yet to end when Harry stood up from his seat and, with an excuse of needing to use the loo, he left the Great Hall. Once he had seen Bellatrix Black taking her place at the professor's table, and the thought that Voldemort's jinx could quite possibly put her in mortal peril had truly sunk in, he could no longer stay still. He had not even heard Headmistress McGonagall talk about a particular old wizard coming out of retirement to once again teach potions at Hogwarts, nor had he heard her talking about the forbidden items on Argus Filch's list or her express warning towards students to not enter the Forbidden Forest under any circumstances. I have to take care of the basilisk too. Hermione and the rest in my past life had been so goddamn lucky to escape alive, just petrified. I can't leave it up to luck again. His worry for Hermione was understandable even if she was a different person from the one he used to know. After all, in his past life, she had been his best friend. However, his worry for Bellatrix was not any less. To think there would ever be a day when I'd be that worried about the well-being of Bellatrix of all people, he thought in mild amusement as he walked towards Ning Myrtle's bathroom. After living for more than half a year with Bellatrix and seeing how supportive and dedicated she was to taking care of him, any reticence he might have had related to accepting her in his life had vanished. Nowadays, he could not even think of his Bellatrix as the same person as the mad and murderous woman that had killed his godfather and Dobby and had tortured his best friend. His sweet, beautiful, and caring Aunt Bella was simply too different. I just wish I didn't have to play the part of a little boy anymore, it's tiring. Soon, he reached that rather familiar defective girl's toilet. Ignoring the water pooling on the dirty floor, he checked all the stalls to make sure that the resident ghost was not there. Fortunately, it looked like she was celebrating the start of a new school year too with the rest of the ghosts. Taking out his fur and dragon heartstring wand, he cast a nonverbal summoning charm. Serpensortia. The words that came out of his mouth next were not in Parseltongue. It was a swearing, in English. We didn't even talk, I was reading. Terry imitated Harry in a high-pitched voice. I don't know what you're talking about, get your mind out of the gutter. Michael sniggered at the bad impersonation and Terry laughed at his own joke too. The reason for their shenanigans was that only a few seconds after Harry sat up and left the Great Hall, a particular fifth-year girl with long white own hair at their table also stood up and left. It was a bit too coincidental considering the scene that they had witnessed last year between Harry and Fleur and the fact that they had spent the entire trip by the train together, alone, in a compartment. He's going to pay for it, Michael said enviously. You in? Oh definitely. Terry also said with conviction. The nerd getting a fit French babe as a girlfriend before the two of us is one thing, I can work with that. But him lying to his best and only friends about it, well, this is unforgivable. The two boys grinned evilly as they looked at each other. What am I even doing? Fleur could not help asking herself after exiting the Great Hall. There she was, a person mentally in her 30s stalking a 12-year-old boy on their first day at school while wearing an invisibility cloak. When she thought about things from that perspective, her cheeks flushed a little in embarrassment because it did look rather scandalous. He's no ordinary 12-year-old, she told herself as an excuse. Over the past year, the green-eyed boy had often occupied her thoughts. He wasn't scared of what I am, he wasn't afraid of me. He wasn't disgusted by my deeds. But the more she thought about him, the more she became aware of how uncanny had been his behavior. It had not matched his age in the least. I wouldn't be surprised if he told me he's a time traveler too. Being a time traveler herself, Fleur was keeping an open mind to the idea if it had happened to her, it could have happened to someone else too, as astronomically small that chance may have been. However, the one major issue with that theory was that she could not recall anyone of importance named Harry Potter in the future of her past. The wizarding world was a rather small world. At the very least, in Great Britain and France alike, everyone knew pretty much everyone in the case of purebloods and half-bloods. For example, there were less than 30,000 wizards in the UK. France had a similar population of Muggle and wizards as well. If someone like him had existed, he would have definitely made splashes. Maybe he didn't go to Hogwarts the first time around. She had told herself that she could not afford to care about needs like friendship or love or fun, but she was not a machine, she was a living being. Deep down, she craved being close to someone, having friends, being loved. It did not even have to be a romantic love. She just wanted someone she could confide in, someone to support and encourage her. Loneliness was cruel. Maybe I shouldn't have obliviated him. She stopped thinking about that and made a surprised face because she saw the young boy look around himself briefly before entering the girls' bathroom. A defective bathroom. Unfortunately, he had closed the door after him so she could not enter it without tipping him off of her presence. Fortunately, she didn't need to stick her ear to the door to eavesdrop because his following shouts could be heard even from the end of the corridor. Instead of the small 3-foot-long snake that he had imagined while casting the snake summoning charm, he had summoned a creature almost 30 feet long and weighing several hundred pounds. It was one of the most massive species of non-magical snakes, a green anaconda. Are you freaking kidding me? The hell do I use you for anymore? When you K up every damn combat spell. Harry raised his wand vertically in front of his face and yelled at it angrily. I wanted a tiny snake, not a huge python, for God's sake. I am an anaconda, master, seriously. The snake raised its head 2 feet higher in the air and hissed indignantly at his summoner for not having even the tiniest bit of respect to at least know its species. Seeing as he had understood the words of the snake, Harry confirmed whether he was still a Parselmouth or not. That had been his aim in the first place. However, currently, he was too pissed at his wand. You shut your face. He hissed back at the snake, who quickly gave up on its aggressive posture and lowered its head back meekly on the floor. It was acting almost like a kicked puppy. Though weirded out by the vibes he was getting from the snake, since when did snakes have enough personality to act sassy, he turned his attention back to his feisty wand. He put it standing on the shelf under a mirror and said, now you tell me, how do we solve this problem? He started pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. You see, I don't need you to cast spells. I can do it just fine wandlessly too. Look. He pointed his finger at a spot on the floor and a small grass snake appeared out of thin air. Bound by the magic of his spells, the two snakes did not show any reaction to being next to each other. Instead, they were both watching silently how the weird wizard yelled at a very much incapable of speech wand. So besides helping me pretend I'm just like my peers, tell me, what good are you for? No answer, Then, should I just throw you in the fireplace? Or maybe snap you in two and be done with it? You useless piece of shit. Red sparks suddenly came from the tip of his wand and the mirror above the shelf and the sink below it were smashed into pieces. Conveniently enough, the shelf on which the wand was standing was left untouched. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose. Since when can wands cast spells by themselves? What the hell? He had not actually expected the wand to understand him, much less give him an answer. Harry admitted to being a bit off his rockers, but he was definitely not that far gone. The fact that his wand was really throwing a tantrum just like Ollivander had said was nothing if not shocking. He had never heard in either of his lifetimes about an unintelligent object showing that degree of sentience. Wands were not supposed to be that smart. No, wands were not supposed to be smart, period. They only had a form of semi-sentience and operated on instinct. Nothing's ever normal in my life, is it? He said and snorted in mockery at himself. Who is he talking to? His wand. Fleur said to herself, bewildered. As strange as it sounded, that was the most plausible explanation she could think of given what she had managed to piece together from his yells. This boy is definitely not normal. The doorknob suddenly moved and she quickly stepped out of the way. And it had been just in time because Harry Potter quickly walked out of the bathroom with his wand seemingly pointing in front of him. However, he was not just aiming with his wand at something. He was using it to levitate an object. Fleur had not had the time to notice the distortion of space in front of her before the disillusioned several hundred pounds heavy anaconda crashed into her. She fell on the floor as if a person of Hagrid's stature had bumped into her. If by some miracle Harry had not heard Fleur's startled shriek of surprise at something heavy suddenly bumping into her, when she fell down, her invisibility cloak also slipped a bit and revealed her ankle. He could not pretend that he had not seen her. "Who are you?" he shouted, as if he did not already know who she was. There not being any point in staying hidden anymore, Fleur took off her invisibility cloak. But instead of answering her question, her eyes fell on the transparent thing coiled up on the floor. Her breath hitched in her throat. "What are you doing with such a UGE snake?" she almost shouted. She was startled, and rightfully so. It was not an everyday occurrence for one to see such an enormous snake up close, even if it was disillusioned. She stepped back warily, her wand ready in her hand. "Why are you here?" he countered with another question of his own. "Are you stalking me?" "I am not," she retorted. "So let me get this straight. You just happened to leave the Great Hall right after I left, and due to a stroke of luck you also followed me to a defective bathroom while coincidentally hiding under an invisibility cloak. You think I'm stupid?" A tinge of pink appeared in her white cheeks, but she managed to rein in her blush and stop it from spreading on her entire face. There he was, making a fool out of her again. "But what are you doing with such a big snake?" she insisted. "You will get in serious trouble if the professors see you with it after what happened to Severus Snape and Draco Malfoy last year." He was impressed at how she was talking about their deaths as if she was completely unrelated to them when she had been the one that had thrown the two of them to get killed by the magical beasts. Nonetheless, realizing that they were getting nowhere at that rate, he said, "I'm going to release it outside." Then, he swiftly turned around and started to levitate the enormous snake again and walked briskly towards the gates of the castle. The bee-owned girl followed him, much to his chagrin. "Why are you still following me? If a professor catches us, you'll get in trouble too." He attempted to shoo her away. "I'm a prefect," she said snobbily and pointed with a slender white finger at the badge shining on her chest. "I'll just say I caught you summoning dangerous snakes and made you take them outside to dispose of them. Why would you take it outside when you could vanish it right here? And who's gonna believe that Ickle Baby Potter summoned this big bad anaconda?" he asked with a smirk, involuntarily using Bellatrix's way of speaking mockingly. "After the way you blew up the corridor with a windy spell last year," she trailed off with a smile of her own. He turned his head towards her sharply. "How would you know that?" he asked warily, playing his part as someone who had been obliviated of her encounter with her. After all, the rest of the students did not know any details about what had happened over there, only that he had managed to survive the attack. Fleur felt like kicking herself for that slip of the tongue. "Oh look, we reached the gates," she exclaimed. "Oh my, such smooth change of subject, I totally didn't notice it," he said and rolled his eyes. Despite that she was on the losing end of it, she found herself involuntarily smiling at their banter. Harry did not insist on getting an answer to his questions and decided to just get it over with it. The sooner he left Fleur's company, the better. He was very suspicious as to what was the reason behind her stalking him both now and earlier that day on the train. "Speaking of, why are you not just vanishing the snake rather than carrying it all the way, she asked. "That," he said and made a small pause on purpose, enjoying how she hanged on his word, "is for me to know and for you to find out." The exasperated huff she let out made him chuckle. "Let's see. You tell me why you've been stalking me." "I'm not stalking you," she said hotly. "And I'll tell you why I took the snake outside instead of vanishing it. It's a pretty big secret actually," he said the last part in a conspiratory voice. Fleur looked like she considered his words seriously. She briefly hesitated, "I want to be your friend." Harry almost let out a groan. "Didn't she obliviate me last year? What's with the sudden interest now?" "Why?" he asked bluntly. "I mean, let's be serious, you're 15, and damn good looking. Why are you interested in someone like me? I'm 12. She pretended to ignore his compliment in favor of justifying herself. "I'm not interested in you that way. I just wanted to be friends. Haven't you no idea, art is for someone like me to make friends." "Someone like you mean Avila?" he asked. In fact, Fleur was referring to her identity as a serial killer, not that of Avila, but she was more than happy to play her inability of making friends as a consequence of her racial traits. Furthermore, there was no point in denying that she was Avila, seeing how the entire school had become aware of it from the moment her classmates had seen her on the train earlier that day. The strength of her Vila charm had increased too much over the past half a year for her to hide it like before. Yes, believe it or not, this is the longest conversation I've had with anyone at Hogwarts in the past 4 years. Girls don't like me and boys, they like me a little too much. He snorted in amusement at the last part. However, inwardly, he felt like pulling at his hair. He had resigned himself with the idea that he would do whatever was necessary to protect the ones he cared about, but he was not quite sold on the idea of also becoming deeply involved with the war again. And Fleur, she's in the thick of it before the war even started. But when he looked at her hopeful countenance he frowned. It's only the first day and things are already going south. My wand suddenly developed a personality and throws bloody tantrums, and now Fleur, who's killing Death Eaters, wants to be friends, he thought in annoyance. You don't want to? She asked quietly. Is it because I'm Avila? He resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Now she was just playing it dirty, making him look as if he was racist. It had absolutely nothing to do with that. It was the fact that she was a serial killer and that sooner or later he would be pulled in her muddy waters too. Of course not. It doesn't matter to me if you're human or half human or Vila or whatever. Then why? She asked. Even if she had been an actress, she would not have been able to fake that look of loneliness in her eyes. An ordinary person, especially a boy his age, would have not detected it. That's how brief it had been, but Harry had caught it. It was a side effect of being a master of the mind arts. Being observant and knowing how to interpret every little change in one's countenance were things that came naturally to him after so many years. Looking at each other's faces while standing so close in front of each other and talking made it impossible for him to miss it out. You don't care about the age gap. Or what would people say if, he began, but she cut him off midway. I don't, Fleur said, and she suddenly threw her arms around him, embracing him for all he was worth. In general, French were more open and passionate people than English, and she was a Vila too. Even so, it was not normal for French or Vila to hug strangers either. However, she had been starved for affection ever since she had traveled back in time. Now, it was like a dam that burst. Now Harry could have broken away if he had wanted, but he chose not to. I owe it to her. After that dumb prank last year, a hug is the least I could do for her. I never made it up to her for stressing her out like that. However, her hug was much longer than he had anticipated. She was acting like a person who had not hugged someone in years. When she finally let go, her smile was dazzling. If her spring floral scent and the warmth and softness of her embrace had not been enough to overwhelm the senses of his young body, that white and happy beautiful smile on her pretty face had almost left him dizzy. Unbeknownst to him, he had become beet red. It was not even the fault of her magical allure. It was simply because of his hormonal teenage body. She giggled at his flushed face. That was the first time Harry saw her act as a girl of her apparent age. He also chuckled with her. Master, can I go already? I've been watching you flirt with that female for 15 minutes already. The disillusioned snake suddenly hissed impatiently and interrupted their wholesome moment. Harry and Fleur were both startled by the snake's seemingly angry hiss coming out of the blue. Flirting. What would a snake like you know about humans flirting? Harry hissed back him incredulously. The snake flicked its forked tongue out a few times, tasting the air, and said, I can smell it, you want to mate with that female. Harry had to really focus on his occlumency to stop another atomic blush from rising on his face. He also had to focus hard not to kill that cheeky anaconda right then and there. Stupid sassy snake. Stupid young body hormones. Stupid perfect Vila smile. He thought in annoyance and involuntarily looked up at Fleur, only to realize that she was shocked speechless. You can talk to snakes. She burst. Yeah, he said lamely. That's why I brought the snake outside instead of vanishing it. He told me he loves the magic here and doesn't want to go back home. You can talk to snakes. She repeated in amazement. Yes, we've established that already, haven't we? He said sarcastically, but Fleur did not pay it any mind. What did it tell you just now? She asked, her blue eyes sparkling with curiosity. She had been sorted in Ravenclaw for a reason. He cleared his throat awkwardly. He said he was tired of waiting. Anyway, it's time I let him go before any professors really catch us, he said quickly when she looked like she was about to ask more questions. So, you go in first. I'll come 2 or 3 minutes later. We don't want everyone to start talking, he said when they arrived outside the Great Hall, but she shot down his suggestion right away. Let them talk. I don't care about gossipers, she said dismissively and grabbed his arm firmly for him to not run away before pushing the doors open and entering. Harry wanted to facepalm himself. He could not care less about the rumors that will undoubtedly start among students either. It was someone else that he cared about. And that person's violet eyes fixated on him the exact moment he and Fleur came in. Bellatrix was watching him like a hawk, her face alight with interest. She glanced at Fleur for a few moments and then back at him. The corners of her mouth raised in a mischievous smirk. That smirk of hers made him groan. I bet that by the end of the week she'll give me the talk. He dreaded their next conversation. That evening, right after the end of the welcoming feast, Harry forgot to go to Bellatrix's quarters. He was not, under any circumstances, going to give her the satisfaction of poking fun at him about Fleur's company. Not when it was that fresh. Quietly ditching the older girl and the other 2 boys, he was among the first in his house to return to the Ravenclaw Tower, to his dorm. By the time Terry and Michael found their way to their dorm too, Harry was already fast asleep, with the canopies of his bed pulled. It was in the wee hours of the morning that the inability to breathe made Harry wake up with a start. Feeling the incredible weight on his legs and chest, he almost let out a shout of panic. Especially when he saw a behemoth of a snake coiled up on top of his body. How the hell did you get in here? Are you trying to kill me? He hissed at the familiar snake on his bed. It was none other than the green anaconda that he had summoned a few hours before. Don't kick me out, master, please. It's too cold outside. The huge snake pleaded, and Harry had to quickly cast a muffliato on his bed so his roommates would not hear the snake's terrible hissing. Didn't I tell you Scotland's weather is too cold compared to whatever tropical place you're coming from? He said snarkily. I'll just cancel the spell and send you back. So that's how it is. As you humans say, pump and dump. You used me and now that you don't need me anymore, you're throwing me away like a dirty napkin. I get it, I'm just a snake. You are the master. Go ahead, send me back. Even kill me. I won't say a thing. Harry was speechless. This blasted snake woke him up in the middle of the night by almost suffocating him to death, and now it was playing the victim card. Pump and dump. What the hell? He started looking at the snake with narrowed eyes. Are you an animagus and you're king with me? With a nonverbal summoning charm, the fur and dragon heartstring wand flew up from the nightstand next to his bed right into his hand. What animagus, master, are you sleep-talking? The snake said innocently, but when Harry pointed his wand at it, it quickly became silent. It even stopped flicking its forked tongue out. You won't kick a poor snake out, will you, master? The snake begged. If it had been a dog, now it would have made puppy eyes and wagged its tail. Harry let out a sigh. What's the difference between me and Hagrid at this point, he lamented. Hagrid had hidden an Acromantula spiderling pet in the castle, and now he was about to do the same with a big 30-foot-long anaconda snake. Come with me. I knew you were a great and merciful snake, master. You wouldn't let. I've had quite enough of your cheek for today, you little shit. Be quiet lest I change my mind. The snake had it on the tip of its tongue to say that Harry was the little shit, not him, a snake weighing several hundred pounds, but in the end, it decided that it loved staying alive and kept its thoughts to itself. Harry cast a disillusionment charm on the snake and then one on himself to render themselves almost invisible. But, seeing as he had done it wandlessly, with his right hand, the wand in his left hand sent a small stinging hex at the palm wrapped around its handle. Why are you hexing me? It's your fault that I can't trust you to cast any spells. He whispered harshly at his wand. I won't use you for anything important until you learn to behave. In response to his words, Harry felt his connection with the wand suddenly get cut off. It had shut itself off. It was no different than an ordinary stick now. See, that is your problem. You think throwing tantrums would get you what you want. Well, not this time. To the corner with you. He scolded. He threw his wand into his trunk and locked it inside. When the trunk started to shake as if to burst apart, he said in a dangerous voice. If anything gets scratched, and I mean it, even the smallest scratch, I will feed you to Hagrid's hippogriffs tomorrow, first thing in the morning." The trunk instantly stopped shaking. His threat seemed to have been very effective. With that problem solved, he cast a shrinking charm on the snake. "Don't worry, it's not permanent," he said when he saw the anaconda starting to hiss in panic. "Climb on my arm. We'll go to your new home. Magic all around, warmth, and even someone to carry me around. Now that's what I call life," the shrunken snake said contentedly as it stood wrapped around Harry's right arm and neck, basking in the warmth coming from his body. "You really got a mouth on you, you can't shut it for the life of you." "Hee hee, master, don't be angry, I'm only joking, just joking," the snake said and rubbed its now tiny head on the underside of his chin. "Merlin, stop it, it's gross." "Gross? What exactly is gross about my smooth scales? You hairless I mean, you're perfectly right, I'm sorry, master." Luckily, with the snake so small now, its hissing was not loud enough to alert any ghosts or wake up any portraits, and Harry had enough common sense to keep his own voice down. Soon enough, they arrived at Ning Myrtle's bathroom. He had wanted to go down in the Chamber of Secrets earlier that evening, but with Fleur around, he had had to put it off for later. "Who's there? I can hear you," Myrtle yelled when she heard the splashes made by his steps onto the floor flooded with water. Given how dark it was and that he was disillusioned, Harry was not worried that she would recognize him. Ignoring the ghost, he went to the sink and said in Parseltongue, "Open." The sinks parted from the middle and a large opening appeared. "Wicked," the snake said in awe. One wild trip down the large pipe later, Harry arrived in the rather unforgettable Chamber of Secrets. The floor was as dirty and filled with bones of dead animals as he remembered it. Master, what is this place?" the snake asked, for the first time sounding very scared. "I thought snakes were not supposed to have good eyesight, how did you see it?" Harry muttered as he looked at the enormous piece of skin left behind by the basilisk after shedding its skin. Given that it had started to rot, it must have been shed a few good years before. "I can't see anything in this darkness. But I feel it. The King of Serpents. Master, you didn't bring me here to kill me, did you?" "Oh, just shut it already, you big crybaby. Would I come to this god-forsaken place just to dump your body when I can make you disappear with a thought?" With another hiss, the last door of the Chamber of Secrets was opened and Salazar Slytherin's statue appeared in front of his eyes, as large and creepy as he remembered it. He did not even bother with trying to communicate with the 1,000-year-old basilisk lying dormant inside it. No point in having it come out of its hole and putting himself in mortal peril for no reason. With a wave of his hand, a rooster was conjured through magic. "Imperio," he said, and the rooster fell under his complete control. Following his command, the bird walked until it was very close to the statue and started singing. Dying screeches, terrible hisses, and a giant snake thrashing around desperately. It was what Harry had been expecting, but there was none of that. Nothing except for the rooster's song could be heard. After almost 15 minutes of singing without a pause, even the rooster was starting to lose its voice and was beginning to sound more like a crow rather than a rooster. "Here goes nothing." Vanishing the conjured rooster by pointing his finger at it, he then hissed towards the statue. "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The moment that the mouth of the statue opened, an intense smell of a corpse assaulted his senses so badly that he became momentarily dizzy. With a thought, a bubble head charm appeared around his head, giving him a way to breathe through that terrible stink. Climbing up, he saw the immense body of the King of Serpents lying lifelessly inside. No signs of a struggle. It looks like it died. Peacefully, probably in its sleep. Did it die of old age? The giant serpent was coiled up in an orderly fashion as if it was sleeping. As far as he knew, the song of a rooster, although fatal, could not kill a basilisk instantly, especially one that was that old and powerful. The basilisk would have thrashed around at the sound of the rooster's song, its survival instinct making it try to escape. It would have not remained unmoving, in a sleeping position. The adventure in the Chamber of Secrets turned out to be far less exciting than he had been expecting. After all, an encounter with the most dangerous magical beast in the world would not be boring, to say the least. Deadly, yes, but not boring. It makes sense that it died of old age. There are no records of other basilisks living for even half as long as Slytherin's basilisk. A few centuries, yes, but not 1,000 years. Even so, it was still alive back in my world when I was in my second year, Harry thought. I guess that's just another thing that changed in this world. But if that's the case, where does the diary come into play? He involuntarily grimaced when a particular thought popped up in his mind. What if there is no diary at all? He had assumed that Voldemort had taken the same methods to ensure his immortality as in his past life. But he was being reminded so often of how different this world was from his that he could not help wondering, were Voldemort's Horcruxes still the same over here as well? What if all the Horcruxes are in different objects or maybe hidden in different places? Or what if there are no Horcruxes at all? What if he found other methods to preserve his life? With the anaconda off his hands now, and with those alarming new thoughts in his mind, Harry broke into a run on his way to the room of requirement. I wonder what kind of thoughts kept you awake last night that you couldn't sleep. Bellatrix mused, her smile filled with all kinds of insinuations. Seeing as he had the body of a child, staying awake the entire previous night and wandering through the castle instead had taken its toll on his appearance. There were bags under his eyes and his entire look was disheveled. I was thinking about that lovely fifth-year blonde girl you saw me with yesterday, Harry said flatly. He had too many worrisome thoughts on his mind to even feel embarrassed by her teasing anymore. Tisk, you're no fun, she pouted when she saw she could not get him riled up. Harry had spent almost 6 hours last night, searching through the room of hidden things for the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. He had used all kinds of charms for detecting dark objects and he had used his own sixth sense for discovering traces of dark magic too. But it was to no avail. He did find dozens of dark artifacts and other cursed objects, but after scouring the entire room, there was no trace of the Horcrux. That fact confirmed something for him. If Voldemort created Horcruxes, they are not in the same places as in my world. His countenance darkened further when he thought about Bellatrix. Then, if the diadem is not in the castle, what medium did Voldemort use to cast that jinx over the position of Dada Professor? He was beyond worrying now, he was starting to become anxious about Bellatrix. Glancing up at her, he realized that she was also looking at him thoughtfully. I'm worried about you, Harry said with honesty. Not even Dumbledore knows how that jinx works or how to dispel it, and many professors didn't end up well after teaching Dada here. Some of them even died. She rolled her eyes at him. We've had this conversation before, Harry. A little appreciation for your auntie's capabilities, please. Funny that you're, auntie. Whenever it suits your needs, but if I call you, Aunt Bella, it starts raining fire. She giggled a bit, but she became serious after that and put a hand on his shoulder. I didn't come to Hogwarts just to keep an eye on you, you know. At his skeptical face, she conceded, all right, I did come for you first and foremost, but I also intend on finding a solution to this jinx. Call it my pet project. If Dumbledore couldn't do anything about it, he began. Dumbledore isn't all-knowing, nor is he all-powerful, she said, starting to become annoyed. Just because he couldn't do anything about it, that doesn't mean nobody else can. There are things that he is better at than most, but there are also people that are better than him in particular areas. I have yet to meet anyone as well versed in the dark arts as I am. Harry became momentarily silent at her claim. What she had just said was not something that most people would be proud of. So you mean you know how to dispel this jinx? I don't know yet, but I do have a few theories. Never mind that. Tell me more about that girl. She suddenly changed the subject. A girl 3 years older than you. And a French Vila at that. Color me impressed. That's nothing to be impressed about. Not when compared to how popular you seem to be. I never knew. You never talk about yourself. Harry diverted the subject to her. Bellatrix let out an exasperated sigh. You tell me more about her and maybe, just maybe, I will tell you more about myself too, Tilda. Nothing to talk about really, he said and shrugged his shoulders. She all of a sudden came to me and said she wanted me to be her friend. I think that's just because I'm not affected by her Vila charm like most boys. Other than that, I know nothing about her. It's all one-sided, really. And here I was mentally preparing myself on how to give you the talk, she mused and laughed lightly when he groaned. Merlin, no. Save us both the embarrassment, he said and covered his face with his hands. You don't need to tell me about the birds and the bees, or contraception. I know all about it. Besides, I'm only 12. Quote. You're right, she said, a strange look on her face. Due to his unnaturally mature behavior and manner of speech, she often found herself forgetting that he was only 12 years old. A soft chime came from the clock hanging on the wall in front of Bellatrix's desk. You should go. You have potions next if I recall correctly. Yes, together with the Hufflepuffs. A word of advice, be careful with Slughorn, she said in a light warning tone. Why? He seemed like a nice old man. Much nicer than Snape from last year, he said, pretending to not know what she was talking about. Slughorn was my potions professor when I was at Hogwarts too, so I know that he loves making connections with promising prospects. He does favors for people when they are still young and asks them to return the favor after they become successful. It's not a bad thing per se, but you have to be careful not to be roped into his games. So, you think he'll take an interest in me? He asked. What do you think? First in your year by a landslide in the legal ward of Bellatrix Black, a rather famous unspeakable. How modest of you, he quipped in. You will be one of his primary targets to add to his collection. Of course, the Longbottom boy will be his top priority. Bringing a finger to her chin, a thoughtful posture, she said as if it was an afterthought. Your pretty French girlfriend will most likely be one of his targets too, because she is rather interesting. Top of her year as well, and she became Phileas Flitwick's apprentice this year. She's also the daughter of a wealthy winemaker from Provence, France, known for their brand of rosé wines both in the Muggle and Wizarding world. She's also a Veela. Slughorn will be all over her. You might want to give her a heads up. How do you know about her background? You checked her up? He asked in surprise, conveniently choosing to ignore the girlfriend part. I've been working at the ministry for 20 years. I know a guy or two. A bit of information on a girl is nothing, she said dismissively. She had arrived at Hogwarts only the evening before, yet she had already gathered information on Fleur Delacour. He was both startled and impressed. Just curious, did you also check Terry and Michael's background? He asked. Naturally, she said as a matter of fact. For a moment, he was stunned by her frank admission of keeping tabs on his friends. If Professor Slughorn is as well connected as you say, I think I want to become very good friends with him, Harry said after a while. He could be very useful. I'm starting to think the hat made a wrong choice when it put you in Ravenclaw. You would have been much better in Slytherin, she said. I admit the hat was pretty adamant about me being perfect for that house, but I did not want to. I told it to put me anywhere but there. Even Hufflepuff would have been better. And what exactly is wrong with Slytherin, she said, glaring at him. In the summer before my first year, everyone told me to avoid being sorted in Slytherin. They were saying things like, it's a house of scheming backstabbers, or, why are they even allowed at Hogwarts anymore, seriously. Come to think of it, you were a Slytherin too, weren't you? Merlin, imagine the horror, can't say I'm surprised though. For the second time that day, Harry found himself on the receiving end of a stinging hex. Ow, ow, he yelped and quickly dashed towards the door, knowing exactly what kind of temper Bellatrix had. She was not going to stop just at a stinging hex. She also stood up and ran after him. She was about to hex him again, but with both of them out in the corridor now, she quickly got a hold of her ire and stopped herself in time. You better come back yourself or you won't like it when I finally catch you, she threatened him. Her left eye started twitching when he started to laugh. He was already at the end of the corridor, at a safe distance away from her. See you tomorrow in class, Aunt Bella. He turned his head and taunted her over his shoulder as he ran down a staircase. It's Professor Black, you scrawny little prick. She yelled after him. In fact, Harry was well above caring about the pride of his house, the Housecup or House Points. He knew that all houses had both good and bad apples. He only said that to annoy her. He knew that Bellatrix took pride in being a Slytherin, so what better way to quickly annoy her than that? As he headed towards the dungeons, he thought about Slughorn and his club. Slughorn is a very well-connected man. He could be a shortcut to my Quidditch career. He was confident about reaching the same level of success as in his past life. Making use of Slughorn's connections, he could achieve his goals with half the time and effort. I could probably get into Puddlemore United even before taking my owls if I played my cards right. Getting to play for the national team of England before I graduate wouldn't be far-fetched either, he mused. He was going to make use of every opportunity available to him in this new chance at life. Now that he was no longer the boy who lived, famous for a thing that he hated, and now that there was nobody like Ron Weasley breathing enviously in the back of his neck, nothing was stopping him from taking full advantage of the benefits of being friends with someone as well connected as Horace Slughorn. With that thought in mind, he stepped into Potion's classroom confidently, intent on making the cunning old professor fall in love with his talent. It was very early in the morning, before the sunrise. Seeing as it was the end of September, the air was cold and humid at that time of the day in Scotland. It's good that I don't need to sneak around in the middle of the night anymore. He breathed in deeply the clear air of the forest in the morning. The semi-darkness, the chirping of the birds that were just starting to wake up, the refreshing chill and the picturesque image of the millennia-old castle surrounded by an ancient forest and a dark lake. How beautiful, he said to himself as he flew slowly above the grounds of the castle, on his broom. Accelerating, he headed towards the black lake and flew close to the surface of the water, touching it with the tip of his fingers. A massive tentacle rose from the lake and Harry slowed down his flight speed and increased his altitude a little. He knew from his past life that the giant squid was not dangerous for students, but it did not hurt to be careful nonetheless. More tentacles rose from the water after that and attempted to catch him. "Oh, you wanted to play," Harry spoke to the squid with a smile. "Must be boring doing nothing all day long in that lake. All right, I'm game. Catch me if you can. I have to get used again to these cold Scotland mornings," Fleur inwardly complained as she came out of the castle. After spending nearly 10 months in the warm Mediterranean climate of southern France, her body had forgotten how cold it could be in Scotland. Wearing a pair of rather thick black track pants, a pair of blue muggle sneakers, ear warmers, a muffler around her neck, a blue hoodie, a pair of thin gloves and with her own hair tied up in a ponytail, the girl looked like she had come out for a morning run. Fleur Delacour had made it a habit in the past more than 5 years to run every day in the early morning. It was not for the sake of maintaining a wasp-like waist or for the sake of health. In that regard, being a Veela and witch was like a cheat code. She had never seen or heard of an overweight Veela, and wizards and witches had all kinds of ways to keep themselves healthy without the need of sweating that much from the physical effort. She was jogging for the sake of building up her stamina and a way to discipline herself too. She might have not been able to run a marathon, but jogging for 4 or 5 miles and sprinting the last few hundred feet every morning was nothing out of common. It had become a routine for her. Fleur started her run as usual, by doing a lap around the castle and then one around the lake. The lap around the castle was uneventful, but when she was halfway through her lap around the lake, her breath stopped in her throat at the sight of the 10 giant tentacles raising violent waves as they stabbed out of the water, trying to catch a boy flying on his broom. She took her wand out and broke into a sprint, doing her best to get closer as fast as possible, scared for that young student's safety. However, as she got closer, her sprint gradually slowed down to a jog and then to a full stop. The giant squid and the boy flying on his broom were about 60 feet away from the shore, but it was close enough for her to realize that she had misunderstood the situation. The boy's excited laughter was proof of that. A tentacle almost as thick as the boy's waist stirred winds as it came flying at him, but he rolled under his broom and pulled the end of the broomstick's handle, making the broom nosedive and dodge the massive tentacle by a hair's breadth. When he was about to go out of the tentacle's range, he flew back and the game started again. The game of tag between the giant squid and the young boy left Fleur mesmerized. She had never had any strong feelings about Quidditch, neither for, not against it, but, at that moment, it was as if a fire was lit inside of her. The way he dodged the numerous deadly tentacles and the grace with which he controlled his broom made it look as if it was an extension of his body. He was like a bird and the broom was like his wings. The sun rose from behind the hills by the time Harry and the giant squid finally ended their game. It was only then that he noticed that he had a spectator. "It was you," Fleur exclaimed in surprise when he landed next to her, on the shore, and she finally got to see him up close, recognizing him. At that moment, she recalled what Harry had told her the previous year: "If I'm ever gonna get famous for something, I wanna be famous because of my talent in Quidditch. I thought he was making fun of me, but he was serious. He really is incredible." She was impressed from the bottom of her heart. "Hey, what brings you here?" Harry asked, also surprised to see Fleur outside at that early hour and in that outfit no less. You were magnifique, she exclaimed, reverting partly to her native language in her excitement. I didn't take you for a Quidditch fan, he said. But thank you. If I wasn't a Quidditch fan before, I most certainly am now. She said enthusiastically, making him chuckle. You passed the tryouts for our house team, didn't you? I'll make sure to watch your first match. Harry was in a great mood as well. He had been missing the adrenaline accompanying a dangerous flight. He had not had such an exhilarating ride on his broom since more than 5 years ago, in his past life. A Dark Lord with a flood dragon is a familiar. In some ways, that bastard was even harder to kill than Voldemort. Flood dragons were the fastest among dragons when it came to flying or swimming, depending on the species, and an aspiring Dark Lord from China happened to have tamed one. It was not that he had been better than Voldemort with a wand, but a team consisting of a powerful wizard and a dragon was a fearsome combination. Most spells simply bounced off the dragon's scales and any curse aimed at its eyes was intercepted or blocked by the Dark Lord. The wizard only took care of protecting the only vulnerable point of his dragon, its eyes, giving it full liberty to lay waste on their enemies with its breath attacks. And if the number of enemies was too large for the Chinese Dark Lord to handle, he would just fly away on his dragon. The usual methods of trapping other witches and wizards, anti-disapparition jinxes and anti-portkey wards, were obviously of no use and flying brooms could not catch up to the speed of the fastest species of dragon even in 2015 despite the progress made in the spellwork and enchanting of racing brooms. Earth to Harry. You there? Fleur waved her hand in front of his face, waking him up from his thoughts. Sorry, I was thinking about something. I could see that. Ignoring someone while they're talking to you is not polite at all. What would Professor Black think if she saw you now? She said. She was smiling. So you found out. Duh. Of course I did. The entire school knows about it. It was barely a month into the new school year and Horace Slughorn had already fished out the most outstanding students and invited them into his club. As Bellatrix had predicted, Neville Longbottom had been the first to be invited by the old potions master and Harry and Fleur had received an invitation as well. The Slug Club had yet to hold an official meeting with all the club members but rumors about the more noteworthy members had already started circulating. It became known as well that Harry was the legal ward of the Dada professor, Bellatrix Black. How come you woke up so early? He changed the subject. I came out for a morning run. It's part of my daily routine. It's relaxing. For the first time that year, Fleur did not complete her morning run. She and Harry started walking side by the lake and chatted as they headed back to the castle. Are you coming to Slughorn's party on Halloween? Harry asked. I'd rather not. I don't like people that indulge in favoritism, Fleur said. Besides, I don't avenue a date. Just say a word and you'll have dozens lined up in front of you in 1 hour, he laughed. I'm going to go, he continued. He knows many people in important positions, even in the Quidditch industry. Trying to get in through the back door? She asked with narrowed eyes but he shrugged his shoulders uncaringly. I know I am good and you saw it just now too, he said smugly. I'd have to be mad to not take advantage of what he has to offer. With a simple recommendation from him, I could probably skip completely the 1 to 2 years of being a substitute player for a team. Who knows, I could play for the national team even before graduating. Are you always this modest? When it comes to Quidditch, yes, he said and laughed. Unknowingly, the closer they got to the castle, the slower their walking pace became. You're difficult to get a hold of usually. What are you doing when you don't avenue classes? Are you by chance avoiding me, mister? Fleur asked half jokingly half seriously. Over the past month, she had had a hard time finding Harry except for when he came to the Great Hall for meals. While the rest of the school believed that they were very close, they were often sitting together at lunch and dinner. They had actually not spent that much time in each other's company. I'm helping Aunt Bella with various things. She's also been trying to teach me how to play the piano. We're usually in the music classroom these days. You're playing the piano, she said in surprise. I can play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star and the Happy Birthday song. After 2 weeks, he said and the two of them burst into laughter. Yeah, I don't think I'm very talented at it. But it makes her so happy that I'm trying to learn what she loves that I'd feel too bad to tell her to stop it. She giggled at him some more. You two are very close, she probed. Yes. You probably know by now, but I grew up in an orphanage. Professor Dumbledore arranged for her to take me in last year. I was wary of her at first, like why would someone take in a random orphan? They'd have nothing to gain from it. Just an additional responsibility and more expenses. I'm sorry to hear that. Don't be. I'm happy. Bella has been great to me, he said with a smile. I want to repay her kindness one day. For now, helping her around a bit and trying to learn her hobbies is the only thing I can do to make her happy. They were momentarily silent after that, both thinking about different things. He really is more mature than other boys his age. And he has a kind and grateful heart, Fleur thought. Her opinion of him rose the more she got to know him, and that served to further confirm to her that her decision to become friends with him had been a good one. Say, are you really not affected by my allure? She asked. That's so out of the blue, he said. I can feel it, but it doesn't make me brag about being a vampire hunter with 100 confirmed kills on my belt. Fleur burst into giggles again because that's what one of the boys that had invited her last week to go to Hogsmeade had bragged about. She secretly noticed that she had laughed more during their half-an-hour walk than she had done the entire week. If you were just a bit older and a bit taller, I'd let you take me to Hogsmeade, she said teasingly. What makes you think I'd want to? He shot back with a grin. You wouldn't. She raised an eyebrow skeptically. Don't get me wrong, you're beautiful. Just not the kind of girl I'd go for. She glared at him. It was exactly what he had told her last year in the Great Hall. It looked like the fact that she had obliviated him had not changed his lines. As if you'd know what your type is. You're only 12, she huffed. Of course I do. I like older, mature girls. AHA, she shouted in triumph. With long black hair, violet eyes, intelligent and a bit snappy. Makes for good conversation and banter. Are you describing Professor Black? Don't tell me you like her. Me and 99% of the boys and even some of the girls in the school. Of course I do, what's there not to like about her? He said with a roll of his eyes. She crossed her arms in annoyance. I'm B. Owned an Avenue Blue Eyes, but other than that, she and I are not that different, are we? Are you competing with her? He said with a laugh. I am not. Ha ha ha. This is gold. I have to tell her this. There's no better compliment for a woman than knowing that Avila is jealous of her. I am not. Her yell and the fact that she was about to draw her wand made him raise his hands in defeat, but he still chuckled. All right, she sniffed at him and started walking a bit faster, going ahead of him. Then what about you? Do you have someone in mind? He asked while trying to contain his sniggers as he ran to catch up to her. Not really. Oh, come on, you have to have a general idea of what you like. She stopped walking fast and met a bit before saying. I do. But I've come to understand that looks don't matter all that much. So what if you marry a good-looking witch or wizard if they, Avenue a bad character? What good is their beauty for if you wake up one day with a knife stabbed into your back? The way she said those words made Harry think that it was not just random talk. What happened in her past future? He wondered, not for the first time. The Fleur from his past life had the personality of a regular girl, seeking handsome guys, as it was normal. For example, Roger Davies, his personality aside, was a good-looking jock, and Bill Weasley was a cool and handsome guy too. It was then that a shout from afar shattered the moment they were having. Hey, you two, what are you doing out here at this hour by the lake? It was a middle-aged man wearing black boots and a long leather trench coat. He was one of the 6 Aurors assigned at Hogwarts to protect the students. They were working in shifts of 8 hours, 2 Aurors on a shift. At any given moment, there were 2 Aurors guarding the school. One was patrolling the grounds and one was patrolling the castle's corridors. We just went for a walk, Mr. Finley, Fleur said. It's not against the rules, is it? It's not. But you better hurry up and get back to the castle. Breakfast is about to be served soon. When they arrived in the Ravenclaw common room, before separating to go to their dorms, Fleur said. It was lovely talking with you. We should do this more often. Harry scratched his cheek awkwardly. He was still stubbornly refusing to accept the possibility that he might be forced by the situation to play a major role in the upcoming war. But the problem was that the French girl was growing on him. Despite that he knew that she was someone who would undoubtedly be in the thick of it, he found himself unwilling to cut her off from his life. She was more mature than the rest of the students and, without lying to himself, he found her attractive too. Who wouldn't? Most men liked the company of a beautiful woman, especially if she was intelligent and witty, and Harry was no different in this regard either. He was beginning to enjoy the time they spent together quite a lot. Definitely. His answer was rewarded with that brilliant smile that Harry was slowly starting to become smitten with. Then, how about coming for a run with me in the morning? I don't think I can keep up with you. You said you're running about 4-5 miles every morning, that's a lot. Don't worry, I'll run at your pace until you can work your way up. You can even take your broom and fly when you can't run anymore. Without any excuses left, he could not turn her down anymore. Besides, their impromptu meeting that morning had left him wanting for more. All right, she smiled, very pleased with herself. I knew you'd come around, Ari, she said. Then, she bent down and pecked him on the cheek. It was just a simple, innocent key on the cheek, but it was as if the place where her lips had touched his cheek had been set on fire. Ginny Weasley had not been the only woman that he had been involved with in his past life. There had been others too, so it was not as if he had no experience with women. However, the hormonal and traitorous body of a young teenager often came in conflict with his older mind. Outside of his control, his face flushed red. His embarrassment only increased when he heard the other housemates present in the common room wolf whistling at the two of them. Merlin, Michael, how did you fail the charms written exam? Terry asked, almost unable to believe his eyes when he looked at the big red P from poor written on Michael's charms test sheet. Charms was considered one of the easier classes, at least compared to others like potions, transfiguration, or the boring history of magic. The boy in question was devastated. My dad will kill me. Due to the previous year being cut off after only 2 months, it was not realistic for everyone to advance to the next year without being evaluated. That being said, all students, except for the first years, had been announced in their Hogwarts letters that they would be taking their previous year's end-of-the-year exams in the first week of October. Those who passed the exams would be able to advance to the current year as they should have done had the school not been closed. Failing 2 exams meant that they would be held back, but students were given one more chance to take a makeup exam for one of the 2 exams that they had failed, or for both if they so desired. If they managed to pass the makeup exams, they would be allowed to advance to the current year. Otherwise, they would be held back. As for those that failed 3 exams or more, they would not be given the chance to take any makeup exams at all, they would be automatically held back to repeat the previous year. Michael Corner had not been the only one to fail. There were students from other houses as well. For example, also in the same year as Harry, Seamus Finnegan from Gryffindor had blown up, literally, his mouse into a messy pile of charcoal instead of transforming it into a snuff box, while Ron Weasley failed his practical charms exam too, failing to cast the levitation charm. In truth, it was not entirely the children's fault. Hogwarts had not provided them with a safe environment to study in, and now it was expected of them to know the material that they would have been taught if the school had not been closed. The students had been given the month of September to catch up with their studies, but as the saying goes, one cannot fatten up the pig on Christmas Eve. Cramming could only take one so far. If they had not studied over the course of the past year, 1 month was not enough for them to learn an entire school year's material. Breakfast the day after receiving the results of their exams had been very eventful, for the lack of a better word. Eventful and loud. Dozens of students had been assaulted by howlers from their parents for failing their exams. Molly Weasley's hollers at her son, Ron Weasley, had managed somehow to cover any other sound in the Great Hall, and that was an achievement worth taking note of. Maybe you should have spent more time studying instead of leering at girls, Harry told Michael, mercilessly pouring salt on the open wound. What was incredibly annoying and frustrating for Michael was that Harry had been doing just that, playing around with his girlfriend, yet there were only O's on each one of his tests. However, there was nothing he could say about it. It was his own fault for failing. Despite his mean words earlier, Harry let out a drawn-out sigh at the boy's desperate face. Don't be too hard on yourself. You didn't do all that bad. You passed the practical exam, it's only the theory that you have to brush up on. Getting an acceptable in the written exam shouldn't be that hard. I will help you. 1 week will be enough for you to even get an E at the makeup exam. A tearful, thank you. was all that Michael managed to say. It turned out that other second-year students had somehow gotten wind of Harry's offer to help Michael pass his makeup exam too. When he went with Michael to the library a few hours later, in the afternoon, he was greeted by a small crowd of second years. 2 boys and a girl from Gryffindor, a girl and a boy from Hufflepuff, and 2 boys and a girl from Slytherin. Well known by everyone by now as a genius, those second-year students that had failed their exams flocked at him for help as if their lives depended on it once they heard that he was going to help them. "Mate, the offer was to help you, because you're my friend, not the whole school," Harry said flatly. But as he looked at the anxious faces of the young students, especially at Ron's freckled face, Harry could still recall the extremely loud howler that Mrs. Weasley had sent her son earlier that day. He felt his annoyance melt into nothing. "Sigh, okay, I will help you," he said reluctantly. Mixed feelings appeared in his heart when he saw that the 2 boys from Slytherin were none other than Crabbe and Goyle. However, he was a grown-up man in mind and they were different people from his past life too. He would not hold a grudge against 2 innocent boys. "You're the bloody number 1 student in your year, you can cast 5th and 6th year spells and you have more magic power than even some adults, yet you want to become a blasted Quidditch player. Merlin, what a waste of brains and talent. I cannot believe it." Bellatrix yelled to the ceiling and threw her hands up exasperated. "What would you have me do? If you think I'll be wasting my life with my nose in a book, you're sorely mistaken." Harry shouted stubbornly, not backing out in the least. Ever since Bellatrix had taken him in, they had never had a serious argument. Until today. This was their first big fight. After he'd passed the Quidditch tryouts for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, Bellatrix good-naturedly warned him to not let Quidditch distract him from his studies as they were more important than some violent sport. But Harry told her that becoming a pro Quidditch player was his goal, and that led to the current conversation yelling contest. "It's that girl's fault, isn't it? She must have filled your head with rubbish like, studying is for nerds or that it's not cool. She's an even bigger nerd than I am, she'd never say that. And why are you bringing her into this at all? She has nothing to do with it," he said in annoyance. "Oh, doesn't she? You think I don't know how much time you've been spending with her as of late? Going for walks every morning, eating together at every lunch and even studying together in the library," she said and made quoting signs with her fingers when she said, "studying." The tone of her voice made him think she was jealous. "I've wanted to play Quidditch even before I enrolled at Hogwarts. Fleur has nothing to do with it," he said again, now starting to get irritated too. He breathed in deeply and momentarily closed his eyes to rein in his anger. He had always had temper issues, even as a child in his past life, and it looked like this world's Bellatrix had a rather short fuse too. Calming himself down, he came to sit next to her on the piano seat. They were silent for some time. "Look, I've always wanted to go pro, ever since my first flying lesson. Didn't Dumbledore tell you how I smuggled in a broomstick last year and how I even learnt the disillusionment charm just so I could sneak out at night and fly?" At her reluctant nod, he continued, "I like Fleur, she is fun to be around. We've gotten close, but she is still just a friend. She can't influence my career choice. You are more important to me than her, and I still won't let you change my mind," he said sincerely. "In fact, she is jealous of how much I talk about you. Imagine, Avila being jealous of a woman 30 years older than her." Whack! Harry rubbed the back of his head, now sore from the lightning-fast wallop. "What did I tell you? Never speak about a lady's age," she snapped at him. He chuckled. "I know that you have my best interests in mind and I understand your point. Many other boys at my age dream about being Quidditch superstars, but not even 1% of them actually get there." Bellatrix looked at him strangely. "Tell me, Harry, are you really 12? She said jokingly, her anger mollified by the fact that he was mature enough to understand how slim was his chance to actually become a professional Quidditch player. His only answer was to laugh. How could he tell her that they were actually the same age? "Let's make a deal," he said. "My first match will be against Hufflepuff, in the first week of November. Just watch me flying then. If you think that I don't have what it takes to become a pro, I will give up on it and study to become some boring ministry worker like you. We can go even further. If I lose the snitch even once in the next 6 years, I will give up on the thought of going pro." She slapped his arm lightly at the jab he made about her profession but ended up smiling. What am I going to do with you? She said with a shake of her head. Not losing the snitch even once in the next 6 years, do you hear yourself? I may not be big on Quidditch, but everyone knows that sometimes, who catches the snitch is a matter of luck too, not just skill. But Harry was confident to the point of arrogance when it came to his skill as a seeker. His team may have lost matches every once in a while, but he had never lost the snitch to the opponent seeker during his career as a pro Quidditch player in his past life. He was even more proud of that feat than he was of his feats of killing a dozen Dark Lords from all over the world. If most pro seekers could not keep up with me, what chance do some random children have? He looked straight into her eyes, filled with confidence as he said, just come to watch my first game. You will become a believer. She let out a drawn-out sigh, not convinced of his overly boastful words. Okay, I will take you up on that deal. You show me what you can do and she made a small pause, if it turns out that you have the potential for it, I will support you. She stood up and left the music classroom while muttering to herself. Merlin, what a waste. Despite not being happy about disappointing her, Harry was realistic. I'm not the genius everyone thinks I am. He was just taking advantage of the knowledge he had amassed in his past life to look like he was outstanding among his much younger classmates. However, once the owls came around, his knowledge regarding magic theory and other fancy charms and pretty transfiguration spells would not be that much higher compared to the rest of his classmates. The playing field would be leveled and he would have to start taking his studies seriously too. At that point in time, he would no longer look like an extraordinary genius anymore. That's because, in his past life, Harry had been a Quidditch player and, in the latter half of his life, a hit wizard. I could never hope to become someone like Bella or like Hermione or Dumbledore. I'm not smart enough for that. He knew his limits. He had been a soldier, not a researcher. He was not cut out for that kind of work. Besides, I love Quidditch. Hello. You wanted to see me, Professor? Harry asked when he entered the office of the Transfiguration Professor. Am I in trouble? Seated behind a simple desk, in a much more modest office than before was none other than Albus Dumbledore. Harry was still surprised whenever he thought about how the old wizard had voluntarily stepped down from his position as the headmaster. Dumbledore chuckled at his question. No trouble, no need to worry about that. Quite the opposite. Have a seat, please. Once Harry sat on the chair in front of the desk, Dumbledore said. I heard about your little study group. I want to express my appreciation for the selflessness you showed by helping your fellow students pass their makeup exams. Due to your efforts, none of the second-year students has been held back. You've even helped students from outside your house, showing none of the usual bias against Slytherin, for example. I'd say that 50 points to Ravenclaw are the least of what you deserve. Though unwilling at first, Harry had wholeheartedly helped and taught the children that had come to ask for his help together with Michael Corner. That he was a good teacher had been proven in his past life, in his 5th year of school when he had taught Dada to dozens of students, some of them even older than him. Helping some first years with what they were struggling with had not been a challenge at all. Even the less gifted ones like Crabbe and Goyle had managed to pass their makeup exams thanks to his teaching. Thank you, Professor, Harry said politely. He did not really care about house points, but he had to keep up the appearances. As for Dumbledore, he was mentally patting himself on the back for the brilliant idea that he had had last year to send Harry Potter to live with Bellatrix Black. He is no longer as introverted as before. He seems to have become good friends with Mr. Boot and Mr. Corner, and he's even made a new friend in Ms. Delacour. He has also helped his peers pass their exams, putting in quite a bit of time and effort for their sake. It looks like Miss Black has been very good for him. And he had been very good for her as well. I don't recall seeing her smile as much and as often before. All in all, the old wizard was very pleased with how things had turned out. The Ravenclaw Quidditch team was rather young because most of the 5th and 7th year students chose to focus on their owls and newts rather than on Quidditch, and last year had been too short, only 2 months, for another generation of players to be formed. For example, the captain was only a 5th year chaser, Roger Davies. He and the keeper were the oldest, in the 5th year. The rest of their teammates were all younger. Cho Chang, a 3rd year girl, and another boy in his 4th year were chasers, while the beaters were 2 boys in their 3rd year. As for Harry, he was the seeker and just a 2nd year. The odds of the underground betting stall set up by the Weasley twins were in favor for Hufflepuff to win, and by a large margin at that. Harry had purposely sent Michael with 20 galleons to bet for him on Ravenclaw's victory. "I'm going to bankrupt them," Harry thought to himself and giggled, not even once doubting the outcome of his match. However, at that moment, he was the only one laughing. The captain of the team seemed almost resigned with the thought that they were going to lose. He did not even try to give his teammates a pep talk or some sort of encouragement. As for the rest of the team, they were a nervous mess, seeing as more than half of them would be entering the Quidditch pitch for the first time in their lives. "How are you not nervous?" the Asian girl asked him in a whisper while they lined up to enter the pitch. "I was born for this." His heart was hammering in his chest. He could not contain his excitement. He had not played a proper game of Quidditch in decades. When he stepped on the short grass of the Quidditch pitch, the world in front of his eyes started moving as if it was a slow-motion video. "I want a nice and clean game. Mount your brooms," he vaguely heard Madame Hooch say. As he rose in the air on his Nimbus 2000, his hearing became muffled. The cheers of the Ravenclaws died down in his perception, and he could not hear the commentary of the student holding the microphone either. He could no longer hear the outside world. The only thing he heard was his blood rushing madly through his veins, and his heart which was pumping like an engine. He floated in one place with his broom, way above his teammates, as if he was just spectating the game below. To the people in the stands, he looked scared, almost foolish. But he did not even register the crowd's jeers or Lee Jordan poking fun at him. His brain was entirely focused on the information it received from his eyes. His eyesight had become so sharp that he could even count the blades of grass 50 feet below. It was unreal, a magical feeling beyond what was taught at Hogwarts. A miracle of the human body. Harry was very familiar with that feeling. He was in the zone. "For Merlin's sake, Harry, what are you doing?" Bellatrix said. Her fists were clenched anxiously and her complexion reddened in anger when she heard Lee Jordan's mocking commentary about her boy. Ravenclaw's new seeker, Harry Potter, seems to be in shock. "I guess one can't be good at everything. Nerds should." "Jordan," McGonagall yelled. "Sorry, Professor," he apologized insincerely. While Bellatrix did not want Harry to have delusions of grandeur and waste his time and effort on something highly improbable like becoming a pro Quidditch player, she did not want him to become a laughingstock either. She was furious at how the students in the stands were laughing at him. The rest of the Ravenclaw team was in shambles as well. The Hufflepuffs were piecing them apart. The score was 80-10 after just 5 minutes, Roger Davies being the only one to score for his team. The young Ravenclaws were completely outclassed due to their inexperience. "Damn it, Harry, do something!" Bellatrix shouted. Not that her yell could be heard more than 6 feet away with all the noise around. The crowd suddenly let out a cry when the previously frozen in his spot Harry Potter abruptly started accelerating towards the ground, almost perpendicular to it. His target, Madame Hooch. More cries of alarm came from the students and professors in the stands. Was he trying to attack the referee? Had the pressure been too much for him? Had he gone mad? But when Madame Hooch flew away in a hurry to dodge his charge, a glint of gold was suddenly revealed. The golden snitch had been hiding under her broom, secretly flying at the same time as her. Morgana's tits, how did he see the snitch from that distance, over there? Lee Jordan screamed into his microphone in sheer amazement. "Jordan, detention with Filch for the rest of the semester." McGonagall hollered like a madwoman. But most of the students were oblivious to what was happening in the stands. They were watching the game with rapt attention. It was at its climax, the fight between the two seekers. Whoever caught the snitch would win the game for their team. The Hufflepuff seeker, a 6th-year girl, desperately tried to close in the distance, but she had noticed the snitch too late. She was too far away. She barely covered half the distance when the younger boy snatched the sly golden snitch from the air. However, his speed was too great. Hundreds of people rose from their seats in both excitement and anxiety, watching how Harry Potter was only 20 feet away from the ground and still heading straight to it at a speed of over 90 miles per hour. The cheers that exploded from the crowd when he effortlessly stopped his broom only 2 feet away from the grass were deafening. Even Bellatrix, someone who thought of Quidditch as nothing but a barbaric and violent game, was flushed with excitement, and she shouted his name until her voice became hoarse. With the golden snitch caught in between the 3 fingers of his left hand, Harry flew around the pitch, showing his prize to everyone. This is what I've missed the most. The adrenaline pumping in his veins, the euphoria, the cheering crowd, the mad fanboys and fangirls screaming his name, the excitement on his teammates' faces as they won the game. He had never experienced a more addicting feeling than that. An hour after curfew, the party inside the Ravenclaw common room was still going strong. However, Harry did not feel that great once the adrenaline left his system and the feeling of euphoria faded away. After turning down about a dozen insistent offers from the older students that were trying to make him take a sip of fire whiskey or at least butterbeer, Harry decided to sneak out of the tower. In his past life, it had been almost like a tradition for the entire team to get wasted after an important win. However, that was no longer possible for him. He had not touched even a drop of alcohol. Ever since the Weasleys died, the party suddenly lost more than half of its appeal. He snuck out of the common room. As he walked on the castle's wide corridors alone, his first thought was to go to Bellatrix's office. However, he turned that idea down after giving it a second thought. The older woman was most likely asleep at that hour. She was a creature of habit. She almost never stood awake that late. Furthermore, the dichotomy between him and his peers gave him a sudden urge to be alone. While his housemates were celebrating without a care in the world, he could not share their innocent joy. It was in the moments that were supposed to be the happiest that his depression always bared its fangs at him. It had been the same the previous Christmas and it was the same now too. But unlike the last time, Harry cleared his mind of all thoughts. He was not going to let himself to think about his past life and break down again. He would not allow his mind to roam free on the memory lane. His young face became as still as a dead lake and all emotion vanished from his otherwise expressive green eyes. They became blank. His thoughts, his feelings, his emotions, he occluded them all away. Silently, he walked towards the West Tower, to the Ollery. When he reached the top of the tower, as if she could feel his inner turmoil, Hedwig flew down from her perch and landed gently on his extended forearm. She hooted at him softly but he did not say anything in return. He just petted the snowy owl gently. Even so, Hedwig continued to let out quiet hooting sounds and chirps at him, as if to comfort him. "I can always count on you to be by my side, can't I?" he said, and Hedwig barked at him happily and rubbed her head against his palm as he petted her. He started smiling. "What a cutie you are," he cooed at her, and the snowy owl preened her feathers proudly at his praise. It was while he was caressing and gurgling all kinds of nonsense at his owl that he heard a flutter of wings and another snowy owl zoomed through one of the open windows of the Ollery and crashed against the stone floor painfully, splashing droplets of blood everywhere around it. Harry jumped up to his feet and rushed at the bleeding owl on the floor urgently. "Not good, it's bleeding a lot," he said when he took the owl in his arms and saw how much blood was flowing from its abdominal area. However, he suddenly lost his balance as a weight much higher than his scrawny body could support made him fall down to the floor. Under his disbelieving eyes, the owl transformed into what looked like a human being. It was not an owl, it was an animagus. The person that appeared instead of the owl was a rather tall and slender girl with long white gold hair and deathly pale skin. A deep gash on her stomach was bleeding profusely. As for her identity, she was the kind of person one would be hard-pressed to forget. He recognized her instantly. Fleur. But the girl could not answer his call. Blood loss had made her lose her consciousness. She had fallen into a coma. Harry was not frozen in surprise for long. The sight of bleeding wounds and dead bodies had been the norm during the war. He was accustomed to it. He quickly knelt over the unconscious girl and cut off the lower half of her top with a severing charm. Then, a thin stream of water was conjured from his palm as he washed away all the clotted blood and the dirt, cleaning her wound. "She lucky she's unconscious. This would have hurt like a ch if she had been awake," he thought, and furrowed his brows when he saw the messy cut in her stomach extending towards the ribs on the right side of her torso. Whoever attacked her tried to disembowel her. "But I can't feel any magic residue, so it wasn't due to a curse. They must have used a knife or something. What did you get yourself into, you dumb girl?" A sudden vibration on his body startled Harry quite badly. He cussed under his breath when he realized that the vibration was coming from the wand holster strapped at his waist. "Not now, I'm busy," he snapped at the feisty wand. He was not in the mood for it. He had a bleeding girl on his hands to deal with. But the wand started vibrating even harder than before. It was strange for himself as well, but, for some reason, he felt like he understood the wand's intentions. You want to help. You want me to use you. The wand vibrated twice as if to answer his question. Someone's life is at stake. What if you k up my spells again? The wand's next vibration was mild. Almost like it was apologizing. He took it out from its holster and looked at it silently for a second. This is your chance to redeem yourself and wash off your sins. Don't make me regret trusting you, he said. The only answer he received was a wave of warmth that traveled from his hand through his arm and then spread all over his body. It was all the answer he needed. In truth, Harry wasted half a minute talking to his wand because he actually needed a wand to cast the following spells. Most charms, healing charms even more than so, were rather difficult to cast properly without a wand. And Fleur's wound could very well lead to her death if left untreated. It was not something that he could fix just by muttering a pisky and be done with it. Furthermore, healing charms had never been his speciality. He was good at killing, not healing. He pointed his wand at the wound and cast a charm that would temporarily stop the blood loss. Then, he hovered the tip of the wand along the deep gash in her stomach while chanting an incantation that sounded almost like a quiet song. Vulnera Sanitor. It was a remarkable healing spell that could close deep wounds. It was also one of the very few healing spells that could serve as a counter-curse to Sectum Sempra, the dark cutting curse created by Severus Snape. As he chanted the song-like incantation 3 times, the wound in her stomach closed bit by bit. At last, a thin but long and bright red scar was the only thing betraying what had happened to her. Harry stood up and exhaled loudly. He vanished Fleur's blood from the stone floor with a flick of his wand and then looked around some more for other signs that would tip someone off in regards to what had transpired. Now that she was no longer in danger of dying, he pointed his wand at her and whispered. Legilimens. Eye contact was essential for most legilimency practitioners, but the more skillful ones could cast it without it too, especially on the defenseless mind of an unconscious person. He was flying at several hundred feet in the air, or, more accurately, his mental projection was watching the outside world from within the body of a snowy owl animagus as it flew over a forest. Currently, Harry was experiencing the last memory of Fleur Delacour before she had fallen unconscious. Not long after that, the North Sea shore appeared at the horizon. An incredulous thought came to his mind. By Merlin, don't tell me that she. His suspicions were confirmed when the snowy owl continued to fly straight over the sea, maintaining an unchanged flight course. Half an hour later, a triangular fortress appeared in the middle of the sea in all its grim glory. It was Azkaban. A pair of blue eyes opened with a start. Her first intention was to jump up from the bed, but her body was not listening to her. The moment she tried to sit up, her sight turned white and her head fell back on the pillow. She almost fainted again. The familiar voice of a young boy entered her ears. Don't strain yourself. You lost too much blood. Relax. You are fine. Everything is fine. However, instead of calming her, his words did the complete opposite. She pushed with her hands feebly against the mattress and tried to kick off the blanket with her legs. But after a few seconds, she became still again because that slight effort had already exhausted her. He took her hand in his and said, It's me, Harry. Your memory charm last year didn't work on me. I've never forgotten anything, so don't worry. You don't have to explain yourself. Just rest. Just rest. You don't need to go to classes either. It's Saturday. Nobody knows you were hurt. Your secret is safe. She was floored by the revelation. She had so many questions she wanted to ask him. Things like why did he pretend he had forgotten everything, how come he had still kept her secret, how did he heal her wound, and so on. However, she was truly too weakened. Unknowingly, she fell asleep once again. When she woke up, she was still weak, but she felt slightly better than before. The first thing she did was to look around to see if Harry was still there. And he was. Harry was right next to her bed, sitting on a stool while his arms and head were on the bed. He had fallen asleep while watching over her. An unknown emotion appeared in her heart when she saw his sleeping form. She did not know what to classify it as. She raised her hand and tried to touch his cheek, but he suddenly opened his eyes, startling her. Hey, how are you feeling? He said, and then covered his mouth to mask a yawn. Better, she said hesitatingly. She pushed off her blanket and looked at her stomach through her ripped top. Whereas there had been a mortal wound a few hours ago, there was only a thin red scar now. "Where are we?" she asked when she looked around and failed to recognize the room. House elves call this room the Come and Go room. A secret, magical room in Hogwarts that can become whatever you wish as long as the things you need exist in the castle. As curious as she was about the magical room, there were other, more pressing matters on her mind. "What did you tell Madame Pomfrey about my wound?" "Nothing," he said. "Nothing. I almost died." "No way." She did not ask any questions at all, she said skeptically. "Madame Pomfrey doesn't know you were hurt. I told you, nobody knows. I healed your wound." She looked at him mute with surprise. People faint from blood loss after losing about 30% or 40% of their blood. She could have died in a matter of minutes if her wound had not been treated. It was hard to believe that a 12-year-old boy was capable of healing such a grievous wound. "Ow?" she asked. "You have your secrets and I have mine too. Neither of us is as simple as others think, are we? After all, what other 15-year-old girl can transform into an owl and then infiltrate Azkaban to kill about a dozen Death Eaters and then escape without being detected by the Aurors?" "How do you know that?" she said in a whisper. "Legilimency. I had to know what happened to you, to see if I had to clean up after you. I didn't peek into any other memories. Luckily, you've killed everyone who has seen you. Even Dolohov, who tried to gut you like a fish. I tip my hat to you for killing that piece of shite." The girl did not know how to react for a while. What kind of second-year boy knows legilimency and healing spells? None of these was taught at Hogwarts, especially the practice of the mind arts, which were restricted by the Ministry of Magic. "Clean up after me?" she asked eventually. Harry patted her hand and squeezed it a bit. "You are my friend. I don't have many friends. I take good care of those few." Fleur started to blink rapidly and looked to the other side briefly. She hoped that Harry had not realized how much his words had actually touched her. "Thank you, Harry," she said, and then she rubbed her eyes as if to wipe some eye buggers from having just woken up. If it was another day he would have probably poked fun at her, but now he pretended not to notice that she had actually teared up. There were times for joking around and teasing, and there were times when one had to show some tact and consideration for their friend's feelings. Quickly recollecting herself, she said, her countenance very serious, "I want you to be honest with me, Ari. Are you from the future?" He could have laughed her question off. Or just flat out pretend he had no idea what she was talking about. However, he decided to not lie to her this time. Yes, and no. But that kind of vague answer greatly annoyed the girl. Before she could blow up at him, the alarm of a clock started to ring. "Would you look at that? It's been 6 hours since you took your potion last time," he said, shamelessly changing the subject. "Potion? What potion? I didn't take anything. Blood replenishing potion. I nicked it from Madame Pomfrey's stash last night and then I fed it to you while you were asleep." Mouth to mouth. Seeing that a hint of red started to appear in her pale cheeks, he burst into laughter. "I'm kidding. I woke you up, but you must have been too tired to remember. You just drank what I gave you and then fell back asleep right away. Oh, by the way, there's also some Dittany ointment. Rub it over your scar and it should fade after 1 or 2 days. I stole this one too," he added at the end with a chuckle. They became silent once again, but the tension from before was broken by his little joke. "I'm a time traveler. I'm from the future," Fleur blurted out all of a sudden. Harry looked at her in surprise, not having expected her to come out like that with her secret, out of the blue. Her eyes met his as she looked at him too, anxiously trying to gauge his reaction to what she had said. "You've got nothing to say? Not even one of your poor taste jokes? Say something." She burst impatiently when he did not show any outward reaction. "I suspected as much from the very beginning," he said. "Especially since I knew someone like you before." "Someone like me? Another time traveler?" she asked wide-eyed. He smiled and shook his head. "No. Another you. Another Fleur Delacour. That girl that I used to know hated Scotland. The weather, the food, Hogwarts, everything. She always found something to complain about," he said and smiled. "That Fleur would have no reason to leave France and come to the UK to study. That Fleur would have never killed anyone in cold blood, let alone become a serial killer. She would have done none of these things, unless it was for the sake of preventing a terrible future. The fact that you've only been killing Death Eaters and scumbags was proof enough for me of who you were." Meanwhile, Fleur's mind was racing with thoughts. Another me. What does he mean? When I asked him if he's from the future, he said, yes, and no. What did he mean by that? What is going on? She could not quite wrap her mind around his identity. Who are you, exactly? What you're saying makes no sense, unless you're from the future. I'm coming from the year 2020, of another world. I may be from the future, but it's the future of a different world, not yours. A torrent of questions was going to burst from her mouth at any moment. However, before she could say anything else, he said, I want to ask you something too. Remus Lupin, are you the one who killed him? Fleur nodded without hesitation. Yes, I did. Why? Can you tell me more about him? I am not very familiar with I am. There were rumors that had once studied at Hogwarts, but he was expelled before he could graduate when the secret that he was a werewolf came to light. After that, Greyback adopted him into his pack. The two of them recruited werewolves from all over Europe and expanded their pack to nearly 500 before they joined Gaunt. Many of the students that stayed behind to fight in the final battle at Hogwarts were killed by the werewolves. But why do you ask? Harry let out a long sigh. This world is so different from my own. So many changes. Remus Lupin was one of the kindest men I've ever met. He was also one of my father's best friends in school. To think that he'd become a mass murderer in this world. Wait a minute, Gaunt. You mean Voldemort, right? Yes. Thomas Gaunt, also known as Voldemort. Never mind that, what else has changed compared to your world? How was I there? She changed the subject. She was deeply intrigued. She had already accepted the fact that he was from another world without doubting the validity of his words. After coming back from the future, nothing was too hard to believe anymore. Furthermore, Harry's maturity and skill with magic could be explained this way. Quite snobbish, he said and started to chuckle at her glare. You were an ordinary girl. Mostly. We weren't that close at first. You were 3 years older, from a different country, an attractive Veela and the Triwizard champion of Beauxbatons. Meanwhile, I was just trying my hardest to train in order to not die in the Triwizard tournament. Triwizard tournament? What's that? She asked, filled with curiosity. You mean you didn't have the Triwizard tournament over here? He asked, very surprised. Not that I know of. I didn't come to the UK until after I graduated from Beauxbatons. For my wedding, she trailed off and a grimace appeared on her face. However, Harry did not notice the way her face changed when she spoke about her wedding. He was more preoccupied with other thoughts. Then how did Voldemort come back to life? More importantly, when exactly did he start his campaign again? He asked urgently. I don't know how he resurrected. But, looking back, I think it all started in 1995 when Thomas Gaunt, the last living descendant of Salazar Slytherin, appeared out of nowhere and claimed his seat in the Wizengamot. But acts of terror and violence didn't start until 1998. The public at large had no idea who he really was until it was too late. At least I, who was in France until 97, didn't know. Harry frowned in thought. Did Dumbledore not do anything? Did he just watch him do whatever he pleased? Dumbledore did try to warn everyone, but Fudge was too deep into Lucius Malfoy's pockets. The Daily Prophet was slandering him on a daily basis. Besides, Gaunt appeared as a respectable wizard, the EAD of a millennia-old family. Nobody believed Dumbledore except for his friends from the Order of Phoenix. Gaunt even sued him for defaming his name. A far look appeared in her eyes. It was too late by the time people realized who Thomas Gaunt really was. Thomas Gaunt, Voldemort, became the Minister of Magic in 1997. He consolidated his power for 1 year and then he attacked Hogwarts in 1998 under the pretext that Dumbledore was planning a coup d'état. Gaunt killed Dumbledore directly, in a one-on-one duel, and his army consisting of both werewolves and Aurors decimated the Order of Phoenix's members. After that, nobody could stop his momentum anymore. Harry involuntarily shivered when he heard Fleur's tale of her future. This Voldemort was completely unlike the one from his past life. He was not a raving lunatic who acted like a terrorist. Swallowing a note in his neck, he asked, what about Neville Longbottom? What about I am? Did he not try to do anything to stop it? He's the chosen one, isn't he? Chosen one. She rolled her eyes at him. Don't tell me you believe all that drivel about the boy who lived being a formidable wizard too. But the prophecy. Only said he had the potential to kill him, not that he would become stronger. They would be equal. But how can a 17-year-old boy be equal to someone with decades of experience and knowledge? Look at Neville's performance in school. He is just a slightly above average boy. What could Avenue done against Gaunt when Dumbledore himself lost? Besides, Neville was killed by Draco Malfoy during the Battle of Hogwarts in 1998 too. A rare expression of graveness appeared on Harry's face at her words. In some way, this world's future was even worse than his world's. At least, in my past life, Kingsley purged the ministry of all Death Eaters and the pro-pureblood shite after I killed Voldemort in 98. When war knocked on the door again in 2005, we had a clear enemy to fight against. Dealing with an insane tyrant and a terrorist like the Voldemort of my past life would not be all that hard as long as you are more powerful than him. All you'd have to do is kill him. But a cunning and calculating person, an intelligent wolf wearing sheep clothing like in this world. Voldemort legitimately became the Ministry of Magic, chosen by people. Merlin, what a tragedy. What he heard about this world's Voldemort was giving him the chills. It was the 20th of November. Winter had come early that year and snow was already 3 inches tall on Hogwarts grounds. Temperatures were low inside the castle as well and most students started wearing their cold weather cloaks and jackets on the corridors. Harry woke up that morning about an hour before his alarm clock rang. He was pumped up for the day ahead of him. Seeing as it was Friday, second years did not have any Dada class. The first class that day, Charms, despite Professor Flitwick's wealth of experience and knowledge, could not quite catch his attention. They were studying banal charms such as the freezing charm and the slowing charm. It was hard for him to stay interested at all. After that, it was a seemingly unending history class with the ghost professor, potions with Slughorn. Harry even slightly messed up his brew that day, and lastly, Transfiguration, with Dumbledore. At the end of the class, Dumbledore asked for Harry to stay behind the other students. "Mr. Potter, is something the matter? I noticed you were rather distracted today. I've been hearing the same thing from Professors Slughorn and Flitwick as well. If anything is weighing on your mind, you could always talk to me," the old wizard said kindly. "So he's still keeping tabs on me," Harry noted inwardly. In some way, it was understandable that Dumbledore would notice his distracted behavior. It was always like that. When the average or bad students did not pay attention to class, professors did not notice it, but once the smartest child in class appeared to be distracted, they would immediately take note of it. "Everything is fine, sir. I can't wait to see Aunt Bella. It's her birthday today and I've worked on her present for weeks. I can't wait to give it to her," Harry said. At Dumbledore's curious gaze, he added quickly, "It's a secret." Dumbledore chuckled lightly. In fact, he was beaming. Young Harry being so concerned with Bellatrix's birthday further shows that he had truly grown to care about her. Placing him in her care had truly been one of my best decisions as of late. Harry had not lied to Dumbledore about the reason he was distracted. He was, indeed, extremely impatient. Once Dumbledore dismissed him, he made a beeline towards Dada Professor's office. He arrived there, even before Bellatrix. When she finally got there, she smiled warmly at the sight of him. "He's adorable," she thought. The impatient and expectant face of the young boy appeared very endearing in her eyes. Despite their recent disagreements, they had not grown apart in the least. If anything, that argument had brought them closer than before. It was impossible for two people to live together for a long time without having even one argument at all, unless they did not care about each other. Sometimes, butting heads was also a form of showing their care and concern. "Finally, you're here," Harry said in a mixture of exasperation and relief. My, so antsy today, Tilda. You rarely come to see me this early. At this hour, you're usually fooling around with that little girlfriend of yours," she said teasingly. He huffed and rolled his eyes. "She's not my girlfriend. Besides, even if she were, you think I'd forget what day is today? It's your birthday. Ah, aren't you cute?" She cooed at him and bent to pinch him lightly from his cheek. Harry dodged her hand and entered her office ahead of her, followed by her giggles from behind. "Please, take a seat first," Harry asked her, and she raised an eyebrow at his request but played along and sat on her chair at her desk. Harry put his backpack on the desk and took out an old book from it. It was bound in black leather covers and a stylish title was written with silvery letters. Magic Ancestry. By Bellatrix Black. The witch's half-lidded eyes opened wide at the sight of that book. How did you get that? Most people don't even know it exists. It was never sold on the market, there are less than 50 copies in the entire world. She said in surprise. It was my first achievement in the research of magic, but the bigoted ministry back then forbid me from publishing it. Have you read it? Yes, I did. At the start of the year, I was very curious as to why you were so popular with all the students when you were introduced as the new Dada professor, so I started to ask around for information about you since you never speak about your past. She let out a mirthless chuckle. My past has nothing worth talking about, she began to say, but Harry cut her off. Killing 4 Death Eaters in a 4vs1 scenario and saving Frank and Alice Longbottom from being tortured to insanity, I wouldn't call that something not worth talking about. You saved their lives and the life of the boy who lived as well. You're a hero. You've even gotten the Order of Merlin, first class for that. How come you've never told me? I haven't seen your medal displayed anywhere at home either. Shortly after Voldemort's failure to kill young Neville due to his grandmother's sacrifice, a group of Death Eaters had taken it upon themselves to finish what their lord could not accomplish and also have some fun while they were at it. As it was customary between old pureblood families, back then, Bellatrix had paid a visit to the Longbottom Manor to express her condolences for the death of Augusta Longbottom, who had sacrificed her life to protect young Neville when Voldemort had come to kill him. Though she no longer believed in pureblood supremacy, she had not given up on her manners as a member of the Black family. It had been Frank, Alice, and Neville's luck that Bellatrix happened to visit them at that time. Despite being outnumbered 4-1, the fierce witch single-handedly destroyed those 4 Death Eaters. Her deed of saving the family of the boy who lived and the BWL himself had become a sensation. Even a decade after the incident, people were still in awe of her. It was also the reason why she was so famous, despite that she was an unspeakable, their identities were supposed to be secret. Anyway, Harry continued, when he saw that she did not want to talk about that subject, this book is the reason why you fought with your aunt and got kicked out from the family, isn't it? Yeah, this book overthrows the entire pureblood dogma. There is no such thing as pure or impure blood. She made a pause and a far look appeared in her eyes. I was raised to believe that purebloods are special. That we are superior. That mudbloods, she made quoting signs with her fingers when she said that slur word, or filthy rabble. I was a member of one of the oldest and most ancient wizarding families in Great Britain. I was very proud of my noble heritage. Imagine my shock at seeing the results of my own research. She let out a mirthless chuckle. If I found it very hard to accept it, think about other purebloods, older witches and wizards that had lived decades if not over 100 years thinking that they are special. There is no way that they wanted to accept the truth. My senior, unspeakable Norman Rosier, was the one who actually started this project. I was his assistant during my internship at the Department of Mysteries. But he vanished one day. Rumor goes that he perished due to an accident while developing a spell, but I know better. He was eliminated. The higher-ups did not like what his research was starting to uncover. You completed what he started, Harry added. Yes, I did. As much as I was abhorred by the truth that we have uncovered, I was just as intrigued. I wanted to know the truth. The full truth, she said. The truth is that wizards and witches have magic due to a special gene, a gene that is hereditary. This means that even those that are born out of muggles have a wizard ancestor, probably even a squib. Harry completed. Indeed, Bellatrix confirmed. However, I was just an intern back then, an assistant. My words held no weight. Furthermore, when I took the results of my research home, foolishly thinking that they would support me, my family cast me out. Aunt Walburga even threw a dark curse on me. Flashes of anger glowed in her eyes when she spoke about her aunt. So I did not have the support of the illustrious Black family either. Also, since my research relied on Muggle documentation to prove the ancestry of the Muggleborns, it was deemed as lacking conclusive evidence, and the minister forbid me from publishing it. They had even made a Wizengamot session just for this. Though she had been joyous at first and ready to have some fun with Harry, she became melancholic and subdued, as she talked about her past. Come to think of it, this research changed my life. If I hadn't accepted that internship at the Department of Mysteries after I graduated from Hogwarts, and if I hadn't learnt the truth about magic, Merlin knows where would I have been today. Back then, the Black family had been one of the main supporters of Voldemort, and I used to think like them too. I could have very well ended up as one of his Death Eaters too. Merlin knows that my parents had been pushing for it and that other Death Eaters had invited me to join several times in my last year at Hogwarts too. She has no idea how right she is. Harry thought inwardly. This isn't my present for you. This is just the beginning, he said, and then he took out a white envelope from his bag. I received these a while ago from Muggle Mail, at the Leaky Cauldron, and Tom forwarded it to me through an owl. What's this? Well, take a look and see, he said with a smile. Bellatrix opened the envelope and took out a few papers. She skimmed through the walls of text, but her eyes were quickly drawn to the family tree drawn in the middle of the page. She involuntarily looked at a particular branch that had been highlighted with a red marker. Calliope Gaunt, Bridget Brown, Wanda Jones, Zoe Taylor, Jane Owen, Lily Evans, Harry Potter. It's my family tree on my mother's side, from 6 generations ago. Harry explained why he had highlighted that particular branch of his family tree. How did you get a hold of something like this? Bellatrix asked in surprise. You're just a child. Harry shrugged his shoulders innocently. Money opens many doors. I paid Tom from Leaky Cauldron with money from my trust vault to ask Muggle authorities for these documents. I had to keep it a secret from you because I wanted it to be a surprise. Anyway, Calliope Gaunt must have been a squib from the Gaunt family. She was probably cast out by her family and forced to flee into the Muggle world to live. I am a descendant of the Gaunt family, through my Muggleborn mother. What Harry said was nothing groundbreaking. It was exactly what Bellatrix's research had proved in her book, that all Muggleborns are nothing more, nothing less, than descendants of other magical people, that magic could not come out of Muggles. Therefore, she was confused as to what was Harry trying to prove. Because Muggle documents held no value in the eyes of the wizard kind. That was also the main reason why it was so easy for the Ministry of Magic to dismiss the results of her research. What I'm saying will make more sense after this. Watch, he said, and took out his fur and dragon heartstring wand. Serpensortia, big head. At his words, a huge green anaconda appeared out of thin air. Instead of a respectful greeting towards his master, the 30-foot-long snake burst with deafening hisses of reproach and insults. You asshole of a master. My name isn't Big Head. How many times have I told you? It's Asmodeus. Harry burst into laughter at how agitated was the snake. You didn't even have a name before, but now you call yourself Asmodeus. Quite the fancy tastes right there. You should be grateful I named you Big Head. At first, I wanted to call you Big Turd because you sleep coiled up like a turd. I'll fight you. Master, I'll seriously fight you. You scrawny wanker. The anaconda hissed angrily and made the furniture in the room shake when he slapped his heavy tail against the floor. It was then that Bellatrix finally recovered from her shock. Merlin, you're a Parselmoth. Harry and Asmodeus had been arguing against each other in Parseltongue. The implications of that fact dawned on the clever witch instantly if the fervent look that appeared on her face was anything to go by. The Gounts were the last known descendants of Salazar Slytherin. They were infamous for their pride in their ancestry. They didn't even speak in English amongst themselves, they communicated through Parseltongue. Dear Morgana, you can't be a Parselmouth through your father's line because the Potter's blood relation to Slytherin is abysmal. It can only be through your mother's side, and your mother was a Muggleborn. This proves that the Muggle records are not useless and that magic is hereditary too. My God. At that moment, as Bellatrix fired one line after another, Harry got to see the shadow of a mad look in her eyes, one that reminded him of the psychotic woman from his past life. Except that, in this life, she was a mad researcher, not a mad terrorist and a killer. Bellatrix did not even warn him before she grabbed him by the arm and yoinked him with her to the fireplace. Grabbing a handful of flow powder with her other hand, she threw it into the fire. Pulling Harry after her into the fireplace, she yelled excitedly, "Ministry of Magic!" As the green flames roared, the two of them vanished from Hogwarts premises. A knock on the large window of her bedroom startled Fleur awake from her sleep. Her bleary eyes revealed confusion, but when a knock was heard again, she turned to look towards the direction from where the sound came. The sight of the snowy owl impatiently pacing back and forth on the windowsill made her break into a smile. She grabbed her wand from the nightstand and pointed it at the window to open it. Then, she conjured a fluffy towel, just as the white owl landed on her bed, in her lap. It was raining with cats and dogs outside. Hedwig hooted in comfort as the girl enveloped her in the fluffy towel and hugged her to her chest. "Look at you, you're soaked," she said in French, but Hedwig hooted in indignation. "Oh, forgive me, I forgot you don't know French, you're an English owl," she said with a giggle, this time in English. But after that, her body suddenly shrank and another snowy owl stood in her stead. Hedwig chirped and barked happily at the sight of her animagus form, and the transformed Fleur also made similar noises. For a few good minutes, the two snowy owls hooted and chirped happily amongst themselves. Eventually, Fleur returned to her human form and opened the letter Hedwig had delivered to her. "Dear Fleur, you told me to write you, so here I am, writing. Why do you even want me to write when it's only a 2-week-long holiday is beyond me. You even got Hedwig on your side somehow, she wouldn't stop biting me until I started writing your letter. You turned her against me. Damn it, it wasn't bad enough that I got myself a sassy snake and a feisty wand, now even my cute and lovable owl doesn't love me anymore. That's so like him. Always so grumpy." Fleur complained, but the grin she had on her face was not fooling anyone. That grumpy side of him had grown on her over the past 3 months since they have become friends. These days, she found it rather cute. Oh well, Christmas is only 3 days away, so Aunt Bella has already started decorating the Blackthorn. This grim and dark Gothic mansion looks surprisingly beautiful with Merry Christmas lights on it. I have taken a photo and I will attach it to this letter for you to see it too. Maybe you could even come to visit us during summer. Talk it over with your parents. Fleur's family was rather well off and her parents owned a mansion as well, but she was still impressed by how the Blackthorn looked. There was something about Gothic architecture that always stood out. At the very least, for wizards and witches in Europe, the Gothic aesthetic was very sought after. How about you? Are you getting along with your parents? Fleur let out a drawn-out sigh at the mention of her parents and mumbled something unintelligible but continued to read the rest of the letter. "I know what you're going through. That feeling of dissociation when you are too different from the ones around you and you can't connect with them, I know it better than anyone. Keeping dark secrets from others doesn't help your desire to be away from the ones you care about either. I am like that too. But I think that distancing yourself from your family is not the answer. Your parents don't know why you've grown cold to them. Gabrielle doesn't know why her big sister doesn't want to play with her anymore either. You have a mission, a goal. But once you achieve your purpose, what will you be left with if you pushed everyone you love away? Maybe I'm biased because I've never had a family of my own, but if I were you, I'd treasure every little second I had together with them. I'm nagging you, aren't I? Sorry. Even with my less than desirable past, when I am with Bellatrix, I can forget about it and enjoy the present. I enjoy every moment I spend together with her. She is like family to me. When we are bickering, when she is playing the piano for me, when she is trying to teach me spells and so on, I am happy. Here he is, sending me a letter, but he keeps talking about another woman." Fleur huffed, half amused, half annoyed. But her expression brightened when she read the next line. "You becoming my friend has been brilliant too. I rarely have the time to let my mind wander to the past when you are around." "Ah, I bet he wouldn't dare say that face to face, he'd be too embarrassed." She giggled. "What I'm trying to say is that being around the people you care about would do you good. I hope you will try to spend more time with your family. They need you just as much as you need them. Best regards, Harry." When she read the sign-off, Fleur rolled her eyes and threw the letter on the blanket. Would it have killed him to write, "Love, Harry"? Tell me, Hedwig, isn't he very inconsiderate? Hedwig looked at her briefly before turning her head away, not deigning her with an answer. "Huh, you're taking his side now. I thought we were best friends," she said dramatically. Hedwig hopped on her shoulder and affectionately nipped her ear, making the girl let out a twinkle of laughter. Just then, a 9-year-old girl with bright blue eyes and long blonde hair opened the door to Fleur's bedroom without knocking and caught her older sister while she was playing with the adorable snowy owl. Fleur's first reaction was to get annoyed at how Gabrielle had burst into her room without even knocking, but then she remembered Harry's letter and instead of chasing her little sister out of the room, she let out a sigh. Deep down, she also agreed with Harry's words. "Morning, Gabby. Morning. Ooh, what a beautiful owl," the little girl said excitedly and jumped on her bed, startling Hedwig. "Can I pet her too? Please, please." But Hedwig had other ideas and flew up from Fleur's arms on the windowsill and then outside. "No," Gabrielle cried out crestfallen. Seeing the tragic expression on her little sister's cute face, Fleur felt her heart melt. "Don't worry, she will be back. She is waiting for me to write an answer to a letter." "Come here," she said and opened her arms. It was only the second day since Fleur had returned home for the Christmas holiday and Gabrielle had missed her elder sister a lot. Seeing her actually taking the initiative to hug her, little Gabby jumped into her arms. During the past 2 years, Fleur had become increasingly distant from her family. Gabrielle is the one that had missed her the most. But Fleur too was realizing now just how much she had missed embracing her little sister. She may have been annoying and intrusive at times, but they were family, with both the good and the bad. As she hugged Gabrielle's little body to her chest, she felt an almost forgotten warmth appearing in her heart. "I missed you, Gabby," she whispered while caressing the little girl's hair. She had missed her entire family. She had missed the love and the affection of her parents too. And it was only her fault that things had become like that. She resolved herself to make it up to them. "Is there anything you'd like to do today? I promise I'll spend the whole day with you." The squeal of excitement coming from the little girl let Fleur know just how happy Gabby was to have her big sister back. December was almost over and Christmas was around the corner. 1 month after Bellatrix's birthday, the world had yet to settle from the storm that she had caused. With Lucius Malfoy and Cornelius Fudge out of the picture after Fleur Delacour killed them, Bellatrix Black encountered significantly less resistance than she would have had otherwise when she pushed forward her request. That is not to say that there were no hurdles at all. Many old and pureblood families such as the Carrows, the Yaxleys, the Averys, the Selwyns, and others had vehemently protested against her book being approved for publishing. She had been called a blood traitor, and she had even gotten anonymous death threats through letters while she was at work. Owls could not find her at home because the Blackthorns' warding spells blocked out everything and everyone, even house elves, to say nothing of owls. However, with Harry Potter being a half-blood and a Parselmouth and with the Muggle documentation proving he was a descendant of Calliope Gaunt, who also existed in the records kept by the Ministry of Magic, Bellatrix's research finally had solid proof. Furthermore, Bellatrix herself was different from when she was just a fresh Hogwarts graduate too. Nowadays, she was an influential figure in the British Wizarding Society. She was an unspeakable and she was also an Order of Merlin, first-class recipient and a nationwide respected hero after saving the life of the boy who lived in his parents. Furthermore, the head of the House of Black, Sirius Black, was firmly on her side. While she may not be as venerable as the former headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, in the eyes of the general population, she was still a very significant person. On top of that, the current Minister of Magic, Amelia Bones, though very ambitious, was a fair and non-prejudiced woman. In addition to making the life of Muggle-born witches and wizards better, Bellatrix's research would also serve her political agenda as well because it would seriously undermine the influence of the old pureblood families. Maybe the Wizengamot would lose quite a bit of power too in the following 3 to 5 years. Amelia Bones was more than willing to release her research to the public. For her, as the saying goes, it was like hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. Taking all that into account, on the 1st of December, the first batch of Magic Ancestry books appeared on the shelves of Flourish and Blotts in Diagon Alley. Christmas was only 2 days away, but the Daily Prophet looked like it had forgotten about it, seeing as on the first page of its daily editions there were still only articles related to Bellatrix's research. The impact of Magic Ancestry had been felt not only in Great Britain but all across the continent. While more modern wizarding societies such as the ones from France, Greece, and Spain welcomed Bellatrix's research with open arms, other, more conservative countries had a completely different stance. In Germany and Italy, it was complete chaos, just like in the UK, while the ministries of magic from Russia and Turkey had completely refused to accept it. As for other countries such as Romania, Hungary, or Albania, their ministries of magic were not the most powerful entities in the country, so the impact of a theory overthrowing pureblood supremacy was not as big. For example, in Hungary, the Coven of Vampires led by Elizabeth Báthory III openly ruled the country. 2. The Hungarian Ministry of Magic only served as an aid to maintain the statute of secrecy. Meanwhile, in Romania, the situation was even more complicated. Transylvania and Wallachia provinces were ruled with an iron fist by the two clans of vampires descending from Vlad the Piercer. 3. While Moldova and Bessarabia were like heaven for werewolves. As for Albania, its territory was disputed between vampires and werewolves. In these countries, the Ministry of Magic was not the most powerful organization because vampires and werewolves were too numerous and too deeply rooted there. After sending Hedwig with his letter to Fleur, Harry dressed up for their little trip to Diagon Alley. Bellatrix was adamant they bought the Christmas star that would come on the top of the Christmas tree that very day. She wanted to avoid the craziness that would start the next day. Tomorrow was Christmas Eve. Though they left home around noon, it was rather late, around 5 o'clock in the afternoon by the time they finally finished their shopping spree. Harry was reminded what it meant to go shopping with a woman. While, at first, Bellatrix wanted to buy just an ornament for the Christmas tree, she ended up buying a whole lot more. Nevertheless, as bored and annoyed as he was to be dragged around in every little store for various tidbits, Harry did not show it. The older witch looked like she was having the time of her life and he did not want to ruin her happiness. Seeing as it was the end of December, at 5 p.m. the sky was already dark. Many stores on Diagon Alley were starting to close, Harry and Bella being among the last customers to leave the alley. Due to not wanting to cause a scene by going out of the alley through the leaky cauldron at that hour, it was filled with customers and she was extremely famous at the moment. Bellatrix chose to go to apparition point of the alley. However, when she grabbed Harry's hand and tried to disapparate, they just twirled in one spot. Due to her high heels, Bellatrix even lost her balance and fell to the ground. Anti-disapparation jinx was the first thought that came to his mind and he immediately became alert. A feeling of danger washed over him. Decades spent on the battlefield had not been erased after just 1 year and a half of peace. His instincts had not disappeared. But Bellatrix had yet to stand up from where she had fallen when a scream came from behind them. Avada Kedavra. Her eyes wide in fear and disbelief, Bellatrix only had the time to turn her head towards the scream and watch as a green bolt of light flew at her. Anti-disapparation jinx was the first thought that came to his mind and he immediately became alert. A feeling of danger washed over him. Decades spent on the battlefield had not been erased after just 1 year and a half of peace. His instincts had not disappeared. But Bellatrix had yet to stand up from where she had fallen when a scream came from behind them. Avada Kedavra. Her eyes wide in fear and disbelief, Bellatrix only had the time to turn her head towards the scream and watch as a green bolt of light flew at her. However, having become alert from the very moment they failed to disapparate, Harry reacted instantly. He pointed his wand at the incoming killing curse and said calmly, "Avis." A flock of over 20 yellow birds flew out from the tip of his wand and tanked the supposedly unblockable killing curse. It was a very simple trick to block the killing curse, but very few people had the presence of mind to use this third-year spell against the infamous curse. A pugno. The bird that had been hit by the killing curse fell to the ground lifelessly, but the other 19 launched themselves headfirst at their targets. They were not meant to do any actual damage, just to distract his opponents. They were quickly vanished by his enemies, but they had more than served their purpose. As for Bellatrix, her heart was beating as if to jump out of her chest. She had thought that she was going to die. For the first time in her life, she cursed the fact that she was wearing high heels. Her vanity and pride in her physical appearance had almost caused her to lose her life. But when the killing curse was blocked by such a banal spell, any 12 or 13-year-old child could conjure a flock of birds. She looked at the boy in front of her blankly. Aguamenti. A torrent of water burst from his wand and started to magically float like a curtain, in a sphere around them. It was a massive amount of water. "Good girl," Harry whispered towards his wand. He could feel it through their connection that the fur and dragon heartstring wand was giving its all to amplify his magic spells. The wand had become almost hot to the touch due to the intensity of his magic power, and it was trembling from the power of his spells. The feisty wand from before was now like an eager child that was doing everything in their power to please their parents. At his praise, the wand sent a current of warmth through his arm. It was as if it was singing in delight at finally being recognized. Even Harry himself could not help but be infected by her enthusiasm. He even forgot about pretending to be just a 12-year-old boy. He forgot that he was not supposed to cast spells nonverbally. The enormous curtain of water was still floating around them like a protective dome when arcs of electricity sparked on the tip of his wand and struck the water. The water was still visibly crackling with white and blue arcs of electricity when he used an area of effect banishing charm to blast the electrified water outwards. Agonized screams came from some of the people surrounding them as they were zapped to unconsciousness or death. Hidden by black robes and wearing skull masks on their faces, out of the original 10, only 7 silhouettes were still standing around Harry and Bellatrix, with shielding charms around themselves. The other 3 had either fallen unconscious or died. It was then that Bellatrix had finally recovered from her shock and stood up. With a simple wave of her wand, her elegant and high-heeled black shoes were transfigured into a pair of boots. "So I take it that Voldemort is back," she said conversationally as if she didn't almost get killed a few moments ago. The people surrounding them were wearing the same outfits and masks that Death Eaters used to wear in the war from a decade ago. "You dare speak his name, wench?" one of the 7 cloaked people surrounding them shouted. Going by his voice, it was a man. He dropped his shielding charm and thrust his wand at Bellatrix. A yellowish beam of light began to form on the tip of his wand, only to suddenly be extinguished a split of a second later. "No bone-breaking curses for you. Amateur. Ha ha." Bellatrix laughed, having recognized the wand movement and cast the counter curse before the man could even finish casting his spell. 1. It was Harry's turn to look at her in surprise. What she had done was something only dueling masters were capable of. Wizards such as Severus Snape from his past life, or the likes of Voldemort and Dumbledore. It seemed that spending the last 10 years in peace had not diminished her skills with a wand in the least. The 7 Death Eaters were momentarily silent at her display of skill and her mockery. Despite the masks they were wearing, Harry could sense their uneasiness. In the beginning, there had been 10 of them. Their job was supposed to be easy. How could 10 men not be able to take care of just a woman and a little boy? However, in the blink of an eye, 3 of them had been taken out. Now, despite being 7 against 2, they were not feeling that confident anymore. "You don't expect to fight against 7 of us and win, do you?" one of the Death Eaters began to say. "Give yourself up and I promise to let the boy go. You care about him, don't you? Such a young and promising young boy, the descendant of Salazar Slytherin himself, wouldn't it be a shame for him to die here? He has a bright future ahead of." Whatever he was going to say was left unsaid because, in the next moment, he fell on the ground screaming in agony. Crucio. It was Bellatrix who had cast the curse. For the first time since he had started living with her, Harry saw her truly angry. Fortunately for the one suffering under her curse, Bella was forced to cancel the spell and use her wand to deflect a dangerous curse coming from one of his fellow Death Eaters. It was like the bolt of purple light encountered a mirror when it met her wand because it was redirected to the side, into another cloaked man. The unfortunate Death Eater howled in agony as his eyeballs burst from his skull. He died on the spot. As much as Harry would have loved to watch the grace with which the beautiful and deadly witch was weaving through her attack as spells, he was afraid for her safety. He could not let her fight alone against 6 of them. He pointed his wand at one of the Death Eaters and said, "Imperio." The man in question laughed. "You think a snot-nosed brat like you has the strength of will to make me obey?" His words made his friends relax, fooling them into thinking that the boy's imperious curse had failed, as it was supposed to, considering that he was just a little boy. However, even as he laughed and said those words, the imperious Death Eater raised his wand and pointed it at one of his fellows. His target fell to the ground with a bloody hole in his throat courtesy of a piercing curse to the back of his neck. The battlefield descended into chaos. There were only 4 hostile Death Eaters left and 1 Imperiist, under Harry's control now. 2 of them started to hurl curses at Bellatrix while the other 2 turned to attack Harry and the man he was controlling. An involuntary smile appeared on his young face. It was a smirk of derision and schadenfreude. Chaos. He thrived in it. The Imperious Death Eater started shooting deadly curses with wild abandon, not caring about his safety in the least, not trying to parry, block, deflect, or dodge any spells. His frenzied attacks took one of his former friends down, but he fell to the other Death Eater's killing curse too. The last surviving Death Eater from the team that split to deal with Harry leveled his wand at him and cast again. Avada Kedavra. Is that the only spell you know how to cast? What else can I say other than, like master, like dog? Harry taunted as he almost lazily conjured another flock of birds that blocked the killing curse. The Death Eater swore under his breath in frustration. He could not understand how had 5 of them fallen at the hands of a 12-year-old boy. Looking at the mocking expression on the young boy's face, inexplicably, a feeling of terror crept up in his heart. He voiced out the terror he felt when he saw that the flock of yellow birds flying at him were suddenly transfigured into snakes. A wave of fire came from the tip of his wand and incinerated all the snakes flying at him, but, in the next moment, his own skull mask suddenly disappeared from his face, and another snake appeared in its stead, coiled around his head. It was a viper. Mercy, please. Feeling his death approaching, the Death Eater pleaded for mercy desperately. A short hiss came out of Harry's mouth. Kill him. When it came to those that attacked him or the ones he loved, the word, mercy, did not exist in his vocabulary anymore. Thinking that they had tried to kill him and Bellatrix, he watched indifferently how the viper sank its venomous teeth into the man's cheek. What's with that wide flourish of your wand? Bellatrix cackled as she made fun of one of her 2 opponents. Are you giving a performance or trying to kill me? You only need a small V movement to cast the Reductor Curse. Even as she was speaking, her wand was not idle. She intercepted a blasting curse, stopping it before it could be cast, and then shot a cutting curse at the other Death Eater, who scrambled to dodge by throwing himself to the side. I swear the quality of Death Eater is much lower than 10 years ago. What happened to you all? Dodging is for amateurs. The one who had just thrown himself to the side to avoid her cutting curse felt his face burn with shame under his skull mask. Shut your trap, ch. He screamed. Avada Kedavra. Bellatrix took a page out of Harry's book and a flock of yellow birds were conjured out of thin air, easily blocking the killing curse. You guys are no fun, Tilda, she complained in a sing-song voice and pouted. Even ickle Harry finished your pals off, I should wrap it up soon too, no. Saying those words, she stopped toying around with her opponents. She fired a stunning charm at one of them, anticipating that he would use a shielding charm to block it. Just as the red bolt of light was stopped by a transparent shield, another spell was shot from her wand and it pierced through the shielding spell and then through the Death Eater's body too, like a hot knife through butter. The man collapsed to the ground with a football-sized chunk of his torso missing, and the spell even continued on its trajectory and demolished the wall of a store behind too. The other Death Eater only now came back to his senses, after his other 9 mates died. Filled with panic, he tried to disapparate, but he only managed to make a rather amusing twirl and fall on his butt on the muddy and bloodied street. Harry had preemptively cast his own anti-disapparition jinx to prevent any would-be escapees. A disarming charm hit the man squarely and his wand flew out of his hand, right into Bellatrix's. She twirled it through her fingers playfully as she walked to the collapsed man on the ground. Oh my, would you look at that? You've actually survived until the end. How unlucky, pardon me, I meant to say how lucky of you. She giggled, but her laughter did not quite reach her eyes. Her violet eyes were glowing with rage. The last surviving Death Eater was none other than the one that had tried to negotiate with her by telling her to give herself up. What was it that you said? That it would be a shame for my boy to die. That he has a bright future ahead of him. She laughed. You're damn right, he does. Crucio. The Death's hoarse screams sounded terrible to the ears as she held the curse on him. He even lost control over his bowels and a pungent smell of urine and feces filled the air. Bella, I think it's enough, Harry's voice came from behind. It was not that he felt pity for the tortured Death Eater nor that he felt any disgust towards her actions. Merlin knows I've tortured and killed my share of enemies in the war. He had only stopped her because he was scared. Afraid for Bellatrix to not fall into the footsteps of the psychotic woman that he used to know in his past life. Just by casting the Cruciatus curse 2 times, she had made a man lose all semblance of control over his body and wet and shit himself. Either this guy is very weak to pain or Bella is particularly talented with the Cruciatus curse in this world too. I'm inclined to think it's the latter, he thought. Bellatrix slowly let her hand down at Harry's plea and stopped torturing the man. However, she was not done with him. Not yet. Tell me, who sent you? The Death Eater was shivering and convulsing on the ground, seemingly unable to utter a word. Maybe you want another taste of the cruciatus. Threatened with another round of torture, the Death Eater struggled to say while his voice was trembling through his sobs. See can't. You unbreakable VV vow. I see, she said. She had a passive expression on her face, making one not know what she was thinking at that moment. She raised her wand at the Death Eater again and he whimpered in fear, but she did not cast the Cruciatus curse again. Instead, another incantation came out of her mouth. Legilimens. However, Bellatrix only had the chance to briefly see the image of a rather handsome middle-aged man with black hair and cold eyes before she was thrown out of the Death Eater's mind. At first, she thought that he had pushed her out with occlumency. However, after such cruel torture, not even the greatest of occlumens would be capable of protecting their minds anymore. When she took a second look at him, she realized that the man had died. It looks like he wasn't lying. He must have taken an unbreakable vow to keep everything about his master secret, she concluded. At least I got to see his face. I don't think I've met him until now, but I'll definitely recognize him the next time I see him. Just having his mind read and divulging the appearance of the one who had sent them on their missions had caused the unbreakable vow to take effect and kill the Death Eater. Are they all dead? Merlin. You killed 7 of them. You killed. It was as if Bellatrix was only now realizing just what had transpired. Her dear Harry, a 12-year-old boy, had easily killed 7 grown-up wizards. He did not even seem winded up. There was not even a hint of sweat on his cheeks or anything to show he had put in any effort. There was no hint of remorse either, nor any emotions of fear in his green eyes. Despite having lived with Harry for over a year already, Bellatrix wanted to ask him at that moment, "Who are you?" Inwardly, she was deeply startled. What kind of boy did not even blink after taking a life, let alone 7? Is he a sociopath? Seemingly unaware of Bellatrix's inner turmoil, Harry cast a human presence revealing spell. It was the most accurate way of detecting whether one was alive or dead because this spell could not be fooled, not even the draft of living death could fool it. It was to make sure nobody was faking being dead and attack him from behind or escape. The spell revealed that among the first 3 that had been incapacitated by his water and electricity conjuration spells in the beginning, one of them was still alive though unconscious. He pointed his wand at that unconscious Death Eater. In the next moment, his head was cleanly removed from his body with a severing curse. No need for trash like this to waste the Auror's time and resources. They're almost likely useless since they made an unbreakable vow. It was better to cleanly dispose of him. Less trouble for us too. Dead men tell no tales, he said to Bellatrix calmly, as if he did not just execute someone in cold blood. It was like he was not among a pile of dead bodies, stepping in a pool of blood, but sitting in a coffee shop and talking about the weather. He knew that there is no way he could convince an intelligent person like Bellatrix that he was a normal boy any longer. Not after such a display. In a way, he felt apprehensive regarding the talk they were going to have, but on the other hand, he felt relieved at no longer needing to pretend he was a young boy anymore. Relieved at finally coming clean with the person he cared the most about in this world. After all, what he had written to Fleur in the letter earlier that day had not been a lie. Over the past year, he had grown to care about Bellatrix and see her as his family. Despite her inner turmoil, Bellatrix could see that there was something on Harry's mind. Not caring about the mud and blood on the street, she knelt to be on the same eye level with him and gently embraced his little body to her chest. I think you should call the Aurors, Harry said while also wrapping his arms around her midsection and returning her hug. She broke the hug and cupped his face tenderly with her hands. We'll talk at home, okay? Just know that, no matter what, I will not give up on you. You saved my life. I'll never forget that. She pressed her lips to his forehead and embraced him again. I love you, Harry, she whispered while gently running her fingers through his hair and caressing the back of his head. I'll never give you up, she said again. He did not trust himself to keep his voice steady, so he stood silent. Her words touched him too. His only answer was to bury his face in her hair and tighten his arms around her back. Although he did not say it out loud, he knew deep inside that he loved her too. I don't need to see a mind healer, I'm perfectly fine. The very fact that you're saying you're fine after killing 7 people is proof enough that you're not fine. Bellatrix retorted. People? When and where? That's not what I remember. What I killed was a bunch of rabid dogs. I just put them out of their misery, he said. The day after the assassination attempt on their persons in Diagon Alley, despite that it was Christmas Eve, Bellatrix woke Harry up at the first hour in the morning. She wanted to take him to St. Mungo's Hospital to see a mind healer. He had been too cold and too indifferent about the fact that he had killed someone. Normal people had rather strong reactions to such acts, especially children. In comparison, he seemed completely unaffected, so she was worried about his mental health. Harry sighed and took her hand and dragged her to sit on the sofa with him. I wanted to speak to you about this yesterday, but I was unsure of your mental state. You're worried about my mental state? She cut in incredulously. Please, Bella, just listen. It's very important, he said and waited for her to agree before continuing. Harry Potter of this world died in the summer of last year. He fell from a balcony at the orphanage and cracked his head. He never got to see Hogwarts at all. She looked at him bewildered. What do you mean? Harry wasn't sure how to break it to her. With Fleur, it had been much easier because she was a time traveler herself. She had been more open to accepting his circumstances and believe him. She had even been the one to open the subject. Have you never wondered how do I know so many spells? Why am I so unnaturally calm? Unnaturally mature? Why I don't act like a normal 12-year-old boy and why I don't mingle with other children my age? Bellatrix could not deny it. She had been thinking about those questions every day. Or how have I easily killed 7 Death Eaters yesterday? Why I don't seem to care about it. Seeing that she did not have an answer, he continued, because I am used to it. I've been doing that for the biggest part of the last decade, back in my own world. Bellatrix removed her hand from his and leaned back a little. It was an involuntary action on her part, she had not meant to do that. However, his words had startled her too much. The worst part was that she found herself leaning towards believing his outrageous claims because his behavior and demeanor over the past year and a half suddenly made a whole lot more sense. His spectacular performance the previous day became easier to accept too. Then, who are you? The real you, she said with difficulty. I am still Harry Potter. Just much older and from a different world. Another world, she asked. A parallel universe. A world where Harry Potter was the boy who lived, not Neville Longbottom. After a few moments, she raised another question. How are you here? I died. Or better said, I committed suicide by stepping into the Veil of Death at the Department of Mysteries. The next thing I know, I woke up in this body. The body of an 11-year-old boy. She immediately became alarmed. How do you know about that? The Veil of Death was supposed to be a tightly kept secret of the Department of Mysteries. The public at large had no idea about its existence, to say nothing about a child like Harry. So it exists here as well. Harry mused before answering. I told you, I'm from a parallel universe. It was then that his words finally sank in. A thoughtful look appeared on her face, but then it was quickly replaced by curiosity. How old were you when you stepped into the veil? And why did you do that? Harry thought for a few seconds to what extent he should tell her about his past before saying. Things weren't nice back in my world. And that's putting it lightly. There were 3 wizarding wars in the span of 20 years, with the last one being large enough to rival the War of Grindelwald from 50 years ago. All of it was caused by Voldemort, who had somehow managed to become immortal. She was listening to his words with rapt attention. I killed him 3 times, 4 times if also you count the time when I was a baby. The bastard kept resurrecting and I didn't find out how he was doing it until I was in my 40s. He let out a mirthless laugh. You can imagine my feelings when I found out that the archenemy that I've been fighting against my entire life could keep coming back to life exactly because of me. I was his Horcrux. The scar on my forehead was housing a piece of his soul. Bellatrix looked at him wide-eyed. As a master of the dark arts, she knew what Horcruxes were. She was almost bursting with curiosity. She wanted to know how did that piece of Voldemort's soul not take over his mind while he had been a child. How had he even managed to make it to adulthood at all? She wanted to know more. Everything. But she restrained herself. She could see how difficult it was for Harry to tell her about his past. So, in the end, I needed to die in order for Voldemort to be killed for good. I wasn't really sad if I'm being honest. There was nothing left for me over there, no family, no friends, nothing. I was in my 40s, all alone, and looking no different than Mad-Eye Moody after more than a decade of war. Missing an arm and with more scars on my body than I could count. I won't lie and say I was happy to die either. I was just bitter. If only I had known that information 20 years earlier, how many lives would have been saved? How much suffering would have been avoided? The bitterness in his voice was impossible to fake. At that moment, despite his young and seemingly innocent face, he gave off a weary impression, as if he was an old and tired man, fed up with everything. So Dumbledore was right all along. Voldemort is not truly dead. Did he make Horcruxes in this world too? Bellatrix wondered. He will be back, that's for sure, Harry agreed. But don't make the mistake of thinking that what happened back in my world would happen here as well. This world is quite different. At the very least, if he had made the same Horcruxes in this world too, they are not hidden in the same places. I checked one of them. I couldn't find it. But the Longbottom boy, must he die too, like you did? He shrugged his shoulders. I don't know what steps Voldemort had taken in this world to keep himself alive. But it won't do any good to act based on speculations. I told you, this world is quite different from my own. You, yourself, are the living proof of it. How so? She asked, once again very curious. Back in my world, Bellatrix never accepted that internship at the Department of Mysteries after graduating from Hogwarts. She married Rodolphus Lestrange and joined the Dark Lord. She became his most trusted and most dangerous Death Eater. I probably hated that woman even more than Voldemort himself. Okay, maybe not, but she was up there. Bellatrix was tempted to think that he was joking, but he wasn't smiling. He was dead serious. She swallowed a thick note in her neck. You hated me, not you. As for your other self. Very much, yes. But that's a long time ago, in the past, more than 20 years ago. Time dulls everything. Her violet eyes peered into his emerald green ones searchingly. Do you feel any resentment toward me? She asked in a quiet voice. Would I have saved your life yesterday if I had had any ill thoughts against you? I don't hate you, Bella. You're the one person I care about the most in this life. He felt his face warming up as he flushed in slight embarrassment at his confession, but he continued to speak. In my mind, I can't compare you with that psychotic woman from my past. The two of you are simply too different. She was cruel, violent, sadistic, murderous, insane, and ugly and gaunt from spending 15 years in Azkaban. You are caring, warm, loving, smart, and beautiful, he said sincerely while looking her in the eyes. Despite being a confident person, well aware of her self-worth, Bellatrix became slightly shy at his blunt honesty as he praised her. She could see it in his eyes that he meant every word he said. Quote, You had nothing to gain from taking me in. I was just an additional responsibility that had been thrust onto you due to Dumbledore's paranoia. Yet you cared for me as if I were your own child. You made me experience again what it feels like to have a family, or even a parent, despite that we are of the same age. As he said that, he chuckled a bit at the last part. But he soon became quiet. The living room of Blackthorn descended into silence for a time. Where does that leave us now? Harry asked after a while. At her inquisitive expression, he continued, knowing that you have a 40-year-old man in your home posing as a child is most likely not a reassuring thought. If you want me to leave, I could pack my things even today. There would be no hard feelings on my side at all. What are you talking about? Did you hit your head or something? She snapped at him. Don't, me. Didn't I tell you yesterday? You saved my life and I don't take my life lightly. She said in indignation. I've been lying to you for over a year, he began to say, but Bellatrix cut him off. Do you think that I would have believed your words if you had told me these things before? I wouldn't believe you now either if I didn't see you with my own eyes how effortlessly you killed 7 grown-up wizards yesterday. No matter how much of a genius a child is, doing something like that is too exaggerated. That you know about a secret like the veil is also proof that you're not a normal child too. She took his hand in hers and squeezed it a bit while saying, this time in a gentler voice. Besides, I promised, didn't I? I'll never give you up. Whether you're 12 or my age, that doesn't change anything. I still only see you as Harry. I still love you as if you were my boy. Harry cleared his throat uncomfortably and blinked a few times very fast, trying to quickly clear away the wetness that suddenly appeared in his eyes. How would it have appeared if he started crying after just saying that he was mentally in his 40s? Just the thought of doing that embarrassed him to no end. You can cry if you want, Bella suddenly said teasingly. I promise I won't laugh, Tilda. Shut up. He bit back grumpily, making her start giggling. Still laughing, she took him by surprise when she wrapped her arms around his smaller body. Harry did not fight against her embrace. Confessing that he was from another world had been rather emotionally trying for him. The warmth and comfort of Bellatrix's embrace coupled with the fact that it was still very early in the morning unknowingly lulled him to sleep. She gently moved his body to lie down, with his head in her lap. There were still so many things she wanted to talk with Harry about, specifically about the parallel universe in which he had been born. When she had been silent before Harry suggested he packed his things and leave, she had been quiet because her mind as a researcher had been overwhelmed by a torrent of new possibilities and theories related to alternate universes, the Veil of Death, reincarnation, afterlife, and others. She could barely wait to go to the Department of Mysteries and start a research project on the Veil. She was even tempted to just ditch her job as a professor at Hogwarts and return to the Department of Mysteries right away. After summoning a blanket from the bedroom to cover Harry's sleeping form with it, she started to absent-mindedly run her fingers through his messy hair and caress him. In the light of the current events, she knew that their relationship would suffer some changes in the following weeks. She did not know what the future had in store for the two of them, but she had been honest in what she told him earlier. Whether he was 12 or 40, she did not care. Aside from her curiosity regarding a parallel universe, Bellatrix did not care about what he had done in his past either. It's impossible for him to one day call me Mum. Bellatrix thought wistfully. She had always wanted to have a child. But that doesn't mean we can't continue to be a family. Instead of Auntie, I'll make him call me Big Sis. At that thought, she sniffed with subdued laughter as to not wake him up. From his words, she gathered that he had been some sort of war hero, a battle-hardened man in his past life. However, in her eyes, he did not look anything like that. To her, he was just a scrawny and cute little boy, one that she felt compelled to care for and protect. Though it's him who protected me yesterday. He saved my life from a killing curse, and he easily killed 7 Death Eaters too. Merlin, I thought I was teaching him useful spells for dueling in our practice lessons. But he can probably teach me a thing or two. A wave of embarrassment washed over her as she recalled various instances from their time spent together and realized how her behavior must have looked in the eyes of a man who was of the same age as her. Her pale white cheeks became red, she was mortified with shame. Arg, I'll pay him back for this or my name isn't Black. For the world at large, this year's Christmas was very different from the previous one. The brazen assassination attempt of Bellatrix Black and her protégé by the 10 wizards dressed in Death Eaters' robes had thrown the country into panic. The situation had already been extremely unstable after the research of Bellatrix regarding magic ancestry was published. After this assassination attempt, many people became anxious about the future because the current circumstances seemed perfect for a new civil war to break out. However, not all was dark and bleak. The fact that Bellatrix Black had not only survived the assassination but even killed every single one of her 10 attackers had elevated her fame to incredible proportions. She was no longer just a respected and controversial witch, her status had been elevated to that of a massive star. If she were to come to Diagon Alley in the present, she would be mobbed in an instant, no different than the boy who lived in his family. Furthermore, there were several eyewitnesses on Diagon Alley that evening that had come forth and sworn that they had seen the young boy, Harry Potter, taking out at least half of their attackers. Most people did not believe their claims, but the truth was that reporters from all kinds of newspapers, even from outside of Great Britain, felt like pulling their hair out of frustration because they did not know how to get a hold of Harry and Bella to interview them. But Harry and Bella had no interest to entertain them. Instead, they were having a beautiful moment together with their family. Andromeda, Ted, and Nymphadora Tonks were together with Harry and Bellatrix and a sober Sirius Black in the spacious kitchen of Grimmauld Place, feasting. Sober Sirius turned out to be as frivolous, charismatic, and amusing as Harry's godfather from his past life. As for the young Auror who was sporting long and wavy green hair that day, she was just as vivacious as Harry remembered her. I'm telling you, Sirius, as small and scrawny as he looks, he managed to woo a French Vila 3 years older than him. Tonks said teasingly. And how would you know that? You're working on the night shift, after the curfew. Harry retorted. Besides, there's nothing of that sort between us. We're just friends. Keep telling yourself that. I saw the way she looks at you, Tilda, Tonks said with a grin. I'm 12 for God's sake. You said it yourself, I'm small and scrawny, and 3 years younger. Her type of girls doesn't go for those like me. Well, don't be so sure, Harry, Sirius said with a shit-eating grin on his face. Some women like them younger. You know, so they can raise them the way they like them. There was this 6th-year Ravenclaw girl when I was in my first year at Hogwarts that. Merlin, he's only 12. One more word, Sirius, and you'll puke snails for the rest of the year. Are we understood? Andromeda suddenly butted in their conversation sternly. Yes, Andy, he said meekly, completely unbecoming of his position as the head of the Black family. Everyone at the table burst into laughter, Andromeda and Sirius included. I still can't believe that someone tried to kill you 2 days ago. Ted Tonks suddenly said after the laughter subsided as he took a look at the addition of Daily Prophet in front of him on the table. I don't want to imagine how this Christmas would have turned out if. At the disapproving look of his wife, Ted stopped speaking. He noticed the mood that he had created with those words. It was very close. I thought I was a goner too. Bellatrix admitted. But Harry here, and she put her arm around him in a one-armed hug. They were sitting next to each other at the table, had the presence of mind and calmness to actually cast a bird-summoning charm at the very last second. She said and then planted a wet key on his cheek. "Aw, look at him, he's blushing. Stop it, Aunt Bella, you're embarrassing him." Tonks cooed and giggled. Wait a moment. You can stop the killing curse with something as banal as that?" Ted Tonks asked, eyes wide in surprise. "I thought that, you know, it's the killing curse. I thought it was unblockable. It's the shielding charm that can't stop it, that's why many people are under the impression that nothing can. But any physical object you throw in its way can stop it, be it a bird or a piece of furniture, or whatever." Andromeda explained to her husband. Ted Tonks, despite being a wizard, had chosen to find a job in the Muggle world. It had been due to the persecution of the Black family after they cast Andromeda out for eloping with him. With their connections, the Blacks had made it impossible for Ted to find a wizarding job in the UK. Nevertheless, that had not put the young man down. He had persevered. Nowadays, Ted Tonks was working as a senior accountant. He had a rather decent job. That being said, unlike his wife and her side of the family, Andromeda, Bellatrix, and Sirius were all rather accomplished with a wand, Ted was not exactly the most adept duelist in the room. However, for a young boy to be so calm and lucid in front of mortal danger, you'll make a damn fine wizard one day, Harry. Sirius praised and raised his goblet of wine at him. The other adults at the table also raised their glasses and cheered for him. The impromptu toast in his honor made Harry feel all warm and fuzzy inside. He could see and feel that everyone there had genuinely accepted him into their family. It looked like saving Bellatrix's life had made him a Black in all but blood in their eyes. He was part of their family now. I have a family. His fingers tightened around his glass of pumpkin juice. I won't lose them too. I will protect them. I will protect everyone here. Excuse me, I need to use the loo, Harry said suddenly and stood up from his seat. The rest of the people at the table did not look at him strangely. There was nothing unusual about someone needing to go to the restroom. But when the entrance door of the house was heard, Bellatrix quickly stood up and rushed after him. She arrived in the doorway just in time to hear Harry chanting, "Expecto Patronum." A bright light exploded from his wand, so powerful that it blinded her. Though it was night outside, it was 9 p.m., in December, there was so much light, one could be fooled to think it was noon. Sirius, Andromeda, Tonks, and Ted also rushed out too, attracted by the blinding light that had started shining through the windows of the kitchen. A collective gasp of amazement was heard when they looked outside and saw what was the source of that blinding light. It was a pure white being of light, a four-legged beast with 2 bat-like wings, a bone-thin body, and a dragon-like face. "A Thestral," Bellatrix whispered. Despite its scary appearance, they could only feel warmth and comfort radiating from the Thestral Patronus. Turning towards them, Harry's face was glowing with happiness and excitement. Except for Bellatrix, who knew who he truly was, everyone else was looking at him as if he had suddenly grown 2 heads. There were many grown-up wizards who could barely cast a mist-like Patronus charm, yet he, a 12-year-old boy, had cast such a powerful, corporeal Patronus. The form that his Patronus had taken was a little off-putting. Thestrals were seen as omens of death by most people, but that did not undermine his achievement in the least. However, for Harry, it was not the success of casting the spell itself that had filled him with happiness but what it represented. He had not been able to cast this charm at all in the past 16 years after the Weasley family had been murdered. He had not been able to cast it the previous Christmas either. But now it was different. That illusory thestral flying in the air was the embodiment of his hope. Hope for a brighter future, free from the shackles of his past. Hope for a future with his new family. As spectacular as it was that a 12-year-old boy had managed to cast a corporeal Patronus charm, the fact was that it was the last week of December. It was freezing outside. After recovering from their initial shock, everyone rushed back inside. However, when they got back into the kitchen, instead of finding it empty, there was a stranger inside. No, stranger is too harsh a word. It was someone that everyone there knew but someone that they had not spoken to in many years. It was a woman. She was dressed rather modestly, all in black, her own hair was caught in a simple bun, and she was not wearing jewelry nor any makeup at all despite the special occasion. It was Christmas after all, what lady would not doll herself up on such a day? What is she doing here? Bellatrix was the first to speak, the tone of her voice very sharp. The owned woman's blue eyes became misty but she did not shed any tears. I told you I shouldn't have come here. She whispered and turned on her heels, making a beeline towards the fireplace. Sirius quickly walked after her and caught her by the arm. Narcissa, stay. Please. I'm not welcome here. This is my home. And you are family. As long as I am still alive, you will always be welcome here. Sirius said and he made sure to glare at Bellatrix. At his words, Narcissa burst into tears. Sirius took her in his arms and rubbed her back soothingly as she sobbed. He just let her vent out the pain and suffering that she had been bottling up ever since her husband and son died a year ago. It took a long time for her to calm down. By the time she finally got a semblance of control, Kreacher had already prepared a seat for her at the table, and a set of cutlery and plates too. It's good to have you back, Sissy, Andromeda said kindly and opened her arms to embrace her too. As the middle sister out of the three black sisters, Andromeda had always been the more understanding towards the spoilt, younger one. She used to pamper her when they were children. The two had been rather close before Andromeda eloped with her husband and Narcissa married Lucius Malfoy, a moment from which they broke all contact. Though hesitant at first, the owned woman melted in her elder sister's embrace. She even started crying anew. The two sisters that had not spoken to each other in more than a decade were now hugging each other as if their lives depended on it. Everyone could not help but smile at the heartwarming scene. Everyone, except for Bellatrix. She was still looking at Narcissa with cold eyes and a stern expression on her face. Narcissa avoided meeting her eyes and just took a seat next to Sirius, where Kreacher had prepared her seat. Harry, we're going, Bellatrix said curtly and she stood up before heading to the fireplace. Why, what's the hurry? He asked, pretending to be oblivious to her feelings regarding Narcissa's presence there. I won't sit and eat at the same table with someone like her. Someone who cut all contact with her family for the sake of King Lapdog of Voldemort. She snapped at him, speaking in a way he had rarely ever heard from her. Bella, Sirius said sharply. Harry walked next to her and said in a whisper for others to not hear his words. Like it or not, she is your family. Don't push her away just because of your pride. Bellatrix threw him a scathing look. There were some sharp rebuttals on the tip of her tongue but she held them back because she remembered what he had told her yesterday, that before stepping into the Veil, he had had no family and no friends left alive either. He had been all alone. She remained silent. Don't push her away, Harry repeated himself, still whispering. Would you rather have her go into Voldemort's camp again? To get killed by Aurors or thrown into Azkaban? Or worse, ed by a Dementor? Of course not, she's my sister. Bellatrix retorted, in a louder voice than she had intended. Everyone else at the table turned to look at Bellatrix when they heard what she said. When Harry's face broke into a smile, Bella had to hold herself back to not smack him upside the head. She realized that he had played her. Letting out a huff of exasperation, she went back to the table where she plopped herself on her chair in a rather unladylike manner. She crossed her arms to her chest and refused to look at anyone directly, staring a hole into her plate. The rest of the family decided not to poke at a sleeping dragon and avoided rising Bellatrix's ire. They knew that impulsive as she was, especially at the moment, she would be looking for even the tiniest excuse to start an argument. As for Narcissa, she was mostly silent but her face showed a content expression. She even smiled once in a while at one of Tonk's funny faces or at one of Sirius's shenanigans. The grieving woman was experiencing for the first time in the past year the warmth that came with being together with her family. Eventually, the Christmas dinner ended and they started to leave. The Tonks family was the first to leave. Once Andy, Ted, and Nymphadora left, Sirius excused himself, saying that he needed to use the restroom. Harry also left the kitchen temporarily, claiming that he wanted to see the famous black tapestry and followed Kreacher to the living room. Bellatrix rolled her eyes at their poor disguise of giving her and Narcissa some alone time. The two sisters stood silent for some time. Narcissa was too anxious to break the ice and Bellatrix was too proud to start the conversation herself. Eventually, it was Narcissa who said in a quiet voice, "The Dark Lord is back." Bellatrix's eyes widened in surprise. That was totally not what she had expected to come out of her mouth. "What? How?" she blurted out before she could stop herself. "He was never dead." Lucius always believed that his master was not completely dead. He had always held hope that he would return one day, saying that the Dark Lord had taken steps to ensure his immortality. The widow swallowed the note in her neck. "I was never as good as you were with a wand, or at magic, or with the dark arts. But I'm still a black. How could I not recognize what this is?" she said, and she took out a notebook from her purse. Bellatrix took the notebook from her sister's hand and pointed her wand at it, muttering a few spells under her breath. "It's a Horcrux," she said, and Narcissa nodded in confirmation. "Did he come back to life using this?" "No," Narcissa shook her head. "This Horcrux had been given to Lucius for safekeeping and the Dark Lord had not contacted me yet. But word goes in our circles that he had used Quirinus Quirrell, the Dada professor from last year, to steal the Philosopher's Stone from Hogwarts. Dumbledore had borrowed the stone from the Flamels to lure the Dark Lord at Hogwarts. I bet that overconfident old fool never expected Voldemort to actually succeed in stealing the stone. It looks like he wasn't lying about Quirrell having gone missing like he had been lying about Snape," Bellatrix said to herself. Turning her attention back towards Narcissa, she asked, "Is this why you've suddenly come to us now?" "Because he is back." Narcissa looked down in both shame and regret. "Lucius is gone. Draco too. I have no one left, and I didn't want to get mixed up with another war once again. I've never wanted any of these. I've never cared about the Dark Lord's crusade, that's also why I've never taken the mark. But I had to support Lucius." Seeing the sneer on Bellatrix's face at the mention of Lucius Malfoy, Narcissa shook her head and said, "He was my husband." You wouldn't understand. And whose fault do you think that is?" Bellatrix all of a sudden yelled, startling Narcissa. "Is it my fault that I can never get married? Where were you when Aunt Walburga threw that dark curse at me? The curse that made me unable to ever bear children. What did you do to stop her?" "Nothing." "That's right. You just watched indifferently from the side how she ruined my life. Even now, you've only come back to us for protection, because you're afraid of Voldemort. You've never cared about your own blood. You've only cared about your own skin." Her outburst, although short, left her breathing laboriously. Narcissa had unconsciously taken a step back. She was scared. She had always been afraid of her elder sister's temper. The fact that Bellatrix had only yesterday killed 10 Death Eaters, all by herself. Narcissa didn't believe in the rumors that the boy, Harry Potter, had taken out more than half of them. Only served to heighten that feeling of trepidation. A poignant silence followed, time in which Bellatrix managed to rein in her anger and recollect herself. "I will accept that you are back for now. But keep in mind, sissy, I'm not serious. I am not Andy either. I'm not as kind-hearted as they are. I swear to you now, if you ever betray us, if you sell us to Voldemort, if you did anything to harm any of us, the Tonks and my Harry included, nothing will save you from my wrath. Nothing. Not Voldemort, not even going under the Fidelius. I will find you and I will make you suffer." In her anger, Bellatrix did not mince her words. However, once she made her point across, she blew out a long-drawn sigh, her anger mollified somewhat. I haven't hugged my little sister in more than a decade, she unexpectedly said and opened her arms. Come here. Still unsure of Bellatrix's true feelings towards her, one moment she was threatening to make her suffer terribly and the next moment she was opening her arms to hug her, Narcissa came to her with baby steps, fearful and hesitant. But once the two sisters embraced each other, Narcissa heard soft sniffs coming from Bella. Harsh on the outside, a big softy on the inside. You haven't changed one bit, Bella, Narcissa said endearingly, tears rolling down her cheeks. Don't get cheeky now, you. Bellatrix jeered at her but she did not let go of her. She tightened her arms around her back instead. The two sisters stood embraced for a long time. Outside the kitchen, Harry and Sirius were sporting soft smiles on their faces as they peeked at them through the cracked door. The period of time between Christmas and the New Year had not been restful for Harry and Bellatrix. After learning about the Dark Lord's return, Harry ceased with his nonchalant attitude. For nearly a week, he and Bellatrix had searched for possible locations of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Their efforts, however, were met with failure. The first place that they had gone to was the cave guarded by Inferi. At least that's how it had been in his past life. In this world, that cave had nothing special about it. There were no magical protections in place, no traces of dark magic and no magical creatures either. They searched for the old manor of the Gaunt family too but they could not find it. As a last-ditch effort, Harry and Bellatrix went to Little Hangleton but they could not find the Riddle Manor either. They even went to the building that had once been an orphanage where the Dark Lord had spent his childhood, yet the current inhabitants were just regular muggles and there were no traces of magic around at all. Now, they were sitting on the sofa in the living room of the Blackthorn, discussing their options. Maybe he didn't make as many Horcruxes as in your past life. Bellatrix suggested. You most likely already know this, but the process of tearing a piece of your soul is an irreversible action, one that is not left without consequences. It could be that after he created the first one and felt the side effects of mutilating his soul he decided that one was enough. It's certainly something that a clever person would realize. They wouldn't continue destroying themselves to insanity. Harry scratched at his already messy hair, making it look even scruffier than usual. Maybe, I don't know, but we can't exclude the possibility that he could have made the same number of Horcruxes as in my past and hidden them in different places either. Plus, we can't find the Gaunt Manor. Since Voldemort is back he could have put it under the Fidelius charm. Well, you said that he had murdered Hepzibah Smith in your past life to steal the cup of Helga Hufflepuff and the locket of Slytherin from her, but she's alive here. Detestable woman, really. Wearing only expensive and tacky clothes, always throwing her wealth around and never missing a chance to brag about being Helga Hufflepuff's descendant, all the while bearing such a common Muggle surname, Smith. Bellatrix said with a shake of her head and scoffed. You of all people should know that she could be a descendant of hers through a Muggle line. She's a half-blood, isn't she? Harry said, knowing that she could not contradict him on this matter. She looked at him in annoyance. Okay, I just don't like her. Happy now? Yes, Tilda, he said and grinned. But he stopped teasing her and became serious again. They were in the middle of an important talk. Have you tried asking the Grey Lady? She could be the key to confirming whether Voldemort had used her mother's diadem to make a Horcrux or not. Bellatrix came up with another suggestion. I haven't. I didn't really care about Horcruxes before. I told you, at first, I wanted nothing to do with all these. I wanted to be as far from the conflict and the upcoming war as possible. If you had truly wanted that, you would have left the country, she said. You're right. But I missed Hogwarts. It was my first and only home. The temptation of seeing again the people that had once used to be my friends was too big too. Just so you know, for a while, things have worked out well for me. I mean, I kept everyone at an arm's length, not getting close to them, until you came around. And then Ickle Harry fell in love with his beautiful and intelligent Aunt Bellatilda, she said teasingly. You forgot to say how humble and well-behaved she is too, he retorted. Humble? Why would a black be humble? Besides, you know it's true. You like me, Tilda, she sing-sang. Need I remind you who was the first to initiate a hug? Or confess their undying love? He shot back. She smirked at him, knowing that she had gotten under his skin. His flustered countenance was proof of that. Anyway, as I was saying, you got attached to Lil, old me and, she cut his words midway. Bella, Yes, Harry. Damn it, be serious for a moment. Sirius is my cousin, I'm Bellatilda. Hooting sounds that sounded awfully similar to laughter came from a snowy owl perched near the window. But when Harry sharply turned his head at her, Hedwig all of a sudden started to scratch herself with her beak under her wing. God damn it, even an owl is laughing at my expense. Bellatrix burst into a fit of giggles at the situation. Teasing you has become so much more fun ever since I learned about your real age, she said, smiling widely. Harry rolled his eyes and pretended to be annoyed. Inwardly, however, he was enjoying their back and forth more than he was willing to admit. Don't worry, things will turn out fine. Haven't you already dealt with the Dark Lord several times in your past life? What could he possibly do to you? The way you dismantled those Death Eaters last week was absolutely brilliant. I don't think even Dumbledore would have it done with as much ease as you. It's not me I'm worried about. It's the people I care about. The Tonks family, Sirius, and you. I don't want a repeat of what happened in the past, he said quietly. Harry had told her many more things about his past life over the last week. She knew about his adventures at Hogwarts as a child, about his exploits as a hit wizard, about the wars he had been through, and she knew about the Weasleys and their fates as well. Bellatrix let out a sigh and placed her hand above his, gently squeezing it. We'll deal with things as they come. Until you speak with the Grey Lady, there's nothing else we can do. Maman, Papa, you didn't need to see me off. There's so much work to be done now. Who is taking care of the vineyards with you? Gone. A 15-year-old girl said in a whiny voice. The fact that she was talking in French attracted quite a few curious gazes from the surrounding people on the crowded 9 3/4 platform. Don't be silly, it's only January, the vineyards aren't going anywhere. Are you perhaps trying to stop us from seeing who your sweetheart is? Her mother, a beautiful woman in her late 30s said, her face all smiles. The Delacours were not obscenely wealthy but they were still rather well off. They owned vast vineyards in southeastern France, in Provence. With such a large amount of land, there was work to be done all year round. I want to see Fleur's boyfriend too. A girl younger than 10 exclaimed and looked around curiously. With her baby blue eyes and her long white golden hair, she looked as sweet and cute as a little angel. Boyfriend. I thought he was just a friend. Is there something you're not telling us? Mr. Delacour also said half seriously half jokingly. Mr. and Mrs. Delacour and little Gabrielle were in very high spirits. They had just had the most beautiful winter holiday in the past 5 years. For some reason, this year, Fleur stopped acting as cold and distant towards them as she used to before. During these 2 weeks that they had spent together, there had not been even one argument between them. Their familial bonds were mended and they became close once again as they spent a wonderful time at a chattel house in the Swiss Alps. Naturally, they became suspicious at her sudden but very much welcome shift in behavior. Therefore, when they learned from Gabrielle that Fleur was writing letters to someone once every 2 days, they immediately became curious. They wanted to meet the boy that their daughter appeared to be smitten with. We're not like that, I've told you before. Ari is he is my best friend. She said. She was not embarrassed and she did not appear to be flustered at the insinuations of her family either. However, a soft smile appeared on her face as she spoke of him, a soft smile that transformed into a large, brilliant one the very moment she spotted a certain someone ahead of her. Ari. She called out for the black-haired boy ahead of her and waved her hand in excitement. Harry too, involuntarily mirrored her wide smile when he saw her. Her excitement was infectious. I'm happy to see you too, but your parents are right behind you, he whispered while the older girl was hugging him for all he was worth. Maman, Papa, this is Ari Potter, she turned around and told her parents in English after she let go of him. Pleased to meet you, sir, madam, Harry said politely. Mr. and Mrs. Delacour shared a strange look. They thought they knew her daughter but it looked like they had to re-evaluate their opinions about her. They had expected Fleur's male friend to be a strapping young man, handsome and, at least of the same age as her if not older. They had not expected that her friend was 2 to 3 years her junior, a rather thin boy whose head barely reached her shoulder. The pleasure is all ours, Mr. Delacour said after recovering from his surprise and raised his hand for a handshake. Harry shook his hand as if it was natural. His calm behavior threw the physically older man off. What boy, especially this young, was not nervous in the least when meeting the parents of his girlfriend? Or maybe Fleur was speaking the truth and they were not involved that way. He did not know what to think, because Mr. Delacour had no way of knowing that he and Harry were actually of the same age mentally. You feed them, you raise them, you robe them, yet they leave you behind and run away with the first birdie that catches their eyes. Children these days, Bellatrix complained in a hurt voice as she came from behind. This dramatic old lady over here, Harry had to dodge Bellatrix's attempt at grabbing and twisting his ears. Is Bellatrix black? My caretaker and the professor of defense against dark arts. Fleur laughed at their antics and even Gabrielle giggled at how Bellatrix tried, and failed, to catch Harry despite not understanding what everyone was talking about in English. Miss Black, I've heard so many things about you. Apolline was the first to greet her, speaking in a heavily accented English, and stepped forth to shake hands with her. Your research about magic ancestry has raised waves even in France. I deeply admire your bravery and strength, especially after you defeated the ones that attacked you 2 weeks ago. Your words are too kind, Bellatrix replied with a smile in a perfect French, surprising both Apolline and her husband. None of that would have been possible without Harry over here. He was the key to my success, the last solid proof that I needed to validate my theory. He also saved my life the other day. Mr. and Mrs. Delacour could not help but take a second look at the scrawny boy chatting with Fleur and Gabrielle on the side. So the rumors about him helping you fight off your assassins, Mr. Delacour began to say, aren't that far from the truth. Bellatrix continued his words. I wouldn't be here today if not for him. And I speak literally. He saved my life. Harry, he is a gifted boy. The whistle of the Hogwarts Express rang and all the students that were still on the platform started saying their last goodbyes, hurrying to get on the train. As far as I know, the two of them aren't romantically involved, Bellatrix said, not beating around the bush. But I watched them carefully the last term. Before they became friends, they were both loners. They seem happier and livelier nowadays. I think that they are good for each other. Hearing such high praise about him, you made me very curious. I would love to get to know him better. He is Fleur's first friend and a boy at that too, Mr. Delacour said with a chuckle. That could be arranged, Bellatrix said, and then she added after thinking for a short while. I would have been open to inviting you to my residence, but in these circumstances, I'm afraid I am unable to do so. I am too popular right now, for the lack of a better word. Bellatrix valued her safety too much to suddenly give out the secret of her home's residence to a bunch of people that she had just met. There were too many that would love to see her dead these days. Your concerns are perfectly understandable. Maybe we can arrange something during the summer holidays. Mr. Delacour said. We could invite them over to us, couldn't we? Apolline asked her husband. We could, yes, he agreed. Another whistle rang and Bellatrix could no longer spend time chatting with the French couple. I'm afraid I have to go now. It was lovely meeting your family. I wish you a safe trip back to France. The Delacours also bid her farewell, and after little Gabrielle tearfully hugged her elder sister one last time, Harry, Fleur, and Bellatrix got on the train. They were among the last to hop in. Only moments later, the Hogwarts Express started to move. As Harry dragged his trunk after him on the corridors of the train's carriages, looking for an empty compartment, he was hit by a feeling of déjà vu. It's Harry Potter. He's here. There were eyewitnesses that watched him killing like half of the assassins. It's all in the Prophet. It was as if he was back in his 6th year of school at Hogwarts, in his past life, when everyone recognized the fact that he had been speaking the truth about Voldemort's return all along. Back then, his popularity had exploded overnight. It was like that in the present as well. Excited voices could be heard and dozens of students opened the doors of their compartment to get a better look at him as he passed by. He's Salazar Slytherin's descendant. Of course that he's bloody brilliant. Some 6th-year Slytherin said with pride. He'd been sorted in Ravenclaw though. A Ravenclaw girl countered. For the first time in her life, Fleur experienced what it felt like to not be the center of attention anymore. Despite her beauty and her Veela charm, the students on the train seemed to have eyes only for Harry alone at that moment. He had become an overnight celebrity. Over 2 weeks passed from the assassination attempt on Bellatrix Black, but the Daily Prophet was still talking about that. It felt like in the past 2 months, wizards and witches in the UK have been constantly hearing about Bellatrix Black and her protege, Harry Potter, first about her research regarding magic ancestry and Harry being a Parselmouth, and more recently, about the 10 assassins that tried to kill them in the open, in Diagon Alley no less. So, Fleur began after they finally found an empty compartment, let's talk about when you're going to teach me some of your skills. Harry chuckled at her eagerness. I take it you've started to believe I was a total badass in my other world. He said with a laugh. Can you blame me for not believing everything you said? You men say the funniest things sometimes, especially when you're trying to woo a girl. I don't recall ever trying to woo you though. Merlin, you weren't wrong, you and Bella aren't that different after all. You both think everyone is in love with you. Need I remind you who was the one that stalked me on the train and then on corridors under an invisibility cloak? She poked him with her finger in the ribs in retaliation and he recoiled from her touch. He was very ticklish in that spot. She tried to poke him again but he caught her by the wrist just in time. However, he miscalculated. He was just a 12-year-old scrawny boy while she was a 15-year-old girl, and rather physically developed for her age. She was physically stronger than him. Wrestling her forearm free from his grasp, she pushed him to the side. Harry fell on his side with his right arm trapped under his body and her weight as well while his other arm was restrained by her. With her free arm, she started tickling him mercilessly. Ah! Fleur, stop! He cried out, his cheeks starting to blush from embarrassment at being manhandled by a girl, despite being a 40-year-old man mentally. Ha ha! No! She laughed out loud, her own face a bit rosy too from the effort and from laughing too hard. You're over 30 for God's sake. Ah ha ha, stop. Act like it, he said between peals of laughter. It took him casting a nonverbal and wandless full-body binding curse on her for her to finally stop her assault on him. She collapsed on top of him, her body as stiff as a rock. Oof, you're so heavy. How much weight did you gain over Christmas? He complained grumpily as he pushed her away from on top of him with difficulty. When he finally regained his bearing, he cancelled the binding curse on her. I did not get fat, not one bit, was the first thing she said, yelled, upon recovering her ability to speak. You did. You're heavier than I remember. You must have gorged yourself with food irresponsibly on Christmas. Don't you lie now. Ari, I'm very much capable of cursing you, I thought you knew that. Dark Lord Slayer over here, he said smugly as he pointed with his thumb at his chest. Little angry bird over there, he said and pointed with his index finger at her. Give me your best shot. Braggart. Is it still bragging if it's the truth? She huffed at him. Next thing you're going to tell me is that you made a broomstick that can fly to the moon. Harry burst into laughter. It reminds me of what I heard someone saying to Avila once. He was enthralled by her charm. He told her he built a broom that could fly to Mars. Ha ha. See, that's what I was talking about when I said that you men say ridiculous things sometimes. They chuckled together. I was serious, Ari, Fleur said after a while. I want to learn from you. If you are as skilled as you said you are, there's no one that could teach me better. Aren't you good enough already? You've already done in so many. Fleur did not even blink at the fact that he mentioned that she was a serial killer. I'm not bad but not extraordinary either. I'm average. I've succeeded until now because it was never a fair fight for them. I always prepared beforehand, down to the tiniest details, and I made my move when my targets were not prepared, when they were the most vulnerable. But that might not be the case forever. Who do you have in mind next? Is there a new target on your list? He asked. That's not important now. We'll talk about it later, in a safer place. Back to what I was saying, I really want you to teach me. Harry was pretending to think hard about it as if it was a difficult matter to decide on. Well, what do I get in return? He asked and grinned. Elu, you get to spend more time with me. He snorted with laughter. No thanks. I'll pass. I see, you're still too young to appreciate the company of a beautiful and smart woman. I'm in my 40s, he said blandly. Yes, but your body isn't. Once your hormones start acting up. He could not rein in the urge to roll his eyes. Not all men think with their lower heads. Even when puberty kicks in, I still won't act like your puppy. Besides, I told you before, didn't I? You're not my type. Resting her chin in her hands and her elbows on her knees, she leaned forward and looked him in the eyes up close. I don't believe you, not one bit. Tilda, you have no reason not to like someone like me. Someone like you as in vain, impulsive, arrogant, fat. I'm not fat. So you're not denying the first three. They glared at each other for a few moments before starting to chuckle. She sat up from her seat across from him and came to sit down next to him instead. She tried to lean against his shoulder, but he was too short. This is so not manly. When are you going to grow up already? She huffed, torn between exasperation and laughter. Harry flushed a little. I'm a late bloomer, okay. There's nothing I can do about it, I'm only 12. I'm still waiting for my puberty to kick in. You think I like being this short and scrawny? Body shaming me, boo, shame on you. Ah, I didn't mean it like that, she said and giggled as she wrapped an arm around his shoulders and pecked him on the cheek. Short or tall, you're still my best friend. More like your only friend. Freaking shut-in loner. Pipsqueak. Fat lard. You called me a fat what? What part of me looks fat? By the gods, look at me. I'm a vila, she said in outrage. And what's a lard anyway? She had not heard that English word before, but given that he had used it to insult her, it could not mean something good. Harry burst into laughter. Not telling. The two continued to bicker and trade childish barbs for a long time. It was as if they were kindergarten children, not adults in their 30s and 40s respectively. My cheeks are hurting from laughing too much, Fleur said. Same. I'm also tired. I think I'll catch some sleep until we arrive. Are you serious? Aunt Bella's cousin is serious. I'm Harry Tilda, he told her the same annoying joke that Bellatrix had been telling him as of late. Should I smack you? Or are you going to do it yourself? Sheesh, what's with you and the threats of bodily harm, when have you become so violent? She raised an eyebrow at him, not deigning that question with an answer. She was a serial killer. Right. Stupid question. You've always been like that. Angry bird. Anyway, I'm really tired. I haven't gotten much rest this holiday. Bella and I have been extremely busy. We haven't seen each other in 2 weeks and here you are, going to sleep after just meeting me again, she said, pouting. I'll tell you everything tonight, after the feast. I promise. It was not only Fleur that was displeased, he was annoyed at himself too for how easily he got tired in his current body. He missed being a grown-up man. Saying that, he laid his head on his arm, against the window. But he soon grew tired of that position. He tried then to rest his head against the backrest of his seat, but whenever the train took a turn, he would lose his balance and almost fall. Come, air, she said with an amused smile and patted her thighs. Harry did not need a second invitation. He lied down, with his head resting in her lap. You've really gotten fat. Your thighs weren't this plump before. That proved to be not the wisest thing to say because Fleur suddenly pinched his nose and he had to struggle bitterly for about 2 minutes to escape from her hands. When she finally stopped abusing his nose, he could not feel anything except for a burning sensation anymore. There were even some tears in the corners of his eyes. You were asking for it. There is not an ounce of fat on my body if you exclude my breasts. My thighs are toned muscle, not fat, she said in a mixture of pride and annoyance. Even during the winter holiday, even on Christmas, she still went for her daily 5 to 6 miles long morning runs. She was more athletic and fit than she had ever been in both her past and current life. How dare he call her fat? Harry stopped teasing her and just chuckled inwardly. After a few minutes, his tiredness coupled with the softness of her totally not plump thighs lulled him to sleep. Before falling asleep, he felt her starting to play with his hair and scratching his scalp lightly with her nails. He groaned in pleasure. It was so comfortable. There was a small smile on his face as he entered the world of dreams. Somewhere in the countryside of European Russia, there was a majestic mansion with more than 4 floors, surrounded by gorgeous gardens with marble statues and golden fountains. The mansion could be seen from any direction from miles away due to where it had been built, on top of the tallest hill around. The iron-wrought massive gates were guarded by 2 large serpent statues with rubies for eyes. Living in luxury like a king while the rest of the continent is burning from the war you've caused, a raspy voice came. A middle-aged man that looked like a pitiful homeless stepped in front of the tall gates. He was missing an arm, he was wearing a dusty black cloak and clothes that were made from some sort of bizarre leather that had seen better days. His grizzled hair was short but scruffy and his beard unkempt. Opening his cloak, he took out something that looked like a thick and rather short wooden pole painted in a beige color. It was not just a simple stick, however. Countless symbols were painted on it orderly, all over it. They were ancient runes and the wooden pole was a totem. When he let go of it, the totem started to float in the air by itself. Allah, goddess of earth, grant me your blessing. Earthbind. The one-armed middle-aged man chanted. 1. The symbols covering the wooden pole started to glow with a dark yellow light and engulfed the entire pole. It rose higher in the air and, under the middle-aged man's control, it flew until it arrived above the mansion. The light coming from the symbols painted on the wooden pole grew in intensity to such a degree that it bathed the entire hill on which the mansion had been built, along with its enormous courtyard and gardens. Shouts and sounds of alarm could be heard from the men and women tasked with protecting the premises of the mansion when they noticed the dark yellow light that had encompassed the entire mansion and its courtyard. The one-armed man took another totem covered in ancient runes from his cloak, one painted in red, and placed it on the ground, next to him. Ogun, god of war, grant me your strength. Bloodlust. 2. The runes on the totem of war glowed with a deep red light. The middle-aged man's body gained a halo of crimson light and his cloak started to flutter despite the absence of wind. Unhurriedly, he took out a thin and gnarly piece of wood from a holster strapped at his waist. It was the Elder Wand. Then, he pointed it at the massive iron-wrought gates in front of him. The aura of red light coming from the totem of war focused on his sole hand and what looked like the illusion of a large crossbow-like weapon appeared behind his back. Ballista. 3. A bolt of red light burst from the Elder Wand, just like a bolt launched from a ballista, towards the gates. But before it could smash into them, a thick membrane of light stopped its advent. The wards of the mansion were revealed. An immense dome of blue light appeared, encapsulating the building and its courtyard within. If nothing else, the sheer size of it alone was extraordinary. Nevertheless, the bolt of red light fired from the Elder Wand was stopped only for the split of a second. In the next moment, deafening sounds of glass shattering were heard as the bolt of red light blasted through it and then smashed against the huge gates. With a powerful bang, the iron-wrought gates and the ruby-eyed serpents were smashed to smithereens. Over 30 people dressed in black robes and wearing skull masks on their faces rushed out of the mansion, and it looked like that was not all of them, seeing as more of them were pouring out through its wide-open double oak doors. However, the one-armed middle-aged did not even look at them. Glowing with rage, his emerald eyes were searching for something else. For someone else. Eventually, he spotted them, bald, pale gray skin, red-eyed, and with 2 slits instead of a nose. It was none other than the most terrible Dark Lords in recent history. It was his archenemy, Voldemort. I told you I would find you. I told you that I would find and I will kill you. The middle-aged man was speaking quietly, but somehow, his voice could be clearly heard in the ears of everyone present there. Disregarding everyone there and not caring about losing any shred of dignity he had left, the Dark Lord grabbed his wand and tried to disapparate. But he only managed to make a twirl and fall on his side like a drunken man. A mocking chuckle came from the one-armed man. It isn't an anti-disapparition jinx, so don't bother trying to dispel it. This is magic beyond your understanding. The dark yellow light coming from the beige wooden pole that was flying very high up in the air locked the entire area around the mansion for miles. It was an earthbind totem. Disapparition, portkeys, house elves, and even phoenixes, there was nothing that could teleport in or out of that area. Despite that he looked like a handicapped beggar with his missing arm and his haggard and dusty robes, none of the wizards and witches present there had the leisure to comment on that. Bathing in the bloodlust of the totem of war, his green eyes were shining with killing intent. You're not going anywhere. This time, Tom. You are mine. It was midnight, Wednesday, in the first week of the new term, and second-year Ravenclaws and Slytherins had astronomy together. Now, the 2 classes were on the top of the astronomy tower, everyone holding a brass telescope in their hands. Most of the children did not appear to be too happy to be there. It was midnight, in January. They were freezing. Tonight, we will study the moons of Saturn. Can someone tell me how many moons does Saturn have? Professor Sinistra said. A dark-skinned Ravenclaw girl raised her hand instantly. Yes, Ms. Potle. Saturn has 62 moons. Should I name them all? Padma Patil said, rather enthusiastically. Professor Sinistra smiled at her excited demeanor. Second-year students only need to know by name 5 of Saturn's moons. So just 5 will do. All right. Titan, Rhea, Tethys, Dione, Enceladus. Titan is Saturn's biggest moon while Enceladus is completely covered in ice. Excellent answer, 10 points to Ravenclaw. The professor said, and Padma sat down, beaming. Astronomy was one of her favorite classes. While Ms. Pottle and Professor Sinistra were talking, other people took the chance to have hushed conversations of their own. "Potter, have you thought it over? What do you think about my proposal?" A boy suddenly whispered from behind Harry while pretending to fix the position of his telescope's lens. Annoyance flashed on Harry's face. "You make it sound like you asked me for my hand in marriage. Don't play the fool now, you know what I'm talking about." The boy hissed at him under his breath. "Ah, you meant that," Harry said as if he was genuinely only now getting what that boy was talking about. "I told you I'm not interested." The boy looked like wanted to say something in return, but, at that moment, Professor Sinistra shouted at Crabbe, who had fallen asleep. "Mr. Crabbe." The second-year Slytherin woke up startled and panicked for being shouted at, eliciting a chorus of snickers from the rest of the class. "What did I say my number one rule was?" Professor Sinistra asked sharply. Crabbe scratched the back of his neck, seemingly not know what to say. "No sleeping during class," she yelled. "That's 5 points from Slytherin." Aurora Sinistra looked like an amiable middle-aged dark-skinned lady at the first glance, but she was a strict professor and falling asleep during her class was the worst offense one could do to her. Under the astronomy professor's guidance, the students directed their telescopes towards the sky to watch Saturn and its moons, giving them details and pieces of information that needed to be memorized for the end-of-the-year exam. "This isn't over, Potter," the boy from before whispered to Harry again. "Let's have a proper chat after class." When the class ended and Harry was about to head back to the Ravenclaw Tower together with Terry, Michael, and the rest of his housemates, someone called him out from behind again. "Potter, wait." It was not only Harry that got annoyed this time around, even his friends were starting to get irritated. "Merlin, get a hint already. You don't recognize a no unless it's being spelt out loud for you. Mind your damn business, Boot. This is between us and Potter, so bugger off." The boy in question, Theodore Nott, shot back. "Yeah, back off." Pansy Parkinson also shouted. The groups of Slytherins and Ravenclaws faced each other tensely for a few moments. Harry was surprised that his housemates would stick up for him like that. Unknowingly, the fact that he had always been kind to them and helped them out with their homework or studies when they called for him had made them consider him their friend. And it was not just Terry and Michael but even the girls with whom he rarely interacted. However, as touching as their camaraderie was, he did not need their help, nor did he want them to get in trouble for staying on the corridors after the curfew instead of heading straight back to their dorms, so he said, "You can go ahead, guys. What if they're planning on doing something nasty?" "I don't trust them," Sue Lee, an Asian girl in his year, said quietly, not willing to leave him behind. "Do you think any of them can take me on?" Harry deadpanned. Going by his tone, he wasn't even bragging. The rest of the Ravenclaws remembered then that it was only 3 weeks before that Harry had survived the combined attack of 10 grown-up wizards. Their worry for him did look rather amusing. Once the rest of the second-year Ravenclaws left, Nott, Crabbe, Goyle, Parkinson, Bulstrode, and Greengrass, almost all the second-year Slytherins, came closer to him. "It's late for all of us, so let's not waste time. I'll give you an answer to your proposal, once again. No. I'm not interested." Various expressions appeared on the group's faces. Nott and Parkinson looked angry, Greengrass looked resigned as if she had expected his answer, Bulstrode was frowning, while Crabbe and Goyle were rubbing at their eyes tiredly and yawning. It was as if they were not paying attention to what was happening at all. "We promised you an alliance between our houses and yours. You'd kick away the opportunity to get the House of Nott and the House of Parkinson at your side, just like that." Nott said in anger. Harry snorted. "You're like, what, 12? On what grounds do you get to decide the future of your house?" He wanted to facepalm himself. Dudley was still wetting the bed at the age of 12, yet these brats are trying to play politics with me. "Merlin, I'm so tired of this shit." From the first day he came back to Hogwarts for the second term, dozens of students had tried to s.k. up to him or even straight out ask for him to become their public friend. With him recognized as a descendant of Salazar Slytherin and with Bellatrix Black as his caretaker, he had become a very popular person in the British Wizarding Society, especially after surviving the assassination attempt on their lives. Many students, not limited just to the Slytherin house, had approached him until now, even from older years. "I'm the heir of the House of Nott." "Which means absolutely nothing. You're decades away from getting any sort of real power in your family. My father, not began again only for Harry to cut him off. Your father is not you. You can't give me anything. Next time, before offering people such proposals, and trying to play politics, think about what a deal is. It's a transaction. Give and take. What do I get in exchange for improving your reputation by allying myself with you? If anything, my own reputation would be sullied for becoming friends with your sort. Our sort. You dare insult us with your filthy half-blood mouth. Pansy Parkinson yelled incensed and drew out her wand at him. Harry lazily flicked his wand nobody had seen when he had taken it out, and the girl found herself falling to the floor as stiff as a rock, her entire body paralyzed. It was a simple full-body binding curse. When Theodore Nott and Millicent Bulstrode also drew out their wands, he said in annoyance. Yes, your sort. Those who think that Muggleborns are mudbloods. You don't understand a thing, do you? 10 Death Eaters could do nothing to me, what do you think you will achieve? Then, he purposely cast out loud. Serpensortia, Asmodeus. Over 30 feet long, several 100 pounds heavy, and shining, cold-looking scales. It was a huge green anaconda. You finally said my name, Master. Asmodeus said. He was close to tears despite that snakes. Cannot cry. Harry did not antagonize him at that moment. He wanted to make a statement so he could not fool around with the big personality of his summoned snake. I want you to scare them. Scare them shitless, but don't harm them. Just the sight of the enormous serpent left the group of Slytherin children paralyzed with fear. Hearing him talk in Parseltongue with the snake only made the terror in their hearts grow further. When Big Head raised a fifth of his body up, opened his mouth wide to show several rows of sharp fangs, and let out a loud hiss, Nott stepped back terrified and fell on his butt. A puddle of yellow formed underneath him on the floor as he pissed himself. As for Bulstrode, the plump girl fainted directly from fear. Greengrass, Crabbe, and Goyle were standing still, like statues, afraid to move even a muscle. Harry came in front of Nott and crouched to be on the same eye level. Another tip to improve your negotiating skills: if you want to become friends with someone, maybe try to not attack them next time. Most people don't react well when you point a wand at them. Standing up, he said to Crabbe, Goyle, and Greengrass, who had not drawn their wands like their other 3 friends, we can be friends if you want. But leave politics aside when I'm around. I don't care about your families and how noble and old they are. I don't care that you're some heir or whatever. I don't care about your blood status either. Merlin, you're just a bunch of children, why you gotta make your own life so complicated for no reason? Just enjoy your childhood, like normal children your age should. In his annoyance, he even forgot to keep up with his 12-year-old persona and spoke as if he was an old man scolding the younger generation for not behaving. He blew out a long sigh. All right, we'll talk again tomorrow. Good night. He waved his hand at them and left. Come, Big Head, let's go. The sharp hiss of anger that came from the anaconda made the group of children jump, but, to their relief, the huge snake slithered after Harry instead of attacking them as they had feared. Nevertheless, their hearts were still filled with trepidation as they watched the boy and his anaconda familiar conversing with each other in the serpent's tongue as they left. Master, you're a sly dog, that's what you are. Only calling me by my name when you need me to do something for you. When you don't need me anymore, I'm just Big Head for you. Shameless arsehole. Harry bent down and patted Big Head on his, admittedly rather big head. There, don't cry, Tilda. You're mocking me, aren't you? You're most certainly mocking me. Asmodeus yelled at him and tried to bite his hand, only for Harry to dodge and then slap him on the snout. The anaconda recoiled from being slapped. It was not the pain from the physical hit but the meaning of it. If snakes could cry, he would have probably started shedding tears. Strangely enough, Harry understood the snake's facial expression. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to slap you, he said, and he wholeheartedly caressed Asmodeus' head this time. Getting the feeling that the snake was still pouting, he told him, to make up for it, I'll let you sleep in my bed tonight, how about that? Big Head's cloud of depression vanished instantly. Thank you, Master. You're the best, he said excitedly, and his body miraculously began to shrink until he was no thicker than a finger. At first, Harry wanted to shout at the anaconda and give him another smack for pretending to be upset just so he could get to sleep in his bed, but when he saw Asmodeus changing his size without him casting a spell, he became dumbstruck. What the hell? How did you do that? Taking advantage of his momentary shock, Asmodeus quickly climbed up on him and coiled around his arm and neck like on the branches of a tree. Do what? Big Head said innocently. Harry grabbed Big Head's now small head between his thumb and index finger and pinched him. Ow, ow, stop, I'll tell. Asmodeus cried out. I thought you knew already. When you cast the snake summoning spell and called me by my name, I became your familiar. Being able to change my size is the special skill that I got from it. But I already have a familiar, Hedwig, an owl. And she doesn't have any special skills. Who says you can't have more than one? And maybe it's because you never cast a spell on her. Big Head reasoned. I became able to change my size after you made me small the first time. And you never thought I ought to know something as important as that. Well, you see, the snake began to say evasively, but Harry abruptly turned his head towards a suit of armor on his left. I've had the feeling that someone has been watching me everywhere since I returned for the second semester. To think that it was you. At his words, a female ghost with long hair and a gray dress came out from the armor suit. How did you find me? She asked. Instead of answering her question, he asked one of his own. Who put you to it? Dumbledore. McGonagall. No, it has to be Dumbledore. Are you also the one who snitched on me for having a broomstick last year? The Grey Lady did not appear to be remorseful in the least. It's the professor's job to watch the students. And it's my duty as well, as a resident of the castle, to help them watch over you too. Reet, because every single one of the 500 to 600 students in this school has a ghost stalking him even in the toilet. The Grey Lady frowned at his words. I shall let you know that I've never followed you or anyone else for that matter in the men's toilet. In the end, Harry was simply too fed up to care anymore. Having just dealt with the Slytherin children that tried to rope him into their politics and social circles, he had no patience to waste his time with a ghost too. Not at that late hour. Therefore, he was rather blunt when he spoke next. I know who you are. I know your story. I know about you and the Bloody Baron. If possible, the Grey Lady became even paler in the face. What do you know? Who told you? She asked quickly. Though she was speaking quietly, there was a sharp edge in her voice. I know that your name is Helena and that you're the doe. Enough, she shrieked. How could you possibly know about that? I've never told that to anyone, nor living, nor dead. Did the Bloody Baron tell you? Harry was surprised to hear that. Doesn't that mean that she didn't tell the story of her life to Tom Riddle either? Calm down. I have no intention of letting other people know about your past, as long as you give me an honest answer to this question. Have you ever told anyone about the location of your mother's diadem? That question cleared up any doubts that the Grey Lady might have had regarding whether Harry was speaking the truth about knowing her identity or not. It looked like he knew everything. How do you know about that? The Grey Lady asked again, her voice trembling. Answer my question, please. Have you ever told anyone about the diadem? Harry insisted. No, I haven't. He let out a sigh, not knowing whether to feel relieved or even more worried than before. Thank you, he said. You can keep spying on me as before and rat out everything to Dumbledore. I don't have anything to hide, Harry lied. He had a great many things to hide. As for your secret, I will keep my word. I won't tell anyone that does not already know it. When he started to walk away, the Grey Lady called out after him. Wait, what are you planning on doing with my mother's diadem? Nothing, Harry said over his shoulder. I have no interest in it. I'm content as long as it stays where you hid it. What Harry did not know was that making use of the Grey Lady was not the only thing that Dumbledore had done to dig out more information about him. A few hours earlier that evening, after the dinner, the former headmaster went to the office of the Dada professor, Bellatrix Black's office. Knocking politely on the door, he waited patiently for an answer from within. Yes, come in, Bellatrix's voice rang from behind the door. Good evening, Dumbledore greeted. Good evening, Professor. Take a seat, make yourself comfortable, she said. After the old wizard sat on the wooden chair in front of the desk, Bellatrix was the first to speak, straight to the point. What brings you to my office this evening? I wanted to talk to you about what happened during the winter holidays, specifically, the assassination attempt you had gone through. I must confess, I am both impressed and curious on how you have managed to survive against 10 Death Eaters at once. Are you doubting my skills? She said with a raised eyebrow. Dumbledore chuckled good-naturedly. Forgive me for saying this, but while I think that you are a brilliant witch, I don't like your odds against 10 of Voldemort's followers at once. Merlin knows, even I'd feel the pressure to be surrounded like that, out of nowhere. Bellatrix scoffed, not believing him for a second. A good thing that you didn't have to bet because, look, here I am, very much alive and kicking, in spite of all odds, she said. And that's exactly what makes me wonder, how did you manage to do it? Between the two of us, my guesses are rarely wrong, he said. What is it that you really want? We've known each other for decades, Dumbledore. Let's cut the chase, she said eventually, not liking how they were both playing with their words and going nowhere. Dumbledore interlocked his fingers and put his hands on the desk while leaning forward a little. I would appreciate it if you could give me your memory of the incident. As soon as he finished saying that, Bellatrix's violet eyes flashed with an unknown emotion. But outside of that, she kept a poker face. I refuse, she said categorically, her tone not leaving any room for negotiations. Silence was instilled in the office as the witch and the old wizard looked each other in the eyes. Don't even try it. If you cross that step, our amicable relationship will end, Bellatrix warned him preemptively to not try to probe her mind. Dumbledore let out a sigh and closed his eyes for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. Whatever we did there was legitimate. I know you've never been a fan of killing, but I did what I had to. Minister Bones cleared me out of any charges. But young Harry, Dumbledore began. He is fine. I took great care of him. We even went to a mind healer. There is no trauma left from the incident. After making a small pause, Bellatrix added, You're the one who thrust Harry into my life, and that is something that I'm deeply grateful for. He is the best thing that happened to me in forever. I care for him as if he were my own. I know you're obsessed with him. I'm not, Dumbledore denied. But he is mine. You gave him to me and I'm not letting him go. Ever. Harry is my boy. In the end, the old wizard could do nothing but leave without getting what he had come for. However, despite the disappointment that he felt at not knowing what had truly happened that fateful day on Diagon Alley, especially with the rumors that were circulating about Harry Potter taking on half of the Death Eaters by himself, Dumbledore was for some reason not worried. She loves him, he thought. He had seen it in her eyes. Love. What a wonderful thing. He also knew from the ghosts of the castle that Harry spent time with Bellatrix on a daily basis, either in her office or in the music classroom. He may have not accomplished his goal of finding everything that there was to know about Harry Potter, but despite that was a battle that he had lost. It looked like he had won the figurative war. He had made young Harry find a family, he had made him feel what love was. I should tell the Grey Lady to stop watching him. There is no need for that anymore, Dumbledore mused as he walked back to his quarters in the Transfiguration office. He was convinced that now that Harry Potter had experienced the feeling of being loved and the feeling of having a caring family, he would not follow into Tom Riddle's steps, that he would not become a second Voldemort. We can be friends if you want. But leave politics aside when I'm around. I don't care about your families and how noble and old they are. I don't care that you're some heir or whatever. I don't care about your blood status either. Dumbledore thought that night about the words that the Grey Lady had heard Harry say to the Slytherin children. He could not stop smiling. I failed to stop Tom from going dark. He had always seen the rise of Voldemort as one of his personal failures. However, it looked like young Harry would not turn out like his other student. Both orphans, both growing up with Muggles, both descendants of Salazar Slytherin, both with a rarely seen talent in magic, both scarily intelligent. They even look somewhat alike. So similar, yet so different. Fascinating. He was marveling at how different the two of them had turned out to be. It confirmed for him once again that the power of love was immeasurable. With those thoughts in mind, despite that it was well past midnight, Dumbledore turned on the lamp on his nightstand, stood up from his bed and went to one of the cupboards in his bedroom. It did not take him long to find what he had been looking for, a fluid-like slivery gray piece of fabric. It was an invisibility cloak. Sigh. An unreadable expression flashed in his eyes as he looked at the cloak in his hands, but then he closed them. When he opened them again, his eyes were no longer clouded by emotion. Still holding the cloak in his hands, he left his bedroom and went to his desk in the Transfiguration office. The wooden chair creaked loudly as he sat down and he winced at the noise. Merlin, this chair is wailing worse than my old bones. He did put some pillows on the seat, but it was nowhere close to how comfortable his chair had been in the headmaster's office. He missed his previous comfort. After making a mental note to change his chair as soon as possible, he turned his attention back to the matter at hand. Grabbing a piece of parchment and a quill, he wrote, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. I should have returned it to you the previous year, but with everything going on at that time it had slipped my mind. You can treat it as a late Christmas present. An old friend." It was late in the afternoon and the sky was already dark. The castle's grounds were covered in a thick blanket of snow and it was so cold that cracking noises were heard when one stepped on it. "Damn it, what is she even doing outside at this hour?" Harry complained as he trotted through the snow grumpily. "And why did you drag me along with you? I quite enjoyed sitting on that comfy couch in front of the fireplace. You'd let a lady go out alone at night. There are monsters out there," Fleur said with a pout. "And you're just an innocent doe in the woods," he said with a roll of his eyes. "If anything, whatever is lurking out there should be afraid of you. Tell me, Ari, why are you always swearing? And why is it that you are not happy now? Always so grumpy, no one will like you with that attitude. You will die of old age, all alone. It's so cold, my balls are freezing. That's why I'm grumpy," he said, pronouncing the grumpy word in a high-pitched voice and with a very accented R as to mock her. To say that he was annoyed would be an understatement. His footprints in the snow became deeper as he stomped his feet and walked ahead of his companion. It was only after making a few steps, however, that he stumbled and, due to having his hands in the pockets of his jacket, he did not have the time to take them out and brace himself. He fell face first into the snow. For a moment, there was a deathly silence. Then, Fleur started to laugh out loud. F. K. Shit. F. King hell. F. K. F. K. The two of them were close to the forbidden forest. Harry had just stumbled upon an aerial root of one of the immense trees of the forest. With snow stuck all over his face, he was so angry that he even lost his ability to swear intelligently. Hearing him scream profanities and seeing his rosy face still covered in snow, the older girl began to laugh so hard that she was holding her sides with her hands. "Ah ha ha ha. I can't. Ha ha ha." Whoosh. A snowball suddenly smashed straight into Fleur's face and her laughter died out in an instant. "Did you just?" she sputtered, but yet another snowball nailed her right in the forehead once again. Biwahaha. This time, it was Harry's turn to burst into obnoxious laughter. "Sue's merde," she swore under her breath, "you asked for it, now it's on." She yelled at him. Grabbing a big amount of snow in her hands, she compressed it as hard as she could in the form of a ball before throwing it at him. In her anger, she put too much strength into it, which led to a serious loss of accuracy. The snowball whirred 3 feet above Harry's head. What a piss-poor aim. Ha ha. He sniggered and threw another snowball at her. Fleur had to duck to not get a headshot again. A few minutes later, it became painfully clear that Harry was the better shooter. Fleur's face was flushed a deep red. Whether it was from the cold or from the anger, Harry did not know, but he took great delight in bombarding her with snowballs. Seeing that she was losing, and quite badly at that, Fleur suddenly broke into a sprint towards him. Harry threw the remaining snowball in his hand right into Fleur's face again and then started to run for his life, all the while snickering like a hyena. "When I catch you, I'll break your legs. Putain," she yelled after him. "What happened to your no-swearing policy? Aren't you supposed to be a classy lady?" He yelled over his shoulder while running as fast as his short legs could carry him through the knee-deep snow on the ground. But his laughter was short-lived. Taller and much faster than him, Fleur soon closed in the distance and threw herself at him like a bird of prey upon a pitiful rat. Oof. All air left his lungs as he got body slammed to the ground and she landed on top of him. She was not done though. She started to wildly grab snow from the ground and throw it on top of him, burying his entire upper body in the snow. "That should do it. That'll teach you not to awe," she began to say, but let out a squawk when he suddenly turned around and pushed her to the side. She had not expected him to retaliate because he rarely tried to get physical since she was older and stronger than him. And that led to the current reversal. He was straddling her and pinning her hands above her head with his body weight. Even as they both struggled, she to escape from his grasp and he to hold her down, she was not worried. Instead, she smirked because it was only a matter of time before she freed her hands and overpowered him. The airy voice of a young girl was all of a sudden heard next to them. "Are you guys wrestling? This isn't the proper way. When I saw my mum and dad wrestling this Christmas they had no clothes on them. They said you can do it better without clothes. So you ought to go inside. You can't wrestle here, in the cold." It was a first-year Ravenclaw girl with long blonde hair, blue eyes and a round and innocent face. There was a blue Ravenclaw muffler around her neck and a winter hat resembling an eagle on her head, giving her quite the eccentric look. The two of them stopped their struggle in an instant because they realized what their position looked like for others. He was on top of her, holding her hands above her head. When they also heard what the young girl had just said, Harry's and Fleur's faces started burning and it had nothing to do with the cold. He quickly got up and said, his tone a bit strange due to how embarrassed he was, he paused awkwardly, "We weren't wrestling like your parents. We were having a snow fight, and she was losing. So she tried to beat me up using other means. Sore loser." The young girl perked up at his words. "Ooh, a snow fight. Can I join you?" she said eagerly. Fleur also stood up and smiled at the younger girl. "Of course you can. So, how do we do this? I've never had a snow fight." Harry let out a wicked smile. "Like this," he said and threw a snowball straight into the girl's face. Then, he started to laugh out loud. "Headshot. Forget about professional Quidditch, I should become a sharpshooter. Ha ha ha." Fleur went to the girl who was frozen in disbelief and started to gently wipe the snow away from her cheeks. "Let's get, we will make, pay for this. Us, girls, let's team up against, and beat, up." Hearing Fleur's words, it was as if the younger girl came to life again. "Yes, let's beat him up," she also said, filled with energy. Hey, 2 against 1. How is that even remotely fair? We should have a battle royale," Harry yelled while the two girls started throwing snowballs wildly at him. 15 minutes later, 2 silhouettes appeared from the direction of the castle. One was tall and wearing combat boots and a long leather coat, while the other one was extremely short and wearing a suit with a bowtie under his open fur jacket. The tall one was the Auror on duty responsible for patrolling the grounds of the castle, and the very short one was none other than the charms professor and the head of the Ravenclaw house, Phileas Flitwick. "Ms. Delacour, Mr. Potter." He yelled their names in his high-pitched voice. "I sent you to bring Ms. Lovegood back in the castle, not to stay outside and play with her in this weather. I was worried something happened to you. Ms. Lovegood, why did you not tell me you went outside in the first place? And to the Forbidden Forest no less. Despite that it was only around 5 o'clock in the evening, due to the fact that it was January, it was night outside. Therefore, when Professor Flitwick realized that a student was missing, he sent his apprentice to find her. In turn, Fleur also dragged Harry with her, hence his earlier grumpiness. Flitwick's surprise was not hard to understand when he saw the ever-serious French girl making angels in the snow together with Luna Lovegood. Furthermore, both girls and Harry had so much snow on their clothes that they looked like they had rolled around in the snow. "I'm sorry, Professor," Luna said, a guilty look on her face. "I saw a Gnarl hiding among the bushes in the inner courtyard of the castle and I tried to catch it. But it was faster and more clever than I thought, so it managed to escape. I followed its tracks up till the Forbidden Forest, but my daddy said to never go there alone, so I didn't. That's when I heard Fleur and Harry and came to them. Since Draco Malfoy had been killed by a troll the previous year, students' safety has become paramount. The fact that a first-year student had managed to slip away unnoticed was already bound to make some trouble for the head of her house and the 2 Aurors on duty as well. Don't worry, Professor, we found Luna right away. She was not in danger. And even if there was anything, you know that I am more than capable of protecting her." Fleur tried to placate him. Flitwick sighed deeply but did not continue to scold the children. "Well, let's not waste time anymore. Let's go inside before you catch a cold." It was Saturday morning, still in the first week of the new term. While everyone was having breakfast in the Great Hall, Headmistress McGonagall stood up and cleared her throat. The former Transfiguration professor commanded as much respect as the previous headmaster, and she was much stricter. With her in charge, discipline at Hogwarts had become better since the start of the year, especially since there were also 2 Aurors guarding the school at all times, one on the corridors of the castle and one on the grounds, outside. That being said, all students quickly quieted down when they saw her standing up. "Good morning. There is just one announcement that I would like to make. In the light of the recent events, the assassination attempt on Professor Black and Harry Potter in Diagon Alley 2 weeks ago, Professor Black has decided to open a new club in order to help you to better protect yourself should you ever encounter such a situation." A dueling club. The students burst with excited whispers, even the Slytherins. Bellatrix Black had been popular from her very first day as the Dada professor due to her brilliant deeds in the past, saving the life of Neville Longbottom and that of his parents, and the following term only increased their appreciation for her due to her performance in class. They had never had such an experienced witch or wizard to teach them Dada before. That being said, her latest feat, that of surviving the attack of 10 grown-up wizards and even managing to kill them all, had made the students' feelings towards her start bordering veneration. Hearing that Bellatrix Black was opening a dueling club had the entire school boil with excitement and anticipation. Once the clamor finally died down, Headmistress McGonagall said, "I will let Professor Black tell you the rest." Whistles and cheers came from the students in the hall, especially from the boys when they saw Bellatrix standing up. With her form-fitting black dress robes, her long wavy black hair styled over one shoulder and wearing a pointed witch hat, this chic lady was the wet dream of many if not all the teenage boys at Hogwarts. The fact that she was known to be dangerous as hell too only added to her charm. The whistles and applauses in the Great Hall did not stop for a long time. It was to the point where even Bellatrix herself was starting to become embarrassed at imagining what her fellow professors were probably thinking at that moment about her. Nevertheless, she did not let it show on her face. Keeping her confident and slightly smug countenance, she said, "The dueling club's meetings will be held here, in the Great Hall, every Saturday, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There is no age restriction, even first years are welcome." Another chorus of cheers erupted at that and she had to stop speaking for a few moments. "But I will tell you this, today, I won't hold it against anyone if they decided just to come and see. What's the club about? However, from next week, I want consistency. One does not become an accomplished duelist in a few days or weeks. It takes months or even years. It's a long-term commitment, so I don't want to waste my time and effort on those who are too weak-willed or too lazy to keep studying and training to improve themselves. This dueling club is not a child's play. What you will be learning from me could one day save your life. As it had saved mine and Harry's." Dozens of heads turned to look at the Ravenclaw table, at the second-year boy in question. Harry made a displeased face at the fact that she mentioned his name and implied that he was no stranger to dueling. "Smile. Everyone is watching you. Stop brooding." Your famous Tilda, Fleur, who was sitting next to him like usual, whispered to him, not quite able to hide the gloating in her voice. "Not one more word," he groused. It only made her start giggling. "One last thing," Bellatrix started speaking again and people turned their attention back to her. "I want you to come properly equipped for the occasion. That means that girls should not come in skirts." "Why?" Fred and George Weasley complained out loud. "So your sort of mavericks won't have an excuse to peek under there," Bellatrix began to say, only for McGonagall to loudly interrupt her, "Professor Black." Bellatrix showed a rather unrepentant expression while the rest of the students laughed at the Weasley twins' antics and at their Dada professor's no-filter mouth. "Anyway, come dressed properly for intense physical effort. Tracksuits or casual clothes, and comfortable shoes. And don't forget your wands. That's all." When Harry and Fleur arrived in the Great Hall at 3 p.m. sharp, the large room was already packed with students. Even most of the professors had decided to come. The long dining tables had been removed and a circular stage had been erected in the middle. It was 4 feet tall and 25 feet in diameter. Professor Black was already on the stage, a hand on her waist and tapping her foot impatiently. "Ah, there you are. Finally," she exclaimed when she saw Harry and Fleur entering the Great Hall. "Ms. Delacour, hop on the stage please." Fleur looked at Harry unsure of what the older witch had on her mind. Harry too shrugged his shoulders. He chalked it up to Bella just making use of the chance to poke some fun at them. Turning her attention to the rest of the students standing beneath the stage, Bellatrix explained, In case you didn't know, Ms. Delacour here is a brilliant 5th-year Ravenclaw student, top of her year I believe. Furthermore, she has also become Professor Flitwick's apprentice at the beginning of the year. Seeing as Professor Flitwick is a charms master and a renowned dueling champion, you can look forward to her performance. With Bellatrix hyping Fleur Delacour so generously, both Fleur and Harry started to become worried. Careful, she most certainly has something in mind, he warned Fleur. But then, he made a face. What? She asked when he saw him wince. I forgot about our piano lesson yesterday. I was with you and Luna outside, playing in the snow. Crap, she's mad at me. And what's that got to do with me? She whispered furiously. Maybe she's jealous. At Fleur's incredulous face, he added, you'd be surprised to know how petty and vengeful she can be. She'll hold a grudge for something minor even months and then get back at you. Since you stole her time with me, you're gonna pay for it. What? I didn't steal her time with you. Well, you did drag me to go with you outside, against my will I might add, and you said it yourself that you forgot you were supposed to have a piano lesson. She retorted. Details, details. Off you go, he said and gave her a shove, all the while chuckling under his breath. Even as she climbed the steps of the stage, she turned to glare at him angrily. You can do it, Fleur. He cheered cheekily. Kick her butt, he shouted and pumped his fist. Fleur gnashed her teeth, especially when she saw the feral smile on Professor Black's face when she got on the stage. The girl swore to herself that she was going to make Harry pay even if that was the last thing she did. Fleur gnashed her teeth, especially when she saw the feral smile on Professor Black's face when she got on the stage. The girl swore to herself that she was going to make Harry pay even if that was the last thing she did. But Bellatrix did not start firing spells right away. Instead, she turned towards the audience below the stage and said, First of all, I have a question for you all. In how many ways you can stop a spell from hitting you? Looking over the dozens of raised arms, she took another approach. Let's do it this way. Students from different houses will give one answer each. Let's start with Slytherin. Yes, Mr. Flint. The 5th-year boy, he should have been a 6th year but he had not managed to pass the exams at the start of the year, answered loudly. 1. Dodging. It doesn't matter how dangerous a spell is if it can't hit you. Correct. Now, someone from Gryffindor. Does anyone know another way? Yes, Mr. Weasley. Which one? Fred, George, and Percy Weasley all asked at the same time, seeing as all three of them had raised their hands. Percy, you do it. The Gryffindor prefect pushed the rim of his glasses on his nose with the tip of his index finger before saying, The shielding charm can block almost all spells. Notable exceptions to the rule are the Killing Curse and the Cruciatus. Good answer. Professor Black acknowledged. Considering that it was an extracurricular club, she could not reward them with house points, she could only offer them verbal praise. Any other way? Who else can tell me? Someone from Hufflepuff. Yes, Mr. Court. A well-built 6th-year Hufflepuff boy with blonde hair and brown eyes answered in a confident voice. Blocking, or intercepting. But it requires extensive knowledge of curses, their wand movements, and their counter curses, so it's not a technique that inexperienced wizards and witches can pull off. As expected of an aspiring duelist. Perfect answer. The boy's face lit up in happiness for being praised like that by her. Now, can someone from Ravenclaw tell me of another way to prevent harmful spells from hitting them? Yes, Ms. Lark. A 7th-year girl with short brown hair and brown eyes answered. Interrupting the attacker's spells midway. It requires very good timing though, so, just like blocking, it's a dueling technique not easy to pull off by inexperienced people either. Another perfect answer. Bellatrix said, and the Ravenclaw girl smiled in content too. Besides those 4, there are 2 more ways. But we will come back to that a bit later. How about a demonstration first? She said and turned her attention back to the bee-owned girl who was on the stage in front of her. Let's start with dodging. Ms. Delacour, I will fire spells at you, harmless spells, do not fret. Just do your best to dodge them. Petrificus Totalis. Though she had cast the spell out loud for the younger students to understand what she was doing, the fact that she started with a spell that did not have any visible effects let Fleur know that Bellatrix had every intention to not make things easy for her. Fleur quickly stepped to the side. She barely completed her dodging motion when a bolt of red light was shot at her new location. Stupefy. Fleur crouched and the stunning charm flew above her head and slammed into the shielding charm that the professors below the stage had cast for the occasion to prevent any of the spectators from being harmed by stray spells. But while she was still crouched, another red bolt of light flew at her right away. Expelliarmus. She was left with no other option than to roll to the side. The students below the stage were surprised by how quick she was. In less than a second, not only that she dodged by rolling to the side, she also shot up to her feet, wand in hand, ready for action. Bellatrix stopped firing spells at her and said, "Harry told me you go for morning runs every day. It looks like they really paid off, impressive physical fitness." She turned towards the audience and explained, "Dodging spells might seem easy, but there are some issues with doing that. In my opinion, it's an amateur's choice. It wastes your energy and makes you predictable as well. What is it, Mr. Flint, something wrong?" She stopped and asked Marcus Flint, who was grumbling quite loudly about his choice being regarded as an amateurish way to avoid spells. "She dodged your spells just fine," Flint said stubbornly. "Athletic people can do that, yes. But what about the physically frail or the overweight people? Even for a fit and athletic person like Ms. Delacour, there is a limit to how many spells she can dodge before getting caught by one. Watch." Fleur muttered what sounded like a swear word in French under her breath as Bellatrix suddenly cast a nonverbal spell at her. She dodged the blue beam of light by stepping to the side. She even dodged the second beam of light, a red one, by ducking her head, but she did not have time to avoid the third spell as well. A thin rope was conjured out of thin air and wrapped tightly around her body. Fleur fell directly on the wooden stage's floor with a rather loud thud. A wolf whistle was suddenly heard from the audience at the sight of the Vila girl tightly bound on the floor. The ropes conjured by the Incarcerus spell were coincidentally digging in various places, which were making her rather developed assets stand out. Bellatrix quickly cancelled the spell on Fleur, whose face was burning with a mixture of indignation and embarrassment amidst the students' laughter. She glared daggers at the witch in front of her. Ignoring the bee-owned girl's murderous glares, Bellatrix spoke to the audience. "As you see, dodging is not always reliable. I can cast about 3 spells per second when I cast them nonverbally. I believe Professor Flitwick can cast 4 spells per second, while extremely skilled wizards such as Professor Dumbledore can even cast several spells simultaneously, both with his wand and wandlessly with his left hand. How will anyone dodge that?" 2. The students were greatly surprised by her words, especially the tidbit about Dumbledore. They all knew that he was a legendary wizard, but they never took the time to think just how his skill translated in actual numbers. In the first place, nobody among the younger generation had seen him in action before. To them, he was mostly a half-senile old man that loved sweets and always smiled. Only some of their parents, those who had been involved in the war from a decade ago, had seen with their own eyes the might of the only wizard that the Dark Lord had ever feared. Turning her attention back to Fleur, she said, "Now, I will demonstrate the shielding charm. Or, better said, Ms. Delacour will. Ready?" Fleur nodded stiffly and readied her stance. "Stupefy. Protega." Fleur shouted, and the red bolt of light dispersed into tiny sparks of light when it clashed against a transparent wall of blue light. "I would have awarded the Ravenclaws with 10 points for that shielding charm if we had been in class." "Very nice." Despite the praise she received, Fleur was still scowling at the older witch. To someone of her mental age, casting a good shielding charm was nothing impressive. Overall, the shielding charm is a good method of stopping harmful spells. Do keep in mind, however, that 2 out of the 3 unforgivable curses, Cruciatus and the Killing Curse, cannot be stopped by the shielding charm. There are other dark curses that can either bypass or destroy it too. So it's a good tool to have in your arsenal, but you shouldn't trust it blindly or you might end up suffering because of it, Bellatrix explained for the audience. "Now, let's go ahead and demonstrate blocking or intercepting. This technique is the reason why there is so much focus on learning wand movements in the first 2 years of Dada, and why learning counter curses remains a main focus of the class even until the 5th year. Ms. Delacour, if you would, cast some spells at me." It was like Christmas came a second time for Fleur when she heard that. Pointing her white wand at her, she cast Locomotor Mortis. Recognizing the wand movement and hearing the incantation, Bellatrix quickly chanted the counter spell out loud, Libero. Fleur's spell was intercepted, blocked before it could be fully cast. She tried to cast the Curse of the Bogies after that, but Bellatrix blocked that one too. As Mr. Court said, this is an advanced dueling technique. It's not something I expect you to excel at in the beginning, but we will work our way up in time. That's why I said I want consistency from the members of this club. It takes time and effort to become good at it. Now, let's proceed with demonstrating how to interrupt someone's spells midway. As Ms. Lark said, this is a dueling technique for which timing is everything. But the upside is that it's easier to use than blocking and, frankly said, much more reliable as long as you don't miss the timing. Ms. Delacour. Yes, Professor. Fleur replied. Cast at me a spell with a long incantation, please. The girl did not need to be asked twice. Everett Staw. Fleur began to cast, but she was cut off as a nonverbal knockback jinx hit her squarely in the chest and pushed her back 3 or 4 feet. Depending on how much power was used, this spell could throw the target through the air even up to 20 or 30 feet. Bellatrix had clearly held back her strength, only making Fleur stumble a little. This is a great way to stop spells when they are chanted out loud. Imagine if someone is casting the killing curse at you. Avada Kedavra is a long incantation while the knockback jinx is much shorter, flippendo. Furthermore, the knockback jinx is very easy to learn to cast nonverbally. So you could potentially cast this jinx 2 or 3 times faster than how long it takes someone to cast the killing curse. The students were drinking every word that she said. This was the real deal. That was what the class of Defense Against Dark Arts was supposed to be like. Learning how to actually protect themselves against those who wished them harm. Everyone was filled with excitement. Now that we've covered the 4 ways of avoiding being hit by spells that you have mentioned, I will tell you about the other 2. First, deflection. Ms. Delacour, feel free to cast any spell at me. Fleur cast a stunning charm, but when it looked like it was going to hit Bellatrix, the older witch easily batted the bolt of red light away with the tip of her wand. The students looked in awe at how the spell was deflected to the side, into the shielding charms that had been cast around the stage by the other professors. Deflecting a spell like this is not the only use of this technique, Bellatrix said. Ms. Delacour, cast one more spell at me, please. Fleur fired a banishing charm at Bellatrix. And this time, the witch did not just deflect the spell to the side like before, but she used the wand to bat it straight back to where it came from. She reflected it back to Fleur, who, though surprised, were sharp enough to cast a shielding charm just in time. Merlin, that's so freaking cool. Michael and Terry exclaimed at the same time. They were not the only ones, many other students were talking in excitement about what they had just witnessed. Using someone's own spells to defeat them was badass as hell. As for the last method to stop harmful spells, it's making use of your skill in transfiguration, conjuration, and animation charms. The gist of it is to use a physical object as a shield against your opponent's spells. This is the strongest and most reliable form of defense because it can protect you from the unforgivables as well. However, it takes great skill to properly use it in a duel. That's why transfiguration masters such as Professor Dumbledore or Headmistress McGonagall are so deeply respected. Groaning sounds came from the students. Transfiguration and conjuration were difficult by most people's standards, and animation charms were not easy either. Now, don't complain. You don't need to transfigure or conjure entire blocks of concrete or animate large statues to protect you. Watch. Turning her attention towards Fleur, Bellatrix said, "You can cast any spell at me, no matter how dangerous." Though Fleur was no stranger to violence, she did not want to accidentally harm someone for no reason. She hesitated. "Trust me," Professor Black said when she saw her hesitance, "I will be fine no matter what spell you cast." Fleur nodded her head. "Okay. Then," she pointed her wand at her and chanted, "Bombarda." At the same time, Bellatrix cast a spell too, Avis. A flock of yellow birds flew from the tip of her wand and met Fleur's exploding charm head-on. 2 birds were blasted into a rather cruel display of gore, but that was it. The spell did not go past them. Some of the younger boys and girls in the audience shrieked at the violent way through which the conjured birds died, but after that everyone became completely silent. The bird conjuring charm. It's something that even first and second year students could learn to cast with a bit of effort. It's nothing exceptional. But Harry Potter used this spell 3 weeks ago to stop a killing curse directed at me. It is this seemingly banal spell that saved my life and stopped one of the worst curses in existence. Harry facepalmed himself when hundreds of heads turned to look at him. Even the professors were looking at him with wide eyes because nobody knew what had truly happened in Diagon Alley back then. Despite the rumors circulating around, nobody had taken them seriously. Harry was, after all, only 12. It was hard for most people to believe that a child had played a major role in helping Bellatrix Black survive. However, with Bellatrix herself confirming what he had done, Harry was once again thrown into the spotlight. It was the end of the second week of January and, in the third match of the House Quidditch Cup tournament, Ravenclaw defeated Slytherin by a difference of 160 points to 0. Roger Davies was quick enough to score the first goal within the first minute from the start of the game, but after that, the Ravenclaw seeker caught the snitch, within the second minute from the start. The match ended so fast that for nearly a minute, the spectators in the stands were not really sure how to react. Even the members of the Ravenclaw team themselves were looking at each other befuddled. To say that they were upset would be a stretch. After all, who did not love winning? But they were not happy about their win either. They didn't even get the chance to play. Their seeker won the game by himself, and it had been the same during their match against Hufflepuff as well. And that led to the current scene in the Ravenclaw's locker room. After everyone changed from their Quidditch robes to their casual wear, Roger Davies, the captain of the team, said, "Potter, I need to have a word with you." At his words, the rest of the team members tactfully left the locker room, giving them space to talk. The older boy scratched the back of his head, unsure of how to say what was on his mind. Nevertheless, going by the reaction of the rest of his teammates after winning the match and by the general lack of joy and exuberance on their faces, it was not hard for Harry to guess what was on the captain's mind. "I caught the snitch too fast, didn't I?" The captain's face flushed a little. He coughed in his fist as to dispel the awkwardness in the air. Putting a hand on Harry's shoulder, he said, "I saw it during our training sessions and I saw it during our matches too. You're one of the most talented players I've ever seen. I'm not just buttering you up, Potter, it's the truth. Anyone with eyes can see it. I wouldn't be surprised if you told me you wanted to go pro after Hogwarts. With your grades though, that's unlikely." Realizing that he was rambling, he coughed again. It was unlike him to act so flustered in front of a boy younger than him. "What I want to say is," he trailed off, unable to continue. It was in this kind of moments that everyone realized how skewed the rules of Quidditch were. One single player had the power to not only earn 150 points in a single move, but they held the power to end the game too. Unless one team was completely destroying their opponents, whoever had the better seeker won. It was extremely unfair. Harry took pity on the boy and decided to not let him struggle any longer. "It must be embarrassing as hell to tell a member of your team to stop playing so well because he's ruining it for everyone else," he thought. "I understand what you want to say. How about this? Next time, I'll focus on stopping the other seeker from catching the snitch until you give me the okay sign to catch it myself and end the game." Roger Davies looked relieved at not having to say those words with his own mouth. "I want you to not misunderstand. We're lucky to have you in our team. I wouldn't substitute you for anyone else. It's just that, the other players need to feel like they're doing something too, you know." Harry nodded. "They gotta feel motivated or else they'll lose interest." Exactly. Having reached an understanding, the two boys shook hands before leaving the locker room together and heading towards the Ravenclaw Tower. Before touching the knocker of the Ravenclaw Common Room's entrance door to hear the riddle, Roger Davies said, "Potter. Yes. Our little chat. I hope it stays private. Just between the two of us." "No worries, mate." The older boy playfully punched him lightly in the shoulder. He was glad that Harry had not taken it the wrong way. With a lighter heart and a smile on his face, he knocked the eagle head-shaped knocker of the door. A clear, melodic voice rang. "What can fill a room but takes up no space?" Roger Davies appeared pleased by what he heard. "Oh, that's an easy one. The answer is, air." The smile froze on his face when the eagle knocker said in return, "Wrong answer." Not for the first time that evening, the older boy felt his cheeks warming up from embarrassment. Let me see. What can fill a room but takes up no space? Wearing an awkward smile on his face, he turned to the younger boy next to him. "Any chance you know the answer?" It took considerable effort on Harry's part to not start laughing. He held it in though, not wanting to embarrass the boy more than he already was. Despite being sorted in Ravenclaw, Roger Davies did not fit the stereotype of his house. He wasn't nerdy and he was definitely not a genius either. Tall, athletic, handsome, obsessed with Quidditch, and barely getting passing grades on other subjects that needed studying, he was a jock through and through. The answer is, light, Harry spoke to the knocker. Correct, the melodious voice was heard again before the door opened. See you around, Harry said and then stepped into the Ravenclaw common room. The older boy stood rooted in his spot for a few moments, thinking of how could he not find such an easy answer. But when he saw that the door was starting to close back after Harry, he rushed inside quickly. He was afraid of getting stuck outside and waiting until he guessed the answer to another riddle. It was the beginning of February. Compared to how Harry remembered his second year of school from his past life, in this world, nothing worth mentioning happened anymore. Classes were still as boring for him as ever. 6 Aurors were patrolling the school in shifts of 2 at all times. There was no basilisk to petrify students left and right, and nobody died anymore either. However, he had gotten used to this kind of peaceful and uneventful life and he had even started to enjoy it. In the mornings he would go jogging around the castle and the Black Lake together with Fleur. After classes he would usually be in Bellatrix's company and, after doing his homework, in the evening, he would usually spend his time together with Fleur in the Ravenclaw common room, often also helping his fellow classmates with their homework when they came to him to ask for his help. Aside from that, he trained together with the Ravenclaw Quidditch team and he would also tutor Fleur in regards to dueling twice a week. Overall, this was the mundane, ordinary life that he had always craved. Currently, Harry was happier and more content with his life than he had ever been. Smaller wand movements. Focus, make them smaller. He told Fleur for what had to be the 6th time while she was practicing casting dueling combinations. The combo she was casting was a shield-breaking curse plus a knockback jinx plus stunning charm. The shield-breaking curse was a spell invented by ancestors of the Black family. Bellatrix had used it as well to destroy a Death Eater's shielding charm when they tried to assassinate her and Harry 2 months ago. That being said, Harry had learned that spell 2 in his past life from the library at the Grimmauld Place, after the Weasley clan's death in 2005. Now, he was teaching some of his spells to Fleur too. It's difficult. I can't make them any smaller than this because if I pay attention to the wand movement it will take me more time to cast than before, even if the motion is smaller. Fleur complained, having reached the end of her patience. She stopped casting spells at the dummy in the distance and turned to look at Harry with a sullen face. The smaller the wand movement, the faster the casting speed. It will take you a few weeks of constant practice to see significant results but you need to work on this, Fleur. Casting spells fast is just as important as knowing how to chain your spells. I know, but, she began to say. No buts. He cut her off seriously. Their training sessions were not always roses and sunshine. There were times when Fleur would get frustrated with herself for not showing much progress and there were times when they would have small arguments too, especially if they were exhausted. Let's take a break. Here, have some water, he said and handed her a bottle of water. Fleur took a seat on a wooden bench provided by the Room of Requirement and drank greedily from the bottle of water. Her back was soaked with sweat and her own hair was wet and stuck to her forehead and her neck too. She had been casting spells persistently for almost an hour, she was at her limits. She let out a satisfied sigh once she was done drinking and, after putting down the now empty bottle, she grabbed the bottom of her blue jumper and pulled it over her head, leaving herself in only a white t-shirt. You shouldn't take off your jumper, cover yourself, Harry said hesitantly and looked away from her. I can't, I'm too OT. Besides, it's not that cold in air, is it? I won't catch a cold. It's not about the cold. While he was thinking about how to break it to her, his eyes were involuntarily drawn to her chest. When she saw where he was looking, she also took notice of her current state. Her white t-shirt was so wet that it stuck to her skin, perfectly displaying her shapes and leaving little to imagination. She quickly covered herself with her hands and mumbled under her breath. Beep. Harry clicked his tongue. You're the one who took off her clothes in front of me. I'm but a simple man, how can I not look? She snorted at him and grabbed her sweater to pull it back on herself. You're a few years too early to be looking at women's chests. Little boy Tilda, she said teasingly. He chuckled helplessly. After telling her how his first real interaction with the Fleur of his past life had been, she never missed a chance to poke fun at him. "All right, enough playing around. We're not done yet," he said. She still continued to grin at him but no longer tried to tease him. "From our next session onward, you should focus on relearning the wand movements of your spells. I know it's not easy," he began to say when she looked like she was about to start protesting again, "and I know it's boring too. But you won't improve if you don't put in the effort. Remember, you're the one who came to me and asked for help. I didn't drag you here against your will." She became silent at that. He continued. "In fact, wand movements shouldn't even be necessary to cast a spell. Do children make any wand movements when they cast accidental magic? They don't even have wands at that time. Wand movements are nothing more, nothing less, than a mental crutch to help the young and the inexperienced in learning how to control their magic and cast spells. As you become more experienced, your goal is to completely remove the need for wand movements. Magic is all about intent. The more experienced a wizard or a witch is, the more you will see a tendency at them to reduce or give up completely on wand movements. While it is not absolute, the faster caster usually holds a significant advantage in a duel. So no more complaining, okay?" Later that evening, Harry was in the Ravenclaw common room. It was well past the curfew, he was the only one still there, everyone else had gone back to their dorms. Spread out on the blue carpet in the middle of the circular room was a large piece of parchment with a map of the castle. It was not a magical map like the Marauder's map from his past life, it was just a regular, drawn map of the castle. "It's been half a year but we still can't find it. Where the hell is it?" he thought while looking at the large map of the castle. On the spread piece of parchment, each level of the castle was drawn neatly without even one room missing and various notes were scribbled on the edges of the maps, explaining various things of importance. From the start of the second year until now, Harry had helped Bellatrix scour the entire castle with charms for detecting dark magic and cursed objects. They had gone through all the floors and all the rooms of the castle and they had even gone to the Chamber of Secrets. While they did find around a dozen cursed objects and other questionable items, nothing close to something like a Horcrux came up. Nothing dark enough to serve as the source of power for such a dangerous jinx, a spell that had lasted for decades. It's February already. Damn it, there isn't much left of the school year. The closer the end of the school year got, the more anxious he was becoming. He was afraid for Bellatrix's safety. While it was not a rule that all Dada professors were killed or maimed, Harry did not feel comfortable with leaving her fate up to chance. In his past life, the Jinx had been powered by the Diadem Horcrux, but in this world, there were no Horcruxes at Hogwarts. Harry did not know what to do, he was at the end of his wits. While he was looking at the map all over again and trying to see if by a miracle he and Bellatrix had omitted any rooms, he heard a door being opened. Turning his head around, he saw that it was the door leading to the girls' dorm. "I knew you'd still be awake at this, an older girl said. "You should go to sleep, Ari, it's almost midnight." At her words, it was as if only then his tiredness caught up to him and he let out a yawn. Fleur came closer to him and knelt down on the carpet, behind him. Dressed in a light blue nightdress and with her silvery hair still not completely dry from the shower, the French Villa exuded a charm difficult to put in words. A shiver went down his spine when the fresh smell of her shampoo entered his nose and he felt her hands starting to gently massage his shoulders. "This is so good," he sighed in comfort. After a while, he felt Fleur's hands leave his shoulders and wrapping around his chest and waist instead, from behind. Beyond his control, his cheeks became flushed from her embrace and his stomach jolted. He was still very much clear-headed, but his young and traitorous body often seemed to not be on the same wavelength as his brain when it came to Fleur's physical displays of affection. "Thank you for putting up with me, Ari," she said softly while hugging him from behind. "What's gotten into you?" he mumbled. "I just want to apologize for earlier today. I know I can be difficult or too impulsive at times. I'm just happy you're my friend. Happy and grateful. And I think I ought to tell you more often how much it means for me that you're my friend." As she said those words, her arms tightened a tad more around him and she laid her chin on his shoulder, her face next to his. "Oh my, Ari, you're blushing so, your face is letting out steam," she suddenly said after that and burst into giggles. "I can't help it. Okay. This damned young body and this bloody puberty, Merlin, how I hate it. He shot back snarkily and tried to get away. She giggled some more at his agitation, but she did not let him out of her arms. On the contrary, she pressed her chest against his back and rubbed her cheek against his. Don't worry, I understand. If anything, I'd feel insulted if you didn't show any reaction at being so intimately embraced by someone as gorgeous as me, she said smugly. Muggles have a saying, pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. Oh, shut it. Although they kept bickering, they stood up from the floor after a while and sat on the couch in front of the fireplace together. Eventually, they stopped exchanging barbs and sank into a comfortable silence. Sharing a blanket and sitting shoulder to shoulder, they continued to talk for a long time. Harry was not sure when it had started, but, as time passed and Fleur became more comfortable with him, she started to close the distance between them. It was not often at first, a short hug today, an innocent key, on the cheek next week and so on so forth. After several months, it got to the point where they did not find it weird to spend their evenings cuddled together on a sofa and chatting. I could help you search for the thing powering the Jinx. 3 people would be better than 2, she offered. Bella doesn't know anything about you yet. She doesn't know how close we really are. She probably thinks I only like you because you're good looking or something. And you don't. Tilda, she asked with a grin dripping with all kinds of insinuations. But I'm surprised you haven't told her anything about the real me. Why would you be surprised? It's your secret to tell. It's not something you can lightly talk about with others. Not many people would appreciate and understand what you are doing. Come to think of it, you've never told me either what happened to you in the future. You never told me how did you end up back in time. The teasing smile on her face slowly faded away. I don't want to talk about it. That's what she always said whenever he asked her about what happened to her in the future. She always refused to talk about it. From that, it was easy to understand that something tragic must have happened to her, so he did not insist on getting to the bottom of it, but, once in a while, he would still give in to his curiosity and ask her again. Changing the subject, Fleur showed Harry the newest edition of the Daily Prophet that she had just summoned from one of the tables in the common room. Under-Secretary Umbridge suggests a new anti-werewolves legislation. That was the title, written in big, bold letters on the first page of the newspaper, and below it, the toad-like face of the old witch was smiling brightly. This is my new target, she said. Umbridge, huh, so she's a cunt in this world too. Your nasty language aside, yes, she is a terrible person. In my past, she pushed this reform 1 year earlier. By the time Gaunt revealed himself to the world, werewolves and other so-called elf breeds had already become third-class citizens, unable to find work anywhere because of the discriminatory laws. Unable to fit in the society, they turned to crime to survive. That paved the way for Gaunt to easily recruit them to his cause by promising them equal rights to everyone else. When he finally became the Minister of Magic, he had an entire army of werewolves at his beck and call. And he used them to lay waste on Hogwarts. Too many students were killed by werewolves in that battle. She trailed off, staring vacantly in the fire as she remembered the terrible battle. Hey, it's all right. You're going to prevent that. That's what you came back for, isn't it? He said in encouragement. And I'll help you along the way, as I promised. I won't let you carry this burden alone anymore. Ah, so you do care about me, Tilda. You literally forced me to become friends with you and then stuck to me like a leech. What can I say, you've grown on me. She started laughing at the way he described her, and he joined her in laughter too. Her hand reached for his under the blanket and squeezed it a little. She looked into his green eyes for a long time, and her lips parted as if she wanted to say something. However, she did not say anything in the end. Closing her eyes, she leaned with her head against his shoulder. It was not all that comfortable for her due to how much shorter he was than her, but she felt the need to be closer to him at that moment. I haven't seen you around in a long time. How is life at Hogwarts treating you, Miss Black? An elegant middle-aged man asked with a smile. Quite well, thank you, Bellatrix replied. As the doors of the elevator shut themselves closed, the middle-aged man started to fidget a little. It was not to the point where it was obvious, but it did not escape her notice. Are you all right, Mr. Selwyn? Mr. Selwyn's countenance colored slightly. But of course, And I told you, you can call me Edward. Or Eddie. No need for any of that Mr. stuff. We've been friends for years, haven't we? He said in a slightly whiny voice. We're coworkers. There has to be a measure of respect between us, Bellatrix said, her tone passive. The middle-aged man's excited demeanor visibly deflated at her words. He became silent for the rest of the elevator ride. Soon, the elevator stopped its descent and the doors opened. They reached the Department of Mysteries. They walked for a short while together before Mr. Selwyn stopped. This is where we part. It was nice seeing you again. Can't wait until you return to active duty. I hope you have a pleasant day, he said and waved his hand at her before leaving towards the time room. Likewise. Have a nice day. Bellatrix returned politely and continued on her way. Hearing the clicking sounds made by her high heels on the marble floor, Mr. Selwyn could not help but turn around and look at her, following her slender legs and her swaying hips with a fervent look in his eyes. But once she turned to another corridor and disappeared from his sight, he let out a groan of frustration. Mate, you've got it so bad, someone laughed next to him. Can you blame me? Just look at her. She's gotta be the hottest woman working at the ministry right now. Mr. Selwyn said wistfully. You've got a wife. You're a married man, the other man pointed out. So, I'd leave my wife in a heartbeat if only she gave me one night, Selwyn said. And probably that's exactly why Miss Black never gives you the time of the day, the other man laughed. Bellatrix herself had no clue as to what were the two men talking about, and even if she knew, she would not care. She knew she was a desirable woman, as more than a few men had tried to court her over the years, some of them even so young that she could be their mother. However, she had never fooled around with anyone. She had kept a polite but cold distance from her coworkers. The inability to have children had made her shut her heart from the world. After nearly 2 decades of working at the Department of Mysteries, all of her coworkers knew that they could only look at her from afar because Miss Black did not have time for friends or romantic relationships. She did not have eyes for anyone. Studying the mysteries of magic was the only thing that mattered for her. Seeing as it was Sunday and there were no classes, Bellatrix flowed to the Ministry of Magic. Harry's anxiety regarding the fact that they had not found a solution to the jinx over the post of Dada professor had given her a feeling of urgency too. Therefore, after exhausting all her means and ideas, she decided to make use of the resources of the Department of Mysteries. As a senior unspeakable that had been working there for 20 years, she had the highest level of clearance regarding the secrets of the Department of Mysteries. No information was classified for her. The collection of obscure and unique books and grimoires owned by the Department of Mysteries was extraordinary, to say the least. Ancient tomes, grimoires containing forbidden or long-forgotten magic, and even books of history and arts. If taken to the outside world, some of the books in the Unspeakables collection could fetch millions. Bellatrix went to the section of the library dealing with magic related to the soul. Despite the enormous size of the library, 2 decades was a very long time, she had already read most of the titles. Although she did not memorize the entire content, she did have a general idea of where to look for in order to find the information she needed. A few hours later, she stumbled upon a particular title. Ghosts and Poltergeists. Casting a charm on it, it was revealed to her that the book was at least 800 years old. The book had 3 sections, one that elaborated on how to become a ghost upon death, another section describing various attempts made by ancient wizards at creating poltergeists, and the final section which listed ways in which poltergeists could be harmed, or made use of. Half an hour later, her eyes widened in surprise. Something like this was possible. She could not help saying out loud in disbelief. By Morgana, that's beyond evil. What happened next? Harry asked. It turns out that one of the S's that she sacrificed was a wizard. And it came back to haunt her as a ghost, Bellatrix said. The wizarding world at large has always been kind of helpless in how to deal with ghosts and poltergeists. That dark witch Rudelia didn't know how to expel ghosts either. But after several years of torment, she finally created a spell that could cause pain to spirits as well. Don't tell me, the Cruciatus. Bellatrix shrugged her shoulders. I don't know. The book doesn't say its name. But it does say that Rutelia went on to become a dark lady after she found a way to forcefully bring back as ghosts the people she killed. She called them thralls. This is very obscure stuff. I've traveled the world for more than a decade and encountered all kinds of dark wizards and dark magics. But I've never heard of something like this before, Harry said. The Voldemort of his past life may have been evil, but after killing someone he was done with them. He wouldn't bring their ghosts back and continue to torture them. It gets even worse. Those ghosts that she had enthralled not only were completely under her command, but she could even use their resentment as catalysts for curses and rituals. You mean to say? Yes. That's why we couldn't find any cursed artifacts, that's why we couldn't find the physical object that served as the anchor for Voldemort's jinx. There was no physical object in the first place. He had used a ghost's, a thrall's resentment as the source of power for his jinx. My money is on the ghost of the girl that he had murdered when he opened the Chamber of Secrets. Moaning Myrtle. She had finally found the solution to the problem that nobody had been able to solve for decades. Her normally pale cheeks were slightly flushed and her violet eyes were shining. Her face was radiating with victory. That's fantastic, he said, also sharing her enthusiasm. He let out a long sigh of relief as the worry that had been weighing on his mind since the start of that school year finally vanished. But there's just one little problem, Bellatrix said. I'm not sure how to get rid of it. You mean the ghost? Yeah. The book doesn't say the actual names of the spells that Dark Lady Rudelia used to Avenue the souls of the people she murdered. Harry groaned. So we're back to square one. Oh come on, don't be such a downer. At least we know what's the problem now. Everything is going to be fine. No, it's not fine. It's not fine at all. We don't know any spells that can affect ghosts. At least I don't. How do you kill off a ghost? You can't. Damn it. He sat up from his chair and started to pace around Bellatrix's office. Back in my world, my Dada professors ended up killed, with their memories wiped completely, their souls killed by a Dementor, or ravaged by a herd of centaurs. Shit. This is bad, only 2-3 months left, he swore and brushed a hand through his hair, making it messier than it was already. As far as Harry knew, there were no spells capable of killing a ghost. That was the actual tragedy of a ghost's existence. They were unable to die or disappear, no matter how much time passed. With the passing of centuries, many ghosts started to second-guess themselves, to regret choosing this form of existence due to their fear of death. But there was no turning back from it. That was the price they had to pay for defying the natural order of things, for choosing to become a ghost rather than pass on. Now, they were stuck in a gray life, devoid of warmth, pleasure, and happiness for eternity. That being the case, how would the jinx be stopped? The only other way he could think of was to kill Voldemort, but that was impossible at the moment. Melodious piano notes could be heard on the 5th corridor of the castle, from the half-open door of the music classroom. It was a rather popular keyboard composition created by the Muggle composer Johann Bach, Prelude in C major. But music had no borders. Even purebloods with their sense of superiority acknowledge the genius of Muggle composers such as Bach. The person currently playing the piano was far from being as good as Bach. Proof of that was that they suddenly hit a wrong note and then stopped. Don't sweat it. It's okay to make mistakes. Just take it from the beginning, a woman's voice was heard. The pianist started playing from the beginning, but he soon hit a wrong note again. Concentrate, Harry. This isn't a difficult song. Once you memorized it, it should be easy because the rhythm doesn't change on every bar. With your occlumency, memorizing a sheet shouldn't be that difficult. Harry started playing again, but he made another mistake and stopped, for the 3rd time. Sorry. I can't relax. I can't focus. I can't play the piano right now. Do we even have time for this? Bellatrix came next to him and put a hand on his shoulder. Worrying and being stressed out continuously won't help with anything. You need to calm down. Just take a moment and relax. Forget about the jinx. Forget about your problems. Just enjoy the moment. Enjoy the music. Saying that, she led him to sit on a chair to the side and then she sat on the piano stool alone. He was briefly startled by the unexpectedly joyous notes that she started to play, but as he watched Bellatrix putting her heart into it, he could not hold back his smile. The song she was playing was Vivaldi's Four Seasons, Spring. That's so like her. Always passionate, always with a teasing smile on her face, always full of life. She turned her head to grin at him and Harry chuckled. Seeing him laugh, she began to play with even more enthusiasm than before. Who's there? No use in hiding, I can hear you. Come out. The scared voice of a girl echoed in the large and empty bathroom. Didn't mean to scare you, a boy replied, and his body magically became visible for the girl to see him as well. Well, what did you come here for? You're here to poke fun at me like everyone else. The girl replied and came out of her toilet booth. Floated would be a better word because the girl in question was not alive. She was a ghost. I wanted to talk to you. I'm curious about something. How did you become a ghost? The ghost girl's expression suddenly became brighter. Why are you asking? Do you want to become a ghost too? She giggled and looked at him from head to toes. Her smile became even wider and she floated closer to him. You know, if you do become a ghost, my toilet's doors are always open for you. Harry barely suppressed a snort at Ning Myrtle's not so subtle insinuations. I don't want to die anytime soon. But I'll keep your offer in mind, he said neutrally. What makes me curious though, is how did you become a ghost? You're the only child ghost at Hogwarts, and the only child ghost that I've ever seen too. It's strange. Myrtle sat on a sink and she swayed her legs as she started to speak about the day she died. She seemed to be in a great mood, enjoying the way Harry was giving her his undivided attention. It turned out that her story was no different than that of Myrtle from his original world. She was crying due to being bullied in the toilet when she heard a boy's voice in the bathroom. When she opened the door to chase the boy away, 2 large yellow eyes was the last thing she saw. She had been killed by the basilisk's death gaze. And you became a ghost after that. Just like that. Yes. This isn't normal. Well, excuse me, the way I died wasn't normal either. Myrtle bit back, starting to get annoyed. Look, someone doesn't become a ghost just like that. Otherwise, if all the people that died with regrets became ghosts, there would be millions of ghosts in this world. You have to leave an imprint of your soul in this world in order to become a ghost. There is a ritual that you would have to do for that. You can ask Nearly Headless Nick if you don't believe me. I guess this verifies Bellatrix's theory. Come to think of it, was Myrtle from my old world brought back as a ghost in this manner too? He thought. Even as he was speaking to the ghost, Harry had discreetly cast several charms for detecting dark magic, but nothing came up. Say, Myrtle, have you ever thought about passing on? Can't say I haven't. But it's impossible, Lady Grey told me so. What if there was a way, would you want to pass on? Myrtle floated closer to him again and looked at him curiously. I guess I would, she said, unsure of the answer herself. I mean, why wouldn't I? I don't have any friends, and nobody talks to me either. I often get lonely. The bathroom sank into silence. There might be a way, he said, breaking the silence. Myrtle looked at him skeptically. I'm not 100% sure, but it's worth a shot. You've ever heard of the Veil? No, she shook her head and said. What's that? It's a gateway to the afterlife. Such a thing exists. Yes, I saw someone dying with my own eyes. Whoever passes through the archway, through the veil, dies. Nothing is left of them. But if this is real, how come none of the ghosts have ever mentioned it? I've been a ghost for decades. Others like Sir Nick or the Bloody Baron have been ghosts for centuries. It's a very big secret of the Department of Mysteries. You can count the people who know about it on the fingers of one hand. Then how do you know about it? You're just a little boy. Myrtle said, her eyes narrowed at him. My caretaker is a senior unspeakable. She knows everything. If you want, she can arrange for you to try it out. Myrtle nodded her lower lip. I don't know, this is so sudden. What's in it for you anyway? Why are you suddenly so kind to me? As someone who had been bullied her entire life both as a human and as a ghost, Myrtle had all the reasons to be suspicious in regards to someone showing kindness to her out of the blue. You look like you died when you were around my age. I just thought that maybe you would like it if you could go with your parents in the afterlife too. I know I'd want that if I were you. I'm an orphan and I've always missed my parents. I can only imagine how much you're missing them after not seeing them for so long. The girl teared up at his words and translucent, silvery tears started to roll down her cheeks. I'll let you think about it, okay? Harry said in a gentle voice. I'll come to ask you for your answer in 1 week. But you need to promise me one thing. Don't talk to anyone else about what I told you or my caretaker would be in serious trouble and they could even wipe my memory too. Myrtle wiped at her eyes with the sleeve of her blouse and sniffed but nodded seriously. Don't worry, I promise. I would not cause you any problems after how nice you've been to me. Thank you, Myrtle. I will leave for now. Good night. As he turned to leave, the ghost girl called out for him. Wait, you've never told me your name. Harry. I'm Harry Potter. Thank you for talking to me, Harry, Myrtle said and waved her hand in goodbye. Good night. He smiled at her one more time and then left the defective bathroom. But once he was out in the corridor, his face abruptly lost all the warmth and gentleness from before. Leaving Ning Myrtle's bathroom behind, he started walking at a brisk pace towards the second floor of the castle. He only stopped when he arrived in front of the office of the Dada professor. After knocking 2 times, he waited for Bellatrix's confirmation before entering. You're back already. How did it go? She asked from behind her desk. She was in the middle of grading some test papers. I gave her 1 week to think about it. Chances are that I managed to convince her, but we should prepare to go on with our plan B in case she doesn't want to. Bellatrix momentarily put aside the papers and looked at him seriously. After several days of brainstorming, the two of them got the idea that maybe the Veil of Death could be used to kill ghosts. It was only a theory on their part, but it was the only thing they had. With that thought in mind, they came up with 2 plans. The first was to convince the ghost to willingly step into the veil. The second, the so-called Plan B, was to force her to throw Myrtle into the veil regardless of whether she wanted it or not. Bellatrix did not agree with Plan B for multiple reasons. I don't like your Plan B. It's immoral. And the worst part is that it's way too dangerous. I'm a Parselmouth. There is no danger for me. I just don't like it. This is taking it too far. Blimey, I'll just quit my job as a professor if worse came to worst. In the first place, I've never intended to stay at Hogwarts for more than 1 year. I only came here for you, but since I know you don't need me to look over you any longer, I don't see a reason to stay next year too. I belong to the Department of Mysteries. Listen, Bella, I've done many things in my past. Some of them were terrible, things I'm not proud of but things that were necessary. Things that I'd do all over again if I was faced with those situations. Breeding a basilisk is far from my bottom limit. As for Myrtle, she should have been dead a long time ago. This is the world of the living. We are family, I'd do anything to keep you safe. I'm sure you'd do the same for me. Bellatrix became silent. She was seeing a dark side of Harry that she had only seen once before, when he executed in cold blood the unconscious Death Eater by beheading him. It reminded her that under the exterior of a cute and small green-eyed boy, there was a dangerous and vicious man, a war veteran that had no qualms about getting his hands dirty if it meant achieving his goals. But he's doing it all for me. Every time she got to see that darker side of him, it was because of her Sake. Someone that was willing to do anything for the sake of his family. How many people could honestly say they hated such a man? She did not hate him either. Far from that, she had never forgotten her promise to him that she would never give up on him. She accepted him as he was, both the good and the bad. Myrtle, baby, come home, come to mummy. I've missed you for so long. The girl in question became wide-eyed. Can you hear them? Can you hear the voices? Myrtle said in excitement. Harry and Bellatrix had flown on broomsticks. Alongside Myrtle from Hogwarts all the way to London to the Department of Mysteries and, during the entire trip, the ghost girl had been on the verge of sobbing, continuously moaning in worry. What would happen after she stepped through the veil? Was it going to hurt? How was the afterlife? She had asked them these questions multiple times. It was to the point where Harry was considering postponing the trip to the Department of Mysteries until he bred a basilisk to petrify her and make her shut up. She may have lived as a ghost for decades but she's just a little girl mentally. Ning Myrtle was not any wiser than when she was alive. While ghosts did have the capability to learn, they did not mature, nor were they able to surpass their original selves. It was an eternal but stagnant form of existence. Telling himself that, Harry forced himself to stay kind and amiable with the girl until they reached their destination. However, now that they were in the room of death, in front of the veil, all of Myrtle's fears, worries, and hesitation had vanished. I can hear some voices too. The voices of my dead parents. Is it the same for you too? Harry said. Yes. The ghost girl was literally glowing. She came in front of Harry and Bellatrix and she tried to hug them. But she was a ghost. Her hands passed right through their bodies, sending waves of chills down their spines and making them shiver. I'm sorry. I forgot I can't touch you. But I'm just so happy. Thank you, Miss Black. Thank you, Harry. I'll never forget your kindness. Saying those words, Myrtle flew towards the veil. Before stepping in, she turned her head one more time and waved her hand in goodbye. Then, she was gone. The veil's carried her into the afterlife. A long silence was instilled. Even 2 entire minutes later, Bellatrix and Harry were still not saying a word, both of them having a deep, pondering look on their faces. Eventually, the voice of an old man came from behind. Marvelous. Recognizing the voice, Bellatrix turned around and said as a form of greeting, Mr. Croaker. A revolutionary research on magic ancestry, creating 7 new types of warding spells, writing the most complete grimoire of dark curses and their countercurses in Europe, and now this, another groundbreaking discovery. For thousands of years, people believed that there was no way to kill ghosts and poltergeists. But you found a way to do it. Miss Black, you've just secured your seat as the next head of this department after I retire. Sending you that internship offer 20 years ago has been one of my most inspired decisions. Bellatrix smiled and curtsied elegantly. It is my honor. Mr. Croaker was one of the people that she respected the most. Receiving such high praise from him made her visibly happy. Is this your charge? The boy who helped you prove the veracity of your research on magic ancestry? Mr. Croaker asked and looked at Harry. Yes, this is my boy, Harry Potter. Harry, this is Saul Croaker, my boss, and the head of the Department of Mysteries. Bellatrix said, introducing the old wizard to Harry. A pleasure to meet you, sir. The older wizard came forth and shook his hand. Looks like birds of a feather flock together. Young man, if you ever wish to follow in Miss Black's footsteps, I'll be more than happy to have you working here, for the Department of Mysteries. Thank you, sir, Harry said blandly. Bellatrix pinched the bridge of her nose. Most people would be beside themselves with excitement at being offered such an easy way into the Department of Mysteries, yet there he was, reacting at Mr. Croaker's words as if he had just received a roll of toilet paper, not a huge career opportunity. I should be thankful at least he didn't directly shut Croaker down by saying he wants to become a professional Quidditch player. Now that she knew Harry's real identity, she was more understanding than before in regards to his unwillingness to become a researcher like her. However, she still found it a pity that someone of his magical talent and prowess would waste his future playing a violent sport instead of helping wizard kind in further exploring the mysteries of magic. In her mind, that was one of the noblest jobs out there, alongside healers. But that was a problem for another time. While she did get Mr. Croaker's permission to bring Harry to such a secretive place as the death room of the Department of Mysteries due to his involvement with the ghost, Myrtle would have not followed Bellatrix, otherwise they could not afford to dilly-dally around. It was time for them to leave. You've been full of energy and life as of late. You've even become less cranky than usual. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were in love, a brown-haired boy said. Oh wait, you are in love. Ha ha ha. Michael sniggered at Harry's words and then they both burst into full-blown laughter at Harry's expense. But Harry himself was, indeed, simply too happy to care. For the first time since the start of the second year of school, he was feeling relaxed and content, with little to weigh on his mind. Bellatrix was safe, the jinx over the Dada post was gone. Now, he was happily filling his plate with bacon and fried eggs, eating a sumptuous breakfast. By the way, Valentine's Day is around the corner. You've got any plans? Michael asked. Same as usual. Go for a run in the morning, then to classes, Harry began to say, only for the young boy to cut him off straight away. You can't be serious. I'm asking if you have any plans with your girlfriend. Fleur and I are not like that. We're not together, we're just good friends. Michael scoffed. Boys and girls can never be just friends, especially when they both find each other attractive. Harry rolled his eyes at his words. His best friend in his past life had been Hermione, a rather attractive girl, but he had never looked at her that way. From the start to finish, she had been like a sister to him. While he did feel attracted to Fleur, it was not impossible for men and women to have just a platonic relationship. When you only think with your dick, yeah, you can't be just friends with a girl. Thirsty wanker. Several heads turned to look at him when they heard his colorful language. But he was used to ignoring others' stares, so he continued unbothered. Besides, look at me. I'm barely as tall as her shoulders, what could she possibly see at me? Terry and Michael burst into laughter again. As Harry's puberty had yet to truly kick in, he was among the shortest boys in his year. Meanwhile, Fleur was one of the taller girls in her year and her body was quite developed for a girl her age as well. Look, I don't get it either why it's a pipsqueak like you, but it is what it is. You ought to be blind not to see the way she looks at you, Michael insisted. Oh my, do tell, how do I look at, I am. A voice came from behind and Michael froze like a deer caught in headlights. It was none other than the very subject of their conversation, Fleur. Since she took a shower after their morning run together, she arrived a bit later than Harry to breakfast that day. He's saying you like me, Tilda, Harry said teasingly. The expected reaction did not come. Instead of getting annoyed or embarrassed, the older girl sat next to him and unexpectedly pecked him on the cheek. Michael is not wrong. I do like you, Ari Tilda. The spot where her lips touched his cheek started burning. What are you doing? Everyone is watching. He had never been one for public displays of affection. Fleur giggled, very satisfied with his reaction. I'll never get tired of seeing your embarrassed face. You are simply adorable. There were quite a few things on the tip of his tongue, but when he was about to let his no-filter mouth run free, hooting sounds came from above as a flock of owls dived down towards the students, delivering their mail. Some received packages from their parents, others books, while others only received magazines or newspapers. The noise in the Great Hall started to grow in intensity as the students that had gotten the new edition of the Daily Prophet showed others too the eye-catching titles on the first page. Harry also unfurled the newspaper that Hedwig had delivered to him and showed it to Fleur. Under-Secretary Dolores Umbridge missing. But that was not all. On the bottom half of the first page, another similar title was written in bold letters as well. Byron Knott, head of the House of Not Missing. Mate, show us what's going on too. Terry said, curious what was everyone else talking about. An old toad went missing. Fleur, who happened to be drinking some milk at that time, choked at his words as she burst into laughter. What? Terry and Michael were both confused. He showed them the first page of the Prophet with the photo of Dolores Umbridge's bloated, toad-like face. Doesn't she look like a toad? Fleur started laughing anew and Harry chuckled too at the young boys' bewildered faces. Nevertheless, while most of the students did not care about Dolores Umbridge, the Slytherin students were all looking at the second-year boy, Theodore Knott, with worried gazes. His mother had died a long time ago and now his father had gone missing too, his fate unknown. Mummy thinks that Dolores Umbridge and Byron Knott aren't really missing but that they were killed, a young girl suddenly said. It was a first-year Ravenclaw girl with platinum blonde hair and a pretty and serene face. Ever since Harry and Fleur had gone searching for her on the Hogwarts grounds at the beginning of the second term, the girl had become a new member of their little group. Luna was a bit introverted, she was not a girl of too many words. However, every time she spoke, she would say all kinds of conspirational theories and other unlikely or questionable things. Terry and Michael thought that this was just another one of her weird moments. They did not notice the meaningful look that Harry and Fleur shared. What makes you think that? Harry asked her curiously. Mummy has a friend that works for DMLE. Luna said, and leaning closer to Harry, she was sitting at his left, she said in a lower voice as if it was a secret that others should not hear. The Aurors think that there is a serial killer at work. Terry and Michael, as much as they liked to dismiss the girl's words as mere fantasy, could not simply ignore what she was saying, especially when they heard that her mother had an Auror friend. Dolores Umbridge and Theodore Knott aren't the only ones that were killed, Luna continued. My mum's friend told her that while the public doesn't know it, all the Death Eaters that had been imprisoned in Azkaban were killed too a few months ago. More than 10 Death Eaters were murdered in their cells. Blimey, is this for real? Terry said, wide-eyed. My mum would never lie to me. Luna said, raising her voice. Then why is the Prophet not saying anything about it? Isn't Azkaban supposed to be the most secure place in the world? How could someone just come in, kill a dozen people, and then escape without anyone catching them? Michael said, not quite believing her words. I don't know. Maybe Minister Bones is keeping it all a secret so people won't panic. Many are still worried after Minister Fudge and Lucius Malfoy's deaths and the assassination attempt on Professor Black and Harry too. But I think we have nothing to worry about. The serial killer is probably not a bad guy. Daddy thinks that he is someone who hates all the supporters of you-know-who. While Michael and Luna were going back and forth, Harry and Fleur were staying silent and listening with attention to what they were saying. It looked like Fleur's actions had attracted the attention of the Aurors. If the Aurors can smell that something is fishy, it stands to reason that Dumbledore noticed it too. Harry thought while feeding a piece of sausage to Hedwig. Fortunately, I started helping Fleur out before it was too late. Between the two of us, we can make sure we won't leave any traces behind. As he had promised Fleur before, he had started helping her with her plans. Not only that they had executed Dolores Umbridge and had disposed of her body, but they also did the same thing with Theodore Nought's father too. Harry reckoned that by the time his 4th year came around, there would not be any Death Eaters left alive at all. A middle-aged man sitting behind a large ebony desk was writing down a series of names on a piece of parchment. After writing nearly 24 names, he put down the eagle quill, grabbed the newspaper on the side and leaned back in his comfortable dragon-hide chair. A frown appeared on his forehead as he read the articles written in it. It was the newest edition of the Daily Prophet. As he leafed through the newspaper, a large black snake slithered towards him and used his legs to climb in his lap. Someone has been killing my followers. Not counting the ones killed by Bellatrix Black, nearly 15 other Death Eaters were killed. What do you say, Nagini? The middle-aged man spoke to the snake trying to coil up in his lap. But the snake did not reply to him, more interested in just absorbing his body warmth. The man's handsome face scrunched into a frown and, with a wave of his hand, the large snake was thrown away from his lap into one of the sidewalls of his office. What's your problem, ya cunt? The snake hissed at him angrily and showed its teeth. The middle-aged man grabbed his wand and started rolling it through his fingers, sorely tempted to just kill the snake and be done with it. But he changed his mind and placed his hand on the desk before closing his eyes and letting out a drawn-out sigh. If Bellatrix were to see his handsome face, she would recognize him right away. He was none other than the one that she had seen in the memories of the Death Eater before the unbreakable vow claimed his life. It was none other than Voldemort. Currently, the Dark Lord was facing several rather difficult dilemmas. I've been planning on revealing myself to the public, take up the name of Gaunt, and get the support of the purebloods in power. But not only that Lucius Malfoy was murdered, that black woman went ahead and published that blasted research on magic ancestry. Voldemort was not happy with the way that Bellatrix Black had unknowingly messed up his plans. Even if that mudblood lover didn't come up with her research, someone has been hunting down all my followers. Someone dares to target my Death Eaters. The mere thought of it made his blood boil with anger. As for the remaining problem that was bothering him, it was the fact that he could not get a hold of Narcissa Malfoy. Or better said, he had no way of recovering the Horcrux that he had left in Lucius Malfoy's possession. The Malfoys had always been rather sensitive to danger. Lucius' wife must have understood that someone was targeting my Death Eaters and went into hiding before she ended up like her husband. It was a wise move in his opinion, but he was not in the mood to tip his hat at her for her decision-making ability. Should I make another one? He asked himself. It was not the first time that he had thought about creating another Horcrux, especially ever since Narcissa Malfoy had gone into hiding and he had become unable of retrieving his diary. He was feeling vulnerable. He abhorred not being in complete control of every single aspect of his life. No, making another Horcrux would be foolish. He had felt the side effects of creating a Horcrux when he created the diary, at the age of 16. After that, he decided that the diary Horcrux was going to be the first and the last as well. Immortality is meaningless if the price for that is my sanity. He glanced at the large snake that was coming back at him, attempting to climb in his lap once again. Then what am I keeping this snake for anymore? Nagini was not an ordinary snake. He had performed several rituals on her in order to prepare it as a vessel for a piece of his soul back when he contemplated making a second Horcrux. But as days passed and he kept pondering about the side effects of splitting his soul, he decided against making more. With that thought in mind, he raised his wand and aimed at Nagini. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green followed and the snake's body stiffened. Horcruxes are too dangerous to one's sanity. Creating Horcruxes is a flawed path to immortality. This isn't what I desire. However, he could not start researching another method yet. Not until he recovered his soul Horcrux from the Malfoy widow's hands. Revealing myself to the public will have to wait for a while. His brown eyes flashed with a red glint as thoughts of murder filled his mind. The Malfoy widow, Bellatrix Black, and the serial killer targeting his followers, he was going to make sure they all died a terrible death at his hands. An old wizard with a venerable white beard and a stern-looking middle-aged witch were seated at a desk in the office of the Transfiguration Professor at Hogwarts. The old man with the long white beard and extravagant robes was none other than Professor Dumbledore. As for the witch in question, she was wearing elegant but not opulent black robes, an outfit befitting someone of her standing. She was the Minister of Magic, Amelia Bones. Nevertheless, her graying brown hair, although mostly covered by a black beret, betrayed the amount of stress that her relatively new position put on her. "I must admit, I am surprised that you would come to ask for my help," Dumbledore said. "Why?" "Because I used to be headstrong as a student," Minister Bones asked, making the old wizard chuckle. "People change. I'm not the same as when I was your student. For the sake of the country that I'm leading, I can't afford to let my feelings or pride blind me. There is also the less than pleasant situation from the previous year to consider. I did lose my position as the headmaster of Hogwarts and that as the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. I'm just an average citizen now," he said. "You are anything but average, Dumbledore. You made some mistakes but you have paid for them. That doesn't take away anything from what you have accomplished in your life. I'd be a fool not to make use of your wealth of experience and knowledge," the minister said. It was not often that Dumbledore showed his surprise on his face, but Mrs. Bones' words had that effect on him at that moment. "Now that the pleasantries are out of the way, let's get into it. The contacts planted by DMLE in Nocturne Alley informed us of the rumors about you-know-who's return. However, they haven't provided any evidence for that yet. What can you tell me about it? I'm sure you must know a thing or two that the Ministry doesn't. As you know all too well, there was a squad of 10 Death Eaters that tried to assassinate Bellatrix Black and Harry Potter just a few months ago. Furthermore, Quirinius Quirrell stole a precious artifact from the school last year and got away with it," Dumbledore said, and, at the minister's inquiring look, he explained, "an artifact that would have definitely been capable of bringing Voldemort back to life. I'm afraid that all signs indicate that he is back. You've had such a dangerous artifact inside the school the entire time. Is this how your potions professor got himself killed?" Dumbledore refused to comment on that and said something else instead. "Had Severus still been alive, I would have been able to confirm whether Voldemort was back or not right away. He had been one of the most trusted members of his inner circle of Death Eaters. But Severus is gone. His death is a great loss for the British wizarding world." The two become momentarily silent. "Another thing that bothers me even more than the rumors about you-know-who's return is the string of killings that had been happening over the past year," Mrs. Bones said. "So the Aurors have noticed the strangeness of it as well. It must be worrying that even Azkaban had been penetrated by the killer." "You know about the Azkaban incident too?" Mrs. Bones said, greatly surprised. Dumbledore's small smile was all the answer that she needed. "Over a dozen Death Eaters had met their end at the hands of a vengeful killer," he said quietly. "Do you have any suspects in mind?" The old wizard shook his head. "I don't know. It truly vexes me because it's not often that I'm so out of the loop," he admitted. "I can only imagine that this person is a highly skilled witch or wizard. Not just anyone could break into Azkaban, kill so many prisoners, evade the Dementors and then also escape, all the while not revealing anything about themselves in the process. I believe that Lucius Malfoy's and Cornelius Fudge's deaths were orchestrated by the same person that has been killing the rest of the former Death Eaters. But I can't think of anyone that holds such a grudge towards Voldemort's followers that is also skilled enough to pull off something of this magnitude." Amelia Bones did not hide her disappointment at the fact that he was as clueless as her. DMLE also suspects that a serial killer is behind all the murders that happened recently, that someone had killed people not related to he who must not be named too. His victims are not limited only to Death Eaters. Dolores Umbridge, Cornelius Fudge and Remus Lupin don't fit that pattern. While they were discussing the possible identity of the serial killer, a knock was heard on the window of the office. A brown eagle owl carrying a letter tied to its left leg was pecking at the window with its beak. Dumbledore opened the window with a wave of his wand and the owl flew straight to Mrs. Bones and landed on the armrest of her chair. "I apologize for my rudeness, this is urgent," she said when she saw a particular red sigil on the envelope delivered by the owl. Opening it up, she saw that it was a short letter and one more slightly crumpled piece of parchment. Half a minute later, she threw the envelope back on the desk and leaned back in her chair while massaging her temples with her hands. "There's been another attack," she said. Dumbledore asked as he reached out for the discarded envelope. "May I have a look?" "Suit yourself," she said, her eyes closed in thought. Picking up the envelope, he started to read the letter first. It was written with capital letters by a typing machine. Thorfinn Roll was found dead this morning at 4:40 a.m. by the squad of Aurors led by Dawlish, on their way back from a night raid on Borgin and Berks. The cause of death was dismemberment. And bleeding to the death. He left behind a suicide note, but we exclude the possibility of this incident being a suicide. We assume that this is the work of the serial killer once again. Head of DMLE, Rufus Scrimgeour. Unfurling the crumpled piece of parchment, Dumbledore's eyebrows shot into his hairline as he began to read the alleged suicide note. "My entire life I've been a scumbag and a piece of dogshit. I realized this fact only this evening, after I imperioused and was about to beat a Muggle-born witch. In the end, I did not go through with it. But I am disgusted with myself. I don't deserve to live. And that is why I killed myself, chopped myself into pieces and put myself in the garbage." Dumbledore. Amelia Bones. The old wizard and the stern witch were both speechless. Noticing the incredulous look on his face, the stern-looking Minister Bones almost let out a snort of laughter. She would have laughed out loud if the situation had not been so dire. Ever since she had taken the position of the minister, dozens of killings had happened one after another. The only saving grace was that the public at large was not aware of the massacre that happened in Azkaban, but she would not be able to keep the news of the serial killer suppressed for much longer because several public figures such as Byron Knott, Dolores Umbridge and now Thorfinn Roll had been murdered or gone missing. The assassination attempt on Bellatrix Black on Christmas Eve had not been forgotten by people either. Anyone with a working brain knew that something fishy was going on behind the scenes. There's no way that that suicide note is real. The serial killer's confidence seems to have grown, seeing as he's even playing around now, pulling these kinds of jokes. I don't know what type of messed up in-head person would make light of a situation like this. Thorfinn Roll has not been a Death Eater. He's too young for that, only in his 30s if I'm not mistaken, Dumbledore said quietly. He's never broken any laws either, as far as I know. And I would have known that. He doesn't fit the pattern either. Amelia Bones said. The Roll family was an old and respectable pureblood family. They could trace their ancestors to hundreds of years back, and there had even been a minister of magic that had come from it. If someone like Thorfinn Roll had committed a crime, his deeds would have been all over the newspapers. But he had not. As far as Amelia Bones and Dumbledore knew, he was an innocent young man. His alleged suicide note was the only thing that hinted towards a not as exemplary life as they had thought before. The minister continued her tirade. I don't know what to do. I've heard stories of serial killers in the Muggle world and how they were caught, but I've never heard of anything similar happening to us, the wizard kind. Not in Europe at the very least. Dark Lords seldom hide their deeds, they take pride in what they do. It's idiotic, but it's good for us. Muggle serial killers are not impossible to catch because they will almost always leave some traces behind. But how do you catch a wizard or a witch that has been secretly killing droves of people? They can vanish any traces of the bodies, they can wipe the memory of any potential eyewitnesses, they can polyjuice themselves to look like another person. By Merlin, they can cast the Imperius on their targets and make them commit suicide or even force someone else to kill them. And the worst part is that we don't even know how is the killer choosing their victims. How are we supposed to know whom to protect? There was a pensive look on Dumbledore's face. If you look at it objectively, most of the killer's victims had been people of questionable morals, he suddenly said. Lucius Malfoy was a Death Eater, Cornelius Fudge was a corrupt politician, Umbridge was trying to push new laws that would discriminate against non-humans and so on. At Amelia Bones' cross look, he added. I do not condone the serial killer's deeds by any means. All criminals should receive a fair trial and be punished according to the law, not murdered in secret by a vigilante. But I can't help but feel that at their core, the killer has good intentions. The minister huffed in exasperation. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, Dumbledore. How does that help me with catching him at all? But it does help you, Dumbledore said. If the killer is targeting people that they consider evil, you could make great use of that. Didn't you recently capture Fenrir Greyback? For the second time that day, Amelia Bones looked at Dumbledore startled. Nothing escapes you, does it? How many spies have you planted inside the Ministry? Spy is such a harsh word, Amelia, he said with a smile. They are self-sacrificing watchers, people that are willing to put their careers and lives at risk to do what is right. Knowing that Voldemort is back, I had to take some measures. It wouldn't be the first time that he infiltrated the Ministry and corrupted it from within. I needed to have a means of keeping an eye on what is happening behind the scenes. What about Greyback? The minister asked, choosing against her ire to not pursue the illegal nature of Dumbledore's actions. At least for the moment. The DMLE had captured Fenrir Greyback a few days ago. To show the public that the Ministry is doing everything it can to apprehend dangerous individuals and lock them behind the bars, the DMLE, with the minister's founding, spared no effort in capturing the infamous werewolf. Amelia Bones had not released the information to the press yet only because she was still building up the narrative to embellish the accomplishment of the Ministry under her leadership and mollify the population that had started getting restless. Assuming that the serial killer is targeting what they consider as evil people, what would their next course of action be if they found out that the Ministry captured such a cruel and infamous werewolf but that he escaped? Dumbledore said. The minister involuntarily started to smile. She had not gotten to that position of power without a healthy measure of cunning and intelligence. She understood what Dumbledore was suggesting. It looks like foregoing my pride to seek the advice of an experienced and old wizard such as yourself has paid off in the end. My, oh my, what would your students think if they knew that their kind and grandfatherly transfiguration professor was so shrewd? I'd very much prefer to be called wise instead. Shrewd gives off such an unpleasant connotation. The stern witch shook her head and smiled at his light-hearted joke. This was an eye-opening meeting. In more than one way. Thank you for your time, Professor, she said and stood up to leave. As long as your goal is to oppose Voldemort, protect the innocent and do what is right, you can always count on me, Amelia, Dumbledore said seriously and stood up too to lead her to the door. Only by working together will we overcome the adversity ahead of us. Mrs. Bones stretched her hand and the two of them shook their hands. That day, an alliance had been forged between the Minister of Magic and the leader of the Order of the Phoenix. A thick wooden pillar, over 20 feet tall, and a scaffold as tall as the wooden pillar had been erected in the backyard of the Blackthorn. Dull sounds of knocking and harsh scraping noises were heard as the young boy perched at the top of the scaffold built around the pillar was slowly and carefully using a chisel and a small hammer to carve various symbols on it. Somewhere not far away, Bellatrix Black was lying on a sunbed and reading a book. Every once in a while, her violet eyes would peer up from her book, looking at the boy's actions with curiosity. The wooden pillar was too tall for her to distinguish all the symbols carved in by Harry, but she was very much clear about their identity. They were ancient runes. Hey, Harry, come down, take a break. Nikki has brought us some smoothies. Seeing as it was the Easter holiday, Harry and Bella had returned home to the Blackthorn, and he took advantage of the opportunity to start working intensely on regaining the level of power that he had once had in his past life. Obtaining the recognition and the blessing of the spirits and becoming a shaman took time and effort. It was not something that could be done in a heartbeat. Since he had resolved himself to help Fleur and to protect his newly found family, he had no intention of passively waiting for bad things to happen before he started taking it seriously. He put down the hammer and the chisel and then summoned his Nimbus 2000 broom from the ground to fly down with it. A smile made its way on his face at the sight in front of his eyes when he landed. Unlike her usually dark and gothic appearance, Bellatrix looked quite different now, wearing a simple yellow summer dress that went just past her knees and a straw hat, wearing no makeup, and a sweet smile on her face. She appeared like a normal, warm, and beautiful housewife. At least she would have looked like that if not for the snake coiled up in her hap. Ever since Harry summoned Big Head to prove that he was a Parselmouth, the witch had taken a liking to the snake. She had no way of understanding the serpent's tongue, but knowing that Big Head was Harry's familiar, she was not worried about him snake harming her in any way. If anything, she found it cute how cuddly and desperate for attention the snake was. Nowadays, it had become a common thing to see Big Head in a miniature-size sleep coiled up in her lap or next to her on the sofa, in the living room. Harry took the smoothie from the tray and greedily drank it. Though it was only the end of April and despite that they were living in Edinburgh, it was an unusually hot day. Standing for a few hours in the sun and working without stopping on sculpting the large wooden pole had left him drained and sore. His body was not used to that kind of effort. That sure hit the spot. Thanks. He sat on the edge of the sunbed and grabbed the snake by his tail, twisting it lightly, not enough to hurt him but enough to aggravate him. Stop it, you. Always teasing the poor snake like that, just leave him alone, Bellatrix scolded him. He chuckled at the way she took Big Head's side and stood up. But when he was about to climb on his broom and fly back to the top level of the scaffold to continue his carving, she asked, "What exactly have you been carving? Why did you even make me order a baobab tree of all things? It's time you told me what you're cooking up, isn't it?" She was quite amused by the situation. The baobab is a sacred tree. I needed a sacred tree to create a totem. Totem, yes. I'm carving on it the lore of the African goddess of earth, Allah. I'm going to become a shaman again, like in my past life. A shaman? She asked doubtfully and giggled, thinking that he was joking. As a senior unspeakable, she had heard about shamanic practices before, but she had never taken them seriously. Nobody in Europe did. Of those few people who had heard about shamanism, most of them treated it as they treated divination, as some sort of sketchy magic not worth taking seriously. Shamanism is an ancient magic that shouldn't be underestimated. It's a major reason why I had become a one-man army in my past life. In 2020 I was already so feared by the world at large that some countries forbid me from crossing their borders, afraid that I might want to overthrow their governments, Harry said. Wait, you're being serious. Why wouldn't I be? Shamans are just a bunch of charlatans, scamming people of their money by claiming they have healing powers or that they can read others' destiny through their connection with the spirits. Even if they were legitimate, they're even weaker than regular wizards and worse than average healers, she said. There are good and bad apples everywhere. And just how there are both strong and powerful wizards in a country, there are also weak and strong shamans too. I'm speaking from experience when I say this. A skilled shaman who had planted all of his totems beforehand can take on even 5 auras at once and not feel disadvantaged. Are you saying that ancient magic is better than the magic we're using after more than 2,000 years of continuous revisions and improvements? She asked belligerently. Animagus transformation, the Fidelius charm, blood wards, sacrificial magic, divination, blood curses, fiendfire, these are some of the most powerful and mysterious magics known to wizard kind, and they are all thousands of years old. Just because a spell is ancient, it doesn't mean it's inferior, Harry said. Yeah, sure. But look at how restrictive or dangerous ancient magic is. Take the Animagus transformation. What are the requirements for it? What are the risks? One has to be a genius in transfiguration and then waste months brewing the potion for it. Just how many can achieve that? Just how many people end up disfigured for life after failing? Or take divination, how many have the gift for it? Or fiendire, how many can control it? The power needed to reign in the demonic flames is something that hardly anyone possesses. More often than not, the caster gets devoured by their own spell. Modern magic created alternatives to most of the spells from ancient times. Sure, they may not be as powerful, but they are less dangerous and everyone has access to them. Modern magic is superior, by a mile. As a spell creator, Bellatrix had created 7 new types of warding spells herself and an undisclosed but significant number of curses. She took great pride in her work. She defended the superiority of modern magic with a vehemence that made Harry start smiling. You're adorable whenever you get all riled up like that about your field of magic, Tilda. Anger gave way to embarrassment and the rosy color in her cheeks spread to the rest of her face when she realized that she had unknowingly almost started an argument. Her temper had never been good. I'm not denying the superiority of modern magic in most cases, Harry said, not only to placate her but also because he believed that too. Potion making, charms, medicine, and even dueling had evolved enormously ever since the creation of wands. In most cases, a modern healer, a modern duelist or a modern potion master will be much better than their ancient counterparts. But there are still branches of magic where modern wizards have not surpassed the ancient ones. There's a reason why even after all these thousands of years, we still have not finished exploring the entirety of the Egyptian pyramids. There's a reason why even up to this day, nobody has found a way to break the Fidelius charm without killing the secret keeper or convincing him to give out the secret willingly. There's a reason why the Greengrass family has not found a cure to the blood malediction plaguing their line after all these centuries. It's because modern magic still has no idea how to crack apart those ancient spells. Bellatrix could not find any retort to fire back. Everything that he had said was completely true. I have no intention of giving up on modern magic or the feisty little bugger I got for a wand. At that moment, the fur and dragon heartstring wand sent a rush of warmth into his body. It was as if it could understand exactly what he was talking about, but I won't ignore such powerful magic just because it's ancient. He made a small pause, seemingly lost in thought for a moment. Riddle is back. He is smarter and more lucid than in my past life. This Voldemort is more dangerous than anything I have ever faced before. Turning his head back toward her, his green eyes peered into her deep violet ones. There is no witch or wizard that can ever hope to defeat me. Not after the life that I've lived. Not after the decades of battles I've gone through. Not after I have met death. So I am not worried about my life. I don't question my victory. Bellatrix unknowingly sunk back into her seat when he said that. His vivid eyes seemed to glow with a mysterious light, and a feeling of oppression started oozing out of his body. Despite that he looked like a harmless 12-year-old boy, a feeling of trepidation washed over her. A war is coming. Make no mistake about that. A war that will make the war from 10 years ago look like child's play in comparison. But the question is, what will the price of my victory be? Who am I going to lose in the process? How many of my loved ones will die in this war? Becoming aware that with his emotions out of control, his aura of magic was starting to scare her, Harry turned his eyes away from her and started petting the sleeping snake in her lap to distract himself a bit from his dark thoughts. I've lost my family and all my friends once. And the last relative that I had, my godson, Teddy, I wasn't allowed to see at all because Andromeda blamed me for her daughter's death. So that's why he's been a bit distant towards Andy compared to the rest of us. Bellatrix secretly thought. Back then, I was too young. Too weak. Too green. Too careless. I couldn't protect the ones I loved. Although I won in the end, I lost everything in the process. Lifting his eyes from the sleeping big head, he looked back to her. It won't be the same this time. I will take care of you, Bella. I will protect Sirius and Andromeda's family, and I will even take care of your sister, Narcissa. You are my family now. Light magic, dark magic, shamanism, sacrificial magic, even blood curses. I will stop at nothing. As long as I draw breath. Bella brought her hands to his face and cupped his cheeks. He saw that her eyes were wet with unshed with tears. I know, Harry. I know. He put his hands on top of hers while she caressed his cheeks with her thumbs. Then, she bent down and planted a tender kiss on his forehead. You won't have to fight your battles alone. I told you before, didn't I? You'll always have me and my wand by your side. He nodded at her, not trusting his voice to speak. After taking a few moments to get his emotions under control, he said, I want you and Fleur to talk. All three of us need to talk. Bellatrix was thrown off by the seemingly unrelated subject of discussion that he brought up. She took her hands away from his cheeks, but Harry still held them as she laid them down. Have you fallen in love with her? She asked. I don't think so, he said, unsure of the answer himself too. I like her, but I'm still too young physically. And both she and I carry too much baggage. Right. She doesn't know about everything you've been through, she trailed off. She does. I told her about my other life, he said. You did. Did she believe you? How come she hasn't been scared away? Harry chuckled lightly at the disbelieving tone of her voice. Fleur is far from being as simple as you think. She has her secrets too, secrets that I cannot tell you without her permission. That's why all three of us should have a chat. They sank into a comfortable silence after that, all the while Harry still not letting go of her hands. I'm not sure about my feelings for Fleur, he said after a while. But I'm completely certain about what I feel for you. Bella's breath hitched in her throat. There is nobody I care more about than you. Even if I'm going to marry some girl one day, you'll always hold a special place in my heart. No one will ever replace you, Bella. You gave me a family. A family is all I've wanted. That's why I'm grateful to you. That's why I love you, he said and brought her hand to his lips, kissing the back of her palm. She swallowed thickly. She was speechless. They had been living together for nearly 2 years and Bellatrix had never held any doubts in her mind that Harry cared about her. However, he had always been stingy with his words and he hardly ever spoke about his feelings. It was the first time she was hearing him say what he felt for her. He loved her. Harry loved her. Bella was overwhelmed. What was even more surprising was that he appeared to not be embarrassed in the least by his admission. He was looking her in the eyes, occlumency shields down, allowing his vivid green eyes to project all the raw and sincere emotions that he was holding for her in his heart. Bellatrix took him in her arms and embraced him tightly to her chest. Tears were rolling down her cheeks unhindered. They were tears of happiness. She knew that Harry's mental age was about the same as hers, but her heart was telling her something else. For her, he was like the son that she had never had. A son that she had always yearned for. Her perfect boy, someone that she loved with her entire heart. This is getting ridiculous. It's raining with cats and dogs, get inside. Bellatrix yelled from the doorway. The beginning of the Easter holiday had been sunny and bright, but in typical Scottish fashion, the beautiful weather did not last for long. Now, towards the end of the holiday, it became cloudy with drizzling rain and torrential showers every day. As she said, currently, it was raining heavily outside, but, in spite of that, Harry was standing in front of a thick and over 20 feet tall wooden pole, murmuring what seemed like some sort of prayer. In fact, he was reading out loud the ancient runes that he had inscribed on the large wooden pole. The seed germinates. It sprouts, and then it bears fruit. The plant dies, leaving only a seed behind. But you make the seed give birth to a new life. For you are the mother of all things, you are Allah, the goddess of earth and fertility. As the goddess of life and death, you oversee and maintain the natural order of things. No heart is hidden from you, no thoughts too obscure from your sight. For you are also the goddess of law and order. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Bellatrix pinched the bridge of her nose at the pitiful sight of the scrawny boy dripping wet under the torrential rain while reciting his prayer. She was having a hard time believing a wizard sound of mind would go to such lengths to pray to an imaginary being. She did not believe in the existence of gods. Nevertheless, much to her annoyance, she did not have any evidence of there not being a higher power. If anything, seeing the way that the ancient runes carved on the totem were glowing with a dark yellow light could very well be taken as proof against her beliefs. Shaking her head one more time at the scene, she went back inside and closed the door. I keep forgetting he's not a child that needs babying. He's old enough to take care of himself, she thought. But she was still worried for him. It was not healthy for a 13-year-old boy to sit through such a downpour on a daily basis. Wizard or not, he could get gravely ill. She went to the living room and stopped in front of the fireplace. She grabbed a handful of flow powder and threw it into the fire, its flames suddenly turning emerald green. Kneeling in front of the fireplace, she called out, "Department of Mysteries head office." Answering her call, the head of an old man with a bald spot and thick-rimmed glasses appeared in the fire. "Good morning, Mr. Croaker," Bellatrix was the first to greet him. "Good morning," the old wizard returned her greeting in a strained voice. "I'm afraid I can't come to the Department of Mysteries today. Some problems popped up. Family business." "The boy?" Mr. Croaker asked. "No, my younger sister." "Ah, the Malfoy widow," he said. "Did something happen?" Bellatrix suddenly asked. The two of them had been co-workers for 20 years. After such a long time, she could tell when something was not right with him. Mr. Croaker did not reply at first. After a few moments, he said, "Someone cast the Imperious Curse on me last night." Bellatrix's surprise only increased when he said next, "And I couldn't throw it off. I've practiced for decades in order to be able to throw off any sort of mind control or mind-altering spells. But I've never felt such an overpowering Imperious Curse in my entire life. All my willpower, all my mental strength, my deep consciousness, they amounted to nothing. I was helpless." The old wizard seemed to still be suffering from the shock of that experience. "Do you know the culprit?" "I don't know who the caster was," he said. "But my orders were clear. I was supposed to murder you today, Ems Black. The one who cast the curse on me knew that you were scheduled to arrive at the Ministry of Magic today. If I had not broken off the curse, you would have died today." A chill went down her spine when she heard his words. She would have never seen it coming. Until now, she had thought that her boss, the head of the Department of Mysteries, was the last person that would ever fall under someone's control. Yet, the unthinkable happened. "Then how did you break it off?" She asked after a while. I've been researching the thief's downfall for the past month. I've always wanted to get my hands on it, but it's only recently that the goblins finally agreed to trade me a sample in exchange for doing them a favor. My luck, and your luck as well, is that you didn't come to the ministry today and that I came in contact with the enchanted water first thing in the morning, otherwise, Merlin knows what could have happened. 1. They sank into momentary silence again after that. You need to lay low for a while, Bella, Mr. Croaker said. Using her first name was to show that he was speaking to her as a friend, not just as her boss. Someone is out to get you. A powerful, extremely dangerous person wants you dead. A few months ago, 10 Death Eaters attacked you in the middle of Diagon Alley. I still find it hard to believe that you managed to escape with your life back then. And now someone had cast the Imperious Curse on me, ordering me to kill you. You need to be careful. More careful than ever. I suggest you don't come to the ministry for a while. My research on the thief's downfall should not take much longer. I've almost figured out the spells that the goblins cast to create this enchantment. Only after I learn how to replicate it and make it become mandatory to use by all the employees of the Ministry of Magic will it be safe for you to come again. Despite apparently having just brushed past by death today, Bellatrix threw that into the back of her mind when she heard Mr. Croaker talk about Thief's downfall. Fascinated, she could not help saying, "Goblins aren't allowed to use wands, but their spellwork isn't inferior to ours when it comes to enchanting or warding. By Morgana, how could you keep this secret from me? If I knew you got your hands on something that valuable, I would have ditched my teaching position at Hogwarts in a heartbeat. I'm tempted to come to the ministry right now." "Black, are you daft?" He barked at her, exasperated. "You really need to sort out your priorities. Sometimes you're even crazier than I am when it comes to research, and I've been an unspeakable for 50 long bloody years. You can't research magic if you're dead, you hear me?" Bellatrix touched her nose, slightly embarrassed at being reprimanded by her boss. She was about to apologize when a sharp hissing sound startled her. Turning around, she was greeted by the sight of a huge green anaconda hissing at her terribly. In an instant, her wand slipped into her hand and she stood up to her feet. She knew that Big Head was Harry's familiar and that he would never hurt her, but the huge snake appeared rather intimidating and dangerous when it was hissing and growling like that. But when she saw that the snake was making no move to approach her, she relaxed. Then, she took note of his strange behavior. The snake kept hissing at her and bobbing his head towards the window, then back to her, and then back to the window. "It's almost like he's trying to tell me something," she thought before realization dawned on her when she remembered that Harry was outside. Suddenly filled with anxiety, she broke into a run towards the door. The entrance door of the Blackthorn was opened with a bang and Bellatrix rushed outside, the giant snake quickly slithering after her too. "Harry!" she cried out, her voice strangled from what she was seeing. His body was engulfed by what looked like beige-colored flames. But when she arrived 15 feet away from him, she suddenly stumbled and fell on the ground, on her hands and knees. What is this? In a radius of 15 feet around Harry, it was as if gravity had been tripled. The pressure was so heavy that Bellatrix could not even stand on her feet. But Harry himself appeared to be completely fine, unaffected. His eyes were closed, his posture straight, and his skin and clothes unharmed despite the dark yellow flames enveloping his body. Past life memory. I told you I would find you. I told you that I would find and I will kill you. The middle-aged man was speaking quietly, but somehow, his voice could be clearly heard in the ears of everyone present there. Disregarding everyone there and not caring about losing any shred of dignity he had left, the Dark Lord grabbed his wand and tried to disapparate. But he only managed to make a twirl and fall on his side like a drunken man. A mocking chuckle came from the one-armed man. "It isn't an anti-disapparition jinx, so don't bother trying to dispel it. This is magic beyond your understanding." The dark yellow light coming from the beige wooden pole that was flying very high up in the air locked the entire area around the mansion for miles. It was an earthbend totem. Disapparition, portkeys, house elves, and even phoenixes, there was nothing that could teleport in or out of that area. Despite that he looked like a handicapped beggar with his missing arm and his haggard and dusty robes, none of the wizards and witches present there had the leisure to comment on that. Bathing in the bloodlust of the totem of war, his green eyes were shining with killing intent. "You're not going anywhere this time, Tom. You are mine." Nevertheless, the Dark Lord was still a formidable wizard and he had numbers on his side. 2. Seeing that retreat was not an option, he did not just sit and wait for his death. You think I'm afraid of you? I am immortal. I cannot be destroyed. Avada Kedavra. A murder of crows suddenly burst out from the Elder Wand in the one-armed man's hand, darkening the sky with their sheer number. The killing curse failed to do anything else besides killing one crow. But there were several hundred left. Incendio. Bombarda. Depulso. The dozens of Death Eaters around Voldemort did not stay idle and they started casting offensive spells indiscriminately at the flock of birds. They were simple spells, but when cast by nearly 40 wizards simultaneously, the crows were slaughtered in a matter of seconds. They smirked in complacency. Why did their master seem to be flustered by just one man when there were almost 40 of them around him? They could not understand. However, while they were patting themselves on the back for a job well done, one of them suddenly noticed a wooden pole in their midst. The courtyard of the aristocratic mansion did not just have wooden poles lying around randomly. When the wooden pole also started to also glow with a fiery light, alarm bells rang in his head. Watch out! He screamed, but his warning came out too late because, at the same time the one-armed man chanted. Ogun, God of Fire, reveal your wrath and smite my enemies, liquid magma. While the Death Eaters and Voldemort busied themselves with massacring the several hundred crows that he had summoned with the Elder Wand, they did not notice him throwing a magma totem in their midst. Now, it was too late. Some of the quicker Death Eaters hastily threw shielding charms around them, but most of them had not reacted in time. When liquid magma burst radially from the totem in their midst, blood-curdling screams and death throes cries pierced the sky. Those who had been incinerated instantly were luckier compared to those from the outer rim of the totem's area of effect who managed to survive because now they were screaming themselves hoarse from the terrible pain of being burned alive. Only about 10 Death Eaters had been quick enough to shield themselves in time from the incoming onslaught. Nevertheless, the magma totem's effect was not over. It kept spewing magma without stopping and they were starting to feel the strain of keeping up their shielding charm against the magma surrounding them from all sides. When it looked like some of them were going to lose it, a blue bolt of light slammed into the wooden pole, shattering into pieces. The Dark Lord was not familiar with shamanism, but he figured it right away that his nemesis was casting deadly spells through the use of those carved wooden poles. After destroying the magma totem, he looked above his head and aimed with his wand at the totem floating high up in the air. Another blue bolt of light shot from his wand. However, he missed. With his hand extended above his head, Harry had shifted the position of the Earthbind totem, the one that prevented everyone from apparating away, at the very last moment, right before Voldemort's spell could destroy it. He muttered a swear under his breath when a volley of spells came from the surviving Death Eaters and he was forced to give up on controlling the floating totem in the sky in order to protect himself from the incoming barrage of curses. After all, he only had one arm. His right hand had been severed by Voldemort years before. Despite being 1 vs 10, he was not disadvantaged in the least. With unmatched dexterity, the Elder Wand in his hand batted away or blocked every single one of the curses thrown by the Death Eaters at him. Avada Kedavra. 3 Death Eaters cast at the same time when they saw their spells being blocked so effortlessly. Another murder of crows was summoned by the Elder Wand and blocked the 3 beams of green light before launching themselves at the group of Death Eaters. Seeing the large number of crows and having learned from the previous incident, Voldemort chose to momentarily forego destroying the Earthbind totem floating in the air in order to protect his followers. It was not that he had suddenly become affectionate and worried about their safety. He could simply not afford for them all to die. If everyone died, even if he managed to destroy the wooden pole that negated apparition, he would not have time to escape. He knew better than to bet on luck or hope that Harry would not notice it. Evanesco. Voldemort screamed. Words had power. Saying the incantation out loud significantly increased the strength of his spell. Like a miracle, over 100 crows had instantaneously vanished. The Death Eaters cheered at the display of magic from their master and started throwing spells at Harry with renewed vigor. As expected, the same trick wouldn't work twice, Harry thought with a frown. With the 10 Death Eaters throwing spells and killing curses at him as if their life depended on it, even someone as powerful and skilled as him did not have the leisure of also preventing Voldemort from destroying the Earthbind totem in the sky. Especially since he was missing an arm. He ducked under a killing curse and threw an overpowered bombarda back at his attackers. However, for every spell he threw, 3 of them would pool in their strength to cast a shielding charm to stop it. Avada Kedavra! That shout caught the Death Eaters by surprise. Never had they expected Harry Potter, the so-called champion of light, to throw a killing curse at them. Even as the green beam of light impacted him, the Death Eater caught by the curse died with an expression of shock on his face. Taking advantage of their moment of stunned silence, Harry brought his hand inside his cloak and took out 3 finger-sized wooden sticks. He quickly threw them around him and chanted, "Ogun, God of War, grant me your blessing, Ironskin." One of the finger-sized sticks floating around him suddenly increased in size until it was 3 feet tall and as thick as a man's leg before dropping on the ground. A grayish light started to glow around the totem and then Harry's skin gained a slight metallic luster. "Shango, God of Wind and Thunder, grant me your F.K." he yelled. His incantation interrupted midway as a blasting curse blew up in front of him and threw him back several dozen feet through the air. However, the protection of the Ironskin totem made him take no damage at all. From the corner of his eye, he saw Voldemort aim his wand at the Earthbind totem in the sky again and, at the expense of eating up a dark cutting curse from one of the Death Eaters, he used a nonverbal levitation spell to change the position of the totem, making Voldemort's spell miss again by an inch. To add insult to injury, not only that he had prevented the Dark Lord from destroying the totem, but the Death Eater's dark cutting curse did not even leave a scratch on his skin. "Destroy his wooden poles, you imbeciles!" Voldemort screamed in rage at having missed the totem with his spells for the second time. "Shango, God of Wind and Thunder, grant me your strength, Wind Rush!" Harry chanted, this time managing to finish his incantation. Another one of the finger-sized sticks flying around him suddenly increased until it became 3 feet tall and then planted itself on the ground. A light green glow appeared around the totem but no outward effect seemed to appear on Harry's body. Lumos Solum. He immediately cast an white light so powerful erupted from the tip of the Elder Wand that everyone lost their sight for a moment, both the group of Death Eaters and Voldemort. Even Harry himself felt pain in his eyes despite having closed them in advance, the light so blinding that it penetrated through his eyelids. Ignoring the painful discomfort from his eyes, he used his Elder Wand to cut a deep wound into the thigh of his left leg. As blood started flowing like a river from his thigh, he chanted, "Ekwensu, God of tricks and craftiness, receive my sacrifice and show me your strength, Voodoo." As he said those words, every single drop from the blood that had poured from this wounded thigh floated in the air and then was ked towards the remaining finger-sized stick. As it ked the blood coming from Harry's wound, the stick grew until it became a 3-foot-long totem. Unlike the other totems that Harry had used until then, this one did not release any light. The voodoo totem was different from any other. Even the way it had been invoked was different, requiring a sacrifice, a hefty amount of blood. The voodoo totem became a dark coppery red color and landed on the ground, at Harry's feet. It was also a few seconds later that everyone finally regained their sight. Avada Kedavra, Fiendfire, Confrigo. In their desperation and fear of the unknown, the Death Eaters cast the deadliest spells in their arsenal. However, no spells came out of their wands. They could not feel their magic reacting to their will. No, they could not feel their magic at all. Voldemort was not any different either. When he tried for the 3rd time to destroy the Earthbind totem floating in the sky, he realized, much to his stupor, that he could not cast any spells. A fear like never before washed over the Dark Lord and his followers. The voodoo totem's effect was to lock people's magic. The problem with using it, however, was that it did not discriminate between caster and foe. It was not only the Death Eaters and Voldemorts that could not cast any spells anymore, it was the same for Harry as well. That's why he had activated the 2 other totems before invoking the voodoo totem, because he would have not been able to do that afterwards. And since magic came from the totems, not from himself, the 2 totems, Ironskin and Wind Rush, were not cancelled by the voodoo totem either. Despite apparently having lost his magic and being just one man, and a handicapped one at that, against 11 opponents, there was no shred of fear on his face. Instead, he grinned ferally as he pulled out a large silvery machete from the inner pocket of his cloak. In the next moment, it became clear what the effect of the green glowing Wind Rush totem was. Harry threw himself at them with the speed and agility of a cheetah, with a burst of speed way beyond anything a regular human should have been capable of. Before the Death Eaters could react, the sickening sound of metal cutting into flesh was heard and a man's head flew into the air, a geyser of blood erupting from the neck of the still standing on its feet corpse. The 9 Death Eaters and Voldemort were thrown into panic. They did not understand how they had suddenly lost their magic, and Harry's superhuman strength and speed made no sense either. In desperation, 2 of the burlier Death Eaters launched themselves at Harry, intent on beating him with their bare hands, but one of them was cut into half as if he was made of paper, the blade of the machete effortlessly slicing through his ribcage and spine. The second Death Eater, with a burst of adrenaline, took advantage of his colleague's death and landed a powerful punch on Harry's face. A scream of pain resounded. It was not from Harry, but from the Death Eater, who was now holding his snapped wrist with his other hand. The protection given by the Ironskin totem lived up to its name, his attacker breaking his fist into his face, without as much as leaving a bruise on his cheek. That snapped wrist became the least of the Death Eater's problems in the next moment, however, as his head rolled on the ground, at his feet. If it was in the beginning, when there were almost 40 of them, even with the enchantments provided by his totems, and his goblin-forged machete, Harry would have not been able to defeat them in a physical battle. But with only 10 of them left, it was well within his capabilities. Now, 3 of them were dead and the remaining 7 were too terrified to move. Voldemort was no different, still frozen in disbelief at the unfolding situation. When Harry turned to look at the still alive Death Eaters, their survival instinct snapped them out of their panic-induced stupor. As one, the 7 of them split and started running in different directions. Alas, it was futile. With Wind Rush Totem's effect, his speed was no different than that of a cheetah. He quickly caught them from behind and beheaded them all, one by one. He had left the Dark Lord for the last. Voldemort was no different than his followers as he broke into a mad sprint, trying to distance himself as much as possible from the site, hoping to get out of Voodoo Totem's range before Harry was done killing his Death Eaters. Without his magic, he was worse than a muggle. However, when a heavy kick smashed into his spine, all hope disappeared from his heart. He was thrown on the ground brutally and he rolled over 4 times before his body finally came to a stop. He tried to stand up by pushing with his hands against the ground, but he was kicked in the side like a football and thrown back onto the ground. He felt half of his ribs crack from the impact. 5 fingers wrapped around his throat and clenched like a vice, choking him. A face twisted by an ugly mixture of glee, rage, and cruelty appeared in front of his eyes as he was lifted in the air by the hand clenched around his neck. "I told you I would find you." Harry repeated the words that he had told him earlier. "I told you I would find you and kill you." The Weasleys had been murdered at the end of 2004. Now, it was 2020. Harry had dreamed of this moment for nearly 16 years. He threw Voldemort on the ground roughly. When the Dark Lord instinctively tried to scurry away while gasping for breath from having just been nearly choked to death, Harry kicked his hands from under him, making him fall face first into the ground once more. Then he started kicking him with wild abandon, like a lunatic, not caring about where he hit. By the time Harry ran out of breath, the most terrible Dark Lord in history was nothing but a whimpering and shivering mess on the ground, moaning in pain as his ribs and his arms were shattered in multiple places. Breathing heavily from the effort he had exerted by the savage beating he dished out, Harry grabbed the almost unconscious Dark Lord by an ankle and started dragging him towards the Voodoo Totem. Terminating the effect of the totem with a touch of his hand, he took out the Elder Wand from the wand holster at his waist and turned towards Voldemort. "You're going to tell me everything now, Tom. Your secret to immortality. All the names of your followers. The names of your financial sponsors. Everything." Then, he pointed the death stick at the Dark Lord crying on the ground. Unlike the mad and cruel look that he had had on his face while utilizing Voldemort using the Muggle way, Harry's face was calm, seemingly indifferent, lacking any emotions when he said the incantation of his spell. Crucio. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.